What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday. Junkies with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Thursday morning, July 9th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Jason Bishop.
What's up?
What's up, boys? You guys have a good Wednesday? Wednesday after the program?
It's pretty standard.
Standard?
I barely remember.
I had to go take my daughter's car in because there was a nail in her tire, so I had to go get that taken care of.
Were they able to plug it or whatever they do?
No, it was in
on the
it was in
side,
a
they
certain
couldn't do
section
it?
where they couldn't, of course. I mean, who knows? They could be lying to me.
Yeah.
That's the highlight.
That was the highlight.
It's a highlight. My highlight is I'm done with announcing swim meets for the year. So
Oh, there you
good.
go.
it's good.
That's
It was another 4-hour affair
I did have an early dinner. I know you're shocked.
as we faced King Farm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was at the pool from 5 till almost 9 o'clock.
Oh, jeez.
So it was slightly under 4 hours.
I was almost dinner when you were announcing your first name.
The official came up to me and said, "We're going to try and get this thing going a little faster. There's a lot of swimmers today, so just announce their names during the races."
Mm-hmm.
Because usually I would do it before.
Right.
Every once in a while, there are kids that get fired up before their name, and they do a little thing. So when they're swimming, you do it. I only forgot 2 or 3 times. Like a couple times, like people were coming up and talking to me, and then I'm talking, I'm like, oops,
Yeah.
forgot to announce their names.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Do they care? Do people complain?
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't care. No.
No, just
I wouldn't be surprised.
have the music playing in the background, make a couple announcement that their burgers are back, like they ran out of burgers last night, then somebody scrambled and had to go get burgers and pizza. So the cafe was cooking. They were crushing it.
So yesterday at the show, what I had PT that knocked that out for the elbows, getting better. Then had
How many times a week are you doing that?
Well, they have me scheduled for 3 times a week.
Ooh, cha-ching.
But doing that, and then took my mom to lunch.
Nice.
Had a nice lunch with her, which is good. At our spot, went to our spot, Nukes again.
Mm-hmm.
It's in Crofton?
Yeah, Wall Chapel.
Okay, Gambrels.
Yeah. Then didn't get home till 4 or 5. I hung around a little bit, and then I was wiped out. I went to bed around 8 something.
Oh, wow.
That for me.
Well,
never
you won't
happens.
tonight. So
That
you'll
for me never
be
happens.
watching AJ
I know. What time does that start though?
9p.
Yeah, I'll do my best. I'll stay up and watch at least beginning of it.
I won't be able to watch any of it live, but I'll watch it tomorrow.
Yeah,
So I know we'll be talking about it.
Pray they play. They have to play Peterson, right? There's
I
no way.
think
There's
yeah.
no way
I would think so.
I think he skipped the last game
to set up for
to
this one.
ramp up for this one.
Yeah.
And Peterson made a point in his second game that he knew that Boozer was on the other side, that he wanted to show out why he was better than Boozer.
Mm-hmm.
And he did.
I mean,
Boozer
the
actually
league-
had an okay game.
The league has to give us this matchup. They have to.
Yeah.
Even though it's
Well,
stupid,
and it's
stupid summer.
also ESPN, isn't it? ESPN, Matt.
Is it? I have no idea what network it's on.
Matt is Matt listening?
He's not listening.
I think it's
It's
on
on
ESPN.
ESPN.
Yeah, so I think they're going to have. I mean, it's on the main network, so they're going to have Peterson against AJ.
Yeah, there'll hopefully be some pressure. Make sure you're playing the guys.
You can be locked into France, Morocco at 4.
Yeah, I'm going to watch that 100%. Oh, I meant to tell you guys. I told you my daughter went to California for a wedding,
Yeah.
and she texted me yesterday. She goes, "Dad, look at this picture." And she sent me a picture. It's on a golf course. The hotel that they're staying on is on a golf course.
Mm-hmm.
She took a picture of a bunch of guys putting, just practice putting. She's staying in the same hotel as the Spain World Cup team,
Oh wow.
and all the Spanish players were out there putting.
And how did you recognize that they were the World Cup team?
Oh,
Without
she
wearing
told
their
me.
soccer gear or whatever.
They were wearing some soccer gear.
Yeah.
But she said that one of the bellmen told them there was apparently like high security there, and she asked one of the bellmen, "Why is there so much security there?" And the guy told her.
So
How would you feel if Lamine Yamal hollered at her?
It might be.
he's like 17, isn't he?
I think he's
pretty young.
Or 18.
19.
Yeah, it's pretty young.
But I told her, I said, if you see this, and I sent her a picture of Jamal. I said, if you see a picture of this dude, make sure you get a picture with him.
Right. Oh, that's cool. I mean, she's staying in a nice hotel.
18.
She's staying in a really nice hotel. Yeah.
Manhattan Beach.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, so that was pretty cool.
So yesterday on the show, 9 o'clock every Wednesday, we have Paul Taboni, he's the president of baseball operations of the Washington Nationals. And we asked him if he thought there were some snubs for the Nationals in terms of the All-Star game, because they did get James Wood on the team, C.J. Abrams starting.
Huge
And he
snub.
said, Foster Griffin, Luis Garcia. What happens yesterday? Foster Griffin shows out, 10th win of the season, and Luis Garcia hits his 20th home
It's
run.
borderline criminal that Foster Griffin is not one of the pitchers.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's not like I've looked at all of them, but how can those numbers, 10-2 with a 2.7 ERA, how can those numbers, 9 Ks yesterday, no walks, how can those numbers not be worthy? I don't know. It doesn't,
I don't know.
It doesn't even seem possible.
I mean, it's with the rule, every team has to be
Represented. Yeah.
Hey, you know how everyone clowns on the Pro Bowl? The MLB All-Star Game isn't far behind.
Is it much better?
Isn't much better.
Might be. Well, especially with the voting, the fan voting. I don't know. I don't think do the fans vote for the pitchers? I think the managers name the pitchers, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty
fans
sure.
Fans vote for the
just the
position
field
players.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think the fans have 50% of like the vote.
I mean,
it's weird.
to look at
Weird the way they do it.
pitchers in the National League, there are 9 who have 10 wins or more.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of starting pitchers that have 10 wins or more.
Yeah.
And you know you're going to throw
How many
in,
of them have better ERAs, too? 10 wins and lower ERAs.
Not many.
Can't imagine.
At least half of them.
Lower than 2.7?
Yes.
Wow.
Like you have Chase Burns, who's 11-1 with a 2.54 ERA. Sonny Gray's 10-1. Now he's in Boston.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
Sonny Gray's
I
AL.
need to put just National League.
Yeah. But Foster Griffin should be on the team over Paul Skeens.
Yeah, but you know how that works.
Well, I don't know if he's the only Pirate represented, so that could be the reason. But he's having a better year than Paul Skeens.
There's Christopher Sanchez.
Well,
was at
Sanchez
2.6
He's
10-4.
he's having a great year.
Justin Warbaleski, 10-2 with a 2.69. But he's in the mix. And point is, he said, hey, these are 2 guys who we believe were snubbed, deserved to be on the All-Star team, in Foster Griffin and Luis Garcia, and they delivered. So another win for the Nationals, 8-2. Offense scores runs. We know that. And then Foster Griffin's having a great year as a pitcher. So they stay kind of in that mix in the wild card.
Yep.
Another thing he told us is it's kind of going to be nothing until after the draft, nothing really until probably the last week before the trade deadline.
Yep. And I guess
Just gotta wait a
I
few
guess
weeks.
just the logic is, and it makes sense that they know that if you're really desperate to make a move right now, when they're not ready to make a move, they're just going to charge you a premium, and they don't want to pay the premium.
Yeah.
Well,
and that makes sense from a business standpoint. Right?
I guess. But I actually think, and I think they've done some of it. I think you could pick some DFA guys, some free agent guys that could come in and probably do better than some of the guys have done.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
That's
it
how
helps
bad
when
it
your
is.
starter goes 7 innings and only allows 1 run and 5 hits, doesn't walk anybody.
I know, but you can only do them every 5th time.
I know.
He's so good, though.
Well, they get the Yankees, get day off, and then you get the Yankees this weekend. The Yankees have dropped 15 of their last 20. I mean, they're just dying right now. They just lost again last night.
They need Judge.
They struck out 45 times in 3 games against Tampa. They got 1 more game against Tampa today. If they lose, they've lost 3 out of 4 in that series. But they're reeling, and so it's good. We get a day off, and then you get a struggling team coming in. Now, look, the Yankees can get hot, and they still have a good lineup with some power bats, but they're struggling now, so maybe that's good. Cavalli will go on Sunday. So his
he needs to
suspension
bounce back.
Right, his suspension will end, and he'll go Sunday.
They reduced it from 7 to 5.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I think it's Michaelis, and I'm not sure who's pitching on Saturday, and then Cavalli's on Sunday.
Well, Foster Griffin has been a revelation.
He's been awesome, man.
Amazing.
Most wins in a single season by a Nationals rookie pitcher. He matched career high with 9 strikeouts across 7 innings. He's now allowed 1 earned run or fewer in 7 consecutive starts. That is the longest active streak amongst Major League Baseball starters.
Mm-hmm.
And the 7-game streak is tied for the longest streak in Nationals history with Steven Strasburg and Jordan Zimmerman. So he is rolling.
How about, I don't know when the Japanese season or whatever it is. That's where they got him from, right? They got him from Japan. Are they right prime in the middle of their season right now?
I don't
assume
follow
it is.
Japanese baseball.
I know, neither do I. I assume it is. Can they pick up somebody from Japan?
That's what I said a few weeks ago.
I mean, it worked out with Foster Griffin. Pick up relievers from those guys. Pick up their ace reliever.
Make that the TJ Maxx of baseball. Just scour Japan.
Yeah. Just do
the
it again.
season in Japan runs late March to late September.
Yeah, so there you go. Pretty much
So
the
they're
same
still in
dates.
the same season. Find some guys over there that are balling. Are you
Yeah, I
even
mean, he's
allowed to
worked
do
out.
that? Probably not.
He's
but
worked out, man. I don't know how that works. I have to ask Paul that next week.
Probably not allowed to trade with them in the midseason.
But James Wood had 2 more runs scored,
Hit 3 walks, right?
3 walks, so he leads Major League Baseball in walks and in runs scored.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about Garcia, 3 more hits, 3 more RBIs, another bomb. Abrams hit another bomb. Lyle had a couple hits. I mean, there's no easy outs in this lineup, and there's no huge names besides Wood and Abrams. I mean, Abrams is the best hitting shortstop in the National League.
Oh, I was thinking about this when we had Tabone. I didn't get a chance to mention it. So you know that system that everyone's jocking, right? They got 3 of them where the simulated pitcher thing. I forget what it's called, the Traject or whatever it's called, something like that, right?
Yep.
Do you think he would let? I mean, you could look it up on YouTube. You can see it. You think he would show it to us? You think we could go over there and he would let us see it?
I'm sure he probably would. I don't know. I mean, Riz would have, but
Riz would have for sure.
You want to stand in there and take a pitch? Say, hey, can you throw up Jacob?
We don't-
Yeah,
we-
you shouldn't ask to see it. You should ask
Go in
to
there and try to hit it.
Try to
I
use
couldn't
it.
hit. I know I
in the
couldn't hit.
cage.
The problem is it would be
I know,
fruitless.
Just to feel one
yeah.
from Mizorowski.
Or no, I wouldn't even. How about do they have like a knuckleballer? Like somebody throws one like 45.
All right.
Right.
That
It's not going to happen.
No, because I was watching it on YouTube yesterday,
Yeah.
and it's just sick.
Yeah.
It's so sick.
Yeah.
And there's been a lot
Well,
of
whatever
there's been a
they're
lot
doing
of
of-
criticism of our guy Riz, and I love Mike, and I'm loyal to Mike. But people are they're kind of claiming shenanigans. I'd love to hear his take to it.
Right.
That he wasn't able to get these things. How hard did he really push? Because Tabone got 3 of them right away, and all these other things.
Right.
Now sometimes that happens when you have a new group come in and they insist this is kind of the deal. Like I'm only going to take this gig unless you do X, Y, and Z,
Correct.
which could very well be the case.
Yeah.
But
What was
he's
the
getting
cost?
a lot of heat.
What was the cost of those things again?
Don't know.
They weren't cheap.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure in the millions.
Oh, was that much?
Oh yeah, it's not like some $50K thing.
Oh wow. Okay.
And you get
Well,
all the
maybe that was-
analytics and all the things that go with
Well,
it.
maybe Riz didn't push hard enough, or maybe they said back off. We're not spending that
Some
money.
people, the way they described it is that
But
you
I
get a
don't know.
certain amount of budget, and he just used his budget for different things.
Different stuff.
Yeah, nobody like relievers because he never had one.
Right.
Who knows?
Well, whatever they're doing, it's working
It is
on the
working.
offensive side.
It is working. But yeah, YouTube that thing.
And by the way, and we've said this, it's
pretty wild.
I will. We've said this a billion times. This lineup, as long as they're staying on the field, they're going to continue to do this.
I mean, it's kind of who they are.
They're not going to just tail off in the back half of the season and just know.
But you're not going to
go
get
into
8 runs or
serious
12
slumps.
runs. It can be dicey, and that's where you get your losses.
Right. I mean, they scored 3 in the second game of the series, but
Yeah.
I mean, they're just consistent.
Nope. Nationals 8-2 winners last night. Couple games above 500 if you want to talk about that or anything else. It is Open Line Thursday here on the Junkies. 1-800-636-1067. Open Line Thursday. Brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors? Search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time. And installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live. Yesterday, we spent some time talking about the disappointment of the U.S. men's national team in the World Cup and started tackling the whys. Is it the pay-to-play system in the United States? Is it the cultural rank of soccer? Other sports are ahead of soccer. Is it too expensive for some kids?
I was thinking about this morning because we had this discussion, pretty lengthy discussion yesterday about it, and everyone made good points. But it really hasn't affected the females in this country.
No, the females dominate, but that's also because in other countries, in terms of the popularity of female sports,
right.
it's way down there.
Right.
It's growing.
I get it. But it hasn't. So female soccer here is much better than male soccer because
way better.
In the World Cup, they've been dominant. They've won, was it 2 of the last 3 or 3 of the last 4?
Won a bunch.
Yeah, so it's much different on the female side.
Yeah, it's way different.
I was just
on the
wondering
male
why,
side.
but you make a good point about in other countries how popular the men's sports are.
But we were kicking around all these different possibilities, and they're probably all part of the equation. But one thing that I've come around to, and maybe it's dumb, it's simplistic, is when you watch the World Cup this year in particular, all the stars are showing out, right? Mm-hmm. The stars are carrying their team.
Yeah.
Mbappe's got 7 goals. Haaland's got 7 goals. Messi's got 8 goals. The stars are showing out. And the United States supposedly had a star, and he fizzled. Now, he got hurt, and he didn't play that much. He had one good half. One good half.
But that was, I agree with your larger sentiment. But the soccer geeks, like even Sebastian said, that Balogun was going to be the guy that was going to be the breakout guy.
Yeah.
And he kind of was. He kind of was. Not to the level of those other guys.
It's not their number 10. I know it's not always the number 10.
I know.
But
I understand. And Pulisic was for sure for the normies like us, the regular folks. He was kind
the
of
big name.
The big name.
Yeah.
But the soccer geeks did say that Balogun was going to be the guy.
But Pulisic was the most accomplished international player. Now, I know his previous 6 or 7 months
wasn't great.
He wasn't scoring in Italy. But before that, he was like the American who was doing the best in the international field. So anyway, I kind of came to this conclusion, well, your superstars got to show out if you're going to win. It's almost like a basketball philosophy. Like in the NBA, usually the team who has the best player wins. Or at least the team that has a very good superstar that plays well. Because, like you had Wemby against Brunson. It's like stars that carry teams. And that's what we're kind of seeing in the World Cup. Well, Pulisic was supposed to be the star. Landon Donovan has been a star for the national team in the past. Here's what he said about Christian Pulisic.
I believe I am uniquely qualified, the only person probably who's been in his shoes. The level of which he is dealing with this is much greater than the level I dealt with, because this was 2006 for me. Not many people were paying attention. It was not a home World Cup. Social media didn't exist. So this is exacerbated by a ton. I have been in his shoes. I had a horrible World Cup, completely let the team down, was getting criticized for the first time, not to the extent he is. I know the feeling. The feeling is identical. And I would just say this. It led me to therapy. It led me to take a look at my life and my career honestly for the first time. It allowed me to have massive, important conversations with people I love in my life about all things, not just soccer. And it changed my life forever in a positive way. I don't know if Christian cares about that, wants to do all that. We don't have a great relationship now. I'm sure he doesn't like me, doesn't respect me. I'm saying this to you, Christian. You probably don't listen. This is an opportunity to help and to change your life forever. One of the biggest problems, I speak to people who are at US Soccer, I speak to his sponsors, I speak to his teammates, I speak to the staff and the coaches. People are fed up with the way things are handled around him. And it's not necessarily him, but it's his agents, his family, his hangers-on, the people are influencing. People are fed up with it. They treat people poorly. They do things poorly. It's always a no. Whenever you want to ask, can we do an interview? It's always a no. You can't get near him. He doesn't say hi to the commentators who do all the games all the time when they walk by. All the other guys come over and shake hands and say hello. There's just this sense about him that you can't get near him. It's too big. And I actually don't think it's from him. I think it's from the people around him. They need to stop. And he needs to man up and have a conversation with them and say, look, guys, this is not helping me. He needs to get some training on media. I did too. I said a lot of dumb And people are like, hey, Landon, you don't want to come off this way, do you? And I still make mistakes all the time. All of these things can be a positive. I have to say, though, he has a big challenge ahead. Because, Tim, I'm thinking ahead to the next game. And, JR, like, if we happen to be at this game, the next U.S. game in this country, what do you think that's going to look like? Like, think about that. Is he going to get booed when they announce him? Maybe. People are livid. So, anyway, it's a long-winded way of saying this can be a good moment in your life. A lot of things need to change. And I actually think it's not him. I think it's the people around him.
I don't know. I don't think that affects the way he played on the field, though. But I think it's valid criticism, probably. I mean, he would know.
He sounds like he knows.
Sounds like he would know.
People don't like him for some reason.
Is it because
he caught a lot of
he
criticism?
thinks he's better than he is, and that's what all the people around him are telling him?
Could be.
He caught a lot of criticism for his comments after the loss because he said, "Now I have
blaming it
time."
on the-
Well, he said, "Now I have time to get some rest."
Right,
People didn't
right.
want to hear it.
Yeah.
Well, he made a comment about how the future's bright for U.S. soccer, and people are like, we've been hearing that for 30 years.
Yeah.
What do you mean the future's bright?
Right.
It looks pretty miserable.
Also, he wasn't with the team during their Gold Cup run.
because
He was resting.
He
He
was resting for that. But
because of that. Was it because of an ankle, or just because he just wanted to rest?
Here's what I'd say, though.
Injury?
No, it was last summer. It was last summer, the Gold Cup, and he sat it out to get prepared for the season and the World Cup. And then he started off at Milan really hot, and then he had one goal after December.
And then everyone
I know he
wanted
didn't score in like his last 15 games.
everyone wanted him to participate in Gold Cup because they just got the new coach and
Yeah.
they have a new system and
Yeah.
you want to prepare with your teammates before you go to the World Cup, but he wanted to prepare on his own.
It sounds like if it's not him or the people around him, he's acting like he's Tiger Woods or something.
Just one thing to defend him on.
Right.
It's not his fault he's overhyped.
Yeah, I agree.
Part of this is he's overhyped.
All right,
He's
well,
not
now-
that good.
Well, that's going to stop.
I mean, we kind of saw it in the Belgium game, right? Like, you're not.
overmatched.
We don't watch that much
Now, he could've been
international
playing
soccer.
hurt. He could have been playing
It's
hurt.
true, but the better players look like they were on the other side.
Well, to a
Well,
man.
they were.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, but he's supposed to be kind of the standout, and I would say he did for a little while before he got hurt in this World Cup. Flash, like every time he got the ball, it seemed like he was electric, and then that just kind of went away.
I'm going to say he probably was still dealing with something, and it might have gotten exacerbated during that game. It looked like it did in the second half.
Yeah.
So he probably wasn't at 100%.
I feel like
Would
the
be my
moment got to
guess.
him, and I saw
I think that it
I
did
saw
too.
Taylor Tillman.
Yeah.
Is it Twillman or Tillman? Whatever. We've actually had him on the show.
Sure.
Saw him do an interview, and he said the same thing. He just thought they came out flat, and just the moment was too big. It was almost like they were pressing.
Yeah, it wasn't just
You know,
him.
where sometimes, like,
Well,
I'm
there was the
not.
whole
I
team.
mean,
Yeah, there was the
Belgium's
whole
probably a better team, and probably if they play 10 times, Belgium wins 8 out of 10.
I said that yesterday.
But they didn't play well. I mean,
No,
they just made dumb
they didn't.
turnovers.
You could
and-
tell within the first minute that they were a superior team. They were a superior team. And I thought the
Well, the fact
announcers
that-
made a point of saying Belgium plays big games like this all the time. This is the biggest game of basically all these guys' lives.
Right.
And it looked like it.
Right.
It looked like your first at bat in the big leagues.
The fact that Donovan said that he doesn't say hello to media members and doesn't associate with
I don't
them.
think that affects his play on the field.
No,
But it's
no,
not
no.
a great-
But
it's
no,
not
but it
good.
tells you what's going on in his head,
Possibly, yeah.
right? I don't need to talk to you. I'm better than you. If that's what he's referring to.
Or I'm just going to give the kid a benefit of the doubt. Or it's just like, I need to concentrate. I don't have time for small talk.
Yeah, who knows?
Maybe, I don't know.
But if all the people around him are
Douchebags.
a-holes, then that's probably the way he is.
Possible.
So I mean,
I know this. I didn't like the way, like, you could see it's almost kind of flip it there. Like, well, now I can rest for whatever's next. Well, there's nothing
there's nothing
next
that we care about.
that anybody cares about. And also, he just didn't seem devastated enough.
No.
That bothered
Yes.
me. Like,
Right.
I don't know how to articulate that, but when we played those clips, Matt had him a day or two ago. It just did not. He was not devastated enough.
If it was anybody else
He was
attached
just like,
to
"Ah,
his
just didn't play my best.
if it was anybody else attached to his statement, there wouldn't be venom towards it. But you mentioned this was the exact statement that he put out on Instagram. And again, it's correct what he says. He says the support carried us all the way through. It simply wasn't good enough from us in the end, and I wanted to deliver so much more. I still feel blessed to be part of this team. The memories this summer will last a lifetime. It's just a start for us and for this sport in America. Because it's from him, though, there's resentment.
Only of the last sentence. The other stuff's all fine.
Yeah.
All that other stuff's fine. It's the last sentence about the
People wanted to hear.
But maybe you shouldn't have said from us. It wasn't good enough from us. You know how they always want a quarterback to take the hits and not throw the team under the bus?
Okay.
Right.
If he's the leader and he's the best player, maybe he shouldn't say it wasn't good enough from us. Because you know what? It was good enough from Tillman.
But JP,
Tillman was good enough.
People wanted to hear him say, look, I look like I'm the leader of this team. I feel like I'm the leader of this team. I didn't show up. I blew it. I played like butt.
Yeah.
That's what people
I'm
wanted to hear.
devastated, and I'm gonna
And that
work
would have
my
been
ass
fine.
off. I'm gonna work my ass off to try to
Right.
get back
If he
to
would
that
have just
level.
taken a different direction and how he talked about the performance, I think we would be fine with it. But he didn't. I mean, that's his personality, I guess. Maybe that's just the way he was taught.
Well, I was thinking about it the other day. I mean, all these other guys are making appearances into their 40s. Mm-hmm. He's 27 years old. I don't think I need to see him on the next
he's
team.
not-
He'd be
I was
31.
thinking that too.
Well,
I mean, what's the point?
he's not going to be there at 31.
he
Well,
probably will
right?
be.
He
You
probably
think?
until we get better guys.
I mean, I would
I mean,
think.
If he indeed is one of the best players,
I know,
and the
but
coach
you
believes
would
he
think
is,
that he would decrease over the next 4 years in his level.
I
I mean, it's
Don't you
prime.
think?
It's the prime.
would think just because of the lack of production.
All right, well, he won't be looked at as the best player on the team
I can't imagine.
when he's 31.
you would hope.
He might
If
be
he
a
is,
role
then
guy.
you really know we're getting smoked.
Right.
Yeah, right. That's what I mean.
But
I
this
would
way,
be shocked
He's not
if
going to get any better.
Right, that's what I mean.
He's not going to get any better between 27 and 31.
He's gonna get
Very
worse.
unlikely.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to get physically worse.
And we talked about we could kind of blame the coaches too, the manager, because he kept him in so long.
Kept him in. He should have pulled himself. I wouldn't have started him in the second half.
Looking back, didn't the U.S. not qualify for the World Cup? The only reason they played in it is because they're the host country.
That might be true. Yeah.
Well, you don't have to qualify.
I think-
when you're the host.
When you're the host.
Was there something that they didn't qualify for within the previous years? Was it?
In Russia.
Yeah.
Do you think they would have
2018.
qualified though if they had to?
Yes. They were top 16 ranked team. They would they would have been fine.
They finished about where they were
Where they were.
expected. That's the reality.
Yeah.
And there's always this hope every 4 years that they're going to break through, make it a little bit further, make it to the quarterfinals.
Well,
And
I'm not getting bamboozled again.
Yeah, because they scored. What was it? Was
yeah.
the first game Paraguay?
Yes.
When they scored 3 goals in the first half, it was like, oh, this team's different,
Yeah.
Well, also,
And
it was a
Paraguay
different
beat
approach.
Germany.
I
But
bought
Paraguay
into it.
almost beat France.
right?
I bought into it. It was a more attacking approach. It wasn't a counter thing. They weren't just, packing it in and just trying to keep it close and steal it. I bought into all that.
But they had some Achilles heels, and the goalie was one big Achilles heel.
Oh my God, they look like a doofus. It literally looked like co-ed soccer.
Can you imagine? That guy's going to be thinking about that for the rest of his life.
You know where?
What was he
And
doing?
he won't be the goalie in 4 years.
And that's
No
one
chance.
position that the Americans usually have been good at. Like they've had really
I
good
know.
goalies over the
I know.
years.
Drab made that point yesterday.
I-
Because it's kind of the easiest position.
I fully bought in after Bosnia when they were down a man, and you could tell how they were just swarming all over the field. It looked like it was 12 against 11. It didn't look like they were a down a man.
Right.
And I go, this team's got something.
Yeah.
And they scored, right?
Yeah,
And
they scored
goal
down a man.
I mean, I don't know Bosnia's history. Like, are they typically pretty mediocre?
It doesn't even matter what the history is. The fact that you're playing down 11 on 10, almost like you're playing 5 on 4 in basketball, that's got to be impossible to do.
I'm with you though, EB. I've actually seen enough of him. I don't, even if he's
There's no
one
way.
of the better players, give me Tillman,
Just put him on the bench.
give me Richards, and then just find new guys.
We need new
Maybe
guys.
Dad-
Balogun.
Yeah, he's all right.
I liked Balogun.
Yeah, you like him.
I don't
He's
know
a
his
scorer.
age, Joe. What's his age? 22, 23 or something?
No, I think he's in his prime too.
He is.
I'd have to look up, but
Dude, you can't not until you get better. You got to play Balogun. He was like our only threat.
yeah.
I thought he was our only threat.
Didn't they lead him in goals?
You have 4 years to find another striker.
Yeah. I don't know, but they should do what we probably do best to just fleece them from other countries. Pull some okey dokes with birth certificates or whatever. That's what we do. That's what we should do.
But it's not just us. All these teams do that.
Of course. Yeah.
Like, so, I mean, I look at, I don't know if it was Belgium. I look at some of these teams and half their lineup are Africans.
Yeah.
I'm like, are they really from Belgium?
Yeah, dude, yeah. I don't care how they do it. Just get the best players you can. It's like NIL. Just go out there and get the best players you can.
It's kind of like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's
But-
too bad. I feel bad for the kid. The one thing is that I just don't know that he feels the ownership of it. And I just, I'm not sure he realizes how big the bloom is off his rose. I don't know how to articulate that in a better way, but like I think that his legacy is pummeled. It's devastating.
Well,
You know what he should just do? Go to MLS.
If he's paying attention,
and maybe he can ball out against those mediocre players.
maybe he's just not paying attention to what's being said about him. Maybe his people around him aren't letting him, or they're telling him something
I
different.
know, but you have. To
I don't even think that would help. He's public enemy number one.
I think
Yeah.
it would help because I would assume he would come here and dominate against the lesser competition.
Yeah, but how would him dominating rehab his image? It wouldn't really rehab his image.
Not internationally, but it might. It's what Landon Donovan did. Landon Donovan struggled and then just took a big payday to finish out his career here in MLS. I think that's especially if he's going to go over there and struggle.
I just think people aren't going to care until he delivers on the biggest stage, which is the World Cup stage.
This was his chance.
Yeah, this was it.
This was it. And,
And people have moved
This-
on. Like you said, there, Balogun delivered to an extent. What, he scored 3 goals?
yeah,
Man, it was solid.
yeah.
Tillman's fantastic on free kicks for sure. Mm-hmm. Got to build up the rest of the team.
Well,
I mean, I don't know how
if
that,
he's on the team in 2030 or whenever the next 4 years, no one's going to have any expectations based on what happened this year.
I had no expectations going in until they had that breakout
I
performance.
was
And then they
buying
started
into
hyping
it.
him.
I was buying
Yeah.
into it.
Yeah, it's too bad.
All the analysts said how fast the team is.
Did you see, by the way, speaking of Landon Donovan, the hair transformation on that guy?
I think he admits he's using a hairpiece.
Oh, it's just a hairpiece? I thought he had a thing.
I think he's using a hairpiece.
It's not, he didn't have a drabby?
I don't think so.
He didn't have a drabby?
You can check. I think it's a hairpiece.
He has a hair system. Yeah,
What does that mean? So
A toupee.
I thought, didn't they see something where there was some viral clip where it looks like they took some hair out?
He had a failed hair transplant at one point.
He did. Okay.
Probably went to Turkey, got botched,
He's got a piece.
and
Because
yeah,
that thing
he talks
is
about it
a
all the time.
huge rug.
Yeah.
It is huge. I actually thought he overdid it.
No. He does this. He'll show you his samples, like on his Instagram and stuff. Like he took you through the whole process and shows you, like, should I wear this style? He's like, he's
So all right,
very
that's a
open.
good way to be transparent.
No,
That's
he's
good.
very transparent about it. Yeah.
That's good.
He looks better with it.
I thought it was too much. Like, I think Drab did a good job because Drab explained when he had his, you can't go too low because then it looks weird. You're older. You should have it receding a little bit. You know what I mean?
No, I understand, but like Donovan, we could find it online. There's a picture of him when his hair, when he wasn't using the
Oh, yeah,
piece,
he
he
looked
looked
horrific.
so bad.
I know, but-
so I'm saying it looks better.
It does look better.
Yeah.
But it's almost too much.
Open line Thursday. If you want to chime in throughout the show, your chance to steer the program. 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back. 1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in on a open line Thursday. Your chance to steer the show. Talk about whatever you want. We all go, I would say, frequent fast food joints. Jason, maybe not as much. You don't strike me as a fast food guy, but I know EB and I do.
Depends
We're on the
on
go a lot.
How hungry I am.
I mean, I try not to do a lot of it, but yeah, I mean, I'll go through. I try to do it. Like, I think you could get like as reasonably healthy choices at a lot of these places. You have to be very particular with what you do.
Yeah.
You know,
If I'm coming, because I get really hungry around 10:30 or 11, because I eat dinner early and I don't eat breakfast. I might have a banana and a granola bar, but I think I get really hungry around 10:30, 11. So if I'm driving home and it really hits me and I'm starving, if I know that I don't have leftovers at the house or got something to make, I don't want to go to Harris Teeter. I'm really hungry. I want to go get something now. I'll stop by and get a fillet of fish.
I think, yeah, and if you could kind of stay away from the fries and stuff.
Yeah, just get a fillet of fish and it fills me up.
Well, that's maybe a new kick for you in the last year or two where you're focusing on the more healthy aspects because you've been a guy who'd go for shakes and different things like that at fast food joints. But the point is,
Correct, but I
we
don't
frequent
really do
fast
that.
food joints, whether it's Chick-fil-A, Arby's, McDonald's, name them all. And the prices have gone up. It's undeniable. And on social media, somebody posted getting a meal with fries and a drink at a Burger King location. They got a Bacon King sandwich meal. All right, so the Bacon King sandwich, French fries, and a drink.
All right.
And it was $18.19.
I was going to guess 15.
All right. Then somebody on social media said, well, why would I go there when I can just go to a restaurant? And Chili's jumped on the pile. Chili's, their social media game has gotten better, and Chili's seems to be making a bit of a comeback.
What's
They said, so Chili's responded, this is what we've been saying. Why do y'all let fast food play you like this? Big crispy chicken sandwich, 3 for me with fries, bottomless chips and salsa, and unlimited drink for $10.99 only at Chili's.
The problem
That's-
is you just got to sit there though, right? I guess you could get it at
You get it to
takeout.
go.
I guess you could get it takeout.
Yeah.
I
Call
have
it
no
in.
problem sitting there. I
Sit
don't.
there for
I don't
20
have
minutes.
it.
That's not really the appeal of fast food restaurants, though. I know
Yeah.
you're unique, I think, and you sit there. Most people, the appeal is drive-through.
Right.
Get-
Eat it in
Yeah,
your car.
I get that.
Yeah,
I
right?
get that. But
BB, eat it in your car.
eat it in the car. That's why I do it all the time. I'll put napkins on my silly shirt. Because
Well, if I'm really hungry,
stuff on me.
I'll just sit there in the parking lot.
Yeah.
I can't think of where there's a Chili's around me. That's the thing.
Well, they're starting to pop up.
I would probably. I'd throw it in the mix. You know, like back in the day when you haven't talked about it lately, but when you would take your daughter to volleyball and you had time to kill,
Yeah.
that might be a perfect spot.
What?
Go to Chili's.
Chili's.
Get something cheap.
Well, I used to do it. I used to go to places all the time, and I would order food and drink.
Right.
I mean, I would go to Famous Dave's was my spot
yeah.
because it wasn't not that many people went there. I could sit there at the bar
And have a couple cocktails.
order
and
2
eat.
drinks, and have a silly like salmon or
Yeah,
something.
but those days are over.
Those days are over.
Right.
I was doing that. I would love that. That was a highlight.
So is Chili's.
Jack
Got to
Cokes.
check out Chili's now and get a cheap meal and a good meal for $10, $11.
Yeah, I haven't frequented the chain type restaurants as much in recent years. I mean, there actually when my mom was alive, we probably because it's just the ones in the Bowie Town Center we would go to Olive Garden. What's the steakhouse? Longhorn, places like that. But there was a Chili's in Bowie for
Texas
a while.
Roadhouse. Texas Roadhouse is good.
Yeah. Coop loves Texas Roadhouse. That's his number one spot.
They got good chicken.
Yeah, yesterday I took my mom. I told you I took my mom to lunch. We often go to this spot. It's actually a chain, but I don't think many people have heard of it. It's called Nukes, right? And they're if you look, there's some all over the country.
Yeah, I don't know Nukes.
It's almost like a cafe. Like you go in there, you tell the person at the cashier what you want, and then they bring it to you.
It's almost like an old school Ponderosa.
Almost kind of like that. You put the number on your table.
Right,
they
right.
bring the food out. They have like a 3 for special, so you can get 3 for $12.99.
I never know how much to tip in those joints because you don't really. You kind of
what I
have a
tip?
waiter.
You know what I tip? 0.
You tip 0. I usually
Because I
leave
just
something.
tell the person the order.
I know, but then somebody actually brings you the food, and they clean up.
Yeah, I guess that's an oversight.
But I never tip 15 to 20%.
I'm only literally thinking. I'm thinking, Why would I leave a tip? All I did was tell you my order.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I tip in those places. Like my mom and I used to go to this place in Bowie. I forget the name of it.
should
It was
probably
like an
leave a couple
Italian
bucks.
place, and it was the same deal. You ordered at the counter, but then the waiters were nice, and they would bring you food. They would bring you the food. Now you ordered it at the counter.
I think
they
you've
brought
ex-
you the food, and then they cleaned up. And,
I think you've
and,
opened my eyes.
and sometimes they would ask you if you needed more drink or something like that.
I
And
think
so,
now I need to leave a
I don't
couple
think you-
bucks.
yeah, I think
need
it's
to
a
leave
couple bucks.
And I don't have a couple bucks. I never have cash.
You never have cash.
But just tell my mom to leave a couple bucks.
right, or just when you're at the counter, because
Just leave a
everything
little bit.
always has the tip. They'll always.
I'm
You just
almost
do
insulted.
10%.
I'm actually insulted when they ask for tips at the counter. But now you've brought up a blind spot for me. You're right, because
It's a tweener place.
They actually do bring
Right,
you
right.
food,
Yeah.
and they do take it away when you
I
leave.
mean, I haven't been in like 30 years, but Sizzler was kind of the same deal, right? Where you would order.
been.
I'm actually thinking of College Park when I was in college. But Sizzler, you would order your
order at the counter
ribeye.
like Fuddruckers.
Right, Fuddrucker, same type thing. And then a waiter would come by and they would bring your tray.
So,
And then they might even say, "Do you need anything?" And then they'd bring the ketchup or whatever you need. So there's slight service.
So like at Watch Apple, it's one of those places where if anybody lives in that area, it's like endless chain stuff, right? So they have I remember
Yeah, they got
JC's up-
Bonefish.
So every once in a while, I'll say, "Mom, let's go to Bonefish."
Yeah.
Right? Shake it up. That's our high end. That's like
Right.
All right.
That's like going to the Palm.
Yeah.
Let's
I think
go to
your mom and my
Bonefish.
mom used to go there. I actually
Yeah.
went with was it your Aunt Carolyn?
Used to hang out with on
That
Thursday
Bonefish.
nights. Danny Smith, who was a special
was your
teams coach
guy.
with the Skins, on Thursday nights at Bonefish.
I actually like Bonefish.
Every Thursday he would be there.
I
Get some bang bang.
I like Bonefish, and to me, it's like high end. We're going to Bonefish. Mom, let's go to Bonefish. So we're going to
But then
Bonefish.
it shut down in Ashburn.
But they still have the one there. Then sometimes if you know me, I love Kava. So we hit Kava, and then we hit Nukes. But it has everything you can think of.
Sure.
It's got all that stuff.
Got the movie theater.
I went by yesterday, and because I'm kind of tired of going to Nukes, even though they have it's one of those places that has a massive menu, literally anything you can think of: French dip, a Philly cheesesteak, grilled cheese, pizza, like anything you want.
Let me predict your order at Nukes. You got a Reuben.
No, I didn't get a Reuben. You get a 3 for. So I got the lobster crab soup,
Okay.
which I've yet to detect any lobster or crab.
Oh, it's just not in there.
I've yet to detect
But you
any of
still like it.
But it's orange and it's
Do they charge you like there's lobster crab in it?
Not really, because it's a 3 for $12.
Oh, okay.
And so it's very creamy. So I like that. And then I got they give you a little nubber Greek, like Caesar salad. And then you pick like a sandwich or something.
Right.
So I get the French dip. I get half a French dip and dip it in.
I love a French dip.
kinda-
And the
kinda-
au jus.
Yeah, I kind of like it. But I'm trying to look for other places, and I'm strolling my mom in a wheelchair right by the Applebee's, and I think about turning in, and then I go, nah. I don't know what I would get at Applebee's. Do they have something that they're great at besides, maybe they make great cocktails or something. But is there anything, does Applebee's have a like,
Signature.
yeah, that people go, Chili's has great, I don't know, nachos or something, or I don't know what Applebee's signature is. Why are you laughing at me, Valdez? I don't know what their signature is.
No, we're laughing because their signature was $5 Long Island iced teas.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I was thinking it was maybe cocktails.
It says here that their signature is 2 for $20 menu. Save great value, and their signature dishes include the Bourbon Street chicken and shrimp.
Yeah, the Bourbon Street steak. There's a country song about it.
Is that true?
Yeah, Applebee's on a date night. Bourbon
right.
Street steak. The Oreo shake.
So should I put that back in my rotation? I haven't been to the only time I would ever go to Applebee's is when Cakes' brother Ross would be working there. You
Oh,
just go
yeah.
there and sit at the bar.
All right, get hooked.
But yeah, never.
That's been years.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think, Drab? You look like you want to chime in on it.
Well,
Are you an
I-
Applebee's guy?
No, I'm a Chili's guy.
I would do Chili's over Applebee's for sure. I feel like it's higher.
Has had the resurgence. Applebee's is still Applebee's.
Where's TGI Fridays in the rankings?
Oh yeah,
Well, most of them are out of
I would
business.
love to do one of those.
I used to always go to the TGI Fridays in Greenbelt,
Yeah,
not
sure.
too far from Roosevelt.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Been in that
Used
one
to go there all the
several times. Yeah. Especially when we lived in College Park. Mm-hmm. I think TGI Fridays greater than Applebee's.
Dude, when Jess and I first started dating, there was a TGI Fridays in Tyson's. I don't know if it's still there, right by the movie theater. That's where I hit the mudslides, go see a movie.
I feel
Not
like
sure if
TGI
it's-
Get some food,
Fridays.
get some
I feel
dessert
like
after.
Fridays for me would be about the desserts and the cocktails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, like
I felt like
margaritas or
TGI
something.
Fridays was slightly above Chili's and Applebee's. I put
agree.
Applebee's at the bottom, Chili's,
You
then
know how they do
TGI
on
Fridays.
Instagram? They do those things where they got a guy like, rate your supplements, magnesium glycinate or whatever, 10, and then, melatonin 2. Or I want to do that with fast food joints. I feel like I could give you a silly ranking.
You never heard.
Maybe. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, who is this?
Walker Hayes.
Yeah, I've heard this a million times,
Yeah.
of course.
He made Applebee's popular again.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
Now
you
you're
take
making
a,
me
take a
wanna
date
go.
and not go broke.
Maybe I should go.
Yeah, it might be more worthwhile than fast food at the prices of fast food now.
But Eric brings up a good point because fast food is convenient because it takes you about 2 minutes to get your food and eat
Yeah.
it. You can eat it in the car.
I mean, I have no interest of sitting in any of them, really.
Right.
A Kava, I will sit down because it doesn't have
Doesn't have a
drive
drive-through.
through.
Right.
So I'm used to that.
I do think I went to Chili's in the last 4 or 5 years. There's one right across from the El San Juan Hotel in Isla Verde in Puerto Rico. So when I was there,
Yeah, but I think
my
they're making-
family,
I
we
think
went.
You're going to see more of them.
Yeah.
I think they're making a comeback.
Yep. 1-800-636-1067.
It's open line Thursday, boys.
Is the number. It is open line Thursday if you want to chime in on fast food, your chain restaurants, anything else. When we come back, big night in the NBA tonight. We'll get into that here on the Junkies.
C.J. Abrams and Luis Garcia Jr. both hit their 20th homers of the season, and the Washington Nationals crushed the Houston Astros 8-2. Foster Griffin allowed 1 run in 7 innings for Washington, which took 2 of 3 from Houston, moving 2 games over 500. Griffin's 10 victories are the most for a Nationals rookie since the club moved from Montreal before the 2005 season. Speaking of baseball, we've got the MLB draft coming at you this weekend. The Nationals have the 11th overall pick, but the question remains, who will go 1-1? This class is loaded with talent. So with just 3 days to go until the draft, the White Sox, who own the number 1 pick, they're still deciding between 3 players. UCLA shortstop Rock Chalowski, Georgia Tech catcher Von Lackey, and Texas high school shortstop Grady Emerson. We'll see who goes 1-1 this weekend. From the Crop Medcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, EB, and JP. Just a few weeks ago, we were at the Anthem, and everybody was fired up because the Washington Wizards selected A.J. DeBonson number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Most people thought that was what was going to happen. There was some discussion that Darren Peterson could go number 1. He ends up going number 2 to the Utah Jazz.
Yep.
Darren Peterson has played in a couple of summer league games already where he scored 25 points and 27 points.
On very efficient shooting.
He had 12 assists in one of those games. Now, in one of those games, he had 8 turnovers,
Yep.
but he's played really well.
I mean, they're just pickup games.
Now you're going to see A.J. DeBonsa and the rest of the Wizards summer league team against the Utah Jazz and Darren Peterson.
Yep. On ESPN.
Does it matter to you? Is it important to you that A.J. DeBonsa plays better than Darren Peterson?
It would make us feel a lot better. Well, he didn't have to play
He
better.
doesn't have to play better. Just play really well.
As well.
Yeah.
Like in the
He
same
has
mix.
to at least.
Yeah, look like a star.
has to
I mean,
at least be a draw.
if DP has 24 and 6, yeah, AJ's
Listen.
got to have 23 and 8.
I don't think it should be that like minute like that. I think it's past the eye test.
Also, kind
he
of
needs to look like a star.
Yes.
Like I don't care. Like honestly, he can have 12 and be 5 of 14, and everyone complain, only 30%.
Yeah.
Whatever. But if he looks like a star and he gets a couple big plays and they're good looks, he just missed the shot. I'm fine with it.
I know, but you know how
He has to
people
look
are. You
like
know
a star.
you know how fans are. They go about results.
I know, but I'm just
So
telling you.
if
what
he goes
I'm
5
looking
for
for.
14 and has 12 points, and Peterson has 24, they're gonna kill him for it.
That's fine, and I agree with you. People will. I'm telling you, me, since I am a little bit more sophisticated than the average person, I will look at, does he look like a star?
Right. Well,
Does he look explosive? Is
well,
he
you
ball
know,
guy?
Peterson wants to go out there and show him up because he wanted to be the number 1 pick.
It might be
And he's-
hard pressed for him to ever keep up with DP scoring wise, like throughout his career. DP's just going to be a scorer.
Well, I mean, we'll see. I expect AJ to play really well tonight.
I expect him to play pretty
Now,
well.
it kind of depends on the minutes. I mean, is he going to be out there are the summer league games 40 minutes?
I believe so.
Okay. I'd have to go on the box score.
They
and
go
see.
quick.
So
I
if
mean, they seem like they go quick.
I'm sure they do. But I would expect him, if he's going to be out there for most of the game, I would expect him to play really well.
I expect him to
Because
play
you know
really
what?
well, even if
Because
it's only a little bit.
he's got an ego.
100%.
He wants to match whatever DP does or play better than
His
DP.
ego is every big as strong as
DPs.
Yeah.
Here's the
I would
problem.
consider that
And
equivalent.
it's okay. Let me answer the question. It's not important,
It's not
but I
important.
care a little bit.
Yes, that's fair.
He's not set up like Darren Peterson to put up the numbers. He's not going to be dribbling the ball up the court. Darren Peterson dribbles the ball up the court, at least in his first 2 Summer League games, a la James Harden.
Do we have the roster yet?
Luka Doncic. Yes, I have the roster.
So I
in front
looked
of me.
yesterday. I couldn't find it. You found it?
Yes.
Yeah, give it to me.
Sure. So, accompanying AJ DeBonsa, you've got Will Riley.
Okay.
That's great.
Of course, he averaged
would assume
16 points
he's
in
probably
his
gonna-
last 2 months
Can't
of the
wait
season.
to watch
He'll
him.
probably
He's so
start.
fun to watch.
You have Jameer Watkins.
Yep.
He averaged 7.4 points and 3.9 rebounds in 50 games last year. Now, the rest of the names outside of Julian Reese.
Well,
okay,
Trey,
Julian Reese
Trey
is there.
Johnson. Trey Johnson, I see on the. I see him on.
A lot of these names you're not going to know. They've got Felix Okpara.
That's the
Right.
guy,
The guy
they
they
drafted,
drafted.
Tennessee. He's going to be a G League.
Oh,
He's going to be
yeah.
a two-way guy. He'll be in and out. He's going to be a rebounder. He's like a Juju Reese, right?
They've
I
got
think.
Athletic big man.
Yeah.
Seth Trimble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Played at Carolina.
Yep.
Yeah. He was like
He
a
played-
4-year guy. I
He
think.
played a lot in Carolina.
John Camden. Don't know him.
No,
he's-
the ones that matter.
Kadari Richmond, Reese Beckman.
Those names don't mean
Yeah.
anything. The ones that matter are Trey, AJ,
John Camden went to Cal.
and Will
Riley.
Riley. Those are the ones that matter.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that matter.
Who's going to be running point?
Well, they have somebody. They have RJ Nemhard. Like, is that the same Nemhard that I know that like went to Gonzaga?
Probably.
He's 27, but I don't remember him being called RJ. Wasn't he Ryan Nemhard?
No, that's a different Nemhard.
There's 2 Nemhards in the NBA.
Well, this kid RJ Nemhard, he went to TCU, I believe.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
I don't know if he's related to the other guy, but that's a different. This is RJ Nemhard is Ruben Nemhard, so it's a
Got you.
different Nemhard.
So I'm putting this up as our Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail made with real vodka, only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. I want to hear from some of these Wizards fans. We had thousands of people at the Anthem. The enthusiasm was super high. The place went bonkers when AJ DeBonsa was officially selected by the Washington Wizards. Everybody was super happy. You've seen this guy, Darren Peterson, show out in Summer League in 2 games. Do you care that when they go head-to-head in the Summer League game, that DeBonsa at least plays as well as Darren Peterson?
Yeah.
Or do you want him to play better?
Hold on. Remember,
I
you
think
gotta have
everyone
context
cares.
for this. Remember, Jonathan Givney, whatever his name is, said he'd seen these guys play 8 times, like going back to AAU, high school, and everything. I think he said there wasn't a time where DP didn't outplay AJ. Now, AJ's still a great player. AJ still went number 1 overall, and I think AJ does a lot of things. And I think AJ's going to be a superstar, but it's going to be Darren Peterson is the real deal. He's a scoring machine. I just think that don't be surprised.
But remember,
if he
AJ
does-
scored more than him in college.
He
Yeah, he
did,
was
the
but if you're
leading scorer.
comparing in head-to-head
Well,
matchups,
he was on the court every minute.
in head-to-head matchups, according to Givney, DP always looked like the better player.
I mean, Darren Peterson to me, you hesitate to bring up Michael Jordan's name, but they always say, who could stop Michael Jordan offense? Dean Smith's offense, right? He didn't score 30 points a game in college. He was part of his system. And Darren Peterson played at Kansas, Bill Self, and maybe that was limiting. And now all of a sudden, at least in the Summer League, he's got the ball in his hands and he looks like Luka Doncic or
I would
James Harden.
I would think that most, if not all, Wizards fans want to see AJ play at least as well, if not better.
Well,
than
again,
DP.
I don't think it. Or what is better? If Darren Peterson scores 24,
It's an eye test, I get it.
It's an eye test. If he scores 24 and AJ scores 20, does that mean Darren Peterson won?
No.
That's the same
No,
thing.
it's an eye test.
That's the same thing.
And I'd say he could score 10 if he has a couple dunks and just shows you. But realistically,
eye
it
test.
doesn't matter.
It totally
It
doesn't matter.
totally don't- like
It doesn't. You're right.
ultimately the race is who's going to be the better player down the road,
Of course.
and who's going to be the best player for this system.
Yeah.
Maybe Will Dawkins, and that they believe that Darren Peterson might be a better player in a certain system, but they want AJ DeBonsa because they've got Trae Young and they figure lob threat and all these sort of things. And
the way they want to
He
play.
just-
This might
right.
fit better. They're committed to
And
Trey.
you brought up Alex Sarr's debut, which
Yeah.
was disastrous if you just looked at the numbers and the
Yeah.
box score.
Yeah.
But I remember watching that game going, well, he can get a shot off.
Did Wemby also, or did Wemby just? Did
Wemby
he dominate the?
No, Wemby's first game, I remember looking at it,
Might
I was
have
like,
been
man, he's going to
mediocre, too.
break.
Yeah.
It just, he looked super awkward.
The thing that AJ has going for him, and I think DP's probably showing this already too, is again he's played with all these guys. AJ's been playing with these guys for years in summers and work.
they all know each other.
They all know each other. All these guys, you know. When Alex Sarr came over, Victor came over. It's a little different.
Little
Yeah.
bit.
A little different.
Where are the Wizards fans? All these fans that were at the Anthem fired up. Do you care about AJ DeBonce's performance in his summer league debut? 1-800
I need Bulls
636 1067 is the number. I mean, it's not logical, but I kind of care. Like to me, and look, I was a Peterson guy. You were a Peterson guy, but now we're DeBonce guys.
Yeah.
I need DeBonce to at least match him. Doesn't mean he's going to match him point for point, but where it's like, okay, Peterson, we get it. You're going to be a stud, but so is DeBonce.
Yeah. And I want to say, too, I think I was wrong for this team. I do think that you know, just seeing the size, just seeing the Lenny comparison that he made, the athleticism and everything that he has, just it's really striking when you see how big he is.
Yeah.
But
It's really
long.
striking.
He's long.
Yeah.
If he has, like, as sports radio hosts, if he has a great game tonight, it only adds to the buzz, right? Because we felt the buzz. It's been years since we felt a buzz with the Washington Wizards, but we felt a buzz at the Anthem and kind of leading up to it. Who are they going to take? And DeBonce seemed to be the popular choice. I mean, we put up a poll right when they got the number one pick, and 80% of the fans who probably seen him play once or twice in college were like,
Correct.
AJ DeBonce. For whatever reason, AJ was the guy.
They just bought
He
into
was
it,
the
yeah.
people's champion.
Yes. And then when they picked him, we're there at the anthem, and the place goes crazy. We have Winger on the show and David Aldridge, and like it seems to be the right choice for this team, for this city.
I
AJ
agree.
DeBonce
I think
seems
they
the
made
right
the
choice.
right choice.
Right?
But
So
I think DP's a star too.
Like,
big time.
logically, my logical brain says it really doesn't matter. Darren Peterson's in another city. It doesn't matter how he does.
Yeah, he's
AJ DeBonce just has to show something. But there is a little part of me that wants to see AJ like match him. At
Does-
least
is it
match
just-
him. But it would be even better
What-
if AJ DeBonce, and this happens in summer league. You were talking about Acuff during the commercial break. Darius Acuff took 28 shots.
Yeah.
What if AJ DeBonce puts up 35?
yeah.
Which happens in summer league, then the buzz is going to get
then
even
it
ridiculous.
gets crazy.
I know,
and
I know.
if he blocks like Peterson's shot,
Oh, it's gonna be.
What are you
Like- like-
thinking?
Like if you have to I feel like you need to have the same energy. Like if AJ puts up 5 points in a dud,
I don't think that's going to happen.
well, I'm just saying if he does do that
It's
and he
possible.
looks awful, like everyone's just gonna go, oh, it's summer league, doesn't matter. He puts up 40 and looks like the next Jordan.
Yeah. Then we got the real deal.
Yeah, then everyone's all excited. You can't just dismiss.
You don't think
one.
you're gonna have it both ways?
I don't think you can have it both ways. You can't just dismiss one.
Well, only because we've seen in past history that you kind of can. Because Sarr struggled in his debut. Listen, I don't think AJ DeBonce is going to struggle. I think his struggle is going to be zero. Where he might struggle, though, is shooting percentage, right? He's not a lockdown three-point shooter yet. He might take a few shots, and, his shooting percentage might be a little off. But I don't think he's going to go out there. He's not going to go out there and
well, AJ better be better than Alex Sarr.
well, Valdez, here's what I'd say. I think there's a difference between emotional and logical, right? So logically, it doesn't matter for any of them. It's summer league. It's pick up like basketball.
I know, but we buy
it
into
may
it.
not translate to the regular season, and it may not translate to who these players are 3 years from now, which is really what's important.
Tonight matters zero
Right.
for their careers.
So logically, it
But-
doesn't matter.
but
But
as fans,
emotionally,
yes.
Yes.
emotionally,
I agree with that 100%.
it matters.
But do I expect? Hold on, I'm not trying to lay the groundwork for there to be like no criticism or something. I expect AJ to put on a show. I'll be surprised if he doesn't put on a show
Because doesn't it also show you
because he's
how
that kind of guy.
it doesn't show you too how he's a competitor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I expect
Like if he
him.
comes
But
in
his shooting percentage
nonchalant,
might be low.
if he comes in nonchalant, takes 2 shots, doesn't care, and
There's
Peterson's
nothing
going at it
I don't-
nonstop.
There's nothing nonchalant about him.
I agree.
especially
Like,
with DP's on the
This
other
is,
side.
this is a rivalry, whether you want to say it or not. It's a rivalry, and they're going to be.
Of course,
they're
it's a
gonna,
rivalry.
I'm just saying they're going to be compared to one another their entire careers, just like Jaden's
Yeah.
compared to Caleb for their entire careers.
It's a statistical. It's going to
totally
be.
agree with you.
This is the
It's the
first
first-
round. This is the first round
I know, but
of
we're
a
just
fight
saying, though, it doesn't
between the
matter.
two rivalries.
We're just saying, though, just logically, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's because it's a
It doesn't.
summer league.
It doesn't.
It matters. It matters. I guess in the immediate impact of it.
Yes, it does.
Because you'll have
For the-
scoreboard.
for the recency.
If AJ looks far and above better than Peterson, I mean, you have scoreboard for the time being.
I don't know that that's possible.
Here's a
I don't know if
response.
it's possible that he'll look far and above
You,
superior.
you can
He
call
might not.
us.
I mean,
but I
Peterson.
think he's going to be great.
Well, wait a minute. Peterson could have a bad game.
Yeah.
Happens all the time.
Sure, but I think that Peterson will be pretty consistent.
He might.
He's a pretty consistent scorer. He
But
might have bad shooting
but
nights.
going forward, it'll be a statistical comparison because they're never going to play against each other unless they're facing each
a
other.
couple times a year.
Right, unless they're facing each
couple
other in the
times a year.
NBA Finals.
Yeah, but I mean,
But it's a
their
rookie
so
of
it's
the
gonna-
year race.
I understand. It'll be a statistical race.
right. Their
It's not
resume
going to be a head-to-head.
every year for their entire careers, their resumes are going to be matched up against one another for what they did that year.
If
Yep.
I'm
it's-
telling you what I'm looking for. You guys can look for what you're looking for. I'm looking for some spectacular moments.
But also,
I'm looking for some
But also,
spectacular.
Matt, let's just say Peterson has a better statistical year. Okay, it also matters how far you go. How much better is the team?
Of course.
So if Washington wins more games and they go further in the playoffs, and Utah doesn't make the playoffs, boom.
If DP averages
No
22
argument.
and they don't go as far as Washington does, and he averages 17,
Yeah.
you know, I think you
Then
can
you
make
got
the
the-
argument
you got
that
the best- you got the
that
better
did-
player.
that you did the right thing.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
1-800-636-1067
But
is the
tonight
number.
it'll be about who wins and who plays better.
I think.
What are
it's
your
gonna be back and
expectations for
forth.
tonight? And does it matter to you that AJ DeMonsa plays better than Darren Peterson in his summer league debut?
All right, guys, EB here. Selling your home doesn't have to mean weeks of stress and sleepless nights, people. No. Just ask Melissa. She wanted to sell her home in Northern Virginia, but she was dreading the whole process. So she called my friends, the Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, and Power Home team with Keller Williams. Like a lot of sellers, Melissa worried her home would sit on the market like some of her neighbors. But Debbie and Sarah have a proven system. They market your home across more than 1,200 marketing channels to build buyer demand before it even hits the market. The result? Well, Melissa's home sold in just 6 days for $10,000 over the asking price. She said the entire experience was smooth, seamless, and worry-free. If you're thinking about selling, don't just hope for the best. Reynolds and Power sells homes twice as fast as the average agent, and net sellers more than $30,000 over the average sale. So sell with certainty. Your home sold guaranteed. Call Debbie, Sarah, and the Reynolds and Power team today. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Welcome back. We're all fired up for a summer league game because it's the
I'm
debut
fired
of
up.
AJ DeBonsa, number 1 pick, and he faces the number 2 pick in Darren Peterson. By the way, he's going to face Darius Acuff. He's going to face Caleb Wilson as well in the coming days. So some of the top guys who were drafted, and this is supposed to be a very good draft. A little context on what to expect in terms of points. Last year, Trey Johnson, who was the number 1 pick for the Wizards, averaged 19.5 points in the Summer League.
Mm-hmm.
So basically 20 points a game. That's what Trey Johnson did. So, again, logically, doesn't really matter, big picture. But emotionally, he's got to average more than Trey Johnson.
I don't know if I'm going to be that particular. He's going to be more explosive than Trey. He's got more to his game. He'll be a bigger scorer than Trey in the league. Trey's going to be more of a specialist, I feel like. I'm telling you, I want to see bias traits. I want to see some of that. I want to see just explosive dunks, elevate over guys.
Yeah,
I'd
see
set
the
the
athleticism.
over-under.
Get to his midi.
I
that
would
he
set the
loves.
over-under at 1.5 dunks tonight for AJ DeBonsa.
I mean, that's probably pretty
Yeah,
easy
I
in
think
summer
he's-
league, right?
I think he's gonna get
Gotta
more
be
than
pretty
that.
easy to get that. It's got to be pretty easy.
But he's
I
probably
don't-
only going to get about 20.
But I don't want just some little dunk. I'm talking about. I want to dunk on. I want to posterize a guy.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067. Does it matter to you that DeBonsa balls out tonight? Couple responses. This one from our guy Juan. He says AJ has to remind the world why he was one. Period. Part of me agrees with that.
All right, let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Is it important to you tonight, the debut, that AJ outshines DP? Let's go to Reggie in DC. Reggie, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
What's up, buddy?
Look, man, AJ, man, he was the nation leading scorer, man. I need to see that ability. I'm not saying he need to come out and, drop 30. I'm watching Darren Peterson. I watched both of those Summer League games.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this dude is the real deal. He pick and roll. Ace Bailey just looked like he just was out there. And you thinking like, okay, Trey and Will Riley is definitely going to take a little bit of, not a little bit, but they're going to take some shine away because, they are proven scorers. They're going to come out and score. So I don't know if AJ got to give me double-digit shots. I don't want him to give me 7 shots and he got, 10 points and 3 rebounds. I need double-digit shots. I'm like EB. I need to see some spectacular dunks. I need to see an alley-oop. Just show me, like, that leading score mentality, leading score, like, plays. But he's not going to outscore. I don't even think he's going to outplay DP because he got the ball. DP got the ball every play.
Yep.
Literally every Utah possession, it was him.
Yeah.
And this dude was dictating, and he is. Oh man, that dude is the. And again, I know they playing against potential G leaguers and bums and all that, but this dude was getting to every spot. He was getting to anywhere he wanted to go on the court. I need AJ to do something similar. So, again, it doesn't matter in the big picture of it. But, man, you can't come out there and get a dud. You can't. Because it's going to be like, I think somebody mentioned it, Caleb and Jaden. Again, we had the opportunity to pick DP. And these first 2 games, man, 25 and 12? I mean, man, this dude.
Oh, he's the real deal,
I need him
man.
to show out, man.
He's
That's
the real
the crazy
deal.
thing. I mean, we mentioned it. So in Darren Peterson's
Thanks,
second
Reggie.
Summer League game, all right, 25 points, but the 12 assists jumped out because his highest assist total during his entire college basketball career, which was just one season and he missed a bunch of games, was 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he asked him to do different things. I will say this with AJ. The first time I really started watching AJ, obviously AJ was hyped throughout the season and we were kind of tracking from afar, but I really wasn't watching too much. I would see the highlights or whatever. But when I really watched isolated stuff with him, one of the first things that jumped out at me beyond the obvious athleticism that was a given was how good of a passer he is, actually, relative to his size. He's really good when he's doubled and tripled at finding the open guy, skip passes and all that.
Yeah. So if he only has 12 points, but he's got, 7, 8 assists.
He might. I think he's going to do a little of everything.
The other thing is you got to remember that other guys on the roster are trying to impress the coaches
they're
as well.
trying to show out too, right?
Yeah. So
Will wants to show out. Trey Johnson wants to show out.
Yeah, so they're going to be
Watkins.
They're going to be taking shots.
It's interesting. Bub Carrington's not on the roster.
He's probably only going to play 25 minutes.
He's already played 2 years.
Yeah.
A lot of
Yeah,
times,
'cause Keyshawn's
it's the
not there
first 2
either.
years.
Yeah.
Third-year guys. I mean, they can look. Like I said, they've got a guy who's 27 years old, who's been around forever. But generally,
Who, Nemhart?
yes, the prospects are in their first or second year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but most of these guys, like Boozer got 27 minutes. Peterson, I think, got 27. I would expect AJ to get in that 23 to 27 minute range.
I think so.
So I expect him to put up some points. He'll get some shots.
He's not going to be shy.
He's not going to be shy.
He's not going to be
and
shy.
he's going to get some stuff in fast breaks and
They talk
transition.
about how smart he is already. Who was it that they interviewed? And just talked about what are some of the things that jump out at you so far, just in the few days he's been working out with the guys. Is somebody just said how sort of intelligent he is already.
Right.
Like he already gets it. He's been playing at a high level for a long time. Let's go to our guy Edward in Rockville. Hey Edward, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call this morning. Listening to everybody talk about DP AJ.
Yeah.
Look, AJ, if he drops 20, they can bench him. I don't even care because once he drops 20, he shows me enough. You know, the big factor for me is also he's coming to a team with Trae Young, who's really good at dishing the ball. If AD even gives you 45, 50 games, that opens up the floor for AJ. And then Alex Sarr improved, over the last 2 threes himself. I think AJ has a better all-around team around him than DP does his team because you're still trying to fix and match and do whatever in Utah. But also, why is everybody talking about all these other so-called accolades he hit, but nobody wants to talk about the 8 turnovers he had in the first Summer League game?
I mentioned his turnovers.
That is a big deal.
Yeah.
That
JP?
is-
Yeah, but
I
the
know
guys
he
that have the
reduced it
ball in
to
their
2.
hands the most, they do turn it over a lot.
Doesn't matter. If turnovers count, because for every turnover, those are not points your team doesn't get. So if you're going to
I
be
know,
the
but-
point guard, which is like the quarterback in the NFL,
I don't
it's
think
like
he's
throwing
going to
an interception
average
at the
8.
last
I don't
minute.
think he's going to average 8 turnovers.
I'm not saying he's going to average 8. What I'm saying is everybody's talking about the points and assists. Nobody wants to talk about the turnovers. It doesn't. If the points and assists matter, turnovers do too.
All right.
That's all I'm saying. You
Okay.
cannot quiet down the turnovers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I
JP,
think that they'll
JP
level
did
out.
mention it.
Yeah, he did mention it.
Offensively, he was very good, but he did have turned the ball 8 times.
But that was the first game.
And
I don't know
if you have a game like that-
how many turnovers in the second game.
Let me look.
2.
2. All right.
All right, so averaging 5.
So he got
And
better.
that's why I say he reduced it, but everybody wants to only talk about the points and assists. You can't talk about points and assists and leave out turnovers. That's like Wemby.
Were you always Team AJ all along? So you're just going to be a DP hater?
I'm not a DP hater. I talk about if AJ comes out and has 10 turnovers, I'm going to be pissed. Like,
I don't think that's
these
going to
guys are
happen.
going to have bad games, and I agree with you guys. But if we're going to talk about points and assists, points and assists, yes, we have to talk about the negative side. We can't hide the negative side.
Right.
We just can't.
No, you're right.
I just don't think it's a huge.
It's not a big deal.
But
I mean,
usually-
like we said,
concern.
But
logically.
look, as a fan, what's going to jump out at you is a guy who puts up 25 points in 28 minutes. That's what's going to jump out at you. And then the 12 assists is going to jump out at you. And that was one particular game. I did mention he had 8 turnovers in the first game, but that's his professional debut. It's somewhat understandable in kind of a pickup game atmosphere. It's going to be hectic. Here's a tweet from Jet Fox. Of course, AJ needs to play better than Peterson. This isn't just any first-round pick. It was the number 1. We have to get this pick right. He needs to play better and like a superstar.
I think I agree with that part ish. Like he needs to look the part of a superstar.
Edward has a point though, because if a rookie quarterback is playing in preseason games and he throws 2 picks in those preseason games, I mean it's going to get scrutinized.
Yes.
Just as if you have 10 turnovers in your summer league basketball play. I mean that shouldn't go underlooked.
Yeah,
It's kind of the same thing.
maybe. Okay, you can make that argument, and I think it's fair. I just don't think it's going to be something that's going to plague him throughout his career. He's going to be a turnover machine because I don't think that was his MO coming into
What we
college.
can't have is what would suck is if AJ has one of those Sarr first games where he goes 1 for 10 or 1 for 11.
I don't think so because he does so many middies.
I know. I'm
and
not saying it's
dunks,
gonna happen,
And
but
you
if-
look at his shooting percentage on the whole, it's very high.
No, it's very high.
Where you're going to see a weakness is the 3-point shooting percentage.
Sure. But, he had some games at BYU where he just didn't shoot the ball well. I mean, and there might be some nerves tonight because all eyes are going to be on him. It's an ESPN game, 9 o'clock. There's a triple header on ESPN tonight, Summer League. So I don't know. I just don't want to see that. I don't want to see a 2 for 11 game or a 3 for 15.
It's gonna be hard to go 2 for 11 when 2 of them are dunks.
That's true.
And there's gonna be
I don't think he's going to. I
think he's gonna go line a bunch.
That would suck if that happened. Because everyone's going to, and if Peterson goes off for 25, oh my gosh, what do we do? Why do we take AJ?
I'm prepared to be shocked if he has a dud.
The guys who were drafted high, they're kind of showing out. I mean, Cam Boozer was the second fiddle to Darren Peterson when they played each other, but in his debut, like you wouldn't hate that if you were a Cam Boozer guy. He had 18 points.
Yeah.
He hit 4 out of 5 3-pointers.
Yeah. He played really well.
You're not going to like that performance?
You'd love
7
that.
rebounds in 27 minutes?
If AJ had 18 and 7 and hit 4 threes, and yeah, I mean, you'd love that.
Like if you were a Cam Boozer fan and you were just scrutinizing his first summer league game, you'd project it out, well, he scores 18 points in 27 minutes. You give him 40 minutes, he's going to score 25 points. He's going to have 12 rebounds. And his 3-point shooting percentage, which actually a lot of people were surprised to find out heading into the draft, was higher than the rest of the guys.
It was like 40%.
It's 4 to 5 threes, right?
40%. No.
Turns out Cam Boozer can stroke it.
Is more polished.
Yes.
There's no doubt about it. All right, let's go to Jeff in
Boozer's a man.
Boozer's going to be a stud.
Yeah.
But I don't think that AJ fixed his 3-point shot in 2 weeks. Like, he'll have some good shooting nights. He's going to have some poor shooting nights. I think we have to accept. It's going to take 2 years to get to a point where you start to really be.
It'll get better.
Yeah, it's going to get better.
And then Acuff had 22 points.
Yeah.
Guys,
Acuff had one bad shooting
He had
game.
one where he's like 9 for 29.
But the next game he was 7 for 18 or something.
right, hit 4 out of 9
hit
threes.
4
So
threes.
be
Yeah.
ready. I would set the over-under on dunks at 1.5 for DeBonsa. On 3-point attempts, 5.5.
Oh, that's a lot.
No, I think he's going to be jacking
You think he's
them
going to
up.
have 5 threes? What did he average
No,
at
I'm not
BYU?
saying make. I said attempts.
I know. How many did he take at BYU? How many threes did he attempt? Did he attempt 5? I think that's more.
Per game?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, I don't think so. But I'd have to look.
1-800-636-1067 is the number you want to chime in on an open line Thursday. Your chance to steer the show here on the Junkies.
Talking about the Summer League game tonight, 9 o'clock on ESPN.
You know-
Wiz and Jazz, AJ versus Peterson.
You know, one thing we haven't talked about is I guess Shams said on a pod, or I don't know if he tweeted, but he said on a pod or something. There was some allusion to Shams that Golden State is kind of still pestering around and asking about Anthony Davis.
Mm-hmm.
And the report is, and they're attributing Shams with the report, is that I guess the Wizards are open to it if they do certain things. And I think Shams says the current ask is, if it's, who knows if it's true or not, is it would have to include Jimmy Butler, multiple ones, multiple, I don't know, pick swaps. I can't remember all the other things. But the two most important criteria, as far as I was concerned, was the multiple ones and the Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
And I just have to say, if they do pull that off, I will be disappointed, even though it's multiple ones. I'm not interested in Jimmy Butler at this point.
Right.
I don't want to see what he
You want to
has.
see Davis out there with all the
And
other
if they
guys.
do it, then I'll say, yeah, JP was right. They just had really never any intention of playing Davis. It was just a trade piece.
Trade piece, right.
So I will be disappointed if they do that move.
Well, we'll find out here.
And I
in
just
the
don't
next
know what
few
the F they would do with Jimmy Butler. I mean, you're talking about a trade
weeks.
piece.
He's got a. Well, I mean, yeah, unless they move him.
He'd be a CJ McCollum type.
Yeah, I mean, that just completely nukes my idea of. I feel like they're kind of going all in, see what this group can do right now. And if they bring in Jimmy Butler, then then I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, we'll have a lot of questions for Will.
I won't understand.
All right, go to Jeff from Rockville. I think he still wanted to talk about the game tonight, real quick.
Jeff, what's up, buddy? You're over the Junkies.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Love listening.
Thanks, man.
EB, you're entirely right. Don't want any part of that trade. And it fits into exactly the point about why I think tonight's game is so important.
All right.
It has nothing to do with the regular season.
Yeah.
It is everything to do with the momentum the franchise has.
Yes.
Yeah.
This place is on the come across the league. We're getting attention. If our number one draft pick comes out and shows that he was absolutely worth that, goes out and puts on a show, man, that becomes rocket fuel for the franchise momentum.
How many times, Jeff, I agree with you, and I want you to continue, but let me just interject for a second. How many times at BYU did he go out there and did he just disappoint? How many times? You could say he had a couple bad games, maybe.
Who are you talking about?
AJ. How many times did AJ go out there and just be butt disappointing and be like a no-show? I don't think that really happened. I don't think you lead the league, the country in scoring as a freshman if you just go out there and you're not a highlight reel, you're just a big dud. I just don't think I don't even think it's in the realm of possibility, Jeff.
No, he was the man at BYU, and you could just hear it. It's in his voice. He has the self-confidence. Look, this is a bigger stage. The stakes are bigger for him, but I got to believe, and I think everyone should believe in that guy. And one last point, if I may.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that Peterson's talent was never in question. The question about him is that he was a head case, and anybody can fake being a head case for a few summer league games. Let's see the long haul and how that works out. Love the show, guys. Can't wait to.
All right, thank you.
thanks,
I
bud.
don't think the league is convinced he's a head case. By the way,
I think it's a good point, though. The missing
I think
games,
they did
the
their
creatine,
investigations.
there were definitely red flags with Darren Peterson, whereas with AJ DeBonsa, there appeared to be no red flags, other than people were grasping for straws, saying his father might be too involved.
I would say potential red flags. Yes,
Right.
I think that I don't think you're going to see any issue with Darren Peterson and cramping throughout his NBA career. I don't think that's going to be an issue ever.
I mean, that happens sometimes with players. There was a cramping.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to have a chronic.
There was a cramping
chronic
issue
cramping problem
with LeBron James for a period of his career.
I don't think he's going to have a chronic.
He looked
cramping
fine in
problem.
2 summer league games.
Yeah, he's going to be just fine. I think they figured it out.
Yeah.
It's going to be just fine.
But that was a factor heading into the draft.
I think sort of maybe motivation and availability in some people's minds, I think was an issue. Sure, I think that's true, and that's my point. Is I don't think he's a shrinking violet. I think he wants this just as much as DP wants it. Right? I think
does.
DP's just like a quiet kind of assassin. You know what I mean? A little more loner-ish. AJ just puts it out there. AJ just fits the bill of superstar.
Yeah.
Hey, sticking in the NBA, you surprised LeBron hasn't picked his team yet?
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't
he's
know
had,
the
he's
timing
had a
of
few
it.
weeks to think about it, and he's obviously talked to all these teams.
What are people saying the current front runners are?
I think Cleveland is still a front runner. Miami's in
He's
the
been
mix.
spending a lot of
And
time
the Sixers.
in Akron, so that's kind of leads you to believe that's where he wants to be, but who knows?
Bob Myers went on a podcast and said that the Sixers are the best team for him. So it was basically a sales job. The Sixers, of course, added Jaylen Brown. They've got Tyrese Maxey, got Joel Embiid. That would be a very powerful team. Here's what Brian Windhorst said about the Sixers' possibility.
Here's what makes me nervous, and tell me if I should be. We ran a poll. Do you expect LeBron to come back? Everyone does. Everyone
Of course, because
does.
it's the vibe.
But it worries, Brian. You know me. I'm a paranoid Cleveland sports fan.
Rightfully. Yeah, rightfully. And look, I think it would be flat out weird to see him playing in Philadelphia. I'm sorry. The vibe is off with that. The vibe feels right with Cleveland. The vibe feels right with Miami. But it's just a vibe. It's not anything that he has actually said publicly or to anybody that I've talked to. The people that I've talked to are all basing it on vibes. I know Rich Paul probably knows exactly what he's going to do, but even Rich is playing the game. He's out there talking about 10 teams like LeBron is considering all of them. Come on, that's not real.
Well, you guys, I know you guys went wild when the LeBron to DC rumors heated up while I was away. There was one day where it was a big
Well, we took a bunch of calls, yeah.
What was... I'll tell you what my vibe is. You want me to tell you what my vibe is, or you tell me what the vibe of the callers were?
Most people did not want LeBron here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which to me was kind of crazy.
Because they thought that would impact the development of the young guys, including AJ.
I mean, it would. I think it would maybe slow some things down. I would take from a media perspective and a fan perspective and just an excitement perspective, I would be fine
cool.
with it.
Right.
But I would consider it a bizarro year and a one-off weirdo year. And it doesn't mean you couldn't win with it, but I think it would be just a weird year. But I
makes them a better team. If you care about what's going to make your team better in this particular year,
but it would be
LeBron
like a one-off.
James is an additive.
I agree. I don't think he's
not a negative.
He's not a negative to your team, other than maybe there could be some chemistry issues. I don't know. It could be weird. But
he's played with everybody.
But that's not going to happen. It's not
his
going
teams
to happen.
get better.
Yeah.
I know, but I just want to say for the record, if it did happen, it would be like, and it's obviously at a greater level, but it'd be like acquiring Jimmy Butler and going, what are we doing with it? Like, where's this all fit in?
Nah, but the thing was, the piece that people would bring up is, well, he wants to play with Anthony Davis, like the whole Golden State rumors. Well, Anthony Davis is here. Join him in Washington, and now you got the Bonsa and Trae Young, and this team could win.
I can actually see why he would want to come here. I think we have a great young nucleus. If LeBron James told Rich Paul, and he said, by the way, publicly, I'm sure you guys touched on it, that the Wizards that's a team to watch out for. Watch out what they're putting together. I like so-and-so. I like so-and-so.
He did say that.
He's mentioned guys by name. We're definitely on his radar. I could see why he would go. I don't think it's outrageous that LeBron would want to come here. I'm just saying from a development and everything perspective, it would be weird. But from a fan's perspective, of course you would want that superstar in your town for 1 year. It'd be crazy.
When do you think he's going to announce?
I don't know.
It's already mid-July almost.
Next week. I would guess in the next week.
So give me the front runners again. So you think it's
Cleveland?
It's probably Cleveland on Miami.
He's already done Cleveland twice. You're going to do it again?
Because it's a
I know, it'd be the
bookend
third
his
time.
career.
Yeah, it would
The
end it.
Sixers
I get
are
it, but-
the Sixers are a team that people are talking about. Golden State was talked about a lot initially.
But that's only if they could get Davis, probably.
That's
I mean,
kind
I
of
know
what
he
people
and
think.
Curry are boys, but you'd have to get Davis there. That would kind of make it all happen.
People assume it's that
Maybe
he's
it
going to
does,
want to
huh?
try and win a championship, right?
Yeah. Of course.
The Knicks are even in the mix now. In Rich Paul's podcast, he said that had the Knicks not won the finals, it would have been done deal. He was going to go to the Knicks, but that because the Knicks won,
It look like he's jumping on a
Yes.
bandwagon, almost like a Durant thing.
Yeah.
yeah, it's just not the.
It would be a bad
perfect
look.
And
He would get killed for that.
So
not,
hold on.
not that he'd mess up the
that he
chemistry, but
cares.
it's
It would be
not
a bad
like
look for him.
It's
Yeah.
it's almost a no-win situation because if they were to win it again, he's jumping on the bandwagon. If they don't win, it's his fault.
Right.
Yeah, but he might wanna
But
jump
Golden
on it,
State,
Joey.
people were pointing to because he said he's always wanted to play with Curry. Now they've played in the Olympics. The problem is if you just put him on Golden State without somebody like Anthony Davis to add to it, it's probably not a championship contender, particularly in the Western Conference with
With
OKC
Wemby.
and San Antonio and these other teams.
Yeah, you
now the
need some
East
big
has
guys.
gotten better. So that's why, like, if it was just about winning, the Sixers probably makes the most sense. You've got a backcourt with Maxey and Edgecombe Edgecombe was, I think, runner-up in Rookie of the Year. He was in the mix for
Maybe.
Rookie of the Year. All right. If not runner-up, third place. I guess probably Knipple was probably runner-up.
Knipple was runner-up, yes.
But really good. And then you've got Joel Embiid. Now the problem is whether he plays all the time. And then you add Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, you got a lot of scores.
That's a loaded team.
You got a lot of scores.
If LeBron James joins them. So interesting to see. If you want to chime in on an open line Thursday, you can. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up next, as the Ayuk turns, we've got more on Brandon Ayuk. Don't go anywhere.
All right, guys. EB here for FanDuel. And on the biggest stage of the world, FanDuel is changing the game. Here we are. What are we at? Quarterfinals? World Cup. It's winding down. It's been amazing. Sometimes you throw a bet in and your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. That stinks. You can't predict that. Well, not anymore. You got a little insurance with FanDuel's Super Sub. If your player's subbed out, your bet stays in. So if they try to sub out Yamal, maybe Spain takes an early lead or something, he gets nicked up, boom, you still get the subs points. If Argentina takes out Messi, boom, you get his subs points. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitutes. Great. So you're still in it until the final whistle. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
the Nationals have solidified themselves as the most productive lineup in baseball, well beyond the halfway point of the season. With last night's 8-2 win over the Astros, the Nationals have now scored an MLB best 508 runs. They've hit an NL best 132 home runs, and they've stolen an MLB best 100 bases. Oh, and now they're 2 games over 500. More MLB news. Red Sox first baseman Wilson Contreras and Royals outfielder Jack Caglione are the latest sluggers to commit to participate in the Home Run Derby, which is on Monday in Philadelphia. Contreras and Caglione, Tampa Bay's Junior Caminero, and New York Yankees slugger Ben Rice are the only official entrants into the Home Run Derby as of now. And we've got World Cup quarterfinals beginning today with France and Morocco facing off at 4 p.m. France is still the favorite to win the whole thing, but as we know, anything can happen. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCall, The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, EB, and JP. The Brandon Ayuk saga continues. Every day he's going to put out something, right?
Seems like it.
He says he's still going to be on his social media BS. He's still going to do that. So
I know there are a lot of people that call us boomers, that we are misinterpreting what he says. I saw on social media yesterday that some people were saying, thank God for Valdez. He told you what's going on. I don't know if Valdez's interpretation was correct.
I think Valdez's interpretation was generally correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, boomer.
I think Valdez's interpretation was generally correct. The only qualm I have, and it's not even with Valdez, is that you completely bungled whatever he was trying to say about hiding behind your mother, but that would be okay or something. Like, I don't even think he knows.
And he's a donk on the reinstatement thing. He needs to be reinstated at some point if he wants to come here.
Yeah. He's being weird. I will say this. I know that there are certain media members, Chris Russell comes to mind. I think our buddy GP comes to mind. They basically think he's the devil. They hate this guy. I don't have any animosity towards him at all. I'm humored by it. I don't care. I actually don't care whatever it doesn't, but I'm certainly not angered by him. It just doesn't anger me. Well, I watch it from afar. I mean, am I excited to talk about it every single day? No, of course not.
Right.
But I don't have hostility towards the guy. In fact, I feel sorry for him. I actually feel sorry for him.
Well, you said yesterday your team Ayuk.
As long as everyone's against him, I'm gonna be on his side. I can't be a sane.
Seems like everyone in the media is against.
Seems like everyone's against him, so I'm gonna. I mean,
fans different story. We've taken calls on it before, and there are some fans that do like him.
I think
want to see him here.
He's weird. I think he's making bad choices.
Terrible choices.
Yeah, I think that he needs guidance. All those things, but I'm not angry at him.
I'm with you. I mostly agree with you. There's part of me that feels bad for him. There's part of me that's like, this guy's nuking his career. He seems to be nuking his career.
Tens of millions of dollars potentially. And by the way, the Niners, he thinks he's set. Wait till they go in there and they dip their arm into his bank account and take $10 million back.
Also, I think he's stupid to be pot committed to the Commanders. He's so pot committed. He's saying raise hail and go Commanders and all these things.
But then to take the shots at Jay. Like, he's an ill thought out person.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
But I think I've been consistent with this since day one. I just don't know if he's going to be any good for them.
I don't know that either.
No one knows.
So many people are so excited on the thought of Brandon Ayuk, and I just go, Guy hasn't caught a touchdown since
I think the
2023.
excitement level on the whole has waned significantly.
No doubt about it. But I'm going
Significantly.
back to when we first started talking about it. I feel like we even were talking about this like during the season last year.
Well, they're just looking at the numbers from when he was healthy and going, this guy could really help us. But he might not be that player anymore.
I think it's almost like a mythological thing that fans are like, oh, they didn't watch him at Arizona State, but they're like, oh, he was Jaden's boy at Arizona State. And they know he was, Pro Bowler at one point. And it's like they've created this construct in their head that he's going to come here and he's going to be Jaden's guy and he's going to have all these touchdowns. And
right. That's a dream.
I would predict
That's a dream.
if he was here in week 1,
which
is a long shot. But if he was here in week 1, I would predict his numbers won't even equal Deebo Samuel's from last season.
I would go a step further. I'd predict he'd be inactive because I just don't know how you can get him up to game speed. Guys have been on a football field in 18 months.
Right.
So I would predict he'd be inactive.
Right. I'm making like
I'd put all my money on it.
I'm making if he was in training camp and he played the whole preseason and all that stuff, I don't know that his numbers are going to equal Deebo Samuel's. But people have this great
I'd bet everything that they wouldn't.
Fantasy.
They wouldn't equal Deebo.
They have this great fantasy that he's going to come in here and be, Justin Jefferson.
Yeah. They
so
do.
He's Brandon Ayuk, who hasn't played in a couple years.
Played the latest, as far as I know.
Well, there's 3.
There was 3 yesterday?
Yesterday there was 3.
Okay.
One,
Just give them to me, one at a time.
Well, one was no audio. It was him sitting in
I think I saw that.
In the living room.
Making faces?
No. Well, it was just sitting in the living room with the location of Virginia.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
So,
but Jason pointed out that the dot was right near Luray.
There's no chance he's in
Why on
Virginia.
earth would he be in Luray?
He's not hanging out in Luray Caverns. I mean, please. I mean, if you think he's hanging out in Virginia, you're crazy.
He likes stalagpipes. Is that what they're called?
Stalagmites.
Whatever it is.
Is it possible that he's in Virginia, he doesn't even know where he is, and he just hit Virginia?
Dude, you can hit anything on location.
I know you can. I've done it.
So there's that one. And then there's the one that you mentioned, Eric, where he said that he's going to continue doing social media.
I'm still going to be on my social media BS or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You want to play it?
BA and his social media antics. Well, I got to get paid somehow. Because the employer holding me captive without pay. At least social media paying. I'll tell y'all what. I get a job back in the NFL, man. I'm still going to be on my book on social media.
So is he making money on TikTok, Instagram?
In that particular, I didn't see it, but in that particular video, there's some kids in the background. Where does it look like he is?
He's outside of a house, a very large house.
Is the kid his kid?
No, I think they're just like kids outside playing.
Can you just go to his? Is it on his IG? Can you go and look? Just to see if you recognize
I can't go on the Instagram
because you don't have an account.
Yeah.
He's outside in his backyard. It might be some neighbor's kids, or there might be a park nearby, but they're in the distance.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if he's in Virginia, someone's going to see him and say, I saw him in Virginia.
I have a couple points I want to make about this. I need you to play it one more time. I need you to play it one more time. Because I have 2 points I want to make.
BA and his social media antics. Well, I got to get paid somehow. Because the employer holding me captive without pay. At least social media paying. I'll tell y'all what. I get a job back in the NFL, man. I'm still going to be on my book on social media.
All right, so here's my 2 points. One, maybe there is a method to his madness. He's not an idiot. He sees if you have a ton of followers on social media and you get a buzz going, you can make money. He's not stupid.
That's all we talk about.
So, yeah, I mean, the world seems to be based upon how big is your social media following, so you can charge Polymarket for something.
Yeah, it's a good point.
So, all right, so maybe he's a little bit more calculated than what people think.
Doesn't help him for the NFL standpoint.
No, it doesn't help that. But like he's saying, well, if they're not going to pay me somebody, at least social media. So, hey, I actually think that's a valid point. I wouldn't post the way he posts. I wouldn't post the content he posts.
You wouldn't say the things he says.
I wouldn't say the things he posts, right? Yeah. I wouldn't advise him to go about this route. But in his brain, you know what? That part of the brain resonates with me.
Yeah.
The second
It'd be better
part,
if he was posting videos of him catching balls,
Of course,
running,
there's
looking
another
great.
way to get social media attention.
Yes.
In a more positive way that makes him look a little more favorable than look like some sort of weirdo.
Right.
Which I still maintain he is a weirdo.
This is, by the way, he's wearing burgundy again. So that is calculated.
Can I get the other point?
Yep.
It's interesting after this so-called rift potentially with Jaden, and that's in the third post, as well as the post from yesterday. He says, if I do get back in the NFL, generic doesn't say with Commanders. So is that him kind of backing off now?
Maybe.
That was interesting.
This is a question. The audio that you played, is that the one where he tagged? This is a very social media inside thing, but is that the one where he tagged Jaden Daniels?
No.
Okay.
That's the one that we're going to play.
That's the next one where Jaden doesn't answer his phone.
Just want to clarify it.
Yeah.
So in this next one, he tagged Jaden Daniels so that Jaden would see it for sure, and he's making a point.
Yeah.
He said, I don't do that internet shit, bro. Hit my phone if you got to talk to me, bro. You got my number. And I call, he don't answer. Hit my phone, bro. It's important. It's the money on the line.
All right. So that's insight.
And he chose that
If that's
song.
true.
That's
By the way,
insight.
calculated.
I believe it.
If that's true,
I believe all of that.
JD's not answering. What's that tell you?
Yeah, he's probably, like I say, he loves him. He's a brother, but he's a pain in the ass.
Right. Exactly.
Calculated EB's got the song in the background.
I don't know
Chose
what
the
song
What song?
I don't know the song, but it was all about making money.
Mike
okay.
Marr, what's the song?
It's Future.
Hey, it's a Future song.
F up some commas.
Okay.
But it's about making money. Like
Right. Right.
It sounded like he's saying like 100 to 100,000, whatever the heck he's saying.
I saw that it was Future, but I thought you guys knew the lyrics. You guys don't know the lyrics?
That's
No.
okay. That's all right. We don't.
No, I
we
listen
don't
to
need
it.
to hear the
All right,
lyrics.
but hold on.
I don't think the radio.
Mara was pretty impressed right there.
He was impressed with it. You knew it was Future? Yeah. But it said Future on the post. I didn't know it was Future from the sound. That's insight. I think it's safe to say that the idea that Jaden and Brandon Ayuk are in some big they're in cahoots to troll people has been proven false. Okay, I think that is a potential narrative. It was an interesting thought.
I never really
I don't
believed
think
that
most people
anyway.
believe that because Jaden's above that.
Oh, do you want the lyrics?
Okay, hold on. I think Jaden's above that, so I never really thought that was true, but some people put that out there. I think that puts to rest, okay, that they were in cahoots, they're trolling together. He's telling you, Jaden saying, bro, I don't do that social media stuff. If you have a problem with me, hit me up. You have my number. And he's saying, obviously, I called you. You don't pick up. Well, clearly, there's a little bit of a rift there. It may not be serious, but there's a little bit of a rift there.
So if it's calculated and he indeed picked this song, F up some commas, the part which I heard playing was about money, right? It's 40,000 to 100,000, 100,000, another 100,000, 300,000 to 500,000.
What's wrong? What's JP doing? Why are you guys mocking him? What's wrong? Is he saying something wrong?
But
No,
here's
it's just always so cringe when he
When
reads,
JP's just
when
reading
he's
it.
reading rap lyrics for no reason.
Hey,
We
no,
got
but
it,
this
we
is the
got it.
reason. This is the reason. Here's the beginning of the song. Fake N lie to a real N. Now that's some S that you don't do.
So is he calling
I'm going to
Jaden a
stay
fake?
real for my real N's. Now that's some S that I'm going to do.
Do you have second
I think
there.
I think it could be
I literally
embarrassing.
want to die.
Let's-
we got it. Please stop
Yeah,
doing
but
that.
he's choosing that song for a reason, EB.
They're so embarrassed by your whiteness.
Well, how you read it then?
I guess I would.
We would never. That's the point.
Yeah.
Well, the point is, Eric, I think EB's right. It's calculated, and he's sending a message with the song choice.
Listen, I'm not good at many things. I've always maintained elite people reader. Elite. There's a rift. There's a little
Definitely.
bit of a rift here. He crossed the threshold when he started taking shots at Jaden on social media.
Is that song-
He crossed
And
the
by the way,
red line.
Jaden's playing it perfectly.
Hey,
Jaden's playing
not
it correctly.
responding at all.
And not responding and saying, "Hey, bro," texting him, "If you want to hit me up, just hit me up."
Right.
The counter.
That's how a normal person would respond.
The
Correct.
counter would be, is that song's just a coincidence? Do you think that song's a coincidence that has a
No.
message like
I
that?
do not think that song is a coincidence. I think you are correct. I think he's calling Jaden Daniels fake.
Yep.
I think that's correct. Do I think Jaden Daniels is fake? I have no idea. But I think Brandon Ayuk is calling him fake.
I don't know how you come back from that.
I think it's pretty hard to come back from.
You think the Commanders going to sign Brandon Ayuk now?
The only way I could see it is, again, this is what I said yesterday, where I do feel sympathy for him. I feel bad. He's blowing the bag. He's already got one bag. He could have got more bag. He's blowing the bag. Big.
Yeah, like I said, he's nuking his career.
He's nuking his career. He's nuking generational wealth and all of that. And who knows where he'll be in 5 years.
There's only one way he can come back from this on a personal level. He'd have to whatever team he lands on, because I don't think it's going to be the Commanders. If he lands on another team,
he's got to put up great numbers.
He's got to put up great numbers and be a soldier.
Correct.
But I think
and be a great teammate.
I think if people think he has CTE or whatever, that's obviously terrible. Whatever. You're not going to sign a guy you think has signs of CTE or anything. I think the way he could potentially maybe still come back here, maybe if anybody had any interest, is that he's a known weirdo. The Herm Edwards story is true. That everybody knows he's a wild card. The Niners still took a chance on him, and he was pretty good until he wasn't.
Until he got hurt. Yep.
And that Adam Peters is not really phased, and even Jaden's not really that phased. He just doesn't want to play games in public. This is the scenario I'm creating. Am I saying this is likely? No. I'm just saying here's a potential scenario. That Adam Peters and Jaden both know that, dude, Brandon Ayuk is a talented kid. He's also he's a weird guy. He's a wild card. You never know what you're going to get. And so this is not new. We know this is how Brandon Ayuk is.
And they probably, they knew that.
So if they know this is how he is, they might, I'm not saying it's likely, they might be willing to look past it up to a certain point for the production.
Yeah, I mean, like that's what Tom Brady did.
But he may have crossed the line already.
That's what the Patriots and Tom Brady did a bunch of times, but specifically with Antonio Brown.
Sure.
They're like, we know he's a wild card. We know it's crazy.
They
and
did
Tom's
it with
like,
Ocho Cinco. It didn't work out as well, but they've done it. They did it with Randy Moss.
Tom had a guy move into his house.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. So it does happen.
Sure.
Especially with receivers.
But
now, this is
now
going to continue until the 49ers release him, and the 49ers really don't have any incentive to release him.
The weird part is Brandon.
He won't even do what they need him to do.
They might just wait until the season starts.
He won't even do what's necessary.
Right.
Brandon Ayuk's posting that he's in Virginia, but now he's saying that his boy Jaden is effing with his commas.
What do you? Oh,
his
with his commas means the money,
Yes.
right? And how big his money is. I don't have that many commas in my money, so I don't know.
But you'd be bitter if somebody effed with your commas.
I'd be bitter.
Yeah. Believe I look at my commas every day. Every single day I look at it.
I don't, because it would get me depressed.
Yeah, you get pissed off. Those commas are dwindling for Ivy Leagues.
Lack of
You know who's got a lot of commas? Cornell.
Cornell got all the commas. They got all the commas. Outrageous.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. I think it's harder to wave the Brandon Ayuk flag.
I'm only sticking up
and there
for him
were a
because
bunch
But
of
there's still
flag
people
wavers.
out there that want him.
Hardly.
I don't
I
care.
guarantee if you ask if you want him or not, people are going to call
I'll
up.
ask. It's open line Thursday.
800-636-1067. Do you still want Brandon Ayuk?
This is kind of like my LeBron opinion. Just for the circus of it all.
Right.
I'd like to see it.
From a media standpoint.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it. And I just would like to see what
It'd be the number one story in training camp if
I
he
would
was
like
here.
to see what would happen.
I kind of would too.
That's just from a perverse.
But I would kind of want to see it blow up.
Yeah. Well, no, I wouldn't want to see that.
I know you
wanna
wouldn't
see it
because
be
you're a
successful.
huge Commander fan. But I don't know. It would just be more interesting.
Like in a perfect world, I actually don't want LeBron to come here because I do think it would be weird. But do I think LeBron makes your basketball team better? Of course.
Yeah.
He's one of the greatest players of all time. But I kind of secretly don't want him here. Ayuk, do I think he can make their football team better? Yeah, he probably could, maybe, if he's healthy and everything. But do I really want him here at this point?
No.
Probably not.
Yeah. Because you don't know what effect that'll have on Jaden and
That'd
the
be
rest of the
wild.
young guys.
But from a media perspective, from a guy who has to talk about this kind of stuff and like wildness,
right?
The more the
That's
merrier.
perfect. Yeah.
It's like it's like a Charlie Sheen bit.
As the Ayuk turns.
How excited we were coming in every day when Charlie Sheen was putting out new Tiger Blood videos or whatever. That was amazing. When Mel Gibson was crashing out every day. When Magic Johnson was doing his talk show and we'd come in and we play his monologues every day, that's radio gold.
I get it.
If Brandon Ayuk came here to Washington, D.C., that would be radio
He'll put
gold.
something else out today.
Yeah.
Of course.
We'll have another couple topics tomorrow.
Well, he says that's the only way he's making money. He's got to make money on social media.
Listen, That's one part of it. I actually agree. I can see the angle he's working there.
Trying to get some brand deals.
He's working an angle.
1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Be right back.
Bish here for Golfdom. Their legacy began in 1982. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf has been your trusted golf shop for generations. From the early days to the present, they've been serving local golfers with excellent service and expertise. Their goal is to empower your journey with the best gear and advice in golf, all backed by their legendary 90-day guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf is here to help you. Golfdom, get there.
Welcome back on an Open Line Thursday, brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home, because it's where you live. You can always call us at 1-800-636-1067. By the way, I don't know if you've noticed this, if you've walked by to the break room or the bathroom, there's like 3 or 4 people that have been just like sleeping and lounging there. And I was walking by and there was a girl.
Yeah, I assume it's somebody's kids.
And she's all of a sudden, I guess because I was looking in there.
Yeah, I assume it's
but they're
somebody's
not,
kids.
I mean, they're
like
in their
older.
20s.
I assumed it was somebody's family members. Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah.
Don't know.
I saw one that was not in the like high teens or whatever. I saw one that looked like
Like
maybe
an older lady. There's an older lady
one,
there.
but I saw one that was maybe like 12, I thought I saw one like that.
Possible. Bish is back. Have you noticed the crew like lounging on the chairs in the break room, like sleeping?
Yeah, I don't know who they.
There's somebody.
I said
kids,
hello
right?
to them because they were in the break room.
Yeah.
They're someone's daughters, I think, because there's someone at PGC in studio.
Gotcha.
Doing an interview.
Gotcha.
Don't know who it is.
Can I ask you a quick question before we jump into EP? Is it a quick question?
Yep.
So my wife sends me this, and Jason, this is right up your alley. 'Cause Jason's, you know how Jason always like wrap around vacations and like that's his whole thing. So this guy puts this tweet out here, and I guess I'm a dumb person. I don't understand this. He says taking paid time off from Wednesday to Wednesday is better than taking off Monday to Friday. Okay, the first reason why he gives, I don't you tell me I'm making a huge mistake here. My brain's not firing. It says you get 2 weekends instead of 1. By taking Wednesday to Wednesday, your vacation includes the weekend before and the weekend after, giving you 9 consecutive days off. How's that possible? That's not correct.
No.
If you take Wednesday off, you're off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Then there's a weekend,
and then you're off Monday, Tuesday.
Tuesday. That's 1 weekend.
Correct.
This whole thing doesn't make sense. It's based on a flaw. The first.
I would say the positive.
You know what this is? This is AI slop.
Maybe.
This is Chat GPT slop. Because that's incorrect.
Who posted it?
Simon.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Simon and Gary.
The reason I would say that taking a Wednesday to Wednesday is because you have 2 short weeks as opposed to
2 short
you have
weeks.
the 1 full week.
I get that.
And then you're back.
That's common sense.
So
I looked at this the whole commercial break, and I actually pulled the calendar. And I'm like,
all right, read it
why
again.
is this not fine? Why?
All right,
I must be stupid.
Read it again.
Well, you get 2 weekends by taking what this is 100% Chat GPT slop. By taking leave from Wednesday to Wednesday, your vacation includes the weekend before and the weekend after, giving you 9 consecutive days off while using only 5 paid. This is just wrong.
Sounds
factually
like you
wrong.
have 7 days off.
Yeah. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, then you're off
Saturday,
Sunday, and then
Monday, Tuesday.
That's 5 days plus 2 is 7. Yeah, it's not 9. Yeah. What are they talking about? Okay. So I'm correct.
Someone explain.
This is AI slop. Thank you.
You won't reply to Simon. You won't F with his
I'm
commas.
thinking about it because my wife.
You gonna F with his
now,
commas?
Listen, no, there's a bunch of other reasons why it's smart to do that, but yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
The first one I have a beef with.
What were the other ones? Other reasons?
I haven't even gotten there yet. Oh. Haven't even looked at them.
All right, let's open up the entertainment page, driven by BMW of Fairfax.
That's right, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of not only new, but also used vehicles right there on their website, BMWFairfax.com. I had a buddy text me just yesterday, wanted to contact. All right, Valdez. I had never heard of this person before. Legendary pop singer Bonnie Tyler, best known for her hit, though, which I definitely know, Total Eclipse of the Heart, has died at the age of 75 after weeks in the hospital. You know, we're starting to get up there where, like, you hear 75 and you go, that ain't that old.
What
I don't know. They said she was in the hospital for weeks. I mean, Marr, have you ever heard this song before? Mike Marr. He's 25 years old.
I think he's 26.
Yeah, of course.
You have heard it.
Yeah, sorry, my cans weren't on.
Yeah.
I've heard this. It's in a commercial.
Oh, is it? This is one they use a lot.
It's in like a very prominent commercial. I can't think of the company, but
I mean, this is just huge. Song.
It's most famous recently for being in Old School.
Yeah, Old School.
It's
Which
a
was
song.
still 20 years ago, right? Old School?
Yeah, but it's a classic.
Kind of a- yeah.
It's a huge scene for Old School.
For millennials, it's
All right,
kind
give
of
the
classic.
scene. Paint the scene in Old School. What's happening?
It's like a cover band at the wedding, and he does he's cursing in it, right? Yeah. I effing
The
need
effing-
juice in the
yeah. The effing look in your eye.
Yeah. That's how we really know the song.
Oh, you don't know it just from like
I mean,
hearing
I
it?
do, but
Yeah. All right, so pour
What
some
was
out
this?
for Bonnie Tyler. It's terrible.
1982. This came
when
out.
this came out, yeah.
It says here that she had a intestinal issue, an emergency intestinal issue.
Yeah, I don't think they thought she was going to donk off.
And they had to induce her into a coma, and she didn't come out.
I feel like growing up,
That
I would hear
sucks.
this on WAVA. What was the pop station that we grew up listening to?
AVA was a pop station. It was a religious station. It might be religious now, but yeah, it was a pop station.
I think WAVA was the...
Dude, WPGC was a pop station when we were kids. That's how old we are.
Didn't Don and Mike start off at AVA?
They started off at AVA, yep.
Back when we were in high school. Or
Yeah.
earlier than that, probably.
Probably right around that time.
Yeah.
That was kind of the peak of their powers, right? Even after that, JFK, they had an amazing run. All right, so the Emmys came out. And I don't know. I'll just give you some of the big ones. I mean, Valdez said it's like 72 pages if you print out all
Million
of the
categories.
all of the categories. But I go through some of the biggest ones. Outstanding drama series: The Diplomat, Gilded Age, Night of Seven Kingdoms, Paradise, The Pit, Slow Horses. I mean, I don't think any of you guys are watching any of
I
these.
watched one of them.
Which one?
Paradise.
You like
Excellent
it?
show. Excellent show.
You recommend that one?
Yes.
That's Hulu.
All right. Outstanding comedy series.
I definitely don't watch those.
Abbott Elementary, The Bear, Margot's Got Money Troubles, Nobody Wants This, Only Murders in the Building, Shrinking, Widow's Bay Hacks.
I've watched two of those.
All right.
Shrinking with Harrison Ford. Good show.
Yeah.
And go through the list. There was one other one. I think Nobody Wants This.
Yeah.
Is kind of like a rom-com comedy with
Which one's the biggest,
Kristen
most
Bell?
famous one?
it was like the second or third one you said.
The Bear?
The Bear. Yeah.
I
And
know-
Valdez and I watched Widow's Bay. Excellent.
Yeah, Widow's Bay.
The Bear's
Excellent
not the
show.
one that's the one about the chef, is it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was a comedy. Isn't it like a dark comedy?
They play fast
I
and
watched
loose
it
with those.
one. I watched it the first season when everybody recommended it, and I honestly
I thought
couldn't do
Widow's
it.
Bay was a horror type show.
It's a dark comedy.
Widow's
It's
Bay.
actually but funny at
It's
times.
yeah.
It
Is
is.
it?
Okay. All right.
Hacks is good too.
My
I like
wife,
Hacks.
my wife is begging me to watch "I Will Find You." Did you tell me about that?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
She said I would really like it,
Yeah, I told you it's your type of show, mystery.
and that's Netflix, I believe.
Yeah.
All right. So outstanding
start watching that.
limited series. So I guess that's like
like a binge-worthy
Breakpoint
series.
or something, or like you have like eight episodes of
Yeah,
it or something.
like I
right?
Will Find You.
All Her Fault, The Beast in Me, Beef, DTF, St. Louis. That sounds like a good one.
Cakes loves it.
That's Cakes' show.
Yeah. Love Story. All right. Why is it Cakes' show? Is that
That's
the one
the
where he
one-
said it's really weird?
That's the one he
sex
would.
stuff.
Yeah, that's the one he would talk about daily, and it's a very
He and Amy watch it.
It's a very erotic and very weird show.
And the DTF stands for what we think it stands for.
yes,
Yeah.
but it's the name of a dating site that's used on the show.
That's a great name for a dating site.
Well,
That might
it's-
be the greatest name for a dating site ever. Is it real?
It's fictional,
Yeah.
but
The show's not for you.
yeah, it's not for you.
Yeah.
I believe you.
You like dudes making
Unless
out?
it was
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless
I
it's
mean, would I want to watch that? No.
Yeah.
You like
Matt, unless it was
Hogs
Tiger.
curved to the left?
I mean, I have some experience with that.
a lot of naked men.
But I corrected that.
Naked men.
I saw All Her Fault. It was a
What?
good miniseries. All Her
I
Fault
watched
was
the
a
first.
mystery.
I watched the first 3 episodes of The Beast in Me, I think, and I got uninterested. I don't know.
The Beast in Me.
Yeah, Claire Danes.
Yeah.
I like The Beast in Me.
You like
I watched
that?
that one too. So
I
I
don't know.
watched a few of those.
One of the scenes, Jason Bateman pretends to be a robot, and they're role playing together.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah,
That's just strange.
In DTF St.
Yeah,
Louis.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not for me. But Drab is right. It's definitely not for me.
it makes me chuckle thinking of Cakes and Amy sitting on the sofa together watching this, watching this strange
Well, especially-
sexual
Especially
TV show.
probably watching it with his kids too, right? Like my kids are adults. My kids are similar in age than his kids. These are a little bit older. But I would still feel awkward if there was like crazy wild sex stuff going on.
Of course.
Watching it with my 26-year-old son or whatever. Of
course.
Still feel weird.
Yeah.
25-year-old son, I guess. I don't know my kids.
That's why I watch all that stuff by myself. I don't watch it with the kids.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
Outstanding lead actor in a drama series. Let me see. I know Mark Ruffalo. He's in Task. I know Noah Wiley. He's from The Pit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think he's the favorite.
I don't know Rufus Sewell from The Diplomat. I do know Gary Oldman from Slow Horses.
Yep, you definitely know
I
him.
don't know Sterling K. Brown from Paradise.
You would recognize Sterling
I would.
Brown. Yep.
Sterling K. Brown was on This Is Us
Yeah, you would recognize him.
for years, and he's excellent.
What about
in Paradise.
actress, lead actress?
All right. I know Carrie Russell from The Diplomat.
Mm-hmm.
I know Zendaya, sorta, from Euphoria. I don't know Rhea Seehorn from Pluribus. Don't know Chase Infinity from The Testaments. In fact, I would have bet that was a dude.
Don't know the
And
names.
then I don't know Carrie Coon from The Gilded Age. Outstanding supporting. I'll see if there's anything else that you guys care about.
Probably not.
Comedy series. Steve Carell for Rooster. Do people like Rooster?
Never watched it.
You never watched it. Jason Segel from Shrinking. Martin Short. Only Murders in the Building.
Man, there's just so many shows.
There are so many shows. How can people keep track?
I used to watch Only Murders in the Building, but I think they just cranked it season after season after season.
Jason Bateman. Did you say Jason Bateman was in the other one?
He was in DTF.
He's also in Black Rabbit.
That's a great. You
That
didn't see
is-
that, did you?
I
I watched it. I wouldn't say it was great.
Black
Good.
Rabbit was awesome. You didn't like it?
I said it was good. I just wouldn't say it was great.
It's just my kind of series.
Like Ozark, way better
Actually,
than Black Rabbit.
Was it a series or was it? Yeah,
It was
I
a
think it was a
series.
series. Ozark is better. I agree, but it's kind of
It
similar.
also got ridiculous.
Kind of similar.
Black Rabbit.
Yeah, but I don't know. I
Could
just
he get into more binds?
no, no.
And last but not
Well,
least,
they created it themselves.
You guys, I wish Cakes was here for this because he and I were Storage Wars guys back in its heyday. Back when they had, I used to really get a kick out of the show and some of the personalities on it. Stupid. You're just watching, you're bored. This guy Daryl Sheets, who's kind of a big goofball, he donked himself off. Sad story, very sad story. But they're now, and I talked about it about 3 months or so ago when it happened. And they're saying it is kind of official that they're basically blaming Facebook bullying for why he did it. So he was kind of goofball on the show. He would wear like these tank tops and kind of like this trashy hillbilly kind of guy. But I thought he was somewhat lovable. But apparently he had guys who were just breaking his balls all the time on Facebook. They found a suicide note, terrible, that said, "I could not take any more of the Facebook bullying. F you." And then I guess in the middle, and they said the writing appeared to be shaky. And then his girlfriend remarked that he had been having trouble sleeping lately. And then one night he got up in the middle of the night and he told her to go back to the bed. And then a minute later, boom, gunshot wound. Terrible story. So that kind of haunts me.
When did that happen?
I think within the last few months.
Right.
Yeah, it's terrible. So don't bully people online, right? Maybe that's one reason why not to do it. You never know what might happen. I know
Happens to us all the time.
people bully me every day.
Right.
I do John Combs podcast and you get bullied in the comments.
Right.
How bad I suck.
What'd they say?
I suck. You suck. We all
Never
suck.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
We're haters.
But
Right.
they listen,
That's
but
usually
they
what it
listen
is.
every day.
Oh no, they say they don't. And, I mean,
Oh, please.
people. Oh my God, people.
Please.
I get bullied all the time.
The haters are always listening.
Big bullies.
1-800. You're a bully though.
I like to bully. I like to bully like Mar.
Like AWOD.
Or AWOD. Yeah.
1-800-636-1067 is the number on an open line Thursday here on the Junkies. The FIFA World Cup is entering its biggest matches. We're at the quarterfinals now, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Looking at the games in the quarters, Morocco, right now they're a dog, trading at 23% to get the win against France to stay on top of them. That means a $100 trade is going to pay you $412.52 if Morocco can beat France and get the dub. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Then contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Did it taste good?
You know, we talk about the wide receivers who are still available and whether Brandon Ayuk would come to Washington or should they go after Stephon Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
One guy last year who the Commanders brought on board is Von Miller. Von Miller actually racked up a decent amount of sacks.
We had him on the show every week.
Von Miller was weekly guest.
He was great.
Since the season is wrapped up and he's still looking for a job, he's talked about his choice last year came down to the Commanders or the Seahawks, and he has some regrets because obviously he would have been on the third team to win a Super Bowl if he was on the Seattle Seahawks.
Mm-hmm.
But he chose to come here to Washington to play with the Commanders because of the Jaden Daniels factor. And injuries bit him on the ass.
Did he sign with somebody yet?
No, but there's some speculation that he could end
I saw
up
that Dallas is interested.
back in the NFC East.
Yeah.
How would you feel if Von ended up in Dallas?
Was Von Miller interested in Dallas, or is it mutual? Or
I think.
I mean, he's from
Von-
Texas. It makes sense. He would want to end his career there, but
I think Von's a good dude. He's just on his selfish pursuit to get to whatever 150, whatever the number is of sacks.
Yep.
He knows he's got to distance himself from these other guys that are coming up. He wants to stay top 10. All he cares about is playing for anybody. Now he's saying he made a bad decision to come to here. Now, I'm not taking it personally because he's saying it based on, obviously, Seattle won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, it makes
so obviously
sense.
I made the wrong decision.
he went from possibly winning a Super Bowl to a 5-win team.
Yeah. So I'm not taking that personally.
Yeah.
I think he's desperate to play for anybody. I think he's begging the Broncos to sign him.
Yeah.
He might sound like he might be begging down. I mean, sign with whoever.
Right.
Go do you.
Go after your stats.
Per sources, the Cowboys, who report to training camp in 2 weeks, have no interest in adding Miller to the roster. They haven't even discussed it.
By the
So
way,
it's coming from him.
He's kind of doing the same thing that BA's doing because he posted himself in a Cowboy jersey.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of
That's kinda thirsty.
Hey, speaking of BA, do you want to hear JP rapping?
I like your. Okay.
All right, hold on. Are you putting
I
it
was
to a
rapping.
beat? Are you putting it to a beat?
Of course.
Okay.
This is one of the best things I've
It's,
ever heard.
it's a future JP collab.
Nice. Fake N lie to a real N. Now that's some S that you don't do. I'm going to stay
fake.
real for my real N's. Now that's some S that I'm going to do. It's a banger. It's 40 thou to 100 thou. 100 thou, another 100 thou. 300 thou to 500 thou.
Is there a way you could like run that through like AI or something and they could produce it even more? Like it's got to be a way.
Oh, probably.
I like it.
Make it a legit song.
I like it. Make it a legit song. Play it again. Play it again.
The content, though, I read it because the content seems like a very intentional choice of Brandon Ayuk. And lie to a real N. Now that's some S that you don't do. I'm going to stay
fake.
real for my real N's. Now that's some S that I'm going to do.
What, did you speed up his voice
I know
to
it
make
sounds
it go
like-
on the beat?
It's 40 thou to 100 thou. 100 thou, another 100 thou. 300 thou to 500 thou.
Oh man,
That's funny.
What people don't know is as soon as JP started reading it, they start screaming in the background. They just the secondhand embarrassment they had.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not supposed to read it, but there's definitely some intent in the song choice by Brandon Ayuk.
I think it's safe to say
He's calling him fake.
he's called him fake. He's made fun of his mother essentially.
He's fracturing the relationship.
I think they're not quite as tight. There's been a
I was
little
gonna say,
bit of a rift.
I was going to say maybe they weren't as tight as people thought originally.
Well, that's what JP always was maintained.
Yeah, just
That could be
because
possible.
maybe it was just from him.
I bought that they were tight because they were hanging out. You saw videos of them hanging out together. They're in stores together. There was several of them. They comment on each other's social media. I just took his word for it. Why would I think that they weren't? But that may be incorrect.
I hadn't seen a picture of
And-
them together
In a
in
long
years.
I don't
Yeah.
think it was years. I think
Like
it was
when
in the last
and
offseason.
Jaden goes to games and events all the time.
Yeah.
I never see him with Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, Ayuk wasn't at the World Cup.
No, you haven't seen it recent, but I remember videos in, I would say, within
What
definitely
if
in the last year.
What if Ayuk was sitting next to JD at the World Cup game? That would have been interesting.
I don't think you're going to see many of those.
I don't think so either.
that there is a current little rift. He crossed the red line. All the other stuff I think is kind of harmless. I don't have anger towards him. Couldn't
It's just
care
kind of
less.
strange that there's no one in his life that's saying, "BA, stop doing this." Or maybe they are. He's just not listening to him.
He might not be answering their calls either.
But he's married. I don't know. Maybe his wife says something to him. This makes you look stupid. This is hurting your career, and he just doesn't listen to her.
Some guys, you don't want to mess up the deal. You're not going to. Some guys surround themselves with yes guys.
But it's just not happening with him.
I mean, it would have been his agent, but his agent and him had a rift.
He fired
Although
him.
the agent apparently didn't file for a rift, so the agent, maybe in some theory, could have still been getting paid on some level. Just recently separated, filed the official papers, like within the last 2 weeks.
I don't doubt that the agent was maximizing his money. We have an agent who maximizes his money. 40,000 to 100,000. Don't F with my commas, Valdez. Can we post that?
Sure, of course.
Post it on our Junks radio account, and maybe we'll get some commas.
That's Matt GPT.
Nice.
How did you do it? Did you use a certain software, Valdez? No, you just sped it up?
Yeah, just our regular Adobe stuff.
Yeah. All right. Well,
You're a genius when it comes to that.
I'm sure there'll be new videos today, whatever. We'll continue to update. But I do agree, it looks a lot less likely than it ever has right now, especially when you cross the red line with Jaden. Adam Peters may not care. Adam Peters may know he's a little wacky, but I'm telling you, all these guys in the locker room, they're not all like Terry McLaurin and Jaden Daniels. Brandon Ayuk's not the only weirdo in the NFL.
No.
Plenty of them.
Probably every team probably has 5 Brandon Ayuks.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, these guys are all different. They all come from unique backgrounds. We're all, all of us are weird in our own way. So, yeah.
It is Open Line Thursday. Your chance to steer the show, 1-800-636-1067. For weeks, we had people backing Brandon Ayuk. I haven't heard anybody call in to say today, oh, he's just trolling. This is meaningless.
I don't think he's trolling. I do think he thinks he's staying relevant by being on social. Maybe I buy into it when he says, "Hey, at least social media pays." Now at least I see an angle.
Coming up at 9:45, we're going to give you a chance to win some tickets to see Joe Bonamassa and Government Mule. We also have tickets to the R&B tour featuring Usher and Chris Brown here on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. With the swing of a bat, C.J. Abrams and Luis Garcia Jr. both set career highs in the Nationals' 8-2 win over the Astros. Abrams drove in his 66th and 67th runs of the season, surpassing his previous career high of 65 RBIs that he set in 2024. In the fifth inning, Abrams belted a solo home run, tying his career high of 20 homers, which he also set in 24. Garcia reached the 20 home run milestone for the first time in his 7-year major league career. The second baseman has been on a hot streak lately. He's belted 7 homers in his past 11 games. Now that both of them have reached the 20 homer mark, the Nats now have 3 players with 20-plus home runs this season: James Wood, C.J. Abrams, and Luis Garcia Jr. The only other team with such a trio, the Chicago White Sox. From the Crop Nightcast Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. You know, we say it's open line Thursday, but we haven't been weaving in calls, EB.
All right, we're weaving a couple.
So let's go to the phones on an open line Thursday. 1-800-636-1067 is the number.
I can't hear what you're saying, Valdez. Let's go to Anthony. Anthony, what's up? You're on with the Junkies.
What's up?
Hey, buddy.
I figured out how you get 9 days straight.
All right,
taking off Wednesdays and Wednesdays.
All right, tell me.
If you consider your weekends your 2 days off, if that person's off on Monday and Tuesday, they take off Wednesday. That gives them 9 days off straight.
Well, that's not what he's saying on his tweet.
He's taking.
He's saying take Wednesday to Wednesday off.
Yeah, I mean the guy's just wrong. Other people are later in the thread are pointing out that
he's
the
not
guy's
saying
wrong.
He's not saying take Monday to the following Wednesday off.
Right. It's just I'm telling you, it's Chat GPT slop. It's a hallucination from artificial intelligence.
Now, if he had said if Monday and Tuesday were a company holiday, you take Wednesday to Wednesday off. That's a different story. But he doesn't say that.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah, but my thing is like my off days are Tuesday and Wednesday. So if I take off Thursday,
yeah,
the time my off days,
right. If your weekend instead is Monday, Tuesday, right?
Yeah,
then
he just doesn't say that.
Well, okay.
Yeah. All right.
That's the only way I could figure it out.
Yeah. No, I'm telling you. I
Maybe
think
that's what the dummy meant, but he didn't say it.
I think it's just a glitch.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're right, if your typical days off are Monday and Tuesday, all right, or Thursday and Friday or something, then it would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get it. All right. Thank you, Anthony.
And maybe
Appreciate
that's
you,
what
buddy.
it was meant to say, but he didn't say it.
You guys, love your show.
Thank you,
All right,
man.
bro,
Love you. Thank you, Anthony. Let's go to Chris. Then I want to bring up a couple things. Chris, what's up?
Hey, what's up, boys? Hey, so I'm sitting here thinking about it with all that the Nationals are doing, with Jaden coming back, all the moves that the Wizards and the Capitals have made. Do we think that this is potentially going to be the best 12 months of sports in Washington, D.C. history? I mean, we got 4 potential playoff teams. Has that ever happened?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's happened before. I'd have to check. In terms of in Washington, D.C. history, I mean, you got to remember.
I'm going to say it's happened.
I mean, this team has won a Super Bowl before, multiple Super Bowls. The Nats have won a World Series. The Caps have won a Stanley Cup. So it kind of doesn't matter what those other 3 teams do. If you have one champion, I think that's much bigger.
Yeah, but but they're so. I mean, when was the last Skins/Commanders championship compared to? I'm saying the relevancy of all 4 major sports teams.
Yeah, in terms of all 4
in one season.
Yeah, there's a lot more interest
I don't think I've ever seen it.
It's been a while.
Well, hold on. Let's go.
It's a good thing.
Yeah,
I could be wrong, but I got to think about how rare were the Redskins going to the playoffs, right? So
Yeah.
2012, I think the Nats were still that was a big year for them, right? It didn't work out, but that 2012, the Nats were in the playoffs, the Skins were in the playoffs. I assume the Caps were in the playoffs.
The Caps made the playoffs like 15 or 16
yeah, I'm
years.
assuming the Caps did. So then it was were the
constant.
Wizards in the playoffs in like 2012, 2013.
I'd have to go look.
The crazy
Might have
part
been.
about
That
this
was John Walls. What was that? His second year, maybe.
They might
Yeah.
have been.
The crazy part about this year is,
But there's more hype
all the
for this
teams
year.
are coming off of losing years.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
more
There-
a hope and expectation.
There is
thing.
a lot of excitement, though. And he makes a good point. There's a lot of excitement in all four teams now, and I can see why. But the Nats are far. I mean, if I had to put money on it, the Nats are not going to make the playoffs. If I had to put money on
If I
it,
had to put money on it, I would say the Nats are not going to make.
but they
playoffs
are
there.
going. They're trending up. Okay,
Yeah.
they have to add pieces. They got to spend money in the
But they're
offseason.
certainly in a great position. They're on the come.
Commanders coming off a bad year.
I think they're going to be
They had a
little bit better.
They've got a good draft pick in Sonny Styles. They added a lot of pieces in free agency. Jaden coming back healthy. There's still question marks, but there's a lot of excitement.
There's excitement, but the schedule have to be
Caps,
it's
same thing because
daunting.
of all the guys they add in free agency. Although, unless you're a huge hockey fan, you really don't know the names. But if you just believe the hype, they did a great job. And then, of course, Ovi's coming back. And then with the Wiz, you know why there's excitement with the Wiz. So there's a lot of excitement for all four teams, yes.
I think that's fair.
But it doesn't mean all four teams are making the playoffs.
All right, 800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. It's Open Line Thursday. We'll do. Let's go to Jeff in Leesburg. Jeff, what's up, man? You're on with the Junkies.
Gentlemen, morning. Hey, first of all, it was awesome seeing you guys at the draft party. I know it was a while ago, but really cool to see you guys at Honor Brewing. Been listening to you guys every day, so cool to see you guys in person.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for
coming out. Really appreciate you.
Stay tuned too, because we're going to
Yeah.
have more appearances for the 30th anniversary.
We got a lot of stuff
coming
coming
up in the fall.
Yeah.
Perfect. Looking forward to it. Hey, I've got a Commanders question for you guys. You remember wide receiver Mitch Tinsley?
Sure.
I'm so sad that he got away from the Commanders. Like, he's looked awesome with the Bengals. I know he's behind Chase and Higgins, but he looked fantastic last season. And I wonder if we could have retained him, if that would help some of our wide receiver questions. And
I mean,
there's
do
a
you
ton of
think
ice
he's
conversations
markedly
and-
better than De'Ami Brown?
I thought so.
I don't think so.
I mean, you don't think so?
No.
And
Well, hold on.
Alan and I were in,
Hold on. Mitch Tinsley had 8 catches last year.
Right.
How many touchdowns though?
He had 2.
They were beautiful touchdowns.
So you must have. Those are the only highlights you
you
saw.
watched the highlights of his career.
You saw those
I mean,
are the only
God
highlights.
bless
You saw.
him. He played in 17 games, but he caught 8 balls, had 2 touchdowns, and I wish him success.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's better than De'Ami. So I think we're okay. I don't think he's a superstar that we let slip through the cracks.
Now look, he was a rookie, so maybe in year 2, year 3, his production.
Well, it's
starts to
kind
go
of
up,
like his third year because he's been around.
Yeah,
he just
but
never
I mean,
made a roster.
He just never played. Yeah.
I don't know enough about it, but he was targeted 24 times and had 8 catches.
Yeah.
Is that a good ratio?
Well, maybe they were bad throws.
Seems like a bad ratio.
Maybe they were bad throws.
Could be.
Yeah, maybe Joe B was off that day.
All right, so let me bring
Oh,
this.
he misses a lot of games.
Right.
It's Open Line Thursday. Chance to steer the show if you want. I mentioned this off air to Valdez, and I think Valdez is probably over it. And I think it's a little played out at this point, but I still find it intriguing. So hole-in-one challenges. So the guys from Full Send, they're the YouTube guys, Nelk Boys, whatever.
Yeah,
You
I
probably
don't
know who
watch
they
those
are.
guys.
Yeah.
I'm
Anyway,
sure I've seen it on
I follow
YouTube, but-
some of them, so I'm always intrigued by it. And they do a lot of golf content, so it's kind of funny, whatever. They're all younger guys, but
yeah.
They're doing another hole-in-one challenge in Vancouver, okay? Far as I can tell, they're about 80 hours in. They did one.
Explain how they do it.
So they basically take a
They do it on a simulator, or they go on an actual
this one
course?
is on a golf course.
Okay.
Okay, and they're out in Vancouver, I think, because those guys are originally from Canada, and they kind of make a mockery of the golf course at this point. But it's great marketing. They're a marketing machine. They have big tents up there. They've got a hot tub. They got a sauna. They got bartenders. They got all their Happy Dad drinks. They've got a cold plunge. They've got hot chicks walking around, and it's and they're live streaming it. And it's so check in on the boys, and it's about 5 or 6 of them generally, maybe even fewer. And the bid is to just try to get a hole in one before you can leave.
Are the
right?
only guys that are trying to get the hole in one the guys on the channel?
No. So that's the interesting part of it.
So they're fans that come out.
So anybody can show up.
Gotcha.
And you can go on the tee and they count it, right? So, but they've pledged to not leave until they get a hole in one. Okay.
All right.
So what is the hole? Is it a long hole?
It's about 162 yards. It's downhill. They said they're hitting 8 and 9 irons. Okay. So it's not like a chippy. It's not 100 yards.
I know.
Okay. So they've been into 80 some hours, and I've been
But it's
checking
not
in on it.
205.
No, I've been checking in on it, and guys are hitting the pin, or like one guy landed literally like 2 inches away from. Like they've had close calls, but they haven't gotten one. But it is great marketing. Like they had. Some hockey guy, some guy from the NHL showed up, and he's a buddy because they're from Vancouver, or whatever, and he's hitting balls.
Right.
They had Brooks Koepka. Brooks Koepka flew
really?
in, and
Just to
Brooksy tried to hit a few balls for him and tried to give him some tips. They have golf. The Bob the Sports guys calling in and trying to motivate him, and they have some sort of D-list golf influencers coming in trying to hit balls. Anybody could go in there and hit balls and try to help them. They have the chicks in the bikinis trying to anything to get a freaking hole
And they're
in one.
at 80 consecutive hours right now?
Maybe even over. That's the
So
last
if anybody
I saw.
hits a hole in one, it's
it counts
over.
and they can leave.
So
Right.
if Koepka hit a hole in one, everybody
Yes,
can leave. It's
right.
not. Oh, I thought it was a Survivor deal where everybody's got to get a hole in one before they get out of there.
Anybody get one. They're 80 plus hours in. Now, they have cots there.
Yeah, I mean, they
they
gotta take
go
naps.
to bed. But here's the thing.
I mean, it's dark. You can't hit balls.
And I've often thought this because a couple people, people do these kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I would ever want to enter this. You could be there forever. Their hands are blistering. This is what happened last time. Their hands are blistering.
Right.
Okay. They can't even hold. They're getting to the point where they're not going to be able to hold the club anymore. If they stay true to their word and they keep this challenge up, they're going to have to get Valdez in there. They're going to have to get Mark. They're going to have to get someone else is going to have to hit the hole in one. They're bloodying their hands. They're just. Can you imagine? By the way,
have they ever done this before?
Yes, and they were successful.
How long did?
I can't remember. It was. I think they did it a little quicker than this so far. It's getting to the point. If you're monitoring this at all on YouTube or Kick or any of these social media things, if it interests you, it kind of interests me. I'm wondering if they're just gonna have to quit, and then you look like a loser.
I mean, what if it gets to 160 hours? They double. I mean, you can't stay out there that long.
Yeah, I don't know.
So-
Valdez, they might have to just quit. And
That might be the most embarrassing thing.
would be the most embarrassing thing
for
ever.
your brand is
Right?
is
So
to
I
quit.
think that guy Kyle, he kind of tweeted like, I usually have a plan. I kind of don't know what I'm stuck here. We can't. You should see where they put the pin.
Yeah,
they put the pin right on the edge. It's like
It's impossible.
so dumb where they put the pin.
How do I see
I think
what
if
they're
you
doing?
just type in, like if you go
What's
to
the name of the group?
They're called the Nelk Boys or
The
whatever.
Nelk
Just
Boys.
put it, if you go into Kick, I never go to Kick ever, but I think you go to it from your browser and you just go to Kick and search Nelk Boys golf thing, you can see it, okay? If you have any interest in this kind of thing, it's not just because it's golf, it's kind of interesting. If you're into hot chicks, they got hot chicks there. If you're into watching guys hit golf balls, you got that. They're getting drunk. They're doing shots. They're cold plunge. They're whatever. They're having a party. I'm not sure they're ever going to get this done.
I think I just got confused from the Nelk Boys and then who are those like white rappers that get all the tattoos all over themselves?
The Island Boys, the two brothers.
The Island Boys.
The
I think I
Island Boys?
confused the Nelk Boys and the Island Boys.
Maybe. No, they're different guys. Look, it's just YouTube crap,
I remember.
crap, but I'm intrigued by it.
I do remember watching DeChambeau do. Now that wasn't a hole in one bit. Well, yeah, I think he did a hole in one in his house.
That
right?
was a super viral thing.
Right, but he
That
would
was
only hit
massive.
one a day, or
Yeah, but I think he got it by like day 19 or quicker or something. And then remember he had a fan do it, and a fan did it like
and he
pretty
had-
quickly.
and he did something with the ping pong ball.
He did it. He hit a ping pong ball in a cup.
Yeah, how long are they going to do this?
Especially when your hands. They've been there so long, Jason. If
Well,
you're
they're gonna
going
have to get a bunch of different guys.
You got to see this guy swing. I don't know how many times or how long this guy has been there now who's currently swinging.
I'm going to
The
go
guy's
to it and see.
the guy's butt tired. He can't.
Is it the guy with his shirt off? Is it John?
No, the guy's ripping big vape clouds, and he's got
Right.
like a blue hoodie on. He's butt tired. He's exhausted. He can't swing.
Right.
He thought his one shot was going to be all over the hole. Came up 20 yards short.
Right.
Didn't even make it on the screen.
Right.
They're going to be there forever.
They're going to be there forever. And then, but they're also, because, look, they're doing like shticky. It's almost like morning radio shtick, like they're doing shots. And when you're doing shots and you're getting hammered, that's not going to help you hit better golf shots.
Right, but it's helping them get views.
It's helping them get views. So from a views perspective and all that.
the metagame is views equals money.
Look at this, dude. They've actually reduced the pin
I'm
now.
not- I'm not
it's now
gonna-
up to 135.
Yeah, they cut it back.
Hey, I'm not going to lie, though. I would be kind of... The idea of this gets me sized. If we all went out to like Hidden Creek and camped out and tried to make a hole-in-one.
I'm not... I don't know that we would ever leave. You know how hard it is to hit a hole-in-one? I mean, I know these guys
I'd be there
eventually
forever.
do it.
That would never happen. I would die on the course.
So they're now 85 hours in.
Yeah.
If this is currently live, which I think it is. They're now 85 hours in. They're Look at it. They're wiped out. That's Salim the Dream on the tee.
They said on the stream they've had seven close ones.
Celine
Seven.
Dream, is she hot?
No, it's a dude.
Oh, it's a dude.
Yeah, he's a funny guy. Whatever.
Do they get? I know they get some celebs out there or other athletes. Do they get college golfers that come out there?
Well, that's what I think they need to start
pro
doing.
golfers.
I think they need to lean in more to that. They need to rent, like
Corn
Bryson.
Ferry guys.
Yes, and Bryson, please come out here and save us.
Yeah.
Hey, would you do it? Would you do a show broadcast for outside on a hole at some course and do a show hole-in-one challenge? And listeners can come by and help. We can have friends of the show.
I would do it, but I promise that there's an end
at some of the clubs we know.
Yes, I would happily do it. I'd
For me, it'd
participate.
just be land on
but
the
I
green.
can't do it, and promise I can't leave. No, I have to have an end.
I'd be there for the 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it during a show. See if we can hit a hole in one during a show.
I think I'd commit to an all-nighter.
All right, you can.
24 hours?
Yeah,
You and Valdez could
24
do it.
hours.
24 hours. I would commit to an all-nighter.
It'd be kind of fun.
I mean, they're clearly...
My problem is I'd be about 40% to the green.
Now, the guy
A
that...
big-ass green.
See, I've been following this.
I'm watching now, but it's
the
from
guy
day
that-
one.
Oh, so you're not watching the live thing?
No.
Maybe this... No, it says 85 hours. I think this is live. If you just...
Oh yeah, yours is. I haven't found that yet.
The guy Salim that's doing it is an alcoholic. All he does is just get hammered, and he hasn't been hitting balls for days. These other guys must be asleep.
Well,
I'm just fascinated by
will
it.
certain guys hit like 20 in a row, or does
Oh yeah,
it,
they're
you just-
hours. Dude, they're there for hours and hours.
All
and
right, I
hours
didn't
and
know if
hours.
people just
and
take
they're
turns.
usually having two at a time.
Okay.
The tee is wide, and they obviously they brought out mats, right? Because you could destroy the golf course. You got to see behind them. There's this massive tent with bartenders,
Yeah, I see
cold
the tent.
plunges, sauna, hot chicks are walking around. They usually have two guys going at a time, and they're just pumping balls. Pumping. I don't. How many balls do you think you get now? Now, listen. At night, they're sleeping. They're not hitting through the night. Although it is lit up for them to do that, I believe.
Oh, they do have lights out there.
I'm pretty sure. I just don't know how they're ever going to leave.
This guy just quit.
How did-
He does. Salim.
He said he's all right. He's
That's.
taking
I
a
think
break.
that's Salim right there.
Yeah, the guy with the blue. He's wearing the blue hoodie.
Well, he's wearing a black shirt now, but I'm not watching it live.
Oh.
I think that's got to be Salim.
Yeah. Anyway, I find it fascinating. The whole when Jerry did it on the sim at Barstool. Remember, he had to do it. He did. I think he did it in about 100 hours or something.
You're
Eventually, he
consuming
got one.
content that I don't consume.
Yeah.
I don't know who Jerry is from Barstool.
He's a funny guy on Barstool. I don't know.
He claims he was hitting balls like into the hole-in-one for 8 hours.
Jeez.
Really?
Yes. And now he's going to go.
Well, they
nap.
were threatening to send him home yesterday, I saw. Because all he was doing was sleeping, trying to bang chicks, and just pummeling tequila.
Well, what I'm watching, the guys are just boozing. No one's hitting balls.
Exactly. That's not going to help either. But point
What's
is,
the view count?
don't know.
I can't tell.
Is that-
Millions?
No, not right now.
No.
Not right now. Like only 5,000 people, 4,600 watching right now on Kick. Not that big. So
Well,
anyway,
keep us up to date.
I
I'm
say we do it,
fascinated by
Valdez. You got to organize it, Valdez. Do an all-nighter.
Yeah, I'll meet you there.
I'm not doing it until you get a hole in one, though. No way. We could do it a certain window. Maybe we just have a line. Could we line up a tee so like 10 of us could hit it one time? Like 5 of us could hit it one time.
And what if a ball hits another ball and it goes in the hole?
I don't think you have to worry about it. That counts.
It would
That
count.
definitely counts.
Any
Oh, yeah.
ball that goes in counts.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Again, it is Open Line Thursday. You want to chime in? 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back. Oh, man, it's awesome. It's Fight Week, International Fight Week. Fight night's here, and there's no better place to trade the action than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. You want to go with Conor McGregor, currently trading at 36% to win his return match. That means a $100 trade pays out $265.86 if Conor is able to win. How about Gable Stevenson making his debut? But if you want to go with his opponent, that dog, Elijah Ellison, 10%. That means a $100 trade pays out $940.70. Look, on Kalshi, you get to trade against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app, use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Pen contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
All right, so World Cup resumes today in the quarters at 4 o'clock, France, Morocco. Drabby, I lean on you here. Is France the play?
Yeah, they're big favorites.
France is the play.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, anything can happen.
I know, because
France was down 2-0 to Egypt.
Right, and France didn't look great in their last match, but you like France to advance past Morocco.
Even if it's their last match, it's very similar to March Madness. Sometimes you just got to survive and advance.
Right.
Morocco's good, though.
I know.
Yeah,
they are
no
good.
doubt. But I don't think Morocco's semifinal good.
I'm just wondering if I should.
They were in the semifinals last time.
I'm going to have to parlay.
But they're not as good as France.
I'm going to have to parlay France with a couple other things because they're big.
How many
big
times do you text Sebastian? Or you already did text him?
I texted him today. Well, I sent, because I told the story earlier in the show that my daughter is out in L.A. for a wedding, and she's staying in the same hotel as the Spain national team, the Spain World Cup team. And she sent me pictures of all the guys, and they're on the putting green because there's a golf course right next to the hotel. She sent me pictures of them at the pool. The Spain guys are hanging out at the pool.
Does she have? Has she picked out like some guy? Is she like saying how hot she is? To like
she did. She hasn't. I don't think she's talked to any of them yet.
My daughters say juicy.
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 I think she took a picture of that guy Marino.
They must say that on Love Island.
I'm not sure of the guy's first name, but Marino I think is his last name. And then I sent the same pictures to Sebastian. He thought it was funny. Sebastian's actually on his way to L.A. He's doing a watch party for Visa.
Oh, really?
Good for him.
Good for him. That's a payday.
Yeah, so he's going out to L.A. for that game. And he's
Who
doing
better to have at a watch party than Sebastian? He'd be perfect for it.
He's awesome.
Give him a microphone, have him talk you through everything.
Because Spain plays Belgium tomorrow at 3 at SoFi in L.A.
Hey, inspired by my foray into...
So, all right, so I'm going to take France today.
All right.
In a couple different parlays.
Futures rap lyrics. Valdez turned that into a nice ditty. Coming up at 9:45, your chance to win some great prizes with a Finish the Rap Lyric game.
All right.
Be very simple.
Well, is it going to be like
here's an
old
example.
school, or is it going to be like new school mumble rap where
No,
nobody
old
knows what they're
school.
even saying?
Like finish the lyric from Wu-Tang Clan. Cash
rules
everything around me. Then they would
Cream
have to
gets the
say.
money. Right.
Yeah.
Well,
So it'll
you're
be
the-
basic.
that's-
I got to
that's-
cross that one out. And
That's
come up
too
with another.
easy. Well, you can still
we
use
got
it.
Dude, we got it too easy.
You can still use it.
You can't use it. Come on. You could do Finish the Rap Lyric for like super famous rap songs. It shouldn't be hard.
Hey, give me your current ranking of DC athletes' popularity.
Ooh.
Are you going to say the athlete, or do you want me to say, well, Ovi?
Well, Ovi won.
All right, Ovi's one over Jaden.
I don't know. Jaden.
Probably most popular.
I would say Jaden might be one. Just
Football's
because,
bigger,
yeah.
so
I'm going to go JD
If you ask people right now, who's your
But Ovi's
favorite
clear
DC
number 2.
athlete? More people would say Jaden than Ovi, but just because football's bigger.
Yeah.
All right, because
What about McLaurin?
He'd be in the top 10.
But not top 5.
is AJ DeBonsa, even before he makes his summer league debut, number 3.
He's not well known enough.
Because clearly guys like James Wood more accomplished, but
Yeah,
but
he's
how
gonna
many-
get there.
I think AJ DeBonsa's over James Wood. He is. He's got. All right. If you
Maybe.
had an appearance, at the conference center, whatever, wherever you're gonna have an appearance, right? And you said AJ DeBonsa is gonna be there for an hour,
And James Wood will be there for
and you said James Wood's gonna be there for an hour. Who are more people gonna go see?
probably DeBonsa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, James Wood's great. He didn't even make All-Star Game starter,
Yeah, no, I think. Listen,
which is maybe
I know.
unfair, but he just didn't.
I know, and
He
this
should
is
be
not
over
to
Brandon
knock. This
Marsh.
is not to knock Wood. It's just
No.
but it's also the nature of the sport,
True.
right? The nature of the eyeballs.
Is AJ DeBonsa greater than Tom Wilson already? Like Willie's pretty popular.
Probably. Just because of the nature
The guy's been
the
here a minute.
Yeah, but
I know.
I don't think I could say that.
But it's the popularity of the sport. Basketball is more
if
popular.
we had dueling appearances, if Tom Wilson was at Applebee's and AJ DeBonsa was at Chili's,
Like you did an appearance.
Who's going to draw more today?
I think
so
DeBonsa.
you think DeBonsa would draw more than Anthony Davis? Or Trey Young?
That's a good question.
I'd have to
I think he would. I think there's more buzz on the kid.
You know, we've
than
done
those old
we've done
guys.
these WJFK deals before, right? Remember where we would do the 106.7 The Fan Day or whatever, and they have a bunch of Redskins out there, and it'd be like Santana Moss signing autographs,
Yeah.
and there'd be like Joe Theismann signing autographs, and then there might be like who's your boy that walks around and wears his jersey and he trains people sometimes in Ashburn. He would wear his own jersey.
Ricky Irvin.
Ricky Irvin. Ricky Irvin's going to lose, though. Like,
Right.
He's not going to have as many
No, but
people
I was
in
thinking
line.
of, didn't you do one with Cakes where Bryce Harper was there?
Well, we hosted him. No, it wasn't like an autograph signing. We hosted him for a car show, and we interviewed him.
I want to say this, though.
But I've done stuff before. Cakes has done stuff before with like guys from like Manchester United.
Right.
And like Cakes is signing autographs and Manchester U guy. Like Cakes got like one guy. Manchester U was a mile down the road.
Cakes got Peter from Burke.
Yeah. Right.
and the Manchester United's 2 blocks.
Yeah.
I mean, you're throwing AJ out there just because of the recency, and he's
it's
kind of the
relevant to tonight.
Relevant tonight. I think Sonny Styles would get a lot of people out.
Yeah, you know what?
Sonny Styles, I think, would
Well, also because it's
pretty.
the Redskins. It's
It's Commanders.
the Commanders.
That's why I'm saying.
Yeah.
that. But I still think McLaurin would too.
I want to throw it out
Maybe
to
not
people.
top 4, but he'd be-
1-800-636-1067. Give me your top 5 in DC. I think Ovi and Jaden 1A, 1B, right? You can make an argument, Jaden, just because it's the Commanders.
You're saying you're current, not
Current.
all time.
Current. No, right now, your top 5 sports guys in DC.
Yep.
Well, DeBonta probably is in the top 5.
I think AJ might be number 3, but Sonny Styles, because
Sonny Styles has got to be up there.
It's.
I mean, he wasn't number 1 overall pick, but he was pretty high, and he was, he's playing for the Commanders.
Pretty much.
He's an NFL player.
Do you think, what percentage of Commanders fans, if you ran into him at 7-Eleven, the guy's wearing a Skins jersey, so you know he's a Commanders fan. What do you think the percentage is if you asked him who was their first round pick this year, would know the answer? If they're wearing a Skins
Knowing
jersey.
this show.
If they're a Commanders fan,
If they're wearing the jersey, wearing a jersey.
60%.
They better know.
Only 60%?
I don't think it's high. You've listened. We've done this show for 30 years. People
but
that call
they're
into our show all the
self-identifying
time.
themselves wearing a jersey.
I know, but they'll just.
If you're a jersey wearer, you're a
They'll
step
be-
up than the average guy.
I would think higher than that.
Yeah. What percentage of Wizards guy? You see a guy get a Slurpee and wearing a Wizards jersey. If you asked him who was their number 1 pick, what do you think the answer would be?
Very high.
Do you think
90% would know it was AJ DeBonta?
Do you think
I
a
just think it'd be high.
national should be in this top 5 or just not going to be in it?
Well, in terms of
So
popularity,
you're going to give me Sonny Styles and Terry McLaurin? Then I'd say, okay, that might be the top 5. But I might argue for Willie. Willie's got kind of, but
Yeah,
is
Willie's
that too
popular.
niche? 1-800-636-1067.
That's a good question.
Valdez, what would your top 5 be?
Current.
Did you guys mention Ovi yet?
Yeah, we said Ovi and Jaden are 1A, 1B. So just 1, 2, whichever order you want to go.
Give us your 2, 3, 4, 5, or
Terry?
3, 4, 5.
Terry.
I think Terry would be up there too.
Um,
I think Sonny Styles would be up there.
I mean, literally hasn't even played
I
a
know.
scrimmage yet.
I know, but there's so much hype and there's.
But like in
there's
2012, if you asked this, it would have been Robert before the draft.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
RG3 before the draft was.
I'm telling
who
you.
might have been the biggest.
I think AJ DeBonsa's there already.
I think DeBonsa's probably up there.
Is DeBonta in that RG3 2012 realm?
no.
The hype?
No, because football's a different animal.
just so much bigger?
Yeah, football's just a different animal.
DeBonsa's up there, but I don't think he's up there above Sonny Styles or Terry.
His Q rating's pretty high. You saw, well, obviously,
now.
at the anthem,
Yeah.
the way people went nuts for all of that, and when he did the subsequent appearances.
Right, but if there was an NFL draft party at the anthem, it would have been just as popular.
I'll say this,
and people would go nuts for
true.
If Peterson was selected over AJ, his Q rate would
be lower.
Would be lower just because AJ is more
He's got the
polished.
riz.
He's got a little more riz.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
if you had to
AJ's
say
got
though,
all the riz.
if it came down to it, who do you think right now would get more people in an appearance? Willie, who I think is the second most popular Capital,
Yeah.
or DeBonsa?
DeBonsa.
DeBonsa probably.
I think so too.
If you like
The
I
Sonny
say,
Styles
yeah,
one is interesting.
If you have Willie at Chili's and you have DeBonsa at Applebee's, those are going to be more people at Applebee's.
But Anthony Davis hasn't played a minute yet for this team, but I still think he would be a huge draw if you're doing
I don't
some
know if
sort
people have embraced him yet.
They haven't,
here.
but I'm just talking about the name.
The name is huge.
Or Trae Young.
And also with the perception that he's maybe reticent to play here might hurt a little bit.
Yeah, I'm basing it on the name.
Did you?
But
And
might-
James
but you
Wood
might be-
he deserves to be,
Abrams deserves to be.
but
Abrams is starting for the National League for an All-Star.
Just apropos of nothing, but we're kind of talking about popularity, and sort of in DC. Did you see the number that disastrous U.S. soccer game did?
46 million.
I thought it was 42, but let's go with 46.
Oh, that's sick.
Either way, over 40 million.
46 million, which I believe was quoted as being bigger than any college game of any sport.
Yep.
Any Major League Baseball game. I mean, it was like maybe only the
only
Super Bowl bigger.
I think only the Super Bowl and maybe the championship games, AFC and NFC championship game.
Yeah.
But just a massive number.
46
And it wasn't even on the
million.
weekend.
And it was a big disaster.
Yeah.
Right?
But
Imagine
that's
if
how,
it was
a Monday night.
like
dude, that's how hyped up it was.
Yeah. Imagine if it was on Sunday afternoon.
So in that
Yeah.
sense, maybe the future's bright for soccer in the sense that you drew that many eyeballs here in
Yeah.
the United States.
Look, I mean, there's
Like we're mocking Pulisic for saying the future's bright.
Well, the truth is the whole World Cup. Like if you just pulled a
I think the
random
countries embraced
like
it very
the
well.
England-Mexico game
Yeah.
had, and I might be off on the numbers, but I remember it was super high. It had like 20 million people
Well, part of
watching
it is because it's great for us TV watching.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like we have to get up at 3 a.m.
I know. I love it.
It's because it's here.
Yeah.
That's why people
Yeah.
were so invested.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's in Russia or Spain,
Of course.
Well, of course.
Yeah, but
that's
the
also
point is,
time-sensitive,
the
though.
point is, the NBA Finals is here, and it's not getting those numbers.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but this is a national team event. Of course, it's going to get big numbers. I don't think
The Olympics don't get this number.
into it?
No, I think it's great. I thought it was a great viewing event. I don't think it's going to have any carryover.
No, not unless it's here.
Travis,
Right.
give me your top
Well, it's not
five.
gonna carry over in the sense that next time it's in Russia.
If they're playing in 4 years against Spain and in Spain, they're not going to get 47 million.
But does it elevate soccer to more kids want to play in it, more kids want to be better at it, more kids want to go to Europe to play in it? Did it elevate it that level?
I don't know.
Probably not. No. Drabby, who's your top 5 DC athletes right now? Is AJ DeBonce in it?
By like popularity, I don't think most people could pick Sonny Styles out of a lineup. If he's just a headshot, I don't think most people know who he is.
Yeah.
Probably AJ too.
But they know the name.
I would say Ovi, Trae Young, Anthony Davis,
Yeah.
and Terry, and put in 5
Yeah,
somewhere
I think
else.
Davis and Young will be
I
up
think
there.
you'd be able to pick out AJ DeBonce just based on height.
Well, I mean,
face,
I-
face, don't know.
Face?
Yeah.
No.
I don't know. DeMonte got a lot of hype here the last couple of weeks.
That's a good question.
Maybe.
I just put Styles up there because he was a first-round draft pick, and he went to Ohio State, and he's playing for the Commanders.
Got a cool name.
Got a great
Helps.
name.
But you're right. I mean, if Sonny Styles walks into a open road,
Well, you're gonna know he plays something.
you're going to think he's an athlete.
he's a
But I would
specimen.
think
something. That's
Yeah,
for
it's going to be
sure.
a lot of who's that?
That might
Take
be
a picture of him. Send it to your friend. Who's that?
okay.
Tell me who that is.
But Drab, if you put an appearance,
Hey,
if you-
Gronk, who is this?
Yeah.
if you marketed an appearance and you said Sonny Styles is going to be at Circuit City, okay, and
AJ
and
is going to
AJ
be.
DeBonce
It's a
is going to
Radio
be
Shack.
at Kitty. What did I write
Radio
down?
Shack.
Jamesway. Jamesway.
Yeah,
Caldor.
Yeah. Who do you think is going to draw more?
The Bonza.
Than Sonny Styles?
Yeah. The number one pick against a linebacker?
I
for
know.
Sure.
Here
I know,
in
but
DC?
it's a commander versus a wizard.
I know, but basketball's an individual player sport as far
Yeah.
as like superstardom.
He's got a
Anybody-
chance.
You think anybody's going to a Bobby
Seriously?
Wagner signing?
All right, what if it, all right,
Seriously.
hold on. No, that's different. What about if it was? That's different. You're an aging veteran at the end of his career.
Yeah, no,
meant
okay.
nothing here.
Whatever.
Sucked.
Whatever,
By
right?
the way, also sucked here. What about
Suck.
what about RG3 though? What if it's
Well, that was next
2012?
level, yeah.
2012 RG3, AJ DeBonce 2026.
RG3. Yeah.
Yeah.
RG3 beats Ovi.
RG3 beats Jaden.
Right.
RG3 beats everybody.
Yeah.
The number one answer is actually Jaden.
Yes.
Yeah, I would
If
agree.
you had an appearance
I don't know,
at Montgomery
Ovi-
Mall at the Macy's.
Just Brandon
Okay,
Ayuk.
but hold on.
Hey, just
I just like
Brandon,
naming random places.
just Brandon Ayuk cracked the top 5.
Ooh.
Brandon Ayuk had an appearance at Dick's. They just opened up a new
You know
Dick's,
what?
right?
What's so funny is people hating on him. They would show up. There'd be a
They
line
They
of
would.
donks.
You
with
would show
memorabilia.
up. Team Ayuk would
There'd
show
be a-
up.
Well, I gotta make sure you look out for his best interest. No one's looking out for the guy's best interest. He'd have a line of donks with
He would.
footballs and jerseys lined up.
But I think Sonny Styles was at the
He did the Gaithersburg
Dick's in Rio just a couple weeks ago.
How many people were there?
There was a big line.
There was a lot of people there.
Yeah.
A lot of people. But I think Brandon Ayuk would command the,
You know
the
what?
line too.
I'm going to ask my buddy. My buddy's one of the managers there. Who? Because I think Tom Wilson was there too.
Yes, it was Willie and
Who
Styles.
drew more?
who- yeah,
That's the
more pe-
answer. So why not run it?
Yeah, if Ayuk was at Blockbuster, how many people would show up?
And Tom Wilson was at Errol's.
Toys R Us.
Yeah.
All right. Inspired by my foray into the rap world, we're going to do a finish the rap lyric for some great prizes. You can call it now, 1-800-636-1067. You're still watching the hole-in-one deal?
Yeah, I mean, I'm blown away where they put the pin.
There are guys who would
stupid.
be like me who miss the green entirely that are just shanking them.
Oh,
Hey-
yeah.
hey, the boy-
Because none of them are particularly good.
Hey, the boys are buzzing over at Hidden Creek to try and do something.
Oh,
like
they
this
wanna
now.
do
Yeah,
something?
Yeah, they're all sized.
I mean,
that would be so bad.
Gonna
Like, you know
commit
how
me
we
to-
joke on your brother for having the near hole-in-one?
They
I
had so
can't-
many. I mean, I sent you one. Look at where they put the pin, Valdez, and then look where the ball just landed. And Salim did it overnight. I mean, they've had so many near misses.
Salim the Dream.
Salim the Dream. Yeah. It's kind of embarrassing that I know these guys, but whatever.
Well, Valdez put together a little rap ditty. Maybe you should play it first, which is embarrassing, but whatever. It's fun. I was reading the lyrics that Brandon Ayuk chose a song underneath his video where he clearly is calling out Jaden, he said that his boy Jaden was hiding behind his mama in the previous video, and now he's basically calling him fake.
Well, he also has a new one. Do you know he just put one out?
Oh no, I don't know
Put
that.
a couple out in the last couple minutes. He's spinning the football and you can see he's got some dumbbells, and now he's showing cleats, and he says how he's going to look good in I'm going to go crazy in burgundy and gold. You can stamp that, and he's showing football cleats.
That's the newest one.
And it ain't personal; it's business. And he's writing that too. I think somebody said he's got his own brand, but he doesn't sell it. It's called The Biggest Brand. It's almost like Triple Baller.
I noticed that's one of the 4 follows he has.
By the way, those are the cleats Jaden was wearing the other day.
Okay.
And remember I told you he liked one of his things for wearing some cleats? That's because he was wearing Brandon's brand.
Is that his B-ski?
Yeah, apparently he's got his own.
What is that?
I don't know. I can't remember the definition. Anyway, dude, so complicated.
All right, so Valdez, why don't you play the song one more time? Future JP,
Fake
our
N line
collab.
to a real N. Now that's some S that you don't do. I'm gonna
Fake-
stay
fake.
real for my real N's. Now that's some S that I'm gonna do.
All right, but now we're gonna do like a real rap song, and you're gonna recite the lyrics.
I'm just
40
reciting
thou
it.
to 100 thou, 100 thou, another 100 thou, 300 thou to 500 thou.
Okay,
It's so crazy.
When were you talking about 300,000 to 5?
He was reading the lyrics.
song?
That
from
was
the song.
that was in the lyrics.
Yes.
300,000 to 500,000.
By the way,
It's so crazy.
All right, so my buddy is a GM at Dick's, or not the GM, but he's one of the managers. Okay, GM. He worked that gig with Sonny Styles and Tom Wilson. There might have been others, but I know those two. Who do you think drew more? I have the answer,
I
would've
think Sonny Styles did.
I would have said Styles.
and the correct answer is Sonny Styles. But I don't know if this is a lot or not. By 70 people, he said he had about 70 more. So I don't know if that's 70 more out of 1,000 or 70 more out of 200.
Right.
You know,
Right,
I
did he
don't.
edge him out, or
Yeah,
is it? I saw some pictures. I mean, it's not thousands,
Yeah.
but maybe a couple hundred.
Yeah,
Okay.
so probably by a
like,
third or
I'm
something.
going to make
maybe.
it up. I'm going to say maybe it was 250 to 180.
Yeah.
But even if DeBonta was out there, I don't think there would be thousands of people out there.
No, it was a good
I
crowd.
think,
Yeah.
I think it would be similar.
All right, so let's just finish the rap lyric. I'm going to read the lyric.
I know, but I think you have to have multiple because I think people cheat.
Okay.
I don't want to.
I think they should knock it out
All right.
in the first one.
All right, let's go to Cam. Calling from Chesapeake.
Yo.
Cam, what's up, buddy?
What's up? What's up?
All right, Cam.
Uh-huh.
From Eminem's "Lose Yourself," you complete the
Lose
lyric.
Yourself,
All right.
fantastic.
His
Okay.
palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. What's the next line?
I got you.
What's the next
You don't know it.
It's not. I got you.
I got you. Hold on.
No, you're looking it up. Okay, I can't. Going to do it and ask Chris. You think real quick?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
1-800-636-1067. Hey, Chris.
Hey, how you doing? It's Mom Spaghetti.
There you go. Big winner.
That's all he needed to know.
That's all he
Just
needed to
two
know.
words.
Yeah.
2 words.
Congratulations. You've won 2 tickets to see Joe Bonamassa and Government Mule Wednesday, July 29th at Wolf Trap. Tickets on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events.
How old is Eminem now?
Dude, he's like
Is he our age?
52 or something.
He's
Like
a little
he's in his 50s, and he's doing that bit. It kills me. It's way too dark. His hair. It's way too dark.
Oh, because
I don't like it.
He's coloring it.
I don't like it.
Is the entire face that way? Like
He has
Ringo
beard.
Starr?
Kind of. He's going way too dark.
All right, let's punch up our next contestant.
All right. Go to Anthony. Hey, Anthony.
Hey.
All right, Anthony, finish the lyric. LL Cool J's Mama Said Knock You Out. Don't call it a comeback. Finish the lyric.
I've been here for years.
Come on,
Winner! Congratulations. You get a pair of tickets to the
Hey, we got a
R&B tour starring Usher and Chris Brown Friday, July 10th at Northwest Stadium. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com courtesy of Live Nation.
All right, DeBonsa over under 17.5 points.
Over.
Under.
And I think he's going to be over 17 shots and over 6.5
All right,
threes.
all right. DP over under 23.5.
Under.
Oh.
All right, we got to get out of
Under.
here. B. Mitch and Finley next.
This Sports Ordained is brought to you by Murray's Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? In his last 9 starts, when Foster Griffin's on the mound, the Nats went 8-1. Now we can call it 9-1. The Nationals managed to pull together another series win when they defeated the Astros 8-2 yesterday. Griffin allowed just 1 run in 7 innings of work for Washington. As for the offense, both C.J. Abrams and Luis Garcia Jr. hit their 20th homers of the season, meaning the Nationals now have 3 players with 20-plus home runs this year, tying the White Sox for the MLB lead. And we've got the MLB draft this weekend. The White Sox are calling it a 3-way race for the 1-1 slot between UCLA shortstop Rod Chalowski, Georgia Tech catcher Von Lackey, and Texas high school shortstop Grady Emerson. But more important to all of us, who will the Nationals pick at 11? MLB.com has them selecting Tyler Bell, a shortstop out of Kentucky, where Baseball America recently mocked them taking the third baseman out of Mississippi State, Ace Reese. From the Crop Medcast Sports Desk, Savannah McCown, The Fan.
Man, it feels good to hear that song again. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. B has neither microphone nor headphones on quite yet, but we're getting ready to rock. Good morning, Brian.
Your thing don't say left or right.
I saw you looking at
it. Normally they got an L or there we go. No, that's not an L.
I think they have it left and right. I just don't know. So B forgot his stuff today,
I left my whole bag
does.
at the house, dog.
So I had an extra set of headphones that may not be. Yo, look, it says it right there, dude. Let me see.
Where?
Dude. R, right there in red.
On the backside? Oh.
Yeah. I mean, man, I'm not in charge of what
mine
side.
are on this.
B has headphones. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's that?
Oh, man, I'm feeling refreshed. I had a long drive this morning. Just woke up at a little before 6, drove back. No traffic whatsoever. Stopped at Royal Farms. 8 a.m. fried chicken.
No traffic. People coming into D.C.?
No traffic whatsoever until New York Avenue.
Okay.
And then it was like, no matter which way I went, it was going to be a half hour. You know what I mean? But it was really pretty breezy. Like, for me, traffic from the beach where you get jammed up is Bay Bridge, 5404 split. Like, if you don't hit anything until you get to D.C., like, that's like people complaining about the heat in the summer. It's supposed to be hot. There's always traffic in D.C.
Yeah.
So that, to me, isn't even a factor. Like,
yeah, when you said you drive back in the morning, first thing I thought, he's crazy as hell.
I've done it a bunch.
Yeah, but that's a tricky one because one accident and it turns into an extra hour and a half.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I give myself real wiggle room. Like, when I leave at 6, my initial you'll make it here by time was 8:45.
Okay.
And so then I get all the way to I don't stop until I'm at the bridge. And then I know if the bridge is clear, I can stop at the Royal Farms I like, get the chicken I like. And something bizarre happened to me that you'll just call me a dumbass for. So I had like a quarter tank of gas. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to get gas, I'm going to get chicken. It is wildly hot in here, by the way.
That's your first time noticing that?
But
you've been working here for 5-6 years.
It fluctuates all the time. It's got to be 92 in here right now.
I'm just so cool. I don't feel it.
I pull up to the gas station, start to pump the gas, walk inside. I feel like this is all fairly standard. I walk back outside. I'm so excited about the chicken. I just put the gas nozzle back in the holster, for lack of a better word. Start the car. I've learned that trying to eat fried chicken while driving is a generally bad idea.
Just get legs.
Well, I
easiest thing in the world.
But I smashed 2 drumsticks in 90 seconds and then commenced driving, right? I was like 10, 15 minutes down the road till I realized no gas got pumped. I don't know what happened.
Oh, you didn't. You probably put the thing.
It started and
and it probably stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to need to get gas still, which is annoying. I also, have you noticed this? Because I get like my credit card notifications sent to my phone, they authorize $175.
That's Amex.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's American Express, not the rest of them.
Okay. That's crazy.
So
now then it goes back down.
No, what happens, I think the businesses with American Express, they automatically put it up like $175. You're not about to put $175 worth of gas in the damn car.
Right.
But they do that, and because I know the same thing happened to me.
You know how much gas I ended up pumping?
How much?
$2.12. So that's half a gallon? I don't know.
And then when you went to do it the second time, they probably charged $175 again.
Well, I mean, I'm back here now. I won't be at Royal Farms for a while.
Oh no, it's not just Royal Farms. It's most gas stations.
They charge you, they
when it's American
authorize
Express,
that
they
much?
authorize $175. You pump whatever you're gonna get, and then it'll come back on your card later. But I think that should be some BS.
Yeah, it is some BS.
You're gonna do it for $175, then it takes like 6-7 days for it to fall off.
How was the week? Did you miss me?
Nah, you were still working when you weren't supposed to be working, and you were posting all the time. So I didn't miss you, dog.
Okay. All right, well, good.
I mean, hell, you're right there. Every time I open my phone, bam, your big ears are right there.
I like texting the boys. I didn't realize White Brian's also on vacation.
White Brian takes more vacation than you.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
he does.
I don't know how the hell that happens.
White Brian got a tan.
Huh?
I doubt it.
You right there.
Oh,
Nah,
Brian has a tan.
That's tan Brian. Let me say it like that.
Do you think I got a tan?
You look red as you always do.
No, look at that. I'm bronze.
Nah,
baby.
bro, not bronze.
Jeff.
I'm bronze, bro. You're not bronze at
For
all.
a white dude, I got tan.
You got a little
For
different.
a white dude with Scotch
I was
Irish
gonna
roots,
say,
this is tan.
You should
dog.
be.
That's
You
tan.
should be.
I was gonna say, I think
brown.
Ryan is the professional in this. Is that tan, Ryan?
That's tan.
Yeah.
He got tan. I got tan too.
Ryan look like out of bounds steaks.
You look a little. Your face looks a little red.
His face red as hell.
Well, I was at the beach this weekend. I was in the sun all day.
Well, don't come back red. Come back a little tanned.
I am tan.
No, you're not.
It's tan.
Nah, you look like a damn stop sign.
I'd like to have a discussion about the soccer. I don't know when we'll do that, but we'll do that at some point.
What soccer?
The World Cup that's been played. We got another match tonight. What time is this game today?
They play at 4:00.
These are such big deal games. Why aren't these games at 7 or 8 o'clock?
Where is France? Where are they even playing it?
I have no idea. Tonight's France-Morocco, right?
Yeah.
I guess you play it at 4 because that's much better for the French and Moroccan
You got to make sure they get
audiences.
some time too.
Because I believe France is 6 hours ahead, so that at least starts at 10 o'clock at night over there. And I would
Believe
guess
me, they're not going to sleep.
France and Morocco are probably
They're drinking wine right now.
similar time zone.
They're drinking wine right now, getting ready.
I do not know where this game is going to
We
be played.
in Paris.
Yeah, they're getting after it. Oh, this one they're playing in Boston Stadium, Foxborough.
Huh.
I'm excited. The soccer's been cool. I've enjoyed it.
It's been fun, man.
Yeah,
It's
people
been
get hyped.
It's been some electric games out there. Some of these small countries and stuff are playing some big time hockey. I mean, soccer. But the big boys seem to be coming through.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
Egypt was doing their thing early and late.
Dude,
They didn't finish.
I ended up at a bar. Shout out to Rope Walk in Ocean City. We went down to Ocean City to see my nieces and nephews. And this bar, Rope Walk, if you're ever in Ocean City, I can't imagine a cooler setup. They had a projector screen that's like the size of your garage. I mean, the screen was massive with all these chairs set up. You're in the sand, on the bay, like on the water, nice breeze. They have a zillion TVs. And I didn't even know who was playing. We went to go meet, like, my sister-in-law has little kids. So we met for lunch, but lunch got to be at like 11:30. You know what I mean? Because you got little kids.
Yeah, they got to take their nap.
Yeah. And so we're there and we're hanging out by this little playground area. And then I could hear a game had started, but I wasn't very locked in. And there must have been like 20 Egyptians getting after it, dude. Like, because
early on,
Egypt
they were
scored
excited,
first,
though.
and then Messi missed a PK. They
Yeah.
were going nuts. And it is cool how you see what this means to like people from the rest of the world. I'm not sure it means that to us.
The way they feel about that is how we feel about football.
Yeah.
Because like my boy Jerome, you met Jerome before.
Yep.
Jerome was never a sports fan growing up. Still probably not one. He try to act like he is. Jerome, he always says, bruh, football fans are crazy. I said, nah, baseball, bat. He said, nah, nowhere close to the football fans. He said, football fans are crazy. So you look at soccer, they are crazier than football fans.
Yeah. I mean, this is, it's the pinnacle of sports for most of the world. I guess where I've landed, and I listened to a bunch of podcasts driving back this morning, like, the outrage over the United States just not being that good on the world stage in soccer, I don't get it. Like, we're used to being the best at stuff. We don't like being not the best. But this isn't our game, dude. And I think
it may not be our game, but I think the complete makeup of how we get to where we are has to change. I believe some of the best soccer players are not ever getting an opportunity because the sport is one of those where you have to be at a certain income level just to get there. And we go around the world.
But there's lots. Baseball and hockey are like that too.
I understand what you're saying, but this sport here, you go around the world. As a guy explained to me, he said, you go to all these different countries, soccer's a ghetto sport. It's a hood sport.
Right.
Everybody gets a chance. In the United States, it has become an upper echelon sport. And some of the best athletes are not upper echelon people.
I hear that.
They got to find a way to get to it.
I am not disagreeing whatsoever with the structural concerns in travel soccer, right? And how that separates, like, income brackets. But the structural concerns with youth sports in its entirety, with AAU basketball, with lacrosse, with baseball, like, I mean, there's a congressional bill to try to save youth sports because it's all become big business for adults.
Yeah, I understand
I just
that.
think, like, yes, not everybody here plays soccer. I just don't think we care that much.
We may not care until...
Where is it on the list of sports kids want to play? Because every kid plays it at some level.
Kids don't see it getting to where it needs to be. Like what happens in basketball, like you brought up AAU, football, baseball. You know what? You see a pickup truck or a SUV going into every little neighborhood getting those good-ass athletes that play all those sports.
Right.
It's not happening with soccer.
And I don't think it's that. So where
It
I've
could
landed,
get to that point.
I don't think it will because kids are going to want to keep playing football and basketball and baseball and hockey. And in this country, where those kids can make money and NIL and all of that, it's going to continue to be those other sports.
I think if the approach, like so many parents who don't want their kids to play football, that dude might be a hell of a soccer player. And although you get as many concussions, you notice that the studies tell you as many concussions in soccer as anything else, but they think, oh, no, it's not happening in soccer. You just start finding out. Let a few people in certain areas start making some money. You know what the rest of them start doing? Followed suit.
I think there's some truth to that. But to me, the U.S. soccer team is like American soccer fans want us to be Georgia or LSU or Bama or Texas or Michigan. American soccer is Iowa or Penn State or Auburn.
No.
Like, France is a machine. The reality with this World Cup, they expanded it. So then the Americans got put in a good group, and they played really well, and that's terrific.
Yeah.
But they got a knockout win over Bosnia. And then it's like, oh, well, we beat a European team. In every previous World Cup, that wasn't a knockout stage game. This was the knockout stage game. You're not as good as a top 10 program in the world like Belgium is my guess. I don't even know where Belgium ranks. I don't even know who does the rankings. I don't know who to yell about the rankings. But, like, I think we just got to accept, like, yeah, we're a major conference team, but we're not competing for the conference title. Yeah. That's just the reality.
Hey.
Like Georgia Tech, pretty good program. Every once in a while they get a good quarterback. Like, I don't know. I think our expectations are so outsized, and this one was different because it was here.
It was here, and they felt that they should be getting better, but at least it can be improving. I think that when it is not
the talent level,
it's not thinking that you're going to just jump to number one, but you got to get better than what you are.
Yeah,
because I'm gonna be honest. I told you all before you went on vacation, the goaltending sucked. Like I'm talking like, listen,
sucked.
You can tell me what you want about not knowing this, that, and the other. I know when somebody's always out of damn position. I don't care if you played soccer, you played hockey. When you see a person constantly out of position, you know they're out of position.
Well,
and that dude was out of position all the damn time.
It reminded me of the kicker, the NFL kicker that stubbed his toe, missing the ball on the field goal attempt. Like, dude, so I watched the game at Starboard. Starboard was popping. It was packed. Everybody's decked out in patriotic gear. Place is ready to explode. the U.S. is getting their ass kicked from the opening bell. But then my man, what the kid that scored, Tariq, what's his name?
Oh, what's his last
Tillman.
name? Tillman.
Malik Tillman, I believe.
Yeah.
Just a master at those free kicks. He ties it up, and the bar goes bananas. I feel like most of America.
1
in that
minute
moment-
later,
Doug,
boom.
They didn't show up. Like, it was an embarrassing effort. The third goal that the goalie and the defenseman, like, I don't know. This was the chance. This was supposed to be our best team, and you're playing at home, and you lose in that fashion. Like, I don't know. I'll see you in 4 years. I hope it goes better. I'm not going to spend a tremendous amount of time on it. Unfortunately, an area of life that I seem to be impossible to escape from is Brandon Ayuk posting videos all the time. And I just...
Well, that video tells me everything I need to know.
Do we have the audio, Jeff?
If my man is tired of talking to you because you keep running to social media about everything, I wouldn't talk to your ass no more.
Here's Brandon Ayuk's latest social media video.
He said, I don't do that internet, bro. Hit my phone if you gotta talk to me, bro. You got my number. And I call, he don't answer. Hit my phone, bro. It's important. It's the money on the line.
The audacity to say that it's now important, the money's on the line. The money's been on the line for over a year. The audacity to suggest that that's Jaden's
You gave
fault.
the money up. So, listen, man. Out of that, I got Jaden is the adult.
Totally.
And let's be real. If you're taking everything I'm saying to air, to social media, when you call me, I'm talking to you when I'm in the mood or in the right mindset or framework to talk to your silly ass. That's the way I would feel about it. You can go all you want. Desperation is starting to get into this now. And Jaden is not entitled, friend or not, he's not entitled to do any favors for you because you're not doing any favors for your damn self. Point blank.
It is so exhausting. And I think, to his credit, Jaden Daniels has been nothing but professional throughout this saga that, frankly, he's been dragged into. Like, he hasn't pushed any of this. He's been dragged into this. His family, his mother got dragged into this. The Commanders organization has been dragged into this, right? And then to act, I mean, you said the word entitled, oh, he's not calling me back. After you insulted him last week?
Why would I call you back? You know? And listen, if I told you, like, this has happened to me, man, you don't follow me on social media. I said, I have your damn phone number. I talk to you 2-3 times a week. Why the hell I gotta call you on social media, follow you on social media? I don't understand grown-ass people who feel, man, you don't follow me on social media. You're talking to me on the phone right now, bro. Why the hell do I have to follow you? People have gotten into this mindset where, man, we got to do everything in front of me. I don't give a damn what people think about me and your relationship. I'm talking to you. To hell with them. One finger salute to the rest of the damn world because I don't want them to know what we're talking about. And if you feel you got to be on social media all the time, but I just saw a thing with Grant that posted where he said if he signs, he's going to keep doing this. Ain't no team putting up with that BS. And I would recommend our team don't deal with it.
We'll open the phones for the latest. Oh, it's time to get serious now, according to Brandon Ayuk. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. While all of this is going on, Jaden Daniels is now joining one of the truly elite clubs in sports. I'll tell you exactly what I'm talking about when we return. It is B. Mitch and Finley. JP Finley here to tell you about my friends over at Closets by Design. They did a tremendous job at my house. Listen, I have an old house built right after World War II. It's small, and I live with 3 women. We got to maximize all the space we have, especially in the closets. And Closets by Design came out. They redid my wife's closet, and she couldn't be happier. They added exactly what she wanted. She spoke with the designer for probably an hour, and they were able to build out her dream closet. And man, it's made a huge difference in my life. Fellas, you know what I'm saying. They could do way more than closets. They could do offices, mudrooms, laundry rooms, entertainment centers. They can do built-in bookshelves for you. Whatever it is you're looking for, Closets by Design can hook you up. I met the owner, Matt. I saw their warehouse. It's all custom made, and they do it the right way. Go to closetsbydesign.com or call 800-BY-DESIGN to schedule your free in-home consultation today.
This sports video is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? World Cup quarterfinals begin today with France and Morocco facing off at 4 p.m. France is still the favorite to win the entire thing, but we know anything can happen, especially when stuff like this happens. France's head coach has come out and downplayed the appointment of Argentinian officials for their World Cup quarterfinal match. And I'm not just saying this is one referee, this is the main guy, 2 Argentinian assistants, the reserve assistant, and the 4th official. The rivalry between these two nations has been fierce since Argentina beat France in the 2022 final, and a repeat remains a possibility. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in DC. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring that's extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. For the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
What
can it be?
A fresh El Camino rolling kilo G. It's all about making that GTA.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan.
Come talking that trash, we'll pull your card. Nothing in life but to be legit. Don't quote me, boy, because I ain't said.
I wasn't going to stop B there, but I do have to tell folks, we have a lot going on the program today. We're hoping to have some really cool news to discuss later in the program. Plus, we're giving away tickets for Usher and Chris Brown Friday night at Northwest Stadium.
Got a call from
hot
Chris.
ticket, right?
Say he want to make another remix.
That's a hot ticket, right?
Hell yeah.
I mean, will that sell out Northwest, I'm guessing?
I think it will.
I feel like
it got 3 dates straight. What is it, 10th, 11th, and 12th?
I feel like both of those dudes are a big deal.
Yeah.
So, like, I almost wonder.
Those two dudes can sing, dance. They are talented, dog.
So that'll be a lot of fun. We're going to give those tickets away a little later today. Also,
come on, guys, call in. Win this for your girls, man. I'm telling you.
I teased this earlier. The computer's not working, Jeff and Stallion. So for calls, happy to take calls, but the computer's not working. Before we get into all the Brandon Ayuk nonsense, you know what came out this morning is that Jaden Daniels has been announced as an official endorser for Gatorade.
All right.
Like, the people that do Gatorade are big deals.
Yeah.
And
classy guys.
Yeah. Like, so I got an email from the people involved with Gatorade. Their current lineup of stars is Josh Allen, Caitlin Clark, Jason Tatum, Justin Jefferson. Like, the most famous Gatorade endorser of all time,
MJ,
Michael Jordan. Like, this is like being a Nike guy, and no offense to other sports drinks or sneakers, because there's lots of cool stuff out there. Being a Nike guy and being a Gatorade guy is the coolest stuff you can have. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is just, while Jaden is getting a Gatorade endorsement, Brandon Ayuk is posting to social media saying, "Hey, bro, call me back." Like, what
because
are we even doing here?
That is trying to pressure him to operate on your terms.
Right.
First of all, when you're in Jaden's position, you don't operate on his terms. As I told you all before, I was in the break. He's that McDonald's friend that you can't invite to Ruth Chris because he's gonna do something
That's
stupid
such a good line.
to embarrass you. And you know everybody out there. You know it may sound a little, B. Miss said that, but guess what? You know the friend who you can invite to certain places.
I just told you my story.
And you know the friend that you cannot.
I don't want to see no blood.
And at this point right now,
shout out to Grizz.
I think he's that guy where he's not bringing anything of positivity towards you.
No.
He's bringing negativity and drama. And nobody wants that on a regular basis. You know, I got friends that I've been friends with for years, but guess what? They probably never been in certain spots with me. I got family that have not been in certain areas because I know where you can't go. And maybe Jaden just understands. Like, look, man, right now, you in a position now, in a mind frame where I can't allow myself to be open with you because everything you hear you put it on social media, and that ain't cool.
Totally, man. And I wonder where we're at now that BA. I don't know that you guys did this while I was out, but BA had a post where he called out Jaden and he called out Regina, Jaden's mom.
Yeah.
And then I think she like responded on Instagram and later deleted it. But it said, "Enjoy retirement, pal." Like,
but I think that was thought to be AI. That response.
Oh,
there.
really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I just like the most ardent Brandon Ayuk supporters, Manny in Southeast. I'm opening the phone for you, sir. Like, I don't know how you can continue it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I just, if you're Jaden and you're doing Gatorade commercials.
What they say, people are in your life for a reason, season, or lifetime. The reason might not be good enough. The season might be over. Lifetime, not possible. You got to figure it out. You know, and sometimes people come in your life, and, they're in it for a reason at a certain moment, but then all of a sudden they may come back to where they learn, you learn, and y'all fit for each other. At this point right now, I don't see the benefit.
Maybe he didn't answer the phone because he was busy doing his Gatorade photo shoot.
No, maybe didn't answer the phone because I am not dealing with this drama. We all have had a person, we've been in relationships, we've had friendships, where that person calls you at a moment where ain't nothing good going to come from this. So I'm not talking to you at this moment.
Totally. All right, let's go to these phones. Let's start with Andrew in D.C. Andrew, what do you make of the latest Brandon Ayuk craziness?
Hey, guys, what's up? So I'm so out on Ayuk. Like, it's one thing to go after the 49ers. That, to me, was just, like, all fun and games. But to go after my QB1, that's something I can't accept. Honestly, I'm just tired of all this Ayuk talk. I just want a wide receiver that can, like, grow with Jaden. I don't think that receivers like Ayuk or Diggs or anyone on the roster currently.
I hear you, man. I hear you. Listen, I don't know. I'm sure you talked about it. The relevant move that occurred, and the phones are open, 800-636-1067. The move I care about is Rasul Douglas.
Mm-hmm.
I've said repeatedly on this program, I don't like the depth at corner.
Mm-hmm.
5 corners play per game. And I think Dan Quinn told the truth. When they ran that mini camp, and it was kind of a different functionality, where it was the 2s and the 3s got a ton of work.
Yep.
That was so Quinn and Peters.
They were trying to make some decisions.
They wanted to see what they had and see if they needed to add to it. That they told the truth on that one. That's exactly what they did. And I think I've said so many times, most fans kind of just look at the stars and possible Pro Bowlers and how can they win. You know what destroys a season? When your depth is lacking. And last year they had the injuries, and you end up with Chris Moore as your 5th most targeted wide receiver. So what'd they do this offseason? They built the floor up of the wide receiver room.
Mm-hmm.
If you have to get to Diami and Van playing a whole lot of minutes, a whole lot of snaps, that's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. Last year, it was subpar. It wasn't okay what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Rasul Douglas move builds the floor of that corner room.
Yeah.
I don't think it's about Trey Amos's injury. I don't think it's to question Mikey Samerstill. It's to add depth and build to the floor.
You need, like you said, you need 5 legitimate players at that position.
Yes.
And he definitely helps. And on top of it, everybody with 1 year, no years, 2 years experience, pick his brain.
Right.
You can learn a lot from him.
Right. Like, I just think we're spending so much time and energy on this, and now it seems to have just gone the other way. Football's a crazy sport. Professional sports are about ability on the field, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if they get through this and Ayuk ends up here in August and he could play, not to mention he posted that he is not going to reinstate with the Niners. This is all pointless then.
Listen, man, I have listened and listened to stuff a lot. And it gets to the point where everybody in this thing has reasons or situations to where they could do something, do it better. But nothing can change unless he does something. And the thing he say he won't do, he has to do, or he's not going to be doing anything. If I'm dealing with a person and they are making all of the right moves to help me out, I don't have to move a finger. He's helping them out. They're not doing much if he don't do anything. They could sit on their hands right now as long as he sit back and say he's not doing anything. And all you people who has made him feel like he's even strong, but say, yeah, man, fight the system, fight the man. That's not helping him. He needs to go and just show up.
It's so simple.
And get and reinstate. Do the things you need to do to get this ball rolling. But if you keep being and listening to those who, hell, you're listening to people that don't have a clue. Hell, he don't have a clue of how he's running this thing. The people that you're listening to, they don't have a damn clue for sure.
Let's go to Easy E in Rockville. What's up, Easy?
Going on? Welcome back, JP.
Thanks, bud. Did you miss me?
Look, I'll let you know before I get off the phone. Okay, here's the thing about this brand new. I was never in, and I'm not, and I'm so more out than I was in, even though I was never in. What he's doing is childish. Is what kids do. Is what these 13-year-old kids on Twitter and Facebook do behind a fake picture or a picture that's not them. They say stuff. The only difference is we know it's him, so he's just acting like a child that's waiting for the whooping from his mom and dad. Like, I'm done with it. And I'm going to give you a prime example as to why B. Mitch is right about friends, associates, and all these other things. I had a buddy of mine who I thought was a friend. I was doing a lot for him because he didn't have what I had, but I was being nice. I was taking him to work, doing certain stuff, helping him in times where it was tough. Then it got to a point where I was like, wait a minute. I'm taking you to work. I'm doing all this stuff for you. And, you know, I'm not asking for nothing in return, but if I asked for it and I needed something, one day I said I couldn't do it because I legit couldn't do it. He got mad at me. Who are you to get mad at me? Like, you're entitled to get a ride from me to work. So it got to the point where he got so mad he stopped talking to me. I didn't care. I kept my life moving. You don't regulate my life. I don't regulate your life. I was just helping you. Okay, but you took that help to a certain extreme, and now all of a sudden, because I said no for the first time, it's a problem. Like, Brandon Ayuk needs to get out of his own head, man. What the San Francisco's doing to him, would it piss me off? Yes, but I would also understand as a person I can't do that. Now, as far as you, JP, I do miss you, but you have to understand, you were so focused on that chicken, you didn't even check to see that you put $2 some change in. That's the problem, man. Your mind was so focused on that chicken. You
I love the chicken,
dog. Down the job like you did. You forgot that you gotta look at the pump. And
I love
let
the
me give you some
chicken.
advice. Don't ever use your credit card at the pump. Pay for it in the store. That's where the $100 or $175 charge never happens. Because you say, hey, I want 40, they charge 40. You go to the pump, they don't know how much you're putting in the tank. That's why that charge happens. How do I know? It happened to me and I learned. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, brother. Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. If
You're like, I want a leg.
I was focused. I was focused.
You bought extra?
Yeah, I told Jeff had some.
I saw Jeff eating something. I didn't know he was eating chicken that early.
There's chicken in the fridge,
Man,
dog.
he got chicken for breakfast.
We'll keep the phones going, man. If you're on hold, stay there. I see y'all. Brian, Greg, Pat, everybody. Just stay on hold. We're coming to you. It's B. Mitch and Finley. before you wreck yourself. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Got to remind you, I got big love for the Rude boys. My guy Scott, Fix It, down at the beach. Jimbo, taking care of me. Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. And B. Mitch, if it ain't rude,
it ain't right.
I'm going to hit these phones and let the folks weigh in. Where's Manny in Southeast? Noticeably absent. I don't know.
No, Manny has kind of started to slide away a little bit.
It's hard not to, man. Yeah. Let's go to Brian in Indian Head. What's up, Brian?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call, and welcome back, JP. I missed you, brother.
Thanks, buddy. Finally, Jeff admitted I'm tan, and Brian in Indian Head finally says he missed me. Thank you, dude. I missed you.
Let's go. So, actually, I want to take this time to publicly thank Brendan Ayuk, because if this guy had not come out and done all this, this is the type of player we might have welcomed into our locker room. And I'm at the point now where I'm completely out. And I'm honestly, I'm kind of worried about the dude's mental health, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know enough to speak on his mental health, but it has been a bizarre run for
It seems strange to say it like that.
It certainly does. You're right, Brian. Maybe
thanks.
Blessings come in all forms, right?
All right, bro.
Appreciate the call. Let's check in with Warren in Maryland. What's up, Warren?
What's up, B. Mitch family?
What's up, dude?
I miss you, JP. It's been a minute.
My God, man. Thank you, Warren.
I just want to say I don't want him here. I never wanted him here from the beginning, and this has now just gone so annoying that I'm tired of us getting dragged. I'm tired of now Jaden's being dragged into it way more than he was before, and it needs to stop. And B-Mitch, you were the only person that said this before all these videos came out. If he has to come here and Jaden has to be a babysitter to this man, then we got a problem.
Yep.
And now look, he's literally being what you said. Jaden has to now act like a babysitter. He has to tell him, bro, I'm not talking to you on social media. Just call my phone. If I'm your friend and I gotta tell you that, that means, bro, you're not listening to what I'm saying, and he's not listening to nobody. He's basically just a clout chaser. He don't want to play football no more. He don't want to. He's already admitted
Warren,
he don't
it's
want
really interesting you say that. Thank you for the call, man.
Yeah.
As this saga has gone on, I've kept going back to a quote Jeremy Reeves has said. Now, lots of people have said this, but it always stuck with me from Revo, an undrafted guy who has now carved out a major NFL career, multiple Pro Bowls, right? And Revo said, there's football players, and then there's guys that love to play football. Like, do you love being a football player, or do you love playing football? And I wonder with Ayuk if we've reached a stage where he loves being a football player and all that comes with that, the money, the notoriety, all of it, or if he still just loves playing football. And it gets harder and harder for me.
I don't know which one you could put him in. I don't know if he just loves playing football or just is he? Because if he's a football player, he does whatever he can to get back on the field, right? And showing up to get released will get him on the field. But he says he's not doing that. So now he's an influencer. Has he changed his mindset?
Totally. I've circled back to that quote numerous times as this has gotten crazier and crazier. Let's go to Rusty in Delaware.
What up, Russ?
Russ, what's up, buddy?
Hey, fellas. Mr. JP, full disclosure, when the A team's not in, I don't get a full 10-2. No offense, B. Mitch. No offense, Toby. No offense, Dave.
It's all good, dude.
Yeah, it's offense. Damn it, you can listen to me 50% of the time. What the hell?
So I just want to say I'm totally done with all this. Like, this is absolutely ridiculous. What are we doing here? If you're a member of this fan base that still wants to go through this, I understand DC stands for Drama City, but at this point, I think it's just being a glutton for punishment. Maybe you want this team ran the way that it used to be run. If you weren't around for all that, all you got to do is Google it. I mean, this stuff is just, this reminds me of, like, have you guys seen the reels for the 37U players? Like, this is like the 37U mentality. I feel like Brendan Ayuk thinks that he's untouchable, and just because he does have some talent, I won't take that away from him. Just because he does have some talent, that someone's going to give him an opportunity. But the way that he's trying to strong-arm himself into this organization, everything that they've done from April of 2023 has been top-notch professional. Why would they why would they insult themselves, us as fans and paying customers, to kind of fall back into something like this where it's nothing but drama? And I don't care if Brandon Ayuk goes to another team. He could end up in Dallas and score 10 touchdowns, and it is what it is. But at the same time, I just want us to have a clear locker room, no drama, play football, and keep it moving with adults.
All right.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate that, brother.
Thanks, Rusty.
Yeah,
Hope
man.
you get those tickets. Rusty's looking for Morgan Wallen tickets. If anybody's got an extra pair and they're not outrageous, hit up Rusty.
Whiskey, won't you go?
Our guy Shane is in Fairfax. Shane, you done? You done with BA?
JP. Hey, JP, B. Mitch. Yeah, dude, y'all know I've been done for a long time with this joker. Like I said, this guy is absolutely nuts. He's not even played football almost 3 years. What's to say he can play football? And all he is now is an influencer. He's not even a football. I got a bet right now. I bet he don't even play football this year. Who's going to sign him up? Who wants this knucklehead on their football team right now? I wouldn't even want him on the UFL team right now.
We'll see. We'll see where he ends up. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate you, bud.
Hey, JP.
What?
JP,
What's
I got
up?
a fan right here wants to say hi to you real quick.
Okay.
Hi, babe.
Say, it's my son. Go ahead. He's playing shot boy today, but anyway, he's a big fan
What's
of
his
yours.
name?
Dad, you missed on me.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Dad, you put me on Front Street. What's wrong with you, man?
Let's get our guy Toothpick in real quick. Pick,
what's up, brother?
What do you make of all this mess?
Hey, what's good, JP? B, what's happening, man? Listen, what they say, hungry dogs run fast. Well, he must not be starving because he's not doing anything to get himself paid. And he's talking about money's on the line. Get off, stop playing. Because just like you all said, he's not doing anything to help himself. And I told you guys I bit off of him a long time ago. I actually stopped talking about him, but he keeps making himself relevant for the day. So yeah, I'm not with this. I'm not with Brandon Ayuk at all. And JP, the question is, were you missed?
Yeah, was I
You
missed?
were missed like that text I sent you for Father's Day.
Thanks, Peck. I'll see you later, buddy.
All right, man.
All right, we're going to keep the phone lines going for the next hour. Things are going to get really busy at noon. Chris Miller will join us from Las Vegas as we get ready for AJ DeBonce's Summer League debut
What time
tonight.
is that tonight?
9 o'clock tonight. Should be
we'll
awesome.
be trying it out.
Can't wait to talk to C-Mill about Summer League tonight. Plus, a lot of football stuff going on. It's somebody's birthday. I'll explain when we return.
Following its win over Brazil on Sunday, Norway was supposed to have a long rest ahead of their quarterfinal match against England at the 2026 World Cup. But their rest has been anything but that for Team Norway. In addition to illness spreading among team members, Norway has also decided that they needed to change hotel just days before their match. The team spent just one night in the hotel before they had to leave due to excessive noise per reports. Now, this doesn't sound like it was a situation where fans were outside making noise or trying to keep the team awake, but it could be a difference maker in their upcoming match. Speaking of quarterfinals in this year's World Cup begin today. France and Morocco face off at 4 p.m. France is the favorite to win this whole thing, but in this matchup, anything can happen. From the Crop Nightcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Gonna be, listen, once we get to noon on, the show's going to get super, super busy. So if you want to call in, now is the time. Talking Brandon Ayuk, but I kind of want to frame it a little differently. Also, we're going to be giving away these Usher Chris Brown tickets, which I know is a hot ticket. So folks should be fired up about that.
What time are we doing that?
I believe noon, and then
program my phone to do that.
Noon and 1:30.
Okay.
Noon and 4:30. What? Noon and 12:45. Stallion's trying to get
1:45.
1:45.
Yes.
Noon and 1:45. B. Noon and 1:45. If you were trying to get the Usher and Chris Brown tickets. I'm excited to talk to C-Mill in an hour. I want to spend some time talking about expectations for DeMonta tonight in the Summer League debut, going up against Darren Peterson. And listen, when they've gone head-to-head in high school, and then we saw it, BYU versus Kansas, there should not be extra pressure and expectations on a Summer League game, but this one's got some. I can't wait to watch it.
Oh, yeah, it does.
But, B, everybody wants to talk about Ayuk, right? And I think the sentiment has largely landed where fans are out. That said, did he really just post another one? Like in the last 2 minutes?
I think.
So that is actually from 9:45 a.m. It just doesn't go as viral anymore.
That's the one that Grant posted, right? Because I think Grant had posted something about it where he said, I mentioned it earlier.
Well,
this is a picture of shoes that he says.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah, this is new. Says, I'm going so crazy in burgundy and gold, you can stamp that, with a picture of cleats that are neither burgundy nor gold.
He got the first 4 words right.
I'm going so crazy. So we have yet another Brandon Ayuk Instagram post. And is that his own brand? Someone was telling me that like he has his own brand, but it's not for sale.
Yep. Grant Conn said that.
Can't fake it. Look tough. Those cleats look nice.
Okay. But those are neither burgundy or gold, correct?
Not at all.
Okay. I mean, this one is confusing. He has encroached on the Commanders so significantly.
He's made it to a position where it's hard. It may be hard for them to sign him now.
So if you're curious, if you're keeping up with this, Brandon Ayuk just posted another video to his Instagram story that says, I'm going so crazy in burgundy and gold, you can stamp that. Now, he also continues to post stories to his Instagram with the location being in Virginia. Our friend Greg Height, who lives out towards Luray, sent it to me and said, man, that's not far from my house. I'm going to pull up and see if he's actually there. Greg, don't do that. He's told us he doesn't like people pulling up to his house. And
you can post, you can put wherever you want as a place you posted from, I think.
I told you this, I think, last week, or maybe I texted it to you. I heard from someone I tend to believe that they saw him at a Harley Davidson dealer.
Okay.
which with the speeding, I'm not sure you need a bike, but hey, whatever, do your thing. So we got another Brandon Ayuk video. If you want to get on the phone, we got a guy. Listen, if you remain pro Ayuk, you will get an opportunity to
Let's
speak.
go. See what you got to say.
Nick is in La Plata. Hello, Nick.
Hey, guys. Hey, B. Mitch, who was the Charles San Francisco 49ers? Went to the Cowboys. Remember?
Charles Haley.
You remember what he did and how everybody was freaking out on him because he jumped on the new rookie that came to town, defensive end. He got on top of his car and went to the bathroom. I don't know if it was number 1 or number 2, but basically people said they were crazy for talking to him. The thing is, and another thing.
That ain't this, bro. Charles Haley was a way better player than Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, he's crazy. I know, but the bottom line is, if he comes here and he squares up and he acts like a regular person, the football players you guys are a brotherhood, man. You're a fellowship, and you guys will lift him up and bring him in if he wants to get his stuff together. He needs help. The boy does. But the bottom line is, I'm not giving up on him. I just don't want to see him wearing the Dallas Cowboy helmet despite his best friend or Eagles helmet. And there's too much talent there, I think.
See, that's the difference between you and football players. Football players don't care where he goes if not on this team.
You don't think they'll come around?
They don't give a damn if he goes anywhere else. If he's not going to help this team, they don't care where he goes.
Well, they lift him up here in Washington. If he comes in and they believe he really wants to get it together, won't they back him up? Won't they embrace him?
Yeah, if they believe he wants to get it together. But where have you seen that he really wants to get it together at?
Well, I really don't know. Sometimes he sounds sincere. How about B. Mitch and Finley? What's going to happen?
Hey, no, I'm impatient, dog. I don't have time for BS.
What if he comes here in the 4th game of the year? He's got 8 touchdowns. You guys, what are you going to say then?
You know
8
what?
touchdowns
hey,
in
bro,
a game?
You doing too many what ifs. I don't live my life by what ifs. I live my life by what's happening.
This whole thing is what if with him. This whole entire thing is what if.
Nick, the only part of it that's not what if, because there is the what if he's healthy, what if he can recapture his previous glory, the bigger what if he actually reports to San Francisco and gets released. Until that happens, this is so much nonsense. Like, he has said he refuses to reinstate with the Niners. Well, sir, they have your contractual rights. So until you do that, the rest of this is all what if, dude. Like, the biggest what ifs are not that he could have 8 touchdowns this season. The biggest what ifs are you going to do the steps necessary to get to be a free agent.
I agree. And how much time does he have to do that?
Plenty. Thank you for the call, Nick. Appreciate you listening, man.
All right, I love you guys, man.
All right, right back at you. So maddening. I still want him to call in. I will hear you because I'd like to frame it. Like I said with Rasul Douglas, I thought that was a super important signing to raise the floor of the cornerback room. Yeah. I believe the floor has been raised of the receiver room. If you still want him because you think, this dude might be an all-pro level player, I could get down with that. But the people that still want him because they want to support him in his crusade against the evil 49ers and the evil NFL,
but it's gotten to the point now where he's not. He's infringing upon messing with this team. It's not just about going with the and that's where the problem comes. So we'll see.
Let's go to Jay in D.C. Jay, what up?
Hey, B-Mitch family, what's happening?
What up, dude?
Hey, all right. B-Mitch, this a guy from training camp last year. You took the pictures with all my sons, me and my sons, man. Oh, yeah. I really appreciate it. I always give you props, man.
What's up, brother?
And listen, I normally agree with you, man. I normally, because of how great you were on the field, man. But I'm pro Ayuk, man. Listen, obviously the boy got some mental health issues, and mental health is real. I don't play around with that. But I just feel like I think he can still be an asset to the team on a 1-year deal type thing where you can easily get out of it. You know what I'm saying? If it tends to spiral out of hand with all of this stuff that he's doing. But if you think about all of the teams that we had that won Super Bowls, You gotta have some crash outs, bro. You gotta have an Alvin Walton with his haircut weird as hell.
But Alvin Walton wasn't doing all this. Alvin Walton wasn't doing this. He had a weird haircut, but he wasn't doing this.
I know, B. Mitch, but listen, Gary Clark, they talk bad about Gary Clark and got Gary Clark out of here, how he used to spaz out on the sideline. He wasn't doing this because they didn't have social media back then, right? And a lot of this stuff, I think it's just him crying out for help, man. But he was like Gary Clark. Gary Clark was like special, bruh. But them wide receivers are different. You know that. As a running back, I play running back. Wide receivers are always on the island. They always by themselves and stuff like that. So they kind of different, man. So I think he can still come in and help. I think if he comes in and he's a locker room cancer and he really starts to divide and separate the team, I think you can get out of it. But I definitely think he can help, man. I really do.
Appreciate the call, Jay. Thank you for listening, man.
So the thing is, like Gary Clark, once the game started, it's when Gary spazzed out. When Gary wanted the football, he's going to demand the football. He wasn't doing it during the week. You know, I think people.
Didn't you always say that once the game started, you were a different guy?
Totally. But like people have to understand, like, it's not the things that happens on the field that normally separate a team. It's the thing that happen off the field that separates teams. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And yes, I understand what people are saying. If he can be everything he was and stop what he's doing, he might be a great asset for this team. But that's a hell of a if. When he's already came out and said if he's signed, he's still going to keep doing this stuff here. So every time something goes wrong, he's taking it to social media. I don't know how somebody could sign up for that.
Watching this unfold, what we hear is a lot of the beef started when he only got, I think, 3 targets in the Super Bowl, right? That's when there was some real unhappiness.
Sometimes the ball ain't going to come to you.
What happens if we're 3 weeks into a season? Let's hypothetically play it out, right? He signs with Washington, and it's a 1-year minimum, lot of incentives, and then he's not getting the ball. Is it reasonable to assume there isn't some social media crash out? Because I'd argue it's reasonable to assume there is.
Very much so.
Our guy Tailgate Ted is on the line. What up, Ted?
What's going on, boys? How you doing?
We're good, buddy. How are you?
Good. So I was fine bringing him in on a 1-year deal with incentives because I figured the vets and Jaden could just really get him on the right track. But there's a saying that goes, don't bite the hand that feeds you. And with all of his posts talking about Jaden and Regina, and then continuing what you just said, that he's going to still do this once he gets signed, I'm out. I don't need him here. Don't want him.
All right, Ted. Appreciate you, pal. I am glad there's still so many people that are in on him. Terry is in Dansville. What's up, Terry?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Thanks for having me on.
How you doing, man?
Hey, I think it's just some regular saga until Adam Peters make a decision. It's a nothing burger to me because I got faith in Adam Peters. And whatever he decides is going to be the right thing because he's been hitting home runs ever since he's been there. And you got to think about the Trent Williams saga that we went through. Is it a San Francisco Kyle Shanahan thing? I mean, I totally fell out with Trent Williams refusing to play. If I'm a football player and my coworker, my team player is refused to play, oh no. You know, I don't care what happens with the staff or whatever, but we supposed to be brothers. If you give up on me, I give up on you.
Appreciate you, Terry.
But Adam Peters can't do nothing until he does something.
Right. I think there's also like the football aspect of this. I don't know that this didn't seem to get a ton of run, but Jason La Canfora reported in a Sports Boom article that he thinks DeAndre Hopkins would make sense. That's a vet that's probably a Hall of Famer.
Won't complain about nothing, just plays ball.
Just wants to play.
Yeah.
And dude, I look at how they brought in Von Miller last summer. I'd say Hopkins is on maybe a similar trajectory, maybe a rung down the ladder from Von. Like Hopkins is probably a Hall of Famer. Von's a surefire, but like That move would make sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Let's think about football for a second and not social media videos. He hasn't caught a pass since Joe Biden was president. He hasn't caught a touchdown since the 23 season. Like, we're years removed from his highest productivity, right? Not months or games, years. Not to mention, there is some, I'm at least trying to point it out because I believe there's some level of hypocrisy in that we all crushed Peters for the roster construction last year of Noah Brown being your number 2 wide receiver and Noah Brown had dealt with so many injuries over the course of his career, right? Like there was a track record of Noah Brown missing time. Sure enough, he misses time. Now, what nobody expected was Terry to miss time, but it happened. This year, they're going into the season with what looks to be their number 2 guy, and Trey Burks is a guy that gets hurt a lot throughout his career. There's 4 years of body of work. Now, he told me in May, it's the best he's ever felt. Loves that he's working with the same quarterback. Like, he feels refreshed, like it's a restart to his career. But I do contend, and I'll repeat this, that the receiver room they've built this year is so much stronger than what they went into the 25 season with. Like, ignore the nonsense. Ignore that he's on another roster and contractually could not even be signed. Do you have to add Brandon Ayuk?
You don't have to. I don't think you have to. I think if you feel everything is on the up and up, it's a good try. Because I don't think anyone knows where he's at right now. You can go and find that out. But, like, I think Noah Brown being the number 2 last year is small, way smaller than Terry getting hurt. Terry getting hurt was a big problem last year.
Absolutely.
Because if Terry is healthy all year and Debo is still here, you don't much realize that Noah Brown's gone.
Right.
So I think.
Now, they haven't added a playmaker like Debo was intended to be.
And that's why I keep saying for some reason, we're blinded by thinking the number 2 guy has to be only a damn receiver.
Sure.
It could be your tight end. It could be your back out the backfield. Yesterday, I went through the thing of Jackson Smith and Jigba had 1,800 yards receiving, right?
Yeah.
Who had the second most on that team?
I believe it was the tight end.
They had
right?
about 600-700 yards, right? He didn't have to have 1,100 yards, 1,000 yards. They won the damn Super Bowl. So, and then the running back who ran the ball very effectively had about 200-300 yards receiving out the backfield. So your production can come from different areas, but we are stuck on looking at just the receiver position. You got running backs and you have tight ends.
You could look at Seattle if you want, and they had a tremendous defense, which is kind of the strength of that team, right?
That's why I believe this team will be better this year.
Look at Washington in 24 when they went on the run.
Mm-hmm.
Terry was your leading receiver. Zach Ertz was your second leading receiver.
Yeah.
Then I believe Olamide Zaccheaus was the second leading wide receiver,
True.
but he was the 5th leading pass catcher on the team.
Yeah.
That's top of the head math. But, like, to your point, if you have a stud wideout, you could get a ton of production from other spots.
Yes.
And
but it's we are stuck on looking at there are a lot of teams with damn good receivers that, guess what, didn't make the playoffs last year either. So just because you have 2 don't mean you're going to make it. You need to build a team.
Totally. I'm not closing the door on this, but man, the door is getting closer and closer to being closed. Like it's creaking closed, and every subsequent post is just more and more fodder.
You ever
what are we doing here?
You ever walk by a bathroom and somebody's in there with number 2 and they didn't shut it all the way? What you do? You slam that damn. I'm close to slamming the damn door.
All right, if you're on hold, stay there. Little, Mark, whoever's there, we're going to keep the phone lines open until noon. Chris Miller joins us at noon, very fired up to talk about A.J. DeBonce's Summer League debut tonight. You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. If I had a nickel every time a manager pulled a pitcher tossing a perfect game this week, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right? First came Yuri Perez of the Marlins in his start against the Athletics on Sunday when he was pulled after 7 perfect innings and just 92 pitches. And then it happened again last night. Pirates right-hander Jared Jones twirled 6 perfect innings at the expense of the Braves before Pittsburgh manager Don Kelly gave Jones the dugout handshake of removal. The Nationals also got some really good pitching last night from Foster Griffin. Griffin allowed just 1 run in 7 innings of work for Washington. Griffin's 10 victories are the most for a Nationals rookie since the club moved from Montreal before the 2005 season. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Medcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Giving away Chris Brown and Usher tickets in about a half hour. Chris Miller going to join us in about a half hour. Might have some news or cooking we're excited about a little later in the program. But right now, here's my question. Because a lot of people believe adding a number 2 wide receiver with Terry, or even a 1A if you want to go so far, is the most important thing for this team. And that is why I think a lot of people have landed on Brandon Ayuk, right? They need Ayuk because they got to add a receiver. Do you think Washington has done enough to address their biggest need this offseason?
I think, as you stated, when they signed Rasul, you felt that they had a bigger need of making that room stronger than the receiver room.
Correct.
So I don't believe that the receiver room was the weakest, just like you. And I believe, like when you asked me 2 weeks ago, you said, what's the most important thing that's going to help Jaden out this year? What was my answer? The defense. Because everyone assumes that a quarterback only gives help when the receiver is there. You know what to help out that quarterback better than the receivers? A strong-ass running game. You know what to help out the quarterback? Tight ends that can both block and catch. The receiving stuff comes later. The rules help out the receiving core. If you got anybody that's about themselves, the rules help them out. Then that defense, if the defense can alleviate teams from scoring 25 or more and get the ball back for the offense, that makes the offense better. I look at it as a way when coaches sit in the locker room talking to you about what needs to happen. It's not always about the quarterback getting the ball to the receivers down the field consistently. Sometimes you want to be able to run the ball so you can run the clock out and don't give their offense a chance.
Totally.
To make their offense one-dimensional to help your defense out. That happened to us last year. So I believe Terry is going to do what Terry does. I have faith in somebody on that receiving core going to be good enough to do just what they need to do. But I keep leaning to Chig. I keep thinking about the running game. And Rachaad White out the backfield is as good as any in the league right now.
You go back to 24 with this team where they had great success. McLaurin was the only receiver to go over 1,000 yards. Ertz was then at 650. OZ was at 500.
What Eckler did.
Noah Brown was at 450. Eckler total from scrimmage was about 750 yards.
Okay.
And remember, Austin missed a bunch of time that year.
Missed a bunch of time, but was very, very effective.
Yeah.
In the time when he was in there.
Totally, dude. I think White could help a lot. I also think Chig, for sure. I think you're going to see more multiple tight end sets, and I think you're going to see I think Zach Ertz in a lot of ways, especially because he and Kingsbury were super tight. I think Zach Ertz kind of dominated. I mean, we could just look at the targets among tight ends since Jaden's been here. Ertz 2 years ago in 24 had 91 targets. Your next highest tight end target was John Bates with 13 and Sennett with 5.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I believe there will be more. Like, so let's call it 100 targets for tight ends if the offense is running right.
Okay.
One, I think that might go up because you're going to have more tight ends on the field. I think there's going to be more verticality in the route. But let's just use 100 for the round number. Like, I won't be shocked if we see far more equity in the disbursement of those targets unless Chig really separates. And then it's like, all right, this is a dude we have to get the ball to. Have to get the ball to. Think about what David Blau said at his opening presser, that he wants to get 10 targets a game to Terry McLaurin. Like,
I know he said that, but I don't know if that could happen.
Sure, but I think there will be a concerted effort to get the ball in Terry's hands earlier, right? Like, if you're going to make that effort, do you really want to bring in another veteran receiver that might complain if they don't get the ball?
No, you still want to, because you know what? By saying
Trying to
that,
get better.
you know what the rest of the league does now? They start building their defense to go for Terry because they heard him say that. And you know what happens? Whoever's the two, whether it's the tight end or another receiver, whatever, they get more targets because they're trying to take Terry out the game.
Totally.
Which all of a sudden now, when these other people start getting a little bit more playing time, getting a little bit more action, then they have to go back to covering the whole team. Terry one-on-one, we know what he does to people.
Okonkwo's athleticism and potential after the catch hasn't been here for a while.
Yeah, and that's Jordan Reed-esque.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think who said it? One of the players said it, that when he saw Chig out there wearing 85, he was like,
he thought it was a
thought it
receiver.
was Vernon. Thought it was Vernon Davis. Just
Yeah.
because it's a guy with that size and that type of athleticism. I mean, the quarterback play and the offenses in Tennessee have all been subpar. Last 3 seasons, he's roughly gone for 50 catches and 500 yards. I think there are going to be people that are like, oh, he's going to go for 1,000 yards. I don't think so. But if he's averaged 50 and 500 on awful teams, you're telling me that can't get to 65 and 700? And that's what most teams' number 2 receiver does.
Yeah.
So, like, I think you're completely right that the folks being locked in on the receiver position aren't taking in the totality of the offense.
Yeah. I mean, it's just we see other teams, we hear people talking, and we jump on whatever the narrative is instead of looking at how good some of the real well-constructed teams are. We have seen Kansas City have speed galore at receiver position. And for how many years was Kelsey leading the team? And they were going to Super Bowls, right?
Yeah.
So you got to understand, every team is not going to be set up the same way.
Let's hit these phones. 800-636-1067. Do you think Washington has done a good job? It's July 9th. By and large, this is the roster you're going to have. Has Washington done a good enough job of building out their roster? That includes, do you need to add at the receiver position? What up, Paulie? How you been, man?
JP.
What's up, dude?
What's going on, my guy?
What's happening, man?
Big bro, how you doing?
Chilling.
Hey, listen, man, I'm gonna say this. I'm agreeing. I think the cornerback position was, a bigger position. They brought in Douglas, but close. I think 1B to me was center, because at cornerback and receiver, they have guys who actually played cornerback and receiver, and at center, they don't have nobody who actually been in a fire out there at center when it really counts. So I thought that was not addressing that. That's kind of iffy with me.
They think Allegretti's the guy, dude.
Yeah, I understand, but Allegretti, he ain't got too many hours at that spot. But as far as Ayuk go, man, I mean, if he gets released, I don't mind bringing him in. But I don't think is a need, man. I like the receiver position. I like what they got there. I view it too, just like you were saying, B-Mitch, I view it too like, remember when Carolina made the Super Bowl?
Yep.
Their number 1 receiver was Ted Ginn. Does anybody view him as a one guy, a number 1 guy? But
Cam in those days was such a unique talent, but I hear what you're saying.
No, he played a role. He was their deep guy, because like you said, B-Mitch, they had a tight end patrol in the middle to bring the safeties up, and he also had a hell of a running game that was also bringing everybody close to the line of scrimmage.
I got a question for you. Is Sheehan on vacation? We getting simulcast on 980 and nobody told us?
Hey, listen, man. You say that every time I call, man.
Appreciate you, bro.
That dick getting old, almost like your green toe.
I'm wearing flip flops today. Everybody can see it. See you, buddy.
All right, brother.
Now, to his credit, I put out the bat signal for Manny in Southeast, and he is called in.
All right.
Manny, has Washington addressed everything they need to for a good season?
This season, I'm gonna say yeah, because 1A was the defensive line. I can't argue that. You got to punch them in the face. You got to punch them in the mouth to be able to throw them off so they can't make all them yards and run like they want to. 1B was the linebackers. 1C was the offensive line. Yes, they addressed all that. But I'm talking about the wide receiver position for the simple fact that after this year, who is our number one? You see what I'm saying? It ain't got nothing to do with BA. I'm talking about we solidified the wide receiver 2 or 1A, because after this year, we back on the Torrey thing.
But see, that's the thing about it, though, Manny. It's hard for me to think about next year when this year hadn't even started.
I understand that. Brian, listen, you the big homie. I don't argue nothing you say. I listen to everything you say. You know why? Because you did it. You know what I mean? You gave us a piece the other day that was your business that you chose to give about how you ran up in that office and told them people's mind to sign this paperwork or let me go. And it worked. I get that. I listen to everything you say. But we got to deal with what happened when Torrey got hurt.
I hear. Listen,
what happened when Torrey got hurt? Chig is going to be a monster. Chig is going to be a monster. Chig is going to be a monster. Rashad White is going to be a monster coming out the backfield. But, Brian, you one of them. You know how that position to be defended to where they run. Jay's going to have to run again. We have to have a solid number one coming because we don't even know if Torrey's make the whole year, even though he's the Iron Man. But he got hurt last year.
Manny, I appreciate the call. Yeah. They do have, I think, a real reason Carnell Tate was very much in play at number 7 because, they know the same things we know, that Terry next year won't have guaranteed money on his deal, and that could create a situation. Mm-hmm. But to B. Mitch's point, that's not a concern for this year. Mm-hmm. That, like, if you could have drafted somebody there, cool. But that's, what do they say? That's for future us to figure out?
Yeah.
I'll sneak one more in. My guy Kenny is in Largo. Kenny, you think they've addressed everything?
Yo, how y'all doing? Man, I feel like we could go to the season good because we got the same receiver room just like in 24. Like you said, JP, like, our floor is better. We're not going out there with Chosen Anderson and freaking Chris Moore.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we can be just fine, in my opinion. And I was liking Luke McCaffrey. I think he was ascending.
Still could
before
be.
He got hurt.
There's no rule that doesn't allow him to ascend. Same
That's
with
what
Jalen
I'm
Lane.
saying. Like, just because we ain't got the big names and all that, that don't mean we not good, man. Like, I don't know. But if they bring them in, cool. If they don't, cool.
Yeah.
Like, I think we be fine.
Appreciate you, Kenny. Thank you,
man.
buddy. B always says this, that they may not have the name value, but nobody does until they pop, right?
Yeah, truly.
And McLaurin said the same thing at one point this offseason. He's like, yeah, I've told all the guys in that locker room nobody had heard of me, and then I went out and had a good season. Like, all of these players are legally allowed to ball out and change the entire narrative.
Hell yeah.
There is no restriction upon that. Have the Commanders done enough to fix their roster, to get back to playoff level? If you look around, the ratings, people, PFF, all these, it doesn't look like it. But I think here in D.C., folks feel different. Let us know. Chris Miller joins us at noon.
That nigga got you engaged in an involuntary whiskey throttle. If that scooter was on, he'd be going 60 mphs right now. See, this is the part that I can't stand right here. When y'all thought he was finna whoop my ass, everybody just stood by and watched. But when it didn't happen that way, all of a sudden y'all can find some humanity and break the shit up. And that's why he gave him whiplash and made his stomach hurt. And tell Trinidad James and Ray Shrimmer to let that man work. Beating that man ass so bad, he done forced him into an impromptu jogging session. Now, as a family, let's not let this man ever forget about the day he tried the nigga with the Pepto-Bismol martial arts outfit on and lost. Man, stop fucking. It's crazy that we know what exit.
We're up, man. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. About to get busy. We're going to give away some Chris Brown Usher tickets. Chris Miller's going to join us on the phone from Vegas. So we're letting you weigh in right now. Has Washington done enough to get their roster playoff ready? Or do they have to make a move for a wide receiver? Do they have to wait around for Brandon Ayuk? Let's let our man Mark in Landover Hills lead off. What up, Mark?
Well, it's top of the day to you, gentlemen. JP, good to have you back. Always good to have you, Brian.
What's up, brother?
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, man. Look, guys, this is the way I see it. And as far as your question goes, JP, I think they have, but I don't think they have completed yet. And my Achilles heel, as far as I can see it, with the improvements they made, there'll be some fumbles and bumbles by getting everybody to get on the same page and everything, but I think that maybe perhaps they should have maybe tried to shore up the offensive line a little more, but I think they've done a good job with the people they have gotten, and I agree with you and Brian 100%, JP, that they don't need another receiver. You guys know, I've already told you how I feel about Mr. The world revolves around me and thinks that any social media are going to make him and break him. I think he's going to find out it's going to break him more than it's going to make him. But, man, I think they've done a good job. And like I told you guys the last time I think we spoke, man, like Brian told you, it ain't going to mean nothing if they can't tackle. So my man, Durante Jones, is going to take care of that for us. And those guys have to play like Brian's been talking about. And I'll get off here, man, and shout out to my man Little. Have a good day, fellas, and thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate you, bud. It's going to be interesting. They obviously think they've done enough. I also, like, for all the talk about Brandon Ayuk, and it started from a reasonable place because, you know, Jaden, he had a relationship.
Yeah.
They played at college together, like all those things, right? But it's just, to me, it's gotten to an unreasonable place. I think they overhauled that receiver room. You signed 2 veteran free agents. You draft another kid in the 3rd round. Like, they clearly – I mean, we asked them 100 times, how do you feel about your receiver room? To a man. Peters, Quinn, Blau, Jaden, Terry. Like, all of them are like, yeah, we feel good. Now, some of that is what are they supposed to say?
Yeah, yeah.
But some of it is also they feel good about what they're doing.
But my whole thing, man, is this I played with him in high school, in college, means nothing at the next level. I mean, you know, it doesn't mean anything at the next level.
Dwayne, totally, man. Like, the guys I was friends with in college, like, I'm still good friends with a handful of them, but a lot of people just kind of fall out of your life. And if you bump into each other, that's cool. It's terrific. But it's like,
it doesn't have to be, and it's not automatic that it's going to work.
Let's go to Dwayne in Long Beach. What's up, D?
Hey, fellas, good morning. Well, it's still morning here, but good afternoon to you guys.
What's up, man?
Thanks for taking my call, JP, B-Mitch. My thing is, I think they have done enough. They got enough in the locker room. But why send Jaden in there with a 6-shooter when you can send him in with a AK-47? You know, we can upgrade the receiver room. Let's do it. I mean, I always say,
Dwayne,
I remember the fun bus.
I hear you, and you're correct. If you can add weapons, do so. But generally, the people you're adding in July are not of the caliber that make a tremendous difference. Now, that could be different in a trade scenario, but if somebody becomes available and is a free agent in July, generally, there's a reason.
Yeah.
I'm saying give me Diggs every day. I love Diggs.
You meet a really
You know, what he
attractive
did last-
40-year Dwayne, you meet a really attractive 40-year-old woman who's never been married, never had kids. There's probably a reason. Jay is in Mitchellville. Jay, what up?
Oh boy.
What's up, man? I think we're not done at receiver. I think right now it's no rush. You got Keenan Allen out there still, Diggs. Who else? Keenan Allen, Diggs, Tyreek Hill, and Debo. It's no rush. Nobody's making a play on any of them. So let these young guys get the reps. They don't have to bring, because right now it looks so fine on paper, but we know injuries happen. Let Diami or Terry be out for 2-3 weeks. We got a problem. We have a problem at receiver, but it's really no rush now. But I think they're going to make a move. It's just no rush now. Let two of those players get signed. They're like, okay, we're going to have to bring somebody in. But like you said, man, beyond our first two receivers, we don't know what we have. I mean, this receiver room is suspect beyond Terry. That's all I got to say about it.
I appreciate the call, man. Appreciate you listening.
All right.
All right. I think last year's receiver room was suspect beyond Terry. I think
this one has more experience.
Yeah.
Like they may not be the name that you automatically think of, but there are guys who had some success
You
in this
have
league.
actual pro receivers.
Yes.
Like Van Jefferson's an actual pro. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Last year's team beyond Terry was suspect, and Terry got hurt, and we saw it. So, like, it can come to fruition. I also think there's nothing that demanded, like, I do not see the direct corollary between a contract holdout and injuries. A lot of people will suggest that exists, but I don't know that you can definitively say it exists, right?
Yeah.
But the contract stuff last year with Terry didn't help anything.
Didn't help.
And
it actually caused problems.
Right.
And we kind of picked that coming forward. We thought it would.
It's just a different ball. It's been a different offseason anyway, to say the least. Here's the plan. Chris Miller is in Las Vegas for the Washington Wizards Summer League debut tonight. AJ DeBonta, the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft, will make his Wizards debut. We're going to talk to Chris Miller next.
This Sports Day is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Christian Pulisic reportedly suffered a bone bruise and a microfracture in his leg during the U.S. men's nationals team 4-1 loss to Belgium during the 2026 World Cup round of 16. The U.S. forward was injured in the 52nd minute of the match, and he tried to play through the injury, but it was clear that he was hurt following the contact. Post-game, he said he just twisted his ankle, which drew criticism from a lot of people, saying that he needed to step up, and, well, he didn't. Now we see that injury was a bit more serious than we all thought. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop MedCap Sports Desk, Savannah McCown, The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia. Points, north, south, east, west. We're here in Washington, D.C., holding it down in the Navy Yard studios.
Yeah.
Just a few minutes, we'll be joined by Mr. Chris Miller. Obviously, a ton of excitement for the Wizards Summer League kicking off tonight. You know what there's a lot of excitement about right now? Usher and Chris Brown, Northwest Stadium, and we're giving away a pair of tickets. Caller number 10 right now. You win a pair of tickets to the R&B Tour starring Usher and Chris Brown, Friday, July 10th at Northwest Stadium. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. Tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are live. People call in. While we're waiting to get C-Mill on the phone, very exciting news out of Ashburn. Commanders just released a really cool video that they're going to retire John Riggins' jersey. That'll be November 8th at home against the Rams. What do you think? You've known John a long
listen,
time.
Man, happy for him. And listen, this ownership group and the people that are running things now, they seem to get everything right. You know, when they said it, I was like, it hadn't been retired? I thought it was already retired.
Yeah.
You know, I know nobody wore it, but I think this is official. You know, and I think great gesture. You know, John is very, very iconic when you think about legends are on this football team, and I'm happy for him. You know, when you see the people,
run against the Dolphins is the most
people
iconic play
that
in
you
franchise
know
history.
Deserve it and they get it, can't be nothing but happy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I believe Mark Klaus is going to be joining us, Commanders team president, in just a few minutes to talk kind of through the decision-making process and what we should expect. Right now, though, we're just waiting to get Chris Miller from Vegas on the line and preview the A.J. Debonsa Summer League game. But we're going to talk to Mark. Hopefully, he'll have plenty of time to sit and chat with us about the decision to retire John Riggins' jersey. And you just think now, over the last 3 seasons, they've retired Darryl Green's jersey, retired Art Monk's jersey, retired John Riggins' jersey. I think those are the 3 you had to do. And we'll kind of see where it goes from here. But I think it's a absolute correct decision.
Hell yeah.
I mean, Riggins in the Super Bowl against the Dolphins is the most iconic play in franchise history. And I know for a lot of the young folks, they don't remember those days, right? Like, I mean, I don't even remember that Dolphins Super Bowl.
Jay, I'll tell you this. When you start looking at it and think of Riggo, 6'2", 250.
Jacked.
That's a linebacker.
Right now, though, I'm very excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and go out to Las Vegas, Nevada. Welcome in the voice of the Wizards play-by-play man for Monumental Sports Network, Mr. Chris Miller. What up, C-Mill? How are you?
What's happening, family? How's everybody? How's everybody?
We're good, man.
We're good, dude. What is the vibe out there? Because you've done 100 summer leagues, and we all know what this organization has been, but damn, it feels different. How excited are you to be out there? How are the fellas?
Well, I went for a walk with my wife this morning about 7 o'clock, and it was 80 degrees out. And I was like, we better get this walk in now because in about 3 hours it's going to be 111.
Yeah,
and I got to lock you in for this game tonight. I don't want to have any heat stroke or anything, but I am super excited about this, JP. You know, I haven't been this excited since 2010 when John debuted and there were a lot of Wizards fans. But you got to remember then, they played in the smaller arena. No. Tonight is the main event at 9 o'clock. We are in the main gym at Thomas and Mack. Probably going to be well over 18,000 people in there.
18,000. Wow.
And it's on. It's on tonight. Yeah. We get to see AJ against Darren Peterson. Many of us have seen them play each other on the prep ranks and in the college level, but both of these guys are now NBA players, and this will be the first time we get to see them go against each other at this level. I'm super excited about it.
You know, Chris, people downplay the summer league, but any time you get a chance to compete when you're in the pro level, I think you can get something out of it. Is it a little more hype for this one because they are both 1 and 2?
It's those two, yes, B.
Yeah.
But it's also, like Trey Johnson went 6, Ace Bailey went 5 last year. There are a lot of other kind of subplots during the game. So I'm really excited to see Felix Okpara, second-round pick. And then there's this level of play where you've got guys that are playing in the G League. They've played overseas. Some of these people are still fighting for their basketball lives. There are great stories of those guys still fighting, still wanting to make it to the ultimate goal of the NBA. So I keep my eye on those guys also. Look, guys, listen, if it's basketball, if they're rolling the ball out, I'm there. But this just kind of hypes it up to another level. It's not a regular season NBA game. It's sure as hell not the playoffs, but it's pretty darn exciting in the summer.
Mama got up early and walked with you. You need to take her to Tao tonight.
Hey, we got reservations. I can't tell you where we're going, but I think she's going to be happy where we're going.
All right.
And I'm not going to ask her if she wants cheese on it either,
Chris, I think it's important as much as we can, right? Like, I recognize this is a number 1 overall pick going against the number 2 overall pick. The eyeballs and attention tonight will probably be more significant than they should, if you know what I mean. Like, this is AJ's first time playing with the rest of these guys in a game setting. What are reasonable expectations for Debonsa tonight?
Compete like he always has. There's a reason why AJ was the number 1 pick. There's some underlying things that I'm going to be watching tonight. Darren Peterson has already had 2 games under his belt, and he has flourished.
Yes.
He has played really well. Looks like he's been in the league before. So I'm sure AJ as a competitor wants to be like, okay, he's had 2 games to kind of get the world talking about him. It's my time tonight. But don't feel like you have to go in there and make it a one-on-one thing. You're going to get your numbers. I was fortunate enough to go to 3 practices before we came out here, and it was pretty clear to me, guys, why he was the number 1 pick. His size for his position is pretty impressive. People bump off of him, guys. You guys are both football guys, and B, you are running backs. So you understand this. People bump off of AJ when he wants to get to the rim. They go in another direction while he's going to the rim. So his size, I think people that maybe have not seen him play, you'll be impressed when you can see the things that he can do with the basketball. And there's a reason why he led the nation in scoring. There's a reason why he led the nation in getting to the free throw line. There's a reason why he led the nation in getting and one opportunities, because when he wants to get to point A to point B and point B is the rim, he gets there.
Yeah, I was watching some stuff last night when they were showing his the things they had him doing. He's dribbling the basketball while someone else is dribbling the basketball. They're bumping each other. He goes for layup, and he's just doing his thing. So I'm looking forward to it, man. I want to check it out.
Yeah, his start-stop is really impressive. Again, I go back to kind of football where as a running back, you understand when I say start-stop. Like finding a hole, cutting. He kind of has that in a 6'9", 220-pound frame where he can, if something's not there, he can kind of stop his dribble and go the opposite way, and it's explosive. So I'm really excited to see him tonight get the ball in his hands and go to work.
Talking with our friend Chris Miller, Monumental Sports Network. You can watch Chris tonight on the call of Wizards Jazz. You followed Chris at CMillsPXP. I'm fired up to watch this thing tonight. How much, if at all, do you think we get to see AJ versus Peterson, like guarding each other and stuff?
That's a great question, because really they play 2 different positions.
Right.
But as I have watched them over the years in grassroots and when BYU played Kansas last year, AJ guarded him a lot, actually. it was. I was kind of like going back, going, "Oh, okay, he wants that." But anytime you get into a pick and roll and you switch, then there's somebody else that's going to be guarding Peterson. It might be the same thing. I'm looking forward actually to seeing Jameer Watkins guard Peterson tonight. Jameer last year in the summer league averaged 4 steals a game in the summer league, and he has active hands. He's a little bigger. So that matchup to me is something I'm going to be watching early on in the game.
Absolutely. Who are some of the other guys for the Wiz we should keep our eyes on tonight? I know it's going to be all eyes on AJ, but I'm excited to see Trey. There's plenty of dudes of young guys that still are really going to matter.
Juju's intriguing again. We were surprised by what Juju was able to do once he signed with the Wizards last year, having those double games. Yeah. Interested to see him. Will Riley, I think, is going to have the Keyshawn George bump from a year ago. Remember what Keyshawn looked like when he got to Summer League? I think Will Riley can have that type of growth in his game. And Chris Livingston is somebody I'm really intrigued in. He's with the Go-Go last year. He actually was the leading scorer for the Milwaukee Bucks Summer League team a year ago here in Vegas. And I like his size. He's about 6'6", 220. Keep your eye on him. And then the one that I just want to see him play just so I can see what his size looks like there out on the floor is a young man from Germany. His name is Norris Agbakoko. He's 7'1". He's 26 years old, played in Germany. Really nice young man. But you would like him. He's got this great smile, but he's got this size where I want to see what does it look like out there on the floor.
Oh, yeah.
What about the second round pick? Because I saw him at the Wharf when we did the show from there on, the debut in the district, whatever that party was called.
Uh-huh.
And
Felix Akpara.
Yeah. The size, dude, is
big boy.
But broad-shouldered big guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 6'11", 240. He's 22 years old. What I like about him is he got to basketball kind of late in his youth because he played soccer, which means he's probably got great feet. He's going to be somebody I think that's going to develop over time offensively. But defensively, if he does this in the Summer League, I'm going to give him all check marks. Can he rim run? Can he defend, block shots, set hard screens? You do those things, he's going to be just fine going into fall camp.
Chris, maybe I should know this, so forgive me. Does Keith coach them at Summer League, or do one of the assistants run the Summer League?
Nah, TJ Sorrentine is going to be the head coach this year. I think college basketball fans might remember him. Sure. He was the one to hit that huge shot against Syracuse back in 2005 in the tournament. Where I love the announcer. He called it from the parking lot. He hit this big three. So TJ, he was assistant last year, but he's going to be the head coach of the Summer League team.
And
all right,
when you are at Summer League, how much the players are always competing to win, right? But how much are the staffs focused on, I want to make sure this kid gets 20 minutes because we got to get a real look if we want to sign him to a two-way or something?
Sure.
Like how much is the focus winning versus developing and really evaluating players?
Well, if you're competing, you want to win, but I don't think if that's your main objective, you want to see these young players develop. And if that means, hey, I need to get 20 minutes out of Will Riley to see what he looks like, then that's probably going to be the objective. But, all of these guys are competitive. And again, a lot of these players, these 24, 25, 26-year-old guys that are fighting, scratching, and clawing for their basketball lives, they're going to be out there competing really hard. It's going to be really Summer League to me is really physical. And I think it's really physical because of that. The guys are trying to get noticed. And you're not only playing for your team, but for a lot of these guys, every front office is there. A lot of scouts are there. So you're really auditioning really for other teams if it doesn't work out with the current club that you're on.
For sure. I didn't realize this. B, do you know that in Summer League you're allowed to have 10 fouls?
10?
That's crazy.
I hate it.
That shouldn't be allowed because you don't want nobody thinking they can have 10. Just give them 6 like it normally is.
B, this is the problem that I have with 10 fouls is because if you feel like, okay, this guy's about to blow past me, I only got 2 fouls, right. I'm going to knock the hell out of him. That's only my 3rd foul. You see what I'm saying? So it lends to
getting lazy.
Things getting out of hand.
Yeah.
Why do they do that? Because they don't want big men that are
I don't think they want people to foul out. I think they want to get a great look at all these guys. But I'm going to tell you this much. I've been out here a long time. I've never seen a high draft pick foul out. I might be wrong. I might just
so they give more than 10 fouls.
Exactly. I've just never seen it. You see the guys that are kind of like, he's probably got one leg in, one leg out of the league, and he's got like 10. I've seen that before, but never really the high draft picks.
Beyond, the guys that are there, look into the overall team and kind of the landscape of the NBA with Jaylen Brown getting traded to Philly, which is just a crazy trade to me. I just looked up the Sorrentine shot. I forgot. That was when Vermont knocked out Syracuse. I didn't realize that dude is on the Wiz staff now. That's so cool.
Yeah, that's him.
But there's so much excitement. They trade for Trae Young, trade for Anthony Davis. Then you get the number 1 overall pick. Looking around the league, like where do you think is reasonable to kind of think for this Wizards team?
I'm not in the forecasting. I have a great job.
Sure.
I actually get to see every possession of every game. So like I'm of the age now, JP, where I kind of like just want to see it unfold. But I understand everybody wants to know, are they going to be a top 5
Chris
seed?
just saying
Are
he's
they going
old
to be?
now. That's all it is.
No, I'm old. I'm definitely
Chris,
old.
I'll do it for you. They're going to the finals.
Hey, listen, clip that off. Brian Mitchell says Guards in the finals. But I am actually looking forward to just being on the journey, just watching what Trae and AD look like with these young kids. How does AJ's game kind of blend in? It's intriguing. But I will say this league-wide, I have noticed something, that there's more value than probably ever of having more depth on your team if you're in the NBA. I think having 2 stars, 3 stars, the big threes, I think those days are over just because of the first and second aprons. I think now you have to do a much better job than ever of really evaluating kind of the back end of your bench, because you're going to be probably calling on them to play. I think more depth in the league in 2026 is a bigger storyline maybe than just having 2 guys that you would potentially have to pay $60 million to. Now, listen, I'm not in the Celtics room. I don't know, just looking from afar, it's really hard to pay 2 guys $60 million. But if you can get guys that are maybe that second tier that are developing and playing well and they're more cost effective, I think that's how you're going to have long, sustainable drives as a franchise of winning every year. You might not win a championship, but you're in the conversation every year. Yeah. I think that's how you have to build these teams now, 1 through 10, 1 through 12.
Well, and I mean, when you talk about 1 through 10, I love the Wizards' depth. And it's young guys, Absolutely. And you don't know who's going to take the next step and all of that. But, I mean, you start to look at kind of a 2 deep position by position, and there's a lot to like there.
You can argue 3 deep at some positions. That wing position for the Wizards, I can't wait for training. Like, if I'm Brian Keefe, I'm rolling the ball out, and I'm looking at all the wings, and I'm telling them, go earn your minutes. This is, I don't have to play you 35 minutes. There's a guy right behind you that might be just as good as you. Mm-hmm. So go earn it. You kind of know Trae's going to be the guy at point, and AD might be the 4. You think Sard 5. But those 2-3 positions, as long as I've been here, I've never seen this much depth at those positions with the Wizards. It's fun, for us to look at. It's super competitive for those guys that are going in every day at practice to earn those minutes. And then once you get out in the regular season, I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to be in that 8-man rotation, because it will not be easy to make that decision.
Yeah, and I love adding Middleton also, you know what I mean, to just bring in a vet that when there are maybe some big bangers, guys are going to get super physical. Maybe you don't have to rely on a rookie so much or a different young guy. Last
JP,
one.
Do you mind if I say something about Chris Middleton real quick?
I'd love you.
This is a classic case of how things are different now with this organization. There are more times than not where players want to come here now, and it's obvious. You think of a guy like Marvin Bagley. He had 2 tours here. Chris Middleton, this will be his 2nd tour, and it's not lip service when you can talk to a guy off to the side when you don't have a microphone in his face. There's more times than not that I hear from these players, I want to be in D.C. now. They've got something's going on here that I want to experience. And I've heard that more in the last 3 years than I ever heard in the previous 17. And that's no knock on who was here before. I'm just saying what this front office is doing, and it's something that you can tangibly see in terms of leveling up every part of the organization. That's the reason I think why you get guys like Chris Middleton that wants to come back and you think about what he can offer. Chris Middleton is an NBA champion. This guy lived in the mid-range. You know who else lives in the mid-range? A.J. Devonta.
Right.
Imagine them two sharing time in the locker room, film study, on the bus, in the elevator, just giving him knowledge that's free of cost. It won't cost you anything just to listen. I always tell that to people. You get 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. You might as well take full advantage of a guy like Middleton.
See, that signing right there to me, that made me go, it made me smile because not many people understand that relationship between that veteran guy who doesn't mind giving those hints and those tips to the young guy, how important that is to the growth of a young guy. They just see, oh, man, he's old. That old dude in that locker room is better than the coach telling them something in the meeting.
Totally. It's like with my kids. They never listen if I say something, but if somebody else says something, they're like,
they listen to me. I don't know why
they do listen.
They don't listen to you.
Chris, I can't wait to watch tonight, man. We will be locked in. What time's coverage start? 8? We got pregame?
Man, so the game is at 9:03. I think we're doing an hour pregame show with Wes and crew at 8, and I think there's an hour-long postgame. Look, just set your TV to Monumental. Just there's no reason to turn it. We got you covered. The game is going to be super exciting, man, and I really appreciate you guys having me on. Again, I haven't been this excited about a Summer League game since probably 2010. And it's not just one guy. It's a collection of guys on this team that I think fans are going to be really excited to watch.
We're fired up. We are fired up, and we will be watching. Thank you, C-Mill.
All right, man.
All right, brothers. Y'all take care of yourself.
The great Chris Miller right there. Give him a follow at C-Mills PXP. I'll be watching tonight. When we come back, Commanders team president Mark Klaus joins us in studio to discuss the upcoming jersey retirement of John Riggins.
The Diesel.
Hey, it's JP Finley, and you know I'm usually talking football, but lately we've been talking football. And if your spot is having a watch party for the football games, my guys at Paisanos have got you covered. Right now, you can get 35% off orders of $40 or more with my exclusive promo code JP35. Think about that, 35% off $40 or more. That is real savings. Whatever it is you're looking for, the hand-tossed pizza, I like the hot honey, the hot subs, the cheesesteak is phenomenal, the wings are phenomenal, all of their food hits the spot. And the golden boot of the whole thing, Paisanos is going to cater a watch party for the game day of your choice for up to 20 people. To enter, all you have to do is use the promo code JP35 on any order of $40 or more. Every qualifying order earns you an entry to win. And the more times you use the code JP35, the more chances you have to win. Consider it extra time for your odds. So listen, if you want to get in on this, I was able to see the data of how many people have used the code. Start using it because a lot of people are. If you want to win the watch party, use the code JP35. You get a fully catered watch party for you and your crew. Paisanos is not just pizza, but it's something for everyone. Order now at paisanospizza.com. That's paisanospizza.com.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Another Washington legend is set to receive one of the highest honors the franchise can give to one of their greatest players. Former Washington running back John Riggins will have his number 44 jersey retired during the halftime ceremony of the Commanders' Week 9 matchup against the Rams. Riggins will be just the 7th player in franchise history to have his jersey number retired. Riggins collected a long list of awards and accolades during his professional career. Aside from his Super Bowl victory, he was named the NFL Comeback Player of the Year in 1978 and a first-team All-Pro in 1983. He was named to the Pro Bowl in 1975 and the NFL 1980s All-Decade Team. He's still the franchise's all-time leader in rushing yards, rushing touchdowns, and rushing attempts. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Exciting day for fans of the Burgundy and Gold all over the world. The team has officially announced that John Riggins' famous number 44 jersey will be retired. Will be retired Sunday, November 8th, when the Commanders host the L.A. Rams. The Diesel, most iconic play in franchise history in the Super Bowl against the Dolphins. And to talk us through it is our friend, Commanders team president, Mr. Mark Klaus. Mark, thank you so much for joining us, dude. What an exciting day.
Always good to be here. I like coming with good news.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great news, actually.
Yeah, I agree. It's Diesel Day today.
It is. Crank up the diesel, baby. What all went into this decision for the organization?
Yeah, probably, I feel like I'm a little bit of a broken record on this, but when Josh bought the team, there are so many things that mean so much to him, and probably nothing more than the memories he has of some of the legendary players of our franchise's history. And as we started to plot, our longer range plan of really this goal of celebrating and connecting our past with our current and our present, and thinking about where do we start, honestly wasn't that hard of a decision to look at what's an embarrassment of riches of legends that we have on this franchise, including present company. But we kind of thought Daryl, and when we thought Daryl, Art, and John, these are guys that represent really the foundation of the greatest era of football that our franchise has played. And that Redskins history, is such an important part to be celebrating, even as we are, building the Commander brand. But the idea of recognizing, our roots and our legacy has been paramount to Josh, and certainly from my point of view, it's exactly what we needed to do.
John is this tough guy, but you've been around him long enough. He has a sentimental side. How did he receive this?
Yeah,
did a tear drop?
One of the things I'll just say, sometimes you need these moments in these jobs to remind yourself that you're working in sports and football. But the true highlights for me has been the opportunity to get to know some of these guys, and whether it's Daryl or Art, or most recently really getting to spend some quality time with John. What you see in those videos and their relationship with the fans, and and their recognition and the gratitude they have for what they were part of, it has been incredible. And if you haven't watched the video yet, that came out with the announcement.
Oh, it's sick. I retweeted it. If
And
anybody's
it's
looking for it.
100% authentic.
Yeah.
I mean, when you talk to John, you know, even when this came up, so now it's long-winded, long wind up to answer your question, but his reaction really was about, you know, well, you know, does anyone who wants to talk about this? And I'm like, our fans do.
Yeah.
And that was the magic for him.
Yes.
You know, him understanding how important it is for our fans to be able to celebrate his legacy and time with the team was really the motivation. And, you know, I couldn't be happier. You know, we brought him out to practice during OTAs and, you know, just to watch him, I wish I had it on tape. There was, you know, he spent a few extra minutes with our running backs and they were just talking about the game and how they approached the game. And it was amazing. And the guys were like, you know, glued, and everybody understands the significance of John Riggins and how he played the game and what he represented. And quite frankly, it's right down the middle of the fairway with what DQ's trying to do in building culture with the team today.
If anybody's looking for that video, the Commanders posted it on all of their social channels. We should give credit to Jess Atkinson at Three Penny Films because the video is awesome. I'm curious. I don't know that you got into this with John or that you like kind of absorbed this information as you took over into your role. But as much as many legends of the organization, including one sitting here that may agree with this, many legends with the organization really saw the relationship sour under previous ownership. And I feel like you guys immediately tried to rebuild that. Mm-hmm. And what was that process like with John to getting here?
Yeah, look, I think most things in life, you know, are built to a certain degree on a foundation of trust. And I think, you know, you're not wrong. I remember, you know, when I first got into the role, I said, let's bring our legends back. And I'm thinking, you know, we're going to get 5 or 6 folks in a room and, you know, we'll talk a little bit. I had 60 people show up and man, did I get an earful of what, you know, what the team wasn't doing and what we needed to do. Mm-hmm. And so it became very clear to me that we needed to really reestablish that this is, you know, that these are folks that built this place. This is, you know, what our fans, you know, react to, remember. And, you know, I like the fact that when you've got these legends around the franchise, it signals, I think, to people too, that we're trying to do things the right way. Mm-hmm. But in fairness, you know, people want to see it and want to prove it. And I think for guys like John and some others, they needed to really feel comfortable that, you know, the things that Josh was saying, the things that I've been saying, that these were for real. And I think that takes a little bit of time.
So it's on November 8th, the game against the Rams.
Right.
You have things planned for that weekend?
Yeah.
And anything that the fans can participate in?
Yeah, we're working on that right now. As you guys will remember from last 2 years with Daryl and Art, that weekend becomes a really celebratory event. Yeah. And, you know, we had a great opportunity last year to do during Arts the panel conversations at the MGM, and that was awesome. Those were just amazing conversations. And so we'll work with John. We let him kind of, you know, guide the thinking. But I can tell you one thing that I know about him already. He's, you know, anything he can do to make it special for the fans, he's going to be excited about.
Totally.
So more to come.
How do you decide on the game? How do you decide on November 8th against the Rams?
Yeah, well, part of it is you've got a pretty robust kind of league-led schedule where certain games are going to be certain events, and, you know, you don't want to undermine one of those events.
Sure.
And, you know, we try to look at, you know, when is the logical windows to do that. You know, we try not to go too deep into the winter because you don't know. You know, we could be standing out there in a blizzard. But, you know, for us, it felt like it's a good period. Our schedule this year, you know, pushes the concentration of our home games a little later in the year. And so, you know, we may be a little bit later than we've been in the past, but we think it's a great game, and you know, battle
weather should be good.
No, the Rams, it's, you know, we know that's going to be a great game, and we're excited to have this be the backdrop and the celebration for.
Oh yeah,
what a celebation it'll be, especially with Riggo. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Kind of
Yeah.
this.
Hey,
not-
look,
Daryl and Art are all
last
scared.
time he showed up, he ran out with a uniform on.
Yeah.
You think John's gonna put on a whole uniform and run down the middle of the football field?
Talking with Commanders team president Mark Klaus here. I do want to ask for some RFK updates, but I am curious on this. Like, since Josh really wrapped his hands around running the organization, and since you stepped in as team president, you guys have done such an incredible job of threading the needle, of embracing the past and moving forward. And are there the crazies on social media that'll still scream about the name? Sure, but like I think you and Josh and everybody have said we're not going backwards with the name, and we're Commanders, and you've built the brand of Commanders. Is there any space, especially with the new spear and stuff, for the old logo, whether it's on a not necessarily on a helmet, but like could it be embraced in some capacity?
Look, I've said this a lot of times when I'm asked the question, and there's nobody that is more proud and happy to celebrate the heritage of this team than us and than Josh and the entire ownership group and the organization. I think it's important that in the world of things I can control and the world of things I cannot control,
Sure.
is to really try to focus on the things that I can and try to make those as positive as possible. What I will say is there continues to be a lot of emphasis on looking at things in our past, iconography, uniform,
Just the uniform,
right? That we can
We're so good
that we can celebrate as part of it. So look, hang in there, stay with us. We're going to continue to look for ways in which we can do that while we continue to build, the Commander brand and what we're doing with the team. And I think there's a lot of exciting things that we can do on both sides of that continuum as we try to bring these worlds together in a way that fans can feel. Even if you're, I get it. I've said this before. I respect it. I understand it. But man, I don't want you to miss out on this next chapter.
Yeah.
We're going to have a lot of fun, and I want you, and I want the families to be out there and be part of it. And so I'm going to do everything I possibly can to make sure that we get everybody back together and moving in the same.
Don't worry about what was so much that you forget about what is and what can be.
And trust we won't forget that.
There you
And
go.
we're going to
Yeah,
celebrate it, and we're going to do the right things. Like this jersey.
Totally.
It's words, not actions, and the actions continue to be consistent with we are going to honor our past. We know how great everything was. I think the uniform redesigns, the new like. A great example of what you're saying about like embracing the past and continuing to build are the blacks, the hail rays.
Oh yeah.
Like that perfectly combines these things.
Yeah, and it's interesting, in the world of living in this world of brands and brand building along the way. There were just some really clear things. Like you don't want to ever change a brand without bringing equity along with you from your past. And I think, what we've tried to do is go back and correct that, right? A color palette, right? Yeah, I led Oreos. When you did something Oreo, that blue was the blue. You didn't change it. You didn't vary from it. And there's a variety of those things that I think are really meaningful and important to fans that we can absolutely continue to bring and integrate into what we're doing. And, like I said, I just want to see, fans coming along for what I think is just going to be an incredible chapter with what Dan and Adam are doing on the football side, new stadium, the commitment to what Josh is committed to making happen for our fans. And, I just hope everyone's, able to get on board and come with us.
Hell, the trades Josh is pulling off with the Sixers right now. The momentum is high.
He's working, dog.
If there's any question on
when the hell does he
winning,
sleep?
I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Are you able to stick around one more segment and we'll talk a little stadium update?
Let's do it.
Tremendous. Commanders team president Mark Klaus sitting in studio with us. John Riggins getting his jersey retired.
Let's go.
Well done by the organization. Nobody go anywhere. JP Finley here for my friends at Closets by Design. Closets by Design, this is simple. You should at least call them. If you're thinking about redoing something in your house, give them a call because you'll get a free in-home consultation with one of their designers, and they can do way more than just closets. They redid 2 closets in my house, made a tremendous difference, but they could also do your garage. My garage is a mess. Maybe I should call them about that. Laundry rooms, pantries, mud rooms, whatever it is you're looking for, their facility in Manassas, they custom build everything to your specifications. It's worth a call for a free consultation or check out their website. You'll be blown away by the work they can do. Check them out at closetsbydesign.com or call 800-BY-DESIGN to schedule your free in-home consultation today. Closets by Design even offers deferred interest financing with approved credit. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Tremendous day in the district as the Commanders have announced they will retire John Riggins' number 44 jersey November 8th against the Rams this season. Riggo, obviously a franchise icon, helping us make sense of all of it and kind of celebrating it is Commanders team president Mark Klaus, kind enough to join us in studio. One thing we were just talking about is how important reintegrating all the fans that maybe just got disorganized, just
disoriented
from the organization as things kind of leaked to the end there of the Snyder regime. And I really applaud you guys for how you're building that back up. I think nothing will reinvigorate the fan base from not a win-loss standpoint, right, but from an off-field standpoint, something that the business guys can control than the new RFK Stadium.
Yeah.
And just give us maybe the latest update on it.
Yeah, look, progress has been very steady. We remain on track and on plan. A lot of folks following along. There's a lot of important what I would call adjacencies to the stadium that we need to work on. I'm really excited about the plan that Randy and his team at Metro put together. On enhancing our station at the Armory, working on a dedicated bus lane that runs from Union Station to the stadium will be super helpful. It opens up a lot more parking in the city for those that are worried about there not being enough spaces. I think all of those areas are progressing. We are actually in the ground working with the city on the necessities on infrastructure like drain, storm sewers, and really getting it ready, and still right on track to break ground kind of officially. Next year should be sometime right around the draft. That could be a pretty fun weekend.
Yes, indeed. Forgot about the draft.
Those
plans going?
Things might be good. Actually, good.
Yes. How much with the draft is that an NFL operation or your operation?
Yeah.
Like, how does that work?
Oh, it's a partnership, but I mean the NFL is extraordinary at this. I mean they are their playbook for developing and building the draft is incredible. But this part of what my belief is the secret of a great draft is this making an event for everyone and all the fans, but also having a great flavor of DC and the DMV that acknowledge and celebrates our fans, right? Because this is a moment for them, that I really hope is going to be incredible. So, it's a partnership. We work together, but the team is amazing at the NFL. I couldn't be happier with our DC team too. This is a district and group that Events DC, they know what they're doing too, and they've been incredible partners. And look, the mayor, she has been such a great leader and advocate for really building the equity of this being a sports town, and that played an important role in this as well. So we couldn't be more excited. So there could be a lot of fun things happening. Yeah. Right in that window next
I've been to a lot of cities, and I'm going to tell you, none of them have the backdrop we have.
Oh, I know.
It's going to be, you're going to make a lot of money that week. There's going to be a lot of appearances for old Mr.
I'll be tired. I'll be working.
So with RFK, one of the coolest moments of this, the offseason workouts was you and I were standing on the sideline with Ricky Irvins.
Yep.
And B knows Ricky very well for a long time. Yep. Ricky's hysterical and asks fun questions. And he asked you about bouncing seats at RFK.
Right.
I believe this is public stuff, right?
Yeah. They're going to be there.
Yeah.
They're going to be there. Only this time they're going to be structurally sound.
The other one wasn't supposed to bounce.
I don't think that was what they were designed to do.
What is that design then?
Yeah, so we're working on some technology. As you guys have heard us talk, we're part of the art of this is getting the right balance of access with incredible premium experiences. And so, one of the things that we're really committed to, and Josh made this super clear from day one, that, we want our fans to be in this building. And so we're going to create a destination inside the stadium. We're calling it the Wall of Fans. We may have a little more creative dialogue about what that's called over time. But the idea is, as part of that, there will be a section of stands that rock, and when you're the
Nice
technology,
springs.
yeah, like when you're up there cheering and roaring, you're going to get that motion that feels like it used to feel. Only, like I said, designed to do it, not just a function of what the materials were. So
The architects came in and said, "Let me show you how this is supposed to work."
I like you guys. You can't just shake stadiums. You gotta, But we found a way. Credit to our stadium team and the great work. And there'll be a lot of those kinds of nods to the past, right?
Yep.
Acknowledgments of the old RFK and trying to create it. As I've said before, this is I don't care where you're sitting in our building, you'll be closer to the field than any other NFL stadium.
That's cool.
We will be the loudest stadium by design in the NFL, and this is going to be a terrifying place to come play. I want it to feel like, oh God, when do we have to go to DC? And that's what we're building, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And I think there are going to be opportunities for everyone to be part
Looking
of it.
forward to that.
Yeah.
You do a great job of interacting and engaging with fans. Like, I've seen it happen.
And it's genuine.
and it's
Yeah.
not your cameras or anything. But
I learn a lot, always, good or bad. I learn a lot.
That's what I'm curious. What, like at the next event you go to and fans are coming up to you, what's like the first question you're getting these days?
Yeah, look,
Or the most asked.
I get a lot of, like, hey, I hope I can afford tickets to the stadium, the new stadium.
Aren't there plans for lots of different price points?
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel very confident in sharing with people that our strategy is to make sure that we've got space for everybody. And, so that's a big one. I get a lot of, like, what's next when it comes to uniforms or, even the question you asked me earlier about logos and stuff. And so I don't mind. I mean, I think that's part of the job here.
Yeah.
I didn't quite get that at Campbell Soup when, periodically they'd ask me about, is there more chicken or less chicken? But, but I get a little bit of everything here, and I love it. And the funniest part about this is I also get sometimes, hey, coach, really love what you're doing on the field. And I was going to tell you this made my whole summer. So DQ and I were together right before break, and he goes, "It finally happened." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Someone came up to me and thought I was you and asked me about mixed-use development." I'm like, yes. So
I get a lot of questions. I say, "Hey, go ask Mark."
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah,
Ask him.
Looking like your head coach is, words of wisdom to other team presidents. Maybe not the best look for you, but it's been awesome. I love it.
The question I get the most is, "Yo, can you get me tickets?"
Oh,
At
yeah.
least you're not dealing with that.
No.
He gets that. I guarantee he gets that.
I get that. But look, I love it. I love it when I get a chance to talk to fans about it, and I'm not on social media doing, but
Smart man.
when I'm on events, when I'm at an event that's fan centric, I feel like I'm the host, right? I want to make sure people have a great time, and happy to have that conversation. So
Generous with your time, and that's a lot more than a lot of people provide. Thank you for
Yeah,
your time.
thank you, guys.
Always great to
Appreciate
have
it.
you in. We appreciate it, man.
yeah, hope to see everybody out there to celebrate John, and couldn't be a better guy to recognize and what he means to our team. So get ready for a celebration of 4-4.
Congrats
All right.
on a great day for the organization.
Thank you.
Phone lines open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. They're going to retire Rigo's jersey.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
This sports update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with Vodka. The Commanders are retiring Hall of Fame running back John Riggins, number 44, more than 40 years after he scored a touchdown on one of the most famous runs in Super Bowl history. He becomes the 7th player in franchise history to have his number retired. He'll be honored during Washington's game versus the Los Angeles Rams on November 8th. Riggins played for Washington from 1976 to 85 and remains the franchise's all-time leading rusher with 7,742 yards and is second with 85 touchdowns. His team best 79 rushing touchdowns are 33 more than second-place Clinton Portis. Introducing Super Light, a refreshing vodka plus aid canned cocktail inspired by your favorite classic sports drink. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Nightcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCown, the Fan.
Allie's sexy though.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan.
Nothing mean
Sincerely
right
appreciate
now.
Commanders team president Mark Klaus taking some time with us.
Yes.
Great day for the organization. John Riggins getting his jersey retired, and B, you and I didn't really have a chance to react to it. I certainly want to let the folks on the phones react. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. But for you, B,
yeah,
long overdue. I mean, you know John well and have.
Like I said, when it was first mentioned to me, I was like, didn't that already happen? But you look at it now, and I think when I told you when you and I were talking earlier, they have come in and I think did some things that needed to be done. You know, and they had no issue getting it done, where it seemed like the group before them knew stuff needed to be done, but never ever cared to get it done. You know what I'm saying? And if you have a problem with people like Art, Darryl, and John, how can you own this franchise and claim you were a fan if you got a problem with those three guys? You get what I'm saying? So that, for me, Josh them have rolled in and say, hey, we've seen some wrongs. Let's get it corrected. And I applaud it. I'm happy as hell for John, though.
Happy as hell for John. Yeah. And I think this will just mean so much to so many fans. Let's let the fans weigh in. Jeff is in Fairfax.
What up, Jeff?
What up, Jeff?
Hey, fellas. Long time. So I'm sitting I go into PJ Skidoo's on Route 50 in the late 80s. I'm having lunch. I work at Steve Smith Pontiac right down the road, right?
Uh-huh. All right.
So I go in there and I sit down in the bar area and I go, holy shit, there's 30 minutes later.
I would love to have heard that story. 800-636-1067.
Call us back, but you can't use that word.
800.
No, he is banned because Ryan explicitly told him, do not curse on the air. Do not say that. He's not getting on the air no more.
All right.
800-636-1067. Start over with our guy Zeke in Southeast.
Zeke!
What's up, Zeke?
Hey, what's up? No, I ain't going to say that. But anyway, hey, listen, guys. Hey, Brian, I'm with you, man. I'm like, I thought John Riggins' number was retired years ago. What the heck? This man's been 40 years, and he's still the number one leader in Russia on the team. That's atrocity, man. I am so glad we got grown-ups in charge. I am so happy for John Riggins. He was one of my favorite players. So, and I hope that they take every year and every Hall of Famer, Redskin Hall of Famer, each year, let's retire them one at a time. I don't know how many we got left, but let's make it happen. I'm so happy for him. One of my favorite players.
Appreciate you, Zeke. Great call, man.
All right, man. Appreciate you, Zeke.
B, I'm curious now. I think so. Now the numbers are Ball, obviously, Sonny, Sean, Darryl Green, Art Monk, John Riggins.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to have a blind spot here because I'm just thinking off the top of my head. I don't know that there's another player that you have to do it. And people can call in and say if they think I'm wrong or what.
Who all you said was?
I believe it's Baugh, Sonny, Sean Taylor, Darrell Green, Art Monk,
Bobby
and now
Mitchell,
John
bro.
Riggins. Bobby Mitchell.
Bobby Mitchell.
Actually, I think Bobby's included.
Okay.
Forgive me.
All right, yeah. And I mentioned you weren't here, but Bobby's wife passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
What was it? A few weeks ago. I think our funeral was on the 16th. I saw her. 16th, 17th, something like that.
Sorry to hear that. You're right. I'm sorry. Jurgensen, Taylor, Green, Baugh, Riggins, Bobby Mitchell, Art Monk.
Okay, cool.
Is there somebody else you think has to go in? Because let's be real, they're kind of making up for lost time. Like a lot of these things should have already happened, and
Yeah.
for whatever reason, they weren't doing them. And I don't think you want to go overboard because it has to.
You got to have some numbers to be able to be worn, to be honest with you. But when you look at those names right there, you look at the impact that those guys had and the way that things went. You say the criteria of the people that have already been retired, it's going to be hard for other people.
Yeah, I mean, you've
to
got
just pop up.
7 names now. 6 of them are Hall of Famers. Taylor's career was obviously cut way too short. He was on that track, and then the tragedy surrounding his death, I think, impacted it. The only thing, and I've said this to you before, I think at the new RFK, and a lot of stadiums do this, where they have
Ring,
especially because they talk about making it a year-round destination.
Mm-hmm.
Build like a monument park. Build like an outdoor structure.
Like
that is,
the Ring of Fame thing can be moved into a.
like in Denver.
Like that's awesome.
In Denver, they have this huge statue of like actual Bronco horses, right? And then all of their Ring of Fame, whatever that is, whatever their variation of that is called, they have like busts of all these players, right? And then for Denver, they have a statue of John Elway. Hell, they might have a statue of Von Miller at this point. I think for Washington, when they build RFK, build an outdoor, permanently accessible area to fans that, like, how often do we hear of like fans from Europe or fans from California that are flying in for one game? Well, give them a reason to go over there on Saturday too.
Yeah, before the game
and take pictures with all these statues and all these busts. And the one thing I think they should do is to honor the Hogs, right? Because the Hogs were kind of the backbone of those great teams. But there was variation to the Hogs. It wasn't 5 dudes the entire time.
No, it was not.
I think you build a statue of 5 offensive linemen with the old school kind of face mask and not make it player specific. But like, how cool would it be if there was a statue of 5 offensive linemen like down in their stance or however the artists envision it? But that to me is the proper
You're using
way
that
to
brain
tribute
right here,
that.
bro.
Yeah, not much left in there. But I think a statue of Gibbs and a statue of 5. I don't want to say generic because that's the wrong term, but of 5 offensive linemen that are not identifiable by face or number, but that shows what those teams built.
Totally.
Let's see what Jonesy says.
What up, Jonesy?
Jonesy, how are you, bud?
What's going on, P. Mitch? Hey, all is what's good, man? Welcome back, and yeah, I kind of miss you. You know, not all the way, but just a little bit, just a little bit. Look, it's about time that they doing 44. I was another one of those ones that thought his number was already retired. I knew it was untouchable if you came onto the team, and thank God those knuckleheads that we had that was in management and ownership made sure that happened too. But yeah, man, it's about time. I think 30 is another one that should be 1, untouchable, 2, retired as well. Because, and my reason for that is we had some people that was dressing up in 30 that wasn't that daggone good, if you get what I'm saying, B. Mitch. Yeah, you was that guy that made 30 special. And we had some jokers that come behind you. They weren't so special. They wore that number. And it pissed me off quite a few times because I remember screaming in my TV set when we still had like the rabbit ears. But
appreciate the call,
it's
Jonesy.
very special.
All right, brother.
Yes, sir. I'm out.
I am curious for the young guys in there. We're not going to ask Cowboy B because he's a Cowboy fan, even though he's from here. There's no ties to Dallas. But Stallion and Jeff are locked in burgundy and gold fans since their birth. Neither of you ever saw John Riggins play.
Never.
But what does this mean for you?
I think this means a lot. So actually, the picture that CK has,
I think it means a lot.
it means a lot. It obviously means a lot. Like John Riggins, when he broke off that touchdown run in the Super Bowl, we had that photo framed down in our little man cave alongside like Redskins Wheaties stuff and signed Redskins bobbleheads, all these sorts of different things. But that was like the one in our basement until we actually broke it. But that's a long story. John Riggins just means everything to this organization. And I think that like having number 44 retired, it's such a big deal because now we can start talking about who else could be next in this hopefully next generation. So I think it's a really cool day.
It's a really cool day. I think it also, again, is another layer of tying the organization current to past. And I think the way and the people executing the redesign and the name change handled everything, it was like burnt to the ground. And I think the new organization has done such a good job.
They've done an outstanding
everything
job,
back.
though.
Jeffrey, what about you?
It's definitely a big day for the organization. Like you said, JP, it ties the organization old and new together, and it shows that they're paying attention. Because even with Darryl Green, with Riggo, we've heard fans talking about this like, oh, are they going to do it? It shows that they're listening, one. Two, Riggo is probably, he even put him in the left hand up song, used to open up holes for John Riggo. He means he means a lot to this team, and
because Darryl and Art are fantastic players. I think you can make a real argument. Darryl's probably the second best cornerback of all time. I think Deion does take one, right? But Darryl was more forward facing, but Darryl's a man of faith. And a man of leadership and all of those things. Art was a quieter dude. He wasn't interested in limelight.
Just played.
Riggo was limelight.
Oh, yeah.
All day, all night.
All the way till...
You know what I mean?
What was the lady?
The Sandra Day O'Connor, the Supreme Court Justice. Like the Riggo stories, was it the Vikings NFC title game where he came out and took a bow at the 50-yard line? Like Darryl and Art aren't going to do that. Yeah. But Riggo not only balled out, was a fantastic player, but he also
he was an entertainer.
Yes.
Yeah, Riggo was amongst the people. Riggo and Sonny, their reputations are basically the same. Yeah. Sonny was a guy amongst the people back in the day too. But I think it was something that RFK, where Riggo came back, he was retired, dressed up in the full uniform. That's how he showed up and came out on the field. So it just lets you know, when you are a person who's down to earth, fans connect with you a lot more, too.
Totally.
And he was very, very connected to the fans.
Let's go to Henry in Reston. Henry, big day for the organization.
Yeah, I'm very happy for John Riggins. And all these players with the huge salaries they have now, they owe a nod to Riggins because he was the first guy to stand up to the man and sit out that year. The only other two guys I could see off the top of my head that I wouldn't mind seeing in a Redskins Hall of Fame or Ring of Fame would be Kenny Houston and Joe T.
That's another one.
So,
Kenny Houston, yes.
Henry, those dudes are in the Ring of Fame. They just don't have their jerseys retired. So it's kind of like
Kenny Houston was a bad man.
Yeah. I mean, he was Sean Taylor.
Until Sean Taylor came along, I had never that hit against the Cowboy guy,
Garrison,
32. Against Garrison, I was at that game, and you talk about the shaking seats of RFK. That was crazy.
I bet.
Well, they're trying to bring that back, baby. Well, they are going to bring that back.
Yeah. No, I mean, listen, you can make great arguments for other players, and certainly Joe T won an MVP, Super Bowl winner. I mean, Theismann was fantastic. To me, Brian said this earlier, you can't retire every number, right? And I think it's appropriate. And I've been to every NFL stadium. Most teams have kind of thank you for the call, a delineation between their great players and their best players.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's appropriate. And I don't know how many more you retire right now. I'm going to sneak a couple more calls in. We'll keep the phones open the rest of the hour because this is just fun. Let's go to Steve in Houston. What's up, Steve?
Yo, what's up, fellas?
What's up? How you doing, man?
B. Mitch.
How you doing, man?
What's up, bro? Hey, man. Hey, B. Mitch, we got that old Papa those days, that poncho train. We still need to get that in, man. It's been a minute since we talked about that.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm in the minority on this, right? So, of course, Skins fans since 77, excuse me. So, I'm locked and loaded, like with everyone who's going to call. But I'm in the minority because at this point, and B. Mitch, you know this, from all of us who play Pee Wee, what you got your 7, JP, you know this too, you don't even have to necessarily play, but your classic numbers throughout any organization, 7, 13, 21, the 44, all of those classic historical numbers. There's so many of us players, that we wanted from boys club up into those who were fortunate enough to do it as a pro, and I know, being a professional athlete, there's no bigger honor than having your number retired. I think that's probably like the version of the Oscar, for the accolades and the seal of stamp of approval on your career. But I don't want us to get to a point where we looking like the Bama Doug Flutie. Remember when Doug Flutie was at Boston College? He won 22 as a quarterback. It's going to start looking ugly, because it's like, it was, and like I always say, now there I touch Sean Taylor. I know that's a sore spot for a lot of people. But I think, if you got other young men who come in and we're 21 or 30, like my man B. Mitch, who can ball out, that's not, if somebody come in next year, in 2 years and ball out, right, that's not going to take B. Mitch's legacy for number 30 at all. B. Mitchell's number 30 is locked in. Just like with Doug Williams, 17, Terry McLaurin, 17 will be the next number retired. And I just don't like the fact that we got to retire so many numbers and that the way we do it, we have this combination of retired numbers, unavailable numbers, don't touch numbers. You got to ask Joe Theismann permission, like Dwayne Haskins did for number 7. And I'm a little torn about it. I want to sound like I'm contradicting myself because I do want those guys to be honored, but I just don't want overall for the organization.
I hear you.
To run
it's
out
fair.
Of some of those
Steve, I got to run the break, man. I appreciate you, bud. Thank you.
Appreciate it, bro.
One thing that helps with jersey retirements now is that the jersey requirements for specific positions have basically
you can wear whatever you want to wear now.
Wear whatever.
Yeah. Mine was retired in college, and when a young man asked me and I saw his criteria, I'm like, hell yeah, wear it.
Very cool. Phone lines are open the rest of the hour. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Taking your calls. Commanders are retiring John Riggins jersey. Great day to be a DC sports fan. JP Finley here, and it's no secret that I love pizza and I love watching sports. And lately, I've been watching a lot of the football instead of football. So if you're having a watch party with a bunch of folks to get together and watch these awesome games, check out my code, JP35 from Paisano's Pizza. You get 35% off orders of $40 or more with the exclusive code JP35. Paisano's got everything you want. They've got hand-tossed pizzas that are so good. I like the pepperoni and sausage. I'm on that kick lately. Cheese steaks, chicken cheese steaks, gyros. The wings are awesome. Whatever it is you're looking for, Paisano's has got you. Whenever I'm ordering Paisano's, I always get my wife a salad. She loves it. Now, here's the best part. Paisano's is going to cater a watch party of the game day of your choice for up to 20 people. To enter, you just use my promo code, JP35, on any order of $40 or more. That's serious savings, by the way. 35% off $40. Every qualifying order earns you an entry to win the catered watch party. And the more times you use the code JP35, the more chances you have to win. Consider it extra time for your odds. So before kickoff, do what I do. Hit up Paisano's, save 35% with promo code JP35, and take your shot at a fully catered watch party for you and the crew. Paisano's is not just pizza, but something for everyone. Order now at paisanospizza.com. That's paisanospizza.com.
John Riggins won a Super Bowl while wearing number 44 in Washington, and no other player will ever wear that number in the future. The Commanders announced earlier today that they will be retiring John Riggins' number during the 2026 season. They'll hold a ceremony to honor him during halftime of their Week 9 game against the Rams. Riggins spent the first 5 seasons of his career with the Jets before he moved on as a free agent. He then spent the rest of his career in Washington and posted 4 1,000-yard seasons with a career best of 1,347 yards coming in 1983. He also set a franchise record, tied 6th in NFL history by running for 24 touchdowns that season and added 6 more scores in the postseason. Moving over to the World Cup, quarterfinals are in action today. France, the favorite to win it all, will play Morocco. 4 p.m. is the start of that game. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Tremendous day for the organization as John Riggins has his jersey retired. I'm curious, if there is a next in line. I'm not sure there is. There's a lot of players you could have the conversation about, though. We've had a lot of people call in with ideas. We'll keep that going. 800-636-1067. Right now, my guy Los is on the line. What up, Los?
What's up, gentlemen?
How you doing, bud?
What's it? Thursday? Yeah, good, man. Good. Enjoying this World Cup still. Anyways, man, listen. 44, I've met him plenty of times. And I knew something was coming, something big was coming when it comes to 44, because I've never seen him in Madden. That man was in Madden last season, and you have to get approval from players. And I was stiff-arming, trucking people. Listen, and I met him at the he was signing autographs and taking pictures at the Veterans tent before the Veterans Day game at FedEx Field. Man, listen, that dude, stand-up guy. I am so happy for him. 17's next. Doug Williams is next, and I think that will complete the fans. The players that need to be retired. It's just a shame that we had to wait this long because of the old regime to retire players. I'm just so happy for him. May more players come out. We are honoring our past, and we are excited for the future. Take my call, guys.
Thanks, Los. Appreciate you, buddy. Doug Williams is a super interesting one because his impact to the franchise far outweighs necessarily like the statistical or even like the production, because it was a short window, right? But one, you deliver a Super Bowl win, and two, to be the first black quarterback to win a Super Bowl and to kind of shatter a prejudice that existed in those times. That carries a different kind of weight than stats do or starts for an organization. But hell, you're not going to retire right now with McLaurin wearing it. And who knows where Terry's career ends up. But Terry, I think we could say, at least right now, is already a Ring of Famer, right? Like Ring of Honor, I can never remember what it's called. But Terry will at least get that accolade and maybe more. I really like the idea, and I mentioned this earlier, of like kind of building these statues. And I think Doug's a dude that could have a statue. Like you could do, I think there are ways to honor players. And to be clear, Doug's already in the Ring of Honor where he deserves. But I think there's other ways to make sure a player like Doug Williams or Joe Theismann is honored without necessarily having to retire the number. Because to Jeff's point, and one of the callers said this, like, what, Stallion, you're saying the Yankees don't have a single-digit number left because they've retired them all? Because, I mean, you're talking Gehrig and Jeter and Babe Ruth. Like,
yeah, I think all the numbers are now retired. I think, if any, there might be one number left, but I'm 99% sure they're all gone in the single digit.
I mean, think about a dude like Aaron Judge is wearing 99. Now, that might be just like he thinks it's cool or whatever, but yeah, I mean, listen, for the Yanks, Billy Martin at 1, Jeter at 2, Babe Ruth at 3, Gehrig at 4, Joe DiMaggio at 5, Joe Torre at 6, Mickey Mantle at 7. They retired number 8 twice for Yogi Berra and Bill Dickey. I'll confess I'm not familiar with Bill Dickey's work, but clearly he's a hell of a player. And then Roger Maris wore 9. Like, you do kind of run out of space. I mean, dude, the Yankees have a lot of retired numbers. Mo Riv at 42, Reggie Jackson at 44, Andy Pettit at 46, Bernie Williams at 51, Paul O'Neill, 21, Posada. I mean, that's a lot of numbers. It's a lot to try to figure out. Let's check in with David in North Potomac. What's up, David?
Oh, it's a great show, guys. JP and B. Mitch.
Thanks, bud.
Listen to you every day. The one guy that you haven't mentioned, the guy that was before Art Monk, number 42, Charlie Taylor, and number 3, Mark Mosley, the only kicker to win an MVP award. Those are my 2 that should be the next one to be retired. I'll hang up and listen to you guys. Great show.
Mosley that's a hell of a – listen, what Mark Mosley accomplished as a kicker to win an MVP will stand the test of time, I would expect. And there are a lot of great players that are Ring of Famers. What I like most is how successfully this organization, Josh Harris, Mark Klaus, Mitch Rales, like these guys understand the history and embrace it. Like the attempts to run from it were just so asinine, dude. I think the latest Ring of Fame inductee was Santana Moss. I've said this repeatedly that Ricky Sanders has got to be put in the Ring of Fame. He was an integral part of those teams at their best in the 80s. But outside of that, I don't know that there's a surefire one. You have to retire the number also. The thing that I found interesting when they put Darryl in, it was like, okay, he was a lifelong Redskin. He never played for another team. And I didn't know if they would allow that to be some sort of clarification on what was required to have your jersey retired. But Sonny started his career with the Eagles and was traded here. Left hand up. I don't know if Sammy Baugh played for any other teams, but I don't think so. And then Taylor obviously only played here. But clearly they looked past that when they put Art Monk in, and he deserved it. And now Riggins is going in, and he deserves it. I think the momentum they are building for when RFK opens is going to be just so significant. And like the business side can only do so much. The football side is what's going to make the big difference. Obviously, if they win games, I don't know when that will happen. I'm curious if you guys have noticed the significant. I was at the beach with my families, and that was probably my last kind of vacation of the year. And then football season starts up in just a couple weeks. We'll be at camp, and the national perspective on this team winning this fall seems pretty damn different than I think the local perspective on this team winning this fall. And I'm curious that dichotomy, and that probably exists in lots of places. And like, but they're coming off a 5-12 year. So extreme optimism is a little limited, probably. But that said, I think folks nationally are sleeping on the injury impact to last year. You know what I mean? And I think, so they're what? They're hoping to open RFK in 30, right? So 26, 27, 28, 29. 4 more years at Landover. Damn, it sounds long when you count it out. But 5 years from now, at that point, Jaden's going to be 28, 29, should be in the absolute prime of his career. And if they are a perennial playoff team, the momentum when they go into RFK is going to be just off the charts. And I think what they've done with the uniforms and what they could do, I mean, I mentioned the logo to Klaus. I don't think you ever go back to that full time, but if you get to a stage where there's another alternate jersey, and maybe the old logo does get to be on a helmet or like a patch on a uniform or something. I think at the new stadium where these guys get to kind of build it from scratch, like the way you can integrate just the understanding and frankly the cost associated with building seats that bounce. Like, I don't know how you build it. I'm not an engineer, but you know how expensive that must be? Just the desire to bring back something that was so iconic from the good old days. Like, it sounds like they have to build out like a suspension like your car has basically for your tires so it can handle bouncing. They need to build that the other way, like between the seats and the ground. I am no expert. That's got to cost a lot of money. Like significant amounts of cash, I would guess. And they're committed to doing things the right way, and I think we'll continue to see that. And I think this is just another example. I'm a big believer in actions, not words. Like, it's easy to talk. It's easy and cheap to talk. But to actually do things the right way is an entirely different scenario. Honestly, getting this Rigo thing done, I think the only remaining injustice, if that's not too strong of a word, is that Ricky Sanders isn't in the Ring of Honor. Ring of Honor or Ring of Fame? I wish somebody could give me that answer. Ring of Fame, according to the website. Like, Ricky Sanders absolutely has to be in there because you've got a lot of folks in there, and that's one name that has always stuck with me. Like a lot of the names people throw around, like Doug Williams is in there, Joe Theismann's obviously in there, Charlie Taylor, Charles Mann, Dexter Manley, Billy Kilmer, Joe Jacoby, who should be in the Hall of Fame. There's a lot of those types of players, but you got to get Ricky Sanders in there. That one's crazy. But today's about celebrating John Riggins getting his jersey retired. Well earned. There's a very cool video on the Commanders website if you want to check that out. When we come back, we got to catch up on some Nats baseball. Certainly, boys are playing well in a big series with the Yankees coming to town, and then a little France-Morocco preview. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, Grant and Danny coming your way at 2 o'clock. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I know people have been waiting. It's go time. If you didn't get the first set of tickets, we got another set of tickets to the R&B tour this Friday night at Northwest Stadium. You get to go see Usher and Chris Brown. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to go see Usher and Chris Brown Friday, July 10th, Northwest Stadium. I know Jeffrey's trying to go. Do you have tickets, Jeff, or are we still in the hustling phase?
I work all day Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
So you're not going to go?
Nah, man, it's money to be made.
I bet you go.
Nah, I got some pretty nice gigs this weekend.
All right. I mean, I feel like Usher and Chris Brown is a big-time ticket. What does the weather look like for this weekend? Well, these folks, I remember they had the big Beyonce concert a couple years ago, and there was like lightning. It was all sorts of problematic. This time of year, lightning is always a possibility. So I hope the weather's going to be all right. I hope the weather's all right for me this afternoon as I look to tee it up and maybe win some money or lose some money, frankly, with the way my golf game's going. I did play at the beach. Had a great time at Rehoboth. Thank you very much to Xander and Mike for hosting me and Cisco and for not, you know what gentlemen do on the golf course, Jeff? They kick your ass, but they don't make it a match where you can keep pressing. You just play closeout. So they closed us out on 16, I think. And then we pressed on 18, of course. And Cisco, to his credit, made a big putt. So we only lost $20. Take the good with the bad. Jeffrey, how fired up are you to watch Morocco and France?
I'm actually excited because I think whenever France play, it's a great game.
Yeah,
and Morocco, they are the underdogs, but they play. They keep the heat on you all 90 minutes. So it's going to be a great game tonight.
Yeah, dude, it really should be. I'm excited to watch it. I think after the U.S. goes out, but the rest of the games were all so good that this stage, I'm not the biggest soccer guy. I put myself on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm a 4 out of 10 on a soccer guy. I pay some attention to the English League. I pay attention to the Scottish League. I pay attention to Champions League. I certainly pay attention to the World Cup. But, like, true soccer people are 10 out of 10, 14 out of 10. I'm not close to that. I'm not even half of that. I put myself at 4 out of 10. France is minus 175. Morocco plus 475. It's just so hard to pick against France. They're such a absolute wagon, and that's going to be an incredible game coming up at 4 o'clock. Grant and Danny are coming up at 2. You can listen to those guys. I'm sure they'll have some soccer preview for you. I think we've reached the stage where all of these games are going to like kind of captivate the whole world. France, Morocco, Spain, Belgium, Norway, England, and then Argentina, Switzerland. The England-Mexico game last week, I think, was incredible, dude. That was just an incredible game to watch. The Argentina-Egypt game was incredible to watch. And those are – it's wild that all 4 of these games are significant favorites to underdogs. Like, there's not one where it's close from a betting perspective, but I bet one of these underdogs pulls off an upset. How you feeling about your Spain pick, Jeffrey? They haven't really hit on all cylinders yet, right?
Yeah, they haven't. You could tell that time missed by Yamal, it did something. But I got France winning it, bro. They just look like the superior team this year.
Dude, they look outrageous.
From
Argentina
their
also can't keep
to
doing
their
this.
Forwards.
Get down 1, get down 2, and have these crazy comebacks. Like, that's just a hard way to win, dude.
You know, it's like having LeBron in the NBA when you have Jordan. It's like having those guys. A game is never truly over. When you have a guy like Messi on your team, that automatically pulls the spark to the other teams. To the other teammates. So they're going to rally around Messi, especially with this potentially being his last one.
Has anybody ever gone back-to-back in the World Cup? I mean, it's 4 years apart, so it's kind of...
I think Italy. I'm
they?
pretty sure Italy.
What is Italy's doesn't even make the tournament anymore, and the tournament's expanded.
It's Italy and Brazil. Italy in 1934 and 1938.
That doesn't count. It's 100 years ago. and Brazil did it in 58 and 62.
Yeah.
France came pretty close, right? They lost to Argentina in the last finals, but they won the one before that one. I don't know what's happened to Italy. Brazil is wildly overrated now. Like, they're just not that good. Norway had their way with them, at least from the highlights I watched. Nats, off day, Yanks in town tomorrow, Stallion?
Yes, sir.
Nats continue to play good baseball. How far away from the trade deadline are we? Inside of a month?
Yeah, we are inside. We are a couple weeks away, like 3 weeks, I believe, at this point.
I'll tell you what's tough is that the Marlins have gotten so hot. All of a sudden, the Nats' inability to beat the Marlins doesn't seem so bad. They're 9 games over 500.
Yeah, they're good. Like, they've always had. It's funny. Like, if the Nats and the Marlins were to create one team, they would be nasty because they've got the pitching, man. They are so good.
Dude, if you could have combined Carson Wentz and Taylor Heineke into one player, you had Wentz's body and arm and Heineke's guts and mind, that dude's a Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer.
Unfortunately, Stallion, you're not allowed to do that.
Fair point.
The Nats and the Marlins are not going to consolidate teams. Where do you stand on Nats as a buyer or seller less than a month from the deadline?
I think right now they're not going to really do anything. I think I'm leaning towards them buying because I heard this argument the other day. If you go out and sell or not buy, what are you telling the younger guys in the clubhouse there who have been competing all year long? The offense is the best offense in baseball now. It's well beyond the halfway point. So I think they kind of have to sell to their young guys like, hey, we believe in you. And if anything, we're not going to sell you, but we'll add on some pieces here and let's see what we can do in the second half. So I lean towards buying, but I think they'll probably just stay put.
Staying put is reasonable. Jeff, let's make some bets. All right, 4 o'clock, we got France versus Morocco. 9 o'clock tonight, we got the Wizards Summer League, which I am fired up to watch. It looks like I can get France at minus 175 to win.
I'm taking France and Washington.
That's
parlay.
legal. You taking the Wiz? I like that. The Wiz are 2.5-point underdogs to the Jazz tonight. I have no idea kind of where that money will be. There are player props available. Darren Peterson, 24.5 points.
I hope AJ bang on him.
AJ, 19.5 points. Taking the over?
I'm going to take the over.
I'm going to take France. That's who I'm going to take. Thank you to Chris Miller for joining us. Thank you very much to Mark Klaus for joining us in studio. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
The Washington Commanders announced today they will retire John Riggins, number 44, during their game against the Los Angeles Rams on Sunday, November 8th. That is Week 9 of the NFL season. Riggins, known for his powerful running style, is Washington's all-time leader in rushing yards and touchdowns. He earned Super Bowl MVP honors in 1983 with a then-record 166 yards and a very memorable 4th-and-1 touchdown run. Rigo played 175 games over 14 seasons in the NFL, spending time with both the New York Jets and the Washington Redskins. During his career, he rushed for 11,352 yards, 104 touchdowns. He caught 250 passes for 2,090 yards and 12 touchdowns. His total of 13,435 combined net yards still ranks among the best in NFL history. From the Crop Nightcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, The Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon, July 9th, 2026. Just after 2 o'clock, you're listening live to The Fan, and that means it's time for some Grant and Danny coming your way until 6:30, a full 4.5 hours. Nats are off tonight after winning and taking a series from the Astros last night. David Aldridge is on the show in 1 hour. The Hall of Famer talking basketball. We'll talk basketball. We're going to ask him about A.J. Debonce's Summer League debut in a 1-versus-2 matchup. Top 2 picks in the draft, Aaron Peterson, Utah, Debonce, Washington playing tonight in primetime. That should be fun. And at 6 o'clock, speaking of the Summer League, Ben Standig's out there in Vegas, so we'll talk to him about that. He also covers the Commanders. Is the Brandon Ayuk drive officially off the tracks here? Is there any chance that he ends up in Washington after his most recent batch of social media content? Danny, what's up?
Tip of the cap to your Washington Nationals, Foster Griffin. Ho-hum. Here's what should happen, real quick. Anytime anybody asks a question of this front office, they should kind of go, oh, that's a great question. Foster Griffin and Curtis Meade. Thanks. That's my answer. Look what we found. Look what we've done. Incredible. Awesome. Foster Griffin, what an unbelievable story he is. And you got 3 guys with 20 homers. When Bryce Harper won the MVP here, no one else in the lineup had 20 for a season. 3 guys do it before the All-Star break for this Nats offense. Awesome.
Only team in baseball other than the White Sox with 3 players with 20 homers. Only team in baseball other than the Dodgers with 4 guys with 15 homers. And Foster Griffin's gone 7 straight starts, allowing 1 or fewer runs. Max Scherzer won the Cy Young Award 2 straight years in 2016 and 2017 here. And he never had a stretch at any point where he went 7 straight starts, allowing 1 or fewer runs.
Unbelievable, dude.
Just to give you an indication of how good Griffin's been. More on the Nats coming up at 2:45. I actually want to start, though, as we should, let's not bury the lead, with the massive story of the day, and that is that John Riggins will have his number 44 retired by the Washington Commanders for his work as one of the great Redskins in the history of the organization. And then there was 7. So if you're keeping score at home, retired uniform numbers by Washington Football Organization. Number 9, Sonny Jurgensen. Number 21, Sean Taylor. Number 28 of Darrell Green. The 33 of Sammy Baugh. 44, as of today, of John Riggins. 49 of Bobby Mitchell. And the number 81 of Art Monk. Those 7 numbers will never be worn again. This was the organization that for many, many years didn't give out certain numbers but wouldn't retire them. Joe Theismann's 7, as an example, doesn't get worn. The 42 of Charlie Taylor isn't in circulation, so to speak, but they haven't retired those, so those are candidates for the future, I suppose. But while 44 was already off limits, we have made it official, one of the great Redskins ever, having his day in the sun this football season.
This was the guy that typified those Joe Gibbs 80s Redskins teams. He and the Hawks, and so we're in it together. It was... The rest of the league may have kind of trended towards finesse. They didn't. This was power football. This is 50 gut. This is counter tray right down your throat. The diesel thumping, laying out punishment in a different time of football. But this was the guy. I mean, this was the dude. You toted your mail. He was, you're going to be tired after the game. You're going to be sore. You better have a couple cold ones ready for him because he's getting 30 touches, and it's going downhill.
So John Riggins was obviously before my time. I'm just not old enough as someone in their 30s to have seen him play. His final snaps in the NFL took place before I was born, let alone the prime of his career. But he is such an important figure in team history. Amazingly, by the way, you know how old he is now? What would you guess?
In his 70s, probably?
76.
Yeah.
He's going to turn 77 years old next month. That's shocking.
That's nuts.
That means we're all getting too old.
Yes, that is correct.
But he's so important that if you're a diehard fan of this team as a young person growing up, you learn about John Riggins. You ask around about John Riggins. You do some digging on. You watch some video of John Riggins. And what you find pretty quickly is that he was a larger-than-life personality and character. That's one of the reasons he's so beloved. He was one of the most unique individuals in sports. We experienced it, if you're in my generation, through Chris Cooley, who was like this big-time character and hilariously funny out on the practice field with the clothing he would wear or the way he would style his hair a certain day or whatever. Riggins was that guy. He also happens to be the greatest running back in team history and one of the greatest running backs ever. He is a Pro Football Hall of Famer. He was unstoppable in the prime of his career. He was a combination of size and speed that was just really rare, in addition to being a huge personality. But I think that's maybe what you would say first about Riggins when you talk about why was he next or why is 44 getting retired. He was the face of the franchise in their best era. Theismann would have something to say about that, maybe, a regular on this show and a buddy of ours. He was certainly in that conversation. But there's no play more important in team history, more synonymous with Redskins' greatness than the iconic 43-yard run on 4th and 1 against Miami, the greatest play in franchise history, with 10 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in Super Bowl 17 on January 30th, 1983. Here comes the Diesel. And he rips off the touchdown run to take the lead and win a Super Bowl.
What else do you say? I mean, this is, 6'2", 230. Say that again, 6'2", 230 at the time where that wasn't a thing. That's a lineman almost in that era.
I would tell you that's still not a thing. You mean of all players, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
running backs aren't that big now because they're not fast enough.
Like there was a gimmick for a while in the early 90s, the Christian Okoyes, the Barry Words, the Ironhead Haywards, the like heavy-set running back to deliver punishment. This guy was 6'2", 230 and was a high school track champion.
Yeah.
Won the 100-meter dash, not one, two separate times. Again, this is one of those. This is more special than your average. Oh, he's a thumping running back. No. This was a punishment-delivering track star who could beat you however you'd like to get beaten.
I'm sure he worked unbelievably hard, and we could ask him that the next time we chat with him, what was his regimen. But he was also one of those guys that could just go out all night, drink in the afternoon, show up in the evening in a practice or something, and just whoop people's butt. He was put on this planet.
He was Ovechkin before Ovechkin.
He really was.
Seriously.
He was put on this planet to be a great athlete. With his size and his speed, it was just God-given in so many ways. He was born different. The MVP of the Super Bowl, the first ever Super Bowl that Washington won, he ran for 166 yards in that game. And if you look up his 1982 postseason, so this is the 82 season into the 1983 Super Bowl, he still holds records for the most impressive and legendary postseason of any running back. 4 games, 610 yards, 8 touchdowns. The Commanders boarded the train that was, the diesel that was John Riggins. They just rode him all the way to that title, inducted into the 1992 Pro Football Hall of Fame. And in doing a little digging today on some of his best seasons and his numbers throughout his career, this is unheard of. Even back then, I would say. But nowadays, it's unconscionable. The longevity with which he operated. Do you realize at 34 years old, he ran for 1,200 yards and led the NFL in touchdowns?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe Derrick Henry could do something like that, or I don't even know. We won't see that anymore, probably. Adrian Peterson.
Especially this style of running back that's delivering punishment.
But you're talking about an all-time great when you do something like that at 34 years old.
Yeah, and he's not running out of a single back look with 3 receivers and everyone spread out and the base defense is now nickel. This is 22 people real close to the line of scrimmage, maybe 21 with the safety slightly back, but we're thumping. We're going downhill. We're following our lead blocker and punishments delivered in either direction every single play. You realize he averaged 25 carries per game? Averaged 25 carries a game.
For his whole career?
No, that year we're talking about.
I was going to say for his career, that would be asinine.
We had 375 carries that year in playing 15 games.
Different time.
Just different time.
Yeah.
And it's
a lot of car crashes.
Seriously. And it's remarkable that, as you said, the longevity. Didn't play in the 1980 season. Missed would have had another 1,100 yards and 15, 16 more touchdowns, of course, probably in that point. But led the league in touchdowns that year. Just a downhill machine. And I think you said it, was the face of it, because you can't have 5 linemen be the face. So he was kind of the honorary guy that turned into the face, where it was this plucky bunch of, you guys are, the golden boys, and we're the ragtag group, and we're going to beat the brakes off you and drink a beer afterwards.
He averaged 1,300 yards and 18 touchdowns over a 2-season span at his 34 and 35 aged seasons. I mean, I can't wrap my head around that. Like, his best football, arguably, was played in his mid-30s. Mm-hmm. And he had some great years early on, but for his first several seasons with the Jets and then early on in Washington, he had a couple years where he got over 1,000 narrowly. It really wasn't until after he quit in 80 over the contract dispute and he came back that he cemented himself as a Hall of Famer, and he did so many of the legendary, iconic things that he would end up doing in the playoffs. But all time in this organization's history, and there's been some really good running backs to come through here, most recently Clinton Portis. He's number 1, 7,472 rushing yards. A mark that he has held organizationally for over 40 years. When you hold a record for 40-plus years for a team in sports, you could have a record while you're there. That's awesome. I'm not saying it means you were really, really good. But when time passes and dozens and dozens of people at your position have come after, and no one's ever been able to do what you did, it means that much more. Not just number 1 in yards, but touchdowns, rushing attempts, 26 100-yard games, the most in team history. The only guy to ever score more touchdowns overall in a Redskins uniform was Art Monk. But from a rushing standpoint, Riggins is at the top of the mountain.
Just a unique character, unique individual. One of the coolest things you and I got to do not too long after our show started was we had kind of that, I don't know what you call it, a fireside chat with John Riggins, where we went to a steakhouse and just chopped it up with him for a couple hours. And it's like one of those things where I was doing it, and I'm trying to think of all the good questions, and we're trying to make good radio and let him go, of course. He's such a great storyteller with his unique, Kansas delivery, and sort of having to talk about himself, which he didn't love doing, but understood that was for this kind of special occasion. And there were 2 or 3 moments where I go, I'm talking to John bleepin' Riggins, the guy that gave me my first memory. The first thing I really remember. I don't remember everything about it. I've watched the play 1,000 times, but I'm there with my whole family and my dad and my uncle, and all these guys were losing our mind when he ran against Miami. I didn't know what was going on, but I remember almost passing out from screaming and jumping up and down and hugging everybody. I was just a little tiny kid. I was 4 years old. But the larger-than-life figure that he was, this is correct. Good job by the org getting this done. This was important. He was estranged from the org for a while. Maybe that's not the right word, but separate ways with Snyder. Said a lot of negative things to say about the team and the organization. Understandably, a lot of us did. But I think that was a major rift that needed to be repaired. And this is right. This is 100% correct. This is an icon, one of the guys from the best era of this organization.
I always knew how loved he was by this fan base, but you really can't appreciate it until you see it firsthand. And I had the honor of getting to do a show that I co-hosted with him for a full football season.
Yeah.
Would have been in 12 or 13. You were working in middays with Holden. I was on the beat and wasn't yet a part of the daily lineup. Chad Dukes was doing afternoons, perhaps still with
LeVar at that point, yeah.
Maybe. It might have even been him solo, I'm not sure, because it would have been 12 or 13. But regardless, at a bar that rotated every Monday night, it was like Riggo Live, leading up to Monday Night Football. And it was the John Riggins show, and I would just kind of steer him in and out of conversations and take calls. But the reason I bring this up, other than just getting to work alongside and get to know and spend some time around John Riggins and seeing his big personality and how hilarious this guy was, the amount of people every single week that would come from all over the area to shake his hand and get his autograph and say hello was staggering. And I mean, you really haven't seen what it's like to appreciate someone from your childhood or nostalgia until you're around that. Musicians probably get that, like real celebrities. But I mean, the love for him in this town is incredible.
Yep.
And I got to see it firsthand. And this is a layup. This one was easy, super well deserved. I do want to, as I have done each of the times we talk about another uniform number being retired, say that this was always the right thing to do, and this new ownership group continues to just get on base.
They got that. Whatever that is, the hey, this is an easy fix. These are layups. Let's hit a layup. Nobody's saying it's the greatest thing in the world, but this eluded the previous ownership group. They couldn't figure this part out. Everybody hates your guts. This is the best way to get people to like you. And they wouldn't do it.
Well, look
Who
at the
knows?
last couple of years. So 12 months ago, we found out Darryl Green was getting his jersey retired. He was at odds with the organization previously in a lesser public way where it just wasn't a great relationship. He wasn't involved. He is very much back in the fold and an ambassador of sorts now who's around constantly. John Riggins, similarly, like most of these guys that they're making these relationships right with, I'm sure will have some unofficial capacity or will be in the mix and kind of around the organization. He has been way more often over the last couple of years, but this is exactly what should be happening. You and I used to have conversations with former greats and these legends that people fell in love with this team because of. Guys who bled and sweat and gave everything they had, and years off of their lives were taken because of what they gave to this city and this town and to football fans. And so many of them were so disenfranchised and so bothered based on how they'd been treated. Remember, it was our show where national headlines were made by Charles Mann. Who basically talked about the old ownership group and how horribly some of the players were treated and how they felt like they were brought in just as pawns to make a couple more bucks
as
off
shields
fans.
every once in a while for some goodwill. It's like, I know you're mad at me, but look, it's Charles Mann. And I get that.
Not anymore, though. They're doing this for the right reasons. I think you're repairing relationships that necessarily need to be repaired.
Yep.
Redskins football, now Commanders football, is not what it is without John Riggins. And if he's not going to be around and he's persona non grata, he's some guy that can't be in the building for whatever reason, that's got to be a mended fence. That's got to be fixed. There are very, very few of those guys left.
Yep.
I don't even know what other relationships you have to build back up. I want them to continue to extend olive branches, and I think Chris Cooley's a guy that should be back around here. He kind of unceremoniously, remember, at the end, had a seeming falling out with Snyder, and he went out to his hometown in Wyoming, and we haven't really heard much from him.
And that's the end of the chapter.
Since.
Yeah.
He's like the most recent guy. That would be amazing to see him come back and be added to the fold again and be involved in some way. He was around the facility constantly. He was on the radio broadcast and on the team's radio station and everything else. But what a job by this ownership group to continue to thread the needle on honoring the past and trying to move this thing forward in a way where they can build this tent up bigger again.
Because it's hard
with new fans.
It is really hard. You're trying to drag everybody who the people that grew up watching John Riggins play for the Redskins. There's one thing that they want that you can never give them, but you're doing everything else to try to do it, but also try to lean into this new brand, which I think stinks, but they're saddled with it, so they're doing it. This is not an easy tightrope to walk. These, as we kind of said, are the layups. These are the right things. You do it in a nice way. You don't do it as some gimmick to try to sell a ticket. You do it because it's the right thing to do. You do enough of those and people start to trust you again.
I got two questions for people as we kick things off on Grant and Danny today on The Fan. First, where does Riggins rank all time among the greats for this organization for you? Is he at the very top? I mean, he's certainly a Mount Rushmore Redskin, but where is he on your personal list? 800-636-1067. And then the other thing I'm curious about is when you hear the name John Riggins, what comes to mind? Like, what's your memory? What's your moment? How did you and why did you fall in love with this player that it seems like had a more unique relationship with the fan base than anybody else? And why was that? His numbers being retired this football season, 44, will never be worn again by a member of the Commanders. Grant and Danny on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. You just heard Grant and Danny talking about it. The Commanders are going to be retiring number 44 for John Riggins. He's going to be honored November 8th against the Los Angeles Rams. Josh Harris saying there are certain players whose impact goes far beyond statistics, championships, and accolades. They become woven into the identity of a franchise. John Riggins is one of those players. NBA Wizards Summer League gets underway tonight. A matchup of the top 2 picks in this year's draft, A.J. DeBonsa and Darren Peterson. Wizards and Jazz tonight at 9 o'clock. World Cup continues on today. Quarterfinals, France and Morocco at 4 o'clock. We also learned the details of Christian Pulisic's injury that forced him to leave early against Belgium. He suffered a bone bruise and a microfracture of the tibia and fibula. Off day for the Nationals. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Yankees to wrap up their first half tomorrow night. Want to hear the fastest way Noah Trone would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
It was at that moment that the Redskins fans thought they were about to win the Super Bowl. John Riggins, the most iconic play in team history, the best running back in team history, and one of the most popular players of all time in DC sports, will have his uniform number 44 retired. Jersey will be hanging from the proverbial rafters. Question for you guys at 800-636-1067. What's your first thought when it comes to Riggo as a sports fan in DC, and where does he rank for you all time?
The playoff run. So again, I'm too young to really remember all the details, and of course I've gone back and watched every bit of it. But that playoff run that led to the Super Bowl in '83, he averaged 34 carries and 153 yards per game. I say again, 34 carries and 153 yards per game during that Super Bowl run, including the NFC Championship game and the We Want Dallas game, where he went for $140 and 2 touchdowns. That's it. I mean, to me, it's how are we getting to the Super Bowl, Dad? 44, son. That's the answer. You hand it to Riggo and everyone get out of the way.
40-plus years ago, he had a postseason nobody's had since.
Yeah.
Nothing else needs to be said, right? I mean, it's 600-plus yards and 8 touchdowns on his way to the Super Bowl, carrying Washington. Let's go to Kurt in Ashburn on The Fan. Hey, Kurt.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
I got. Let me tell you a story after we give you my 3 picks. I got Sammy Ball 1, Sonny 2, and Riggins 3. Sammy Ball, because nobody will ever lead the league in passing, punting, and interceptions in the same year.
And he was like a punt, pass, and kick contest in pro football form.
Yeah, he was. Sonny because he's Sonny. Now, I was sitting halfway up the stadium at the 45-yard line in Pasadena, and I was still confident, even though we had not led to that point, I was confident we were going to win. And then, of course, the very next play, he breaks loose and scores. And it was just incredible. Even people who weren't Redskin fans went nuts behind that. So
because it was incredible.
That picture.
Thank you.
And you guys know the picture I'm talking about. But that picture is easily the most reprinted in team history. It's on walls all over the DMV. I mean, our boss here at the station has that picture hanging in his office. But I guarantee you there is not another photo. There's some that are in the vicinity, I would guess. Doug Williams celebrating his Super Bowl, historically significant.
Fun bunch, high five, and Sean Taylor dive into the end zone.
Absolutely. But the number one in team history has to be the image of him with a dolphin laying on the ground with a
broken finger,
handful of jersey and a finger pointing in the wrong direction. And Riggins running 43 yards the other way. Brian in Northwest, what's up?
Hey, man, I just want to tell you guys, my uncle used to take me to the games like maybe 2 or 3 games a year, and there was nothing like sitting in those stands and hearing that daggone diesel like he's gaining like 4, 5, 6 yards. I mean, nothing like it. And then I had a chance to meet the cat up at Glen Echo Hardware, the same place I met J.P. Finley. Man, just one of the nicest guys, down to earth. He listened to me praise him for a good 7 minutes before he jumped in his I think he had a G-Wagon. Jumped in his G-Wagon and left, man. But just a great guy, man. He's up there with Darryl Green, Art Monk. I mean, Man, I got my hair standing up on my arm right now thinking about that.
I know
Diesel.
Brian, did they
Okay.
play the Diesel sound in the stadium?
You better believe it.
Oh, that's awesome.
You better believe it.
So it was like the Vikings Gallahorn when they would get a first down,
Uh-huh.
where it's like, dun, dun, dun. Yeah, exactly.
The best.
So they played the Here Comes the Diesel. That's actually really cool. That seems like it's ahead of its time for
All over- yeah.
stadium operations.
But maybe not the most crisp sound quality either at RFK back in the day.
Paul's in Stafford on Grant and Danny. What's up, Paul?
Hey, boys. Yeah, I grew up in that era as well, and still a huge fan. A little known fact: during that playoff run, when he was breaking off 153 yards, he'd spend most of the week in the hospital in between games in traction because his back was so jacked up.
I hadn't heard that. That's crazy. I mean, he dealt with immense pain and injuries throughout his career. That's been well documented. And he was such a big target.
Yeah.
To this day, when you think about the Derrick Henrys and the really big backs, those guys take the biggest blows, the biggest shots. these
Constant punishment.
collisions that I refer to as car crashes. But the smaller you are, oftentimes, the harder you are to hit. So sometimes you actually take less of a beating. If you're a big target as a running back, and he would qualify at 6'2 plus and 230 pounds plus, you got crushed over and over and over again. And as you said, I mean, you're talking about a 375 carry season in 1983. He carried the ball almost 3,000 times in his career.
My goodness gracious.
What is Derrick Henry at right now? Let me look at that, because he's Mr. Longevity. He's in his 30s. He's a guy you think of as getting 1 million carries in his career. So he's at 2,600 right now. He's still 300, more than a full season away, 10 years of being a bell cow from what Riggins did in his career. That's crazy.
That is nuts. By the way, he's 250 pounds. Just a different time.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to Dan in Fairfax. What's up, Dan?
Hey, Dan.
Grant and Danny, you guys are awesome.
Appreciate you, buddy.
I listen to you every day. I'm a loyal listener. John Riggins is not only my favorite Redskin, he's my favorite player of all time. And just a few memories I have, like when he, I guess it was at some kind of banquet where he dressed all up and he had he was overserved, and he told Sandra Day O'Connor, "Loosen up, Sandy, baby." That was awesome. And then I remember him bowing in the middle of the field. I guess all the crowd wanted to come out there, and he bowed before. That was a great moment. But my favorite was the 43-yard touchdown. And I was left with like 20 friends, and I had a full Indian headdress on, like a chief would wear, and I was doing the woo when he scored that touchdown. But he was such an awesome guy, and he's, for number 44, we'll always remember John Riggins.
Thank you, buddy. Imagine a Supreme Court justice.
That's what I was thinking.
And you're just, I mean, I guess you're overserved. I don't know. You might.
There was a subsequent. Yeah.
It might just be John Riggins, but loosen up, Sandy, baby, he says to the Supreme Court justice in the room that he's in.
That's something.
Tells
but
you
again,
a lot.
you're talking about a different time. We romanticize these things. And I would talk about this with like my buddy's big music fan, like these guys from the 60s and 70s, and it's like, this guy was on so much drugs. I'm like, that's actually not that cool. That a dude was like strung out on a million different things and didn't know which way was up and stuff like that. It was
a different
time.
time.
It helped create art. But it was this, imagine now if I told you there's a guy who's not going to play for a whole year because of a contract dispute. Imagine he's going into the shed to drink beer right after practice in the middle of the afternoons and doesn't believe in curfew and, can't be bothered to do all the stuff that everyone else does and is out telling Supreme Court justices to calm down.
We'd be crushing him.
We go, what is this? But here's the thing. They're winning, so now it's a great story.
Yeah.
And they won at such a high level.
It was also just a different time. I think it's impossible. I mean, Dan just said he was dressed like a Native American, screaming and whatever he was doing at the time.
Yep.
They're not even allowed to be called the Redskins now. I mean, things have changed, right? All-time rushing touchdowns list: Emmitt Smith, 164, LaDainian Tomlinson, 145, Marcus Allen, 123, Derrick Henry, 122, Adrian Peterson, 120. That's your top 5.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next 3, Walter Payton, Jim Brown, John Riggins.
It's a pretty good list.
Basically side by side with the same number of touchdowns. Walter Payton, Jim Brown, John Riggins. Let's go to Larry in D.C. Larry, the Commanders made the announcement today. They are retiring the 44 of John Riggins this season. And you apparently don't want to talk about it.
You don't care about that at all, I
You'd
guess.
rather hang up on me. Mac in Prince Frederick, what's
Mac.
up?
Hey guys, first time caller, long time listener, and I tell you, John Riggins, he was great. He was great. He was great. The thing I remember the most, real quick, was two things he said. First was, "I'm bored, I'm broke, and I'm back." Yeah, and the other one was he said, "Ron's the president, but tonight I'm the king." And that was after he had really did a lot in the playoffs, and I'll never forget that. And you know, it was just great, man. It was a great ride. We had a ball. It made my youth, and I'll never forget it.
I don't know, Jim. I think you missed your chance. You don't just get to hop in
It's
after
interesting
a call.
because there was no pause for Jim to jump in there. So does Jim just have to holster it?
Jim's never waited for a pause in the past. He'll
That's
cut
true.
you off.
He will cut you off.
Yeah, Jim was unprepared.
He's got his own drills. Yeah,
I'm bored, I'm broken, I'm back. Right?
he's synonymous. Yeah.
I'm glad he brought this up because we haven't really talked about this part. There was a gift for gab element with him where he had a Muhammad Ali thing.
Yeah.
Where he had a one-liner for everything or a quip. He clearly, his team of writers, which might have just been himself, he would always have a funny zing that he would put together. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Maybe the better comp is Yogi Berra, who's famous for so many great lines. But how many Riggins lines like that have you heard over the years? The "I'm bored, I'm broke, I'm back." I don't remember the one where he says "I'm the king" or whatever, but this guy does. There is, of course, the "loosen up, Sandy baby" or whatever. He definitely had that Ali Berra thing where it was like, I'm not just going to say, "I look forward to the game." I'm going to find a really funny way to say it so in 50 years people will still be talking about it.
There's like that little bit of aw shucks turn of phrase that's got a little bit of bite to it as well. Yeah, 100% right. The gift of gab.
John Riggins, 44, getting retired. Another relationship repaired by this ownership group. We could talk about that element of this next. Remember at 3 o'clock, David Aldridge of The Athletic, a Hall of Famer when it comes to basketball coverage. He's out in Vegas. AJ DeBonsa, pick number 1. Darren Peterson, pick number 2. Head-to-head tonight in the Summer League after Peterson has lit it up in his first 2 games. We'll talk to DA about that in 20 minutes on The Fan. Later in the show, we'll get into the jersey retirement of John Riggins, number 44, and I want to dive into who could be next, who should be next. There are still 2 uniforms that they don't often give out that are not retired. The number 7 of Joe Theismann and the number 42 of Charlie Taylor. Pro Football Hall of Famer Charlie Taylor, a longtime great at wide receiver for this team. One of those 2 would make the most sense to me. I guess there is a possibility that it could be somebody else, though. There is the idea, too, that at some point you just slow down and stop retiring uniforms. But I think Theismann is deserving. He's also, not unlike Sonny, one of these guys who's, he has been around the organization forever. It didn't stop when he was done playing. You know him from his broadcasting days, and he was part of the preseason games, and he's at the facility, and fans still meet and take pictures with him at practices. He's on the sideline. I think there's more to it than just winning a Super Bowl, being a team and league MVP. He would be next for me, but we can get into that a little bit later.
Yeah, it seems like they're doing a lot of them because they've done none of them previously. Do you know what I mean? So it all feels like it's happening in a rush. We're doing one a year. You're right. At some point, you won't do one a year anymore because you run out of numbers pretty quick.
I think they're making up for lost time.
That's exactly it.
And what they've also been doing is the numbers they're retiring were not being used anyway. They're doing the thing you and I said that needed to be done, which is stop just saying these numbers aren't used without retiring them. You put guys in a terrible spot. If someone calls John Riggins and really wants to wear 44, what's he supposed to do? This happened with, tragically, Dwayne Haskins, who's no longer with us, when he was drafted and he wanted to wear 7 and he called up Riggins, and Riggins didn't really have a choice. What do? Do I say no and look like a jerk? Do I say yes and now he wears the number that should be not in circulation because out of reverence for me, nobody's worn it in a long, long time. But they're taking that issue and fixing it, which I love, which is why I think Theismann's number 7 will be soon thereafter. But Riggins is the guy this year. They've done one a season. Kevin's in Arlington. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, boys. Thanks for taking my call. Gosh, there's so much I can say about Riggins. This is how it was. Sonny was my favorite player, but Riggins was the most important player of my fandom of the Skins, which goes back to 69 in the Lombardi season, and a son of Marlon McKeever, who was a linebacker on that team, was a classmate of mine.
How old were you in 59?
Yeah. 69.
How old were you in 59?
In 69.
69.
8 years old.
Oh, 69. Sorry, okay. I made you older
Lombardi
than you were.
was the head coach for 1 year, 69.
Gotcha.
But what I would like to say about John, well, first of all, the famous quote about Ron may be the president, but tonight I'm the king. He made that while he was on the call, on the phone with the president, who called into the locker room at Pasadena to congratulate John on winning the Super Bowl MVP. So that's the origins of that famous quote. And you're right, the guy was a quote a minute. I mean, it's the one difference, I would say, between he and Ovi, which in my lifetime in Washington, the 2 biggest larger-than-life champions are John Riggins and Alex Ovechkin. And if it were not for the language barrier, and you know what, Ovi does pretty well even, he speaks very good English. I'm just saying that John was a character, more so than Ovi. I think Ovi's just funny naturally.
That was thanks for the call, Kev, as always, buddy, and good nuggets there. That was the thing, I think, when I started to dig in on Riggins, was you found out, like, people were infatuated with his personality in a way that you just normally aren't.
Because you don't get the normal doses you get now. In other words, it's a 24/7 news cycle. There's cameras everywhere. When do you get to see it? You read a quote here and there, and a guy's on television, guy's getting interviewed by the local news guy, but it's not the same access.
He also had a bigger, better personality than a lot of guys.
Oh, yeah.
There's a reason why he was on with George Michael, NBC4, doing the roundtable show with Sonny, probably while he was still playing. Like, same thing with Joe Theismann. We love having Theismann on the show. He's one of the great guests in the history of DC Sports Radio. He's a incredibly insightful, very, very entertaining guy, and Riggins is the exact same way. By the way, all-time ranks, just to run through them here with the exact numbers in Washington franchise rushing history. Rushing yards, number 1, 74-72. Rushing touchdowns, number 1 with 79. Rushing attempts, number 1 with 1,988. 100-yard games, number 1 with 26. games with a rushing touchdown, number one with 56 of them. And then total touchdowns team history, second to Art Monk. Monk had 106.
Yep.
Riggins had 79.
The best. We talked about this before, I mean to jump in, but when Colt McCoy beat the Cowboys on Monday Night Football, you had people wanting him to start for 3 years afterwards.
Yeah.
Another part of the legend that was Riggins was Dallas had the better of that relationship for a while, 70s, early 80s. When it finally turned and Washington started to beat them, I mean, look at one of these game logs I just pulled up at random. 32 touches. Nobody else had more than 6. And they beat Dallas 31-10. Like when it finally turned against those sons of you-know-whats, he was the dude.
Santana Moss had a great career, was a Pro Bowler a couple times over, and one of the 15 to 20 best wide receivers in the league for a decade or whatever. When his name comes up now, people talk about the time he beat the Cowboys on Monday Night Football.
Yep.
Like, that matters more to people. Mark in Fairfax, what's up?
Hey, gentlemen, everyday listener, and we were in the bouncing stadium at RFK for the We Want Dallas, the end of that game, and have fond memories of Riggins for X number of years. I've lost track. Excellent that his number is being retired. I was there also on a Monday night for Darryl Green's first game. Those were really the good old days.
They sure are. I mean, that people today that call in like yourself or listen to this station or have season tickets, so much of it is owed to the times when it was actually good. Like, those championships are the reason why in this town, all over the country, people know it's a football town. They go, oh, yeah, that's the Redskins, now Commanders town. And the other teams kind of get in where they fit in. And the Caps have done what they could to dent that with Alex Ovechkin.
Yep.
The Nationals have obviously gotten their footing. The Wizards, hopefully, God willing, with a couple big seasons here. Haven't won since 78. But they'll have something to say about that. But it's based on guys like Riggins. Stefan in Montana, listening on the Odyssey app. How are you?
I'm doing great. You guys can hear me?
Yes.
So one of the great memories I have from Riggins was every time he scored a touchdown, he would never spike the ball. What he would do is he would casually walk by the ref in the end zone or some umpire and flip the ball underhanded to the ref, basically saying, I'll be back again. It was such a swagger king he had. He didn't showboat or show off. Loved his calm disposition and that confidence he exuded. Like, I'm going to be back. So I want to say I love your show, guys.
Appreciate you, buddy.
From Big Sky Country every day.
Thank you, man. Enjoy it. Pretty much a thing, by the way. I'll be back here. So I'll celebrate. I'll high five and glad to hang with my teammates. I probably need to get some oxygen on the sideline. I'm probably pretty tired from toting the mail for 15 carries that drive, but I'll be back here in a minute.
It's easy to act like you've been there before when you've been there more than all but 7 guys in history.
When you lead the league in touchdowns a couple times over. Yeah.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. David Aldrich helps us get ready for one of the most anticipated exhibition Wizards Summer League games ever. AJ Debonce's debut tonight. We'll talk to DA about it next.
No one will wear 44 for the burgundy and gold ever again. Washington is going to be retiring John Riggins' number. They will be honoring him November 8th against the LA Rams. Josh Harris, in a statement put out by the team, said, quote, "There are certain players whose impact goes far beyond statistics, championships, and accolades. They become woven into the identity of a franchise. John Riggins is one of those players." In the NBA, Wizards Summer League action gets underway tonight. Wizards and Jazz in a matchup of the top 2 picks of this year's NBA draft. A.J. DeBonsa against Darren Peterson. That's going to tip off at 9 o'clock out in Vegas. World Cup quarterfinals get underway today. France and Morocco kick off in about an hour. Also, we got some clarity on Christian Pulisic's injury that forced him to leave the Belgium game early. He suffered a bone bruise and a microfracture of his tibia/fibula. And in baseball, Nationals day off today, then they'll begin a 3-game series against the Yankees tomorrow night to wrap up their first half before the All-Star break. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? That's what our exclusive sponsor, the law firm Condorian Murad, would like to know. They're ready to help you with your last will and testament or setting up a living trust. They can put together a medical power of attorney or schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to mention the show when you talk to them so you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Those aren't fun things to do, but they're important. You've got to get them done, and no one will help you to do it better and make it more easy and smooth than our guys, Condorian Murad. They are huge DC sports fans. I was texting with them on draft night when the Wizards took A.J. DeBonsa. They are thrilled and ready to get out to Capital One Arena this season. Speaking of DeBonsa, he makes his debut in the Summer League tonight, the first pick in the draft, taking on the Utah Jazz, and pick number 2 in the draft, Darren Peterson. Right now on the Ruud Guest Hotline, Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, we find our guy, Hall of Famer David Aldridge of The Athletic. Nobody covers basketball in this town better. DA, I don't want to make too much out of tonight, but it is pretty clear that we'll know at the end of tonight whether or not the Wizards made the right pick, right?
Yes, there's nothing riding on this, but yes, of course, everyone will jump to conclusions one way or the other. They'll say the Wizards clearly had the better pick, or the Wizards clearly blew the pick, because Darren's playing against AJ, and it's completely ridiculous. But it's where we are, where people overreact to one small piece of information and try to extrapolate what this means for someone's pro career, based on their first summer league game is going to determine how they're going to play as NBA players, which is preposterous. But, that's where we are in it. So we'll see what happens either way. Either the Wizards nailed the pick and picked the right guy, or they were the dumbest team in the history of the league and picked the wrong guy, and they should have picked Darren Peterson. And that's just how it goes.
What should we expect and what should we hope for tonight for DeBonsa? As I said when the Commanders drafted Jaden Daniels, you just want to see one play which says why they picked you number 1. That's all. I just want to see one play that says, "Oh, that's why they picked him number 1." It doesn't have to be a 360 dunk or anything like that. It can be a great box out. It can be moving somebody out of the paint and getting into the lane and finishing through contact. It can be a block shot. Whatever it is, I want to see one play that lets you know that's what his potential is as a professional player. And really, that's all I'm looking for, and I think that's all most people should be looking for. But I know people will get caught up in who scored more points, not understanding that Summer League is always geared toward guards, always, every year, because the guards handle the ball more than the big guys do. And they take more shots than the big guys do. So guards are always going to score more than most of the big guys. But we'll see. We'll see how it happens. I think the Wizards will do a lot of experimenting. You'll see DeBonsa on the ball tonight some.
you'll see him trying to be a facilitator offensively. I want to see how he does defensively. Is he a guy that can hold his position? I don't care if people score over him, if they make shots over him. I want him to be in good defensive position and not get blown by and create a lot of fouls by grabbing and reaching because he's out of position.
David Aldridge on G&D. To your point on guard play in the Summer League, Peterson has poured in 25 points a couple of times in his 2 games already. He looks terrific, and you want him to, obviously, if you're the Utah Jazz. But there are shades already of the 2024 preseason with Caleb Williams or Drake May, where it makes Wizards fans feel a certain way whenever they're watching him. We've heard this on the phone lines already. If we compliment still to this day Williams or Drake May, I get called terrible names. What is this going to be like moving forward for this top 2, maybe even top 3, and their friendly competition where they'll be linked together forever?
Yeah. I don't think there's any doubt that those 2 will be linked. It will be the DeBanso, Peterson draft, or the Peterson DeBanso draft, if you prefer it that way. I do think there's 4 guys in this draft that are kind of have a chance to be special players, or have the best chance, let me put it that way, to be special players. But yeah, those 2 will be linked. They were kind of considered, along with Cam Boozer, the top 3 guys coming out of high school. And each one has its own constituency and rooting sections for different reasons. And they will, throughout the course of their careers, I would say especially between, DeBansa and Peterson, because they're on rebuilding teams with young core groups. They've kind of been put in as the centerpiece of the rebuilds, of the respective rebuilds. And so you are going to look at Utah and Washington and see which team does better this year, because they both have not only young guys, but they've both got some veterans now that they're hoping can help raise the floor, if not the ceiling, of their respective teams. So, yeah, they're always going to probably be connected to one another. Magic and Bird weren't in the same draft. People forget that. They seem to think they were in the same draft. They actually weren't in the same draft, but they're obviously linked together for obvious reasons.
This year for DeBansa, again, I'm going to do it, David. I know, every possession, I'm going to decide that the next 15 years is based on if the jump shot goes in or not. Just because we have no sample. All I want to do is see this kid play. I'm so excited about it. But what do we think about him this year versus, kind of close your eyes, step into the DeLorean time machine and look 3 years in the future? What do you think of him this year, and then maybe what's it going to look like in a couple seasons once he's got a couple years under his belt?
I think that, I think he's got a chance to be a very dynamic offensive player, right? Jason Tatum level offensive player. He doesn't shoot it as well as Jason Tatum shoots it now, but I think he will get better at it because most players in the NBA get better at shooting unless your shot's just broken, and his shot's not broken. He shot 33%. Last year at BYU, which is not good enough in the NBA, but it's not 28%. It wasn't there wasn't something tragically wrong with his jumper. So I think he's got a chance to be a dynamic offensive player. I think he's got a chance to be a solid rebounder. I don't know if he's going to ever be a great rebounder because most great rebounders rebound at every level. They rebound in college, they rebound in high school. The question I have for him is defense. What kind of defensive player are you going to be? Are you going to be a guy that makes it hard for the opposition to score on you, or are you going to be a guy that they attack? And that, to me, is kind of where the through line of his career is going to be. Are you a great offensive player, or are you a really good two-way player? I think Jaylen Brown is an example of a guy that offensively has been good enough. The volume is high, but he's productive, and he has also been a pretty good defensive player throughout his career. And to me, if you wind up with Jaylen Brown career for AJ DeBansa, that's a good pick, right? And so that's kind of what I'm thinking about. I think offensively, he's probably got a little bit more upside than Jaylen Brown does. just because Jaylen Brown is kind of limited in terms of which direction he can go into, and AJ can go in both directions. He has a handled right hand and a left hand. And if he gets better shooting the three, I think he becomes extremely hard to guard because his physicality, his blow by is so dynamic. His ability to kind of get 2 feet into the paint to draw fouls, which is a skill, and he's been very good at it throughout his career so far. That usually translates into the NBA. So he has an opportunity to be a dynamic offensive player, a 25, 26 point a game offensive talent.
David Aldridge with us here on Grant and Danny. DA, I want to see if you buy what I'm selling here. So this happens all the time when we're doing our evals. I'm not a scout, obviously, just a pudgy dude that likes sports. But watching him and BYU was on TV a bunch. And once Richie Saunders went down, who was a pro, went much later in the draft, he was a one-man band. There were 10 eyes on him on opposing defenses, etc. So I think some of the shot selection, I think it was a good shot for them, but maybe not a good shot at the next level. I think he'll shoot better. I also think such a demand was made on him offensively. I don't think he focused as hard on defense, maybe by design. Now, that's excuse making because I love the kid. Just want to see what your thoughts are there, that we haven't seen it yet, but we will.
Well, I guess I'll say we'll find out.
Right.
I do agree that most great offensive players, especially in college, are not also asked to get in the stance and guard the other team's best player. That's not their job, right? And that's true. But in the NBA, he's going to have to guard somebody. That's the number one thing any player coming into the league, the first question is, who are you guarding tonight? I got to put you on the floor. You got to guard somebody. Who are you going to guard and keep them from scoring 30? And that's the question that everybody's going to have for Devanza. It's who's he going to guard? And now some of that will depend on what position he's playing. The Wizards have said very loudly that they think he can play some too. Which is not what I had at his best position in the NBA, but they seem to think he could do it. That's a totally different type of player you got to guard. Those guys move. Those guys are coming off of pin downs. They're coming off of screens and staggers and DHOs. And, you've got to be able to move your feet to guard two guards in the NBA. And I don't know if he can do that, but we'll see. I guess this is what, finding out. This is the finding out part of, well, who is this guy in the NBA? I do think the defensive thing is the biggest question I have. But I'll put it this way. It's hard for me to see this guy's going to fail. It's hard to see it. I try to come up with ideas and thoughts about it, but I don't see failure. I don't see busted pick. I don't see that. Now, is he an all-star? Yeah, I think so. Is he all-pro, all-NBA? That's the separator, right? There's 25, 30 guys that can be all-stars. There's only 15 guys that are all-NBA. Those are the 15 best players in the NBA in a given season. And that's, when you draft a guy number one, you're saying that guy can be that good. And that's what he has to become for the Wizards, for this pick to make the most sense.
David Aldridge on AJ DeBonce as he gets ready to make his Summer League debut for the Wiz. What did you make of bringing Chris Middleton back in a sign and trade and the depth of the rotation that they've put together now?
Yeah, I was a little surprised just because it's not so much about the playing time. I don't think he's going to play very much. I'd be surprised if he played a lot. They've just got so many wings on this team that they need to get minutes to. To me, it was more about the roster spot. You only have 15 of them, right? And you want to, there's guys at the end of the rotation, Jameer Watkins and some of the other two-way guys that played a lot last year, and Jameer Watkins is a wing. And that's one of the guys that you think, okay, well, they may, they could find some minutes for him if they need they need somebody to shut down the other team's hot perimeter guy. They can put Jameer Watkins on him. Less likely with, Chris Middleton on the roster. It's more likely that Jameer Watkins is playing, for Cap City, for the Go-Go. And that to me was kind of that's interesting. But they loved Chris Middleton in the locker room when he was here. The young guys, really gravitated to him. They loved how he prepared, even though he didn't play a lot when he was here the first time either. But the young guys saw the preparation and they saw the diligence and the detail that he went to in his workouts. And Just thought he was a good voice in the locker room, and okay, it's not costing them any money, but it does the roster spot. That's my one question about the move, is that you've got so many wings that you have to feed, young ones. Ultimately you're going to have to move some of these guys. I understand that, but at least this year I thought they would, maximize every available minute that they have at those positions and maximize the roster spots to make sure that those guys are here and can play on, night in, night out basis.
Same question for DeAndre Ayton. I love that kind of post-type sleeper where everybody's decided that because he won 1-1 and hasn't quite lived up to it, that he can't play anymore. I'll find something for him to do.
Yeah, I was fine with that. I mean, I don't understand why people are kind of like wondering why they did it. They did it because Anthony Davis doesn't play a whole lot. Right. At least the last few years, he hasn't played a whole lot. And you can't go into a season with Tristan Vucevic as your backup center. Like, you just can't. Like, if you're trying to make a move up and you're trying to get better and win more games, you have to have a guy that can defend and rebound at a higher level, and going forward. And so, ideally, he's your backup. Ayton is your backup center, and he plays some minutes with AD, and he plays some minutes with Alex Sarr. He may play some minutes instead of AD, or Sarr's coming off a broken foot. They say he's going to be ready for camp. We'll see. So you got to have a legitimate guy that you can put out there who starts NBA games, who started a lot of NBA games, if one of those two guys is injured or out for some reason. And so that makes perfect sense to me. We'll see. It's a 1-year deal. They didn't give him $50 million. It's $8 million. They're nowhere near the first apron. Again, as I keep saying with the Trae Young thing, they're not anywhere close to the apron. They're fine. So, that to me is a very low risk maneuver for a couple of second-round picks.
DA, enjoy Vegas. Enjoy what is a much-anticipated game tonight. I know it's only 109 degrees out there, so get out in the heat and run around a bit.
Tonight. This is going to be fun. I don't usually get up for summer league games, but this is going to be fun. I'm watching 1 versus 2. And 1 versus 2, the Wizards and the Jazz. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, this is the marquee game. This is the primetime game tonight on ESPN. So that's unusual for these two franchises.
We're pumped for it, man. Thank you for joining us as always.
Okay, guys.
Danny, generally summer league games, I'll stumble into them and watch some. I'll plan my night tonight around this. This is a different kind of thing. And let me say, I don't really care what Darren Peterson does tonight. If he scores 40, that'll make me a little more annoyed than if he scores 9, to be honest with you.
Sure.
But it doesn't really matter to me. I got my thing to focus on, my thing to worry about. I said this to Commanders fans with Caleb Williams and Drake May over a few years. It looks like you drafted the right guy. Who gives a damn how this ranks and how this ends up looking? Do you have your franchise quarterback? If the answer is yes, then stop worrying about everybody else and being concerned with what other fan bases are saying. I want to watch Dabonsa tonight. That's what I care about, and I'm hoping he flashes a few times, as David Aldridge said, shows you some of the goods here and what he's capable of. I was watching last night. I don't know how I went down this rabbit hole. It was just one of these montages of some of the most impressive athletic plays he made in college. He's a one-of-one athlete.
Yes.
Like, the things that he can do at 6'9" are outrageous. You just want to see one of those tonight.
100%. I mean, and Peterson tested really well for a guy that's 6'4", 6'5", whatever you think he is. But then you go, oh, this dude that's 6'9" had one of the largest verticals ever. Like, he's an N1 mixtape tour guy. You know what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous. He is a specimen. So I do care what Peterson does, not for a buyer's remorse kind of a thing, but I like having relevant data points of comparison. If and when they play Memphis, I want to see what Boozer does. I want to see what Caleb Wilson does when he gets on the court. I want to see all of this. It's great basketball. It's this phenom-filled class of guys that can be stars. But also just, again, I think you already said it. I think I could spin multiple plates. Remember, Strober and I were talking about this before the show today. Remember Alex Sarr went 0 for 15 in a summer league game? And everybody panicked and went, oh, my God, what a disaster. He's terrible.
Oh, early summer league, Sarr was getting destroyed.
Right. And here's the thing. He's come, that's light years away from where he is now. and he's an ascending player. And to me, it's about how it looks. If a shot goes in or it doesn't, there's going to be a referendum. I'll come in here tomorrow, and if he's 4 for 15, people are losing their minds. How does it look? Is he getting to spots? Is it easy? It's my Johnny Davis corollary. That guy couldn't get a shot off. That guy couldn't do anything on the court and was totally outclassed, overmatched, no chance. You're not going to see that tonight with Debonsa. But yeah, I think DA said it perfectly. I just want to see the thing. I just want to see the reason that you went 1-1, even if it's just a moment. And I can't wait to tune in.
The Nats are must-see TV right now as well. They had yet another series win last night. Some fireworks as they beat the Astros. We'll get into the game, but also the New York Yankees are next as they come to town. Nobody in sports with more aura than that organization. Will preview the 3 games before the break and what they could mean as it pertains to the trade deadline next on G&D.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Burgundy and Gold is going to be retiring number 44. John Riggins is going to have his jersey retired. He'll be honored on November 8th against the LA Rams. Josh Harris saying there are certain players whose impact goes far beyond statistics, championships, and accolades. They become woven into the identity of a franchise. John Riggins is one of those players. Wizards Summer League action tonight. First game for A.J. Debonsa, and he's going to meet the number 2 overall pick, Darren Peterson of the Utah Jazz. That'll tip off tonight at 9 o'clock. World Cup quarterfinals start today at 4 o'clock. France will take on Morocco. Baseball, the Nats have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Yankees tomorrow night. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Here's the 2-0 pitch. Swing a fly ball, deep right center field. Forget about it. It is long gone. Home run number 20 for C.J. Abrams. Nationals 6, Houston 1. In back-to-back innings, Garcia and Abrams join Wood in the 20 home run club. The Nats have 3 of them. That a no-doubter, 6 rows in over the right center field scoreboard.
That's right. In the same game last night, both C.J. Abrams and Luis Garcia belted their 20th home runs. What the Nationals offense has been doing all year has been remarkable. They're the number 1 scoring offense in the sport. If you guys follow them, you know that. But the power with which they are hitting right now is also staggering. They tied the New York Yankees last night for the most home runs hit in Major League Baseball with 132. They've never led the league in home runs hit in any season. That's a big market thing, and they don't operate like a big market team. The teams that hit the home runs, you think about the Yankees, the Phillies.
They're paying for it, yeah.
You pay a lot of money. Power costs money. 40 home runs bats cost money. It's very rare that you could draft one of those, although the Nats traded for one in the form of James Wood. But they're going to have 30 homer bats in both C.J. Abrams. They traded for in the same deal as James Wood. Both of them are all-stars. Looks like Luis Garcia is going to hit 30 home runs this year. It looks like Curtis Mead could hit 22 to 25 home runs this year. But collectively as a team, they have more home runs than every other team in Major League Baseball other than the Yankees coming to town tomorrow, who they are tied with for the number 1 spot. And I think the hitting instructors need to take a bow. That's Borg Schulte, who's been on our show, and Andrew Ite and the entire crew. But that's also the front office, the philosophy from Taboni on down, the analytical decisions being made by Ani Kalambi, some of the in-game decisions being made by Blake Butera. We talk a lot about when it doesn't work with the matchups and you go, left on right or right on left, and why is Luis Garcia out of the game for Andres Chaparro? But as evidenced
process,
by
man.
Their numbers, way more often than not, Danny, it has worked this year.
Yeah, it's you feel like a horse's ass. I do certainly questioning anything with taking the same group year over year pretty much, and you've added to it guys like Curtis Mead, who didn't start for the first half of this, or not half, for the first month plus of the season. Think about if he played every day from Jump Street. He's at 15 home runs at this point. And again, he played less than half the games in March and April. If he played every day, he'd be knocking on the door of 20 as well. What a find that is. But you're 100% right. This staff taking the molds of clay that these guys were. James Wood's prodigious. So he would do this with almost any staff, probably. Now, you'd probably see longer valleys like you saw last year early in his career. But as a guy that's on his way to being an MVP candidate and superstar, he might do this on his own, so to speak. You go, okay, fine. What about everybody else? Look at the power numbers everywhere else up and down this lineup. Dylan Lyle's gotten the double digits. His usually tend to come in bunches. You already mentioned Abrams and Garcia. Garcia is now on a career high in the first half of the season, just in the first half of the season. It's been astounding how this group has been able to hit with power. And it's not just a weightlifting thing. It's not just, here's the new line of posterior chain strength conditioning stuff. It is an understanding of getting to a pitch where you can drive the baseball, having a plan that you're able to go out and execute that's tangible. All those guys that we talked to in spring training, and they weren't doing some company line. They're all sitting there with their eyes lighting up, raving about when I get instruction, it's not just bend your knees, point your toe, move your hands, try this. It's Here's your tangible action item. Execute this and watch what happens. And the results speak for themselves. Career years up and down this lineup. It's unbelievable.
There are 3 players in baseball this year that have 20 home. Excuse me. There's 10 players total that have 20 homers and 60 runs batted in. 10. 3 of them are Nationals. All right. So of the 10 guys in the sport, 20 jacks, 60 stakes, you've got Wood, Abrams, Garcia. 30% of them are in this lineup. I actually was working the game last night. They won, so Danny wasn't doing it.
So I wasn't there yet.
10th time that they have won a game while I was there, and I got to do a post-game interview. I
have 3.
You have 3?
3 wins.
I thought you had 2 still.
I did have 2, but they won the other night 12-11. Guess who was there?
So
Talking to Curtis
3?
Mead, 3-11. Huh?
Danny, so you're catching
Right?
up.
Yeah.
I was
3-11.
ready to say you had 2. So it's 10 for me, 7 for Toby, 3 for you.
Yep.
For the 20 home wins this season.
I hate that applause. That's my least favorite crowd applause. They don't care.
It's definitely the golf clap
It's tepid.
where they don't really mean it.
They don't mean it.
Yeah, that makes sense because the Nats are 20 and 28 at home. So 10 to 7 to 3 is the scoreboard.
Yeah.
C.J. Abrams, after hitting his 20th home run in a win last night. He joined the 20 home run club, 3 Nationals in that club ahead of the All-Star break in the 5th inning. 2-0, fastball in the middle of the plate. You knew what to do with it. Take me through the sequence there.
No, yeah, I was just looking fastball middle. I didn't want to chase anything up, so I got one kind of middle down and let it go.
No doubters like that, a little bit more fun for you? You knew that one was gone.
Most definitely. You get to celebrate with the team after.
3 20 home run bats already at the break, as I mentioned. James, yourself, and Luis, who's been hard charging here, who caught up to you. What do you make of that? That has not happened for this organization.
Yeah, it's been working. We've been in the cages working before the game, just swinging at good pitches, and I think we've been doing a great job of it.
In fact, organizationally, you guys are now tied with the Yankees with over 130 for the most in baseball. Is that philosophical from the top down? Is there something about the process that's led to that? How has that been possible this year?
I mean, just taking it day by day. Swinging at pitches in the heart of the zone. We've been reiterating that every day, so we're going to keep it rocking.
What did it mean for you to get the nod as the starting shortstop for the National League?
Yeah, it's amazing. Get to represent the Nats, go have fun, and get the second half going.
Work's not done just yet. Yankees coming to town for 3. You guys continue to string series wins together. New York and D.C., fairly rare matchup. How do you feel about the Yankees coming in?
Yeah, I'm excited. It's going to be a great series. Let's go get another series dub.
That's what they do, by the way.
That's what they do.
They've won 12 of their last 16 series. I think they only have 2 series losses in that time. But that's All-Star appearance number 2 now for Abrams. He'll have start number 1, the first ever member of the organization to start the All-Star game at the shortstop position. Tied his career high in homers yesterday. Surpassed his career high in runs batted in. They have still 70 games left. Luis Garcia moved past all his career totals last night. It really is staggering what's happening.
You might know this number, so it'll ruin my bet if you do. Do you know how many more runs James Wood has than the number 2 runs scored person in the National League?
I do, so make it rhetorical. Just ask the person in their car.
Do you have any idea, person in the car? The difference of 21 runs. 85 runs for James Wood. Brian Reynolds. Good job. For a good first half, Brian Reynolds. 64. What?
That's preposterous.
That is preposterous. Everyone else is clumped. 64, 63, 62. Like 5 guys tied with 62. That's adorable. 85 runs before the All-Star break.
That's MVP stuff. That's most valuable player.
Say that one more time.
In baseball stuff, when you're lapping the field and runs scored, which is the goal and the entire point offensively. Real quick on Foster Griffin, I think it gets lost in the shuffle because we talk so much about the offense. So I wanted to mention a few nuggets on Griffin, the 30-year-old rookie. He turns 31 later this month. In fact, in 3 weeks, he's going to be 31 years old as a rookie. He spent 3 years in Japan. He couldn't really cut it and make it to the big leagues despite having been a first-rounder and a Futures game participant and a prospect at one point in time. But he's all grown up now. He's got a family and everything. And he is sporting a 2.77 earned run average through 19 starts. So that's one of the best ERAs in baseball. He also has a 10-2 record. 10 wins before the All-Star break. Now, wins and losses are almost irrelevant. It's a very dated statistic, but it is indicative of the fact that he pitches deep into games. The team, when he has pitched, so he has 19 starts. This year, the Nats are 15-4 in the 19 games he has pitched. Think about that.
It's unbelievable.
Tells you everything you need to know about him. He's made
Where would they
7
be without him?
consecutive starts where he's allowed 1 or fewer runs. 7 straight. Scherzer in 2016 as a Cy Young didn't do that once. Scherzer in 2017 as a Cy Young didn't do that once. 7 consecutive outings, 1 run or fewer. Third time it's happened in franchise history. Jordan Zimmerman did it years ago. Steven Strasburg did it in, I think, his second season or something like that around 2013. But that's the entirety of the list. And one other note on Griffin that I looked up last night. So remember when we were sitting here, it was a day game getaway day in Cincinnati. I think they had a chance to sweep the Reds and they lost. They gave up 1 billion runs in that game. Well, Foster Griffin pitched, and he got knocked around. He got knocked out of the game in the 5th inning, gave up 9 earnings. If you take that start out of the equation, which isn't a crazy thing to say, he's pitched 19 times.
Yeah, his worst start, you get rid of your highest and lowest, whatever.
Yeah, just take out that outing. His ERA for the season is 2.12, which would be number 3 in Major League Baseball to Jacob Mizorowski and Cam Schlittler. That is how good Foster Griffin has been. That's insane.
He basically trails Christopher Sanchez, the Miz, whom you referenced, and Chase Burns, who's having an unbelievable season in his own right in Cincinnati, in terms of WAR as a pitcher. He's ahead of Yamamoto, Sale, Ohtani, King, anybody you could think of that are the stars, that are the stalwarts, that are the true number ones for anybody.
They should extend him. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to. This is a guy who was in Japan for 3 years, who's never been in the big leagues for any notable amount of time before this year. He was on our show just 6-7 weeks ago. I don't remember exactly what it was, and he was talking about his relationship with the pitching staff and the coaching staff and how they're getting the most out of him because they speak the same language and he sees it the way they see it. Why wouldn't you be able right now? And I know you're buying a house at peak value, and maybe that's what Paul Taboni and his staff would say, but just do a 2 or 3 year deal with this guy. Yeah, he's 31, but he's got less mileage on his arm than anyone in the history of being 31.
Yeah, he's not a power Peter. I mean, he's not here, redlining every outing, going 5 innings to 115 pitches at 98.
But that probably worries you a little more because when you lose 1.5 miles or 2 miles an hour, now it's 89, 90 or whatever.
Well, sure, but I guess my point is he's not doing it because of he's overpowering people with pure stuff, and that's going to age poorly with injury. I mean, we've gone through the league a couple times now. People are seeing him for the second time, and we're the scouting reports are out. Everybody's got the trajectory with his stuff on it, and he is befuddling people. He's getting uncomfortable swing after confused take after uncomfortable at bat on the regular.
He's a beast.
He's so legit.
Yeah, he's one of these guys who's very thoughtful, introspective. I love talking to him. He's beloved in the clubhouse, like he's the leader of the rotation. But he's one of these guys that's like I don't want to go full bulldog. He's not like a Scherzer, but he's got some of that to him. He flips a switch when he gets over that white line and gets on the mound. He's a badass.
Yeah, the guy that was talking to us about his pitch grips at the lunch table down there in Florida, different guy than between the lines.
It is just different.
Remember when it felt like they were hiding him in spring training? Because
definitely.
He only had 1 actual spring training start.
Such a good point by you, Darius.
It
was backfield stuff.
Yes.
And or minor league stuff, and then it was the international game.
So spring training started before Valentine's Day. I don't remember the exact dates, but it was like February 11 to 13 or whatever. That's like pitchers and catchers report. We got down there March 4th through the 8th. And one of the days that we were there, might have even been the 4th or the 5th when we first got there, he was making his first start in an actual spring training game, even though he'd already pitched a couple times. After that start, he didn't pitch in another game that was seen at the actual ballpark. I think he had won the entire spring.
Did he throw the Venezuela game? Or was that somebody else?
No.
That was somebody else? Okay.
That was... I'd have to remember now. I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Not important, yeah.
But...
Do you want to spend 15 minutes trying to remember? Go full Chris Russell?
Call it the Russell. It wasn't... It certainly
It was on the 5th. No, it was the 6th. No, wait.
Cavalli.
Hold on. It could have been Jake.
I think it was Mitch Parker.
But we spoke to Irvin. It was the 5th. No, it doesn't matter.
I think it was Mitch Parker. No. But anyway... he was, I think, purposefully hidden.
Yeah.
In that entire spring.
It actually was Foster Griffin, by the way.
Was it?
Yeah.
I thought I had it right.
He pitched 2 innings. Yep.
So that was the game that we saw him pitch. I would have thought it was another game. So tip of the cap. But regardless, I thought it was Mitch Parker because
he's left-handed.
Yeah. But that was the one time.
Uh-huh.
And by the way, that's not even a team.
Yeah. There's some big leaguers on the team, obviously.
Yes, but it's an exhibition against the country.
Right.
So they literally didn't throw him in a spring training game in West Palm Beach effectively.
I get it now. It is one of the things that I would say. Anytime, if someone asks me or if you hear me saying something that you don't like, you could just text me, Foster Griffin. And then I go, you know what? I have to stop. I apologize because you got that right in such a. Do you think in their wildest dreams they thought anything like this? They thought he'd be a serviceable Sam, right? They go, this guy will get us 160 innings and we'll figure it out. Like, there's no way, right? No one knew.
Toby just texted us. Tobes is at home. We'll discuss. We got a lot of things to talk about with Tobes tomorrow.
Yeah.
When he gets back here. Let's just say he's been on the injured list for the last few days.
Poor guy, by the way.
Can
It's no
barely
joke,
walk.
yeah.
But we'll get to the bottom of what's ailing him tomorrow on a very special Grant and Danny. But he texted. He was all over it. He said, yeah, it was Foster Griffin. I remembered that they faced Eduardo Rodriguez. That part was easier. That was like the best spring training game I've ever seen, too. Because if you remember when Clayton Beater was pitching in the late innings.
Dude, it was a spot.
It was like a standing ballpark, and everyone was like into it. And we're like, what is going on here? This is March 4th. G&D on the Fan. Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Shout out to the Nationals who sent over the Marvel Day Captain America Nats bobblehead that they're giving out on Friday to the first 20,000 fans in attendance. The Captain America bobblehead given out. Gates opening at 5:30. That's game 1 of 3 against the Yankees. Main concourse. They're going to have face painting, superhero-themed caricature artists, and custom trading cards near the kid zone as well. That's going to be pretty sweet. This bobblehead, I just took it out of the box on Instagram. You
It's
can go
cool
check it
looking.
out.
It's well done.
At Grant H. Paulson, I'm showing off the bobble in my story on IG, but my son's going to be fired up for this. I am going to be the cool dad when I get home tonight and hand this over.
I'm excited to do the very same thing for my guys. They are going to be very into that one. Sometimes it's like, they're like, okay, Jacob Young bobblehead, that's fine. Like, that doesn't move the needle as much. Captain America with some Nats tie-ins, that'll be pretty exciting.
And it's not a Christian Pulisic bobblehead who's known as Captain America.
Good distinction.
With a bum foot. This is a actual Captain America bobblehead.
Speaking of which, by the way,
this is Anthony Mackie.
Speaking of which,
Yeah.
Pulisic, it's a broken leg. So all the tough Terrys, all the people like, you'd have to drag me off the field. Broke his leg. So anytime you want to say my bad on that, feel free.
I don't
Back
think
that
they
truck
will.
up. Yeah, it won't.
To challenge a player who can't walk means you're already such a tough guy that you don't live in reality like the rest of us.
They'd have to amputate both my legs. Okay.
Here's what they would say. It's only a microfracture. That's not a broken leg, Danny. It's a microfracture. Cool. These are the same people that when Jaden Daniels yells, when Brandon Ayuk yells at Jaden Daniels, they go, he's just kidding.
He's joking.
All right. Then he does it again, and they're like, he's still just kidding.
There's trolling happening. You guys are missing it.
Walks up and punches Jaden Daniels, your quarterback who's done nothing but make your life better, in the face, and they're like, man, Ayuk's funny. He's really making you guys think this is real.
Love is fire.
I get it, though. I get why Commanders fans are so supportive of Brandon Ayuk. What with all of the deposits in the bank, oh, wait, it makes no sense whatsoever. It's time for our double play. Double play, sponsored by FH Fur. For 45 years, FH Fur has set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months and a qualifying new system purchase. Plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter. Absolutely free. FH Fur, plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and electrical. Absolutely the best.
So I don't like sharing this story with you, but I am sharing this story with you. These are the kinds of things that freak me the bleep out. Here's your headline. Multi-state outbreak of foodborne parasitic illness reaches Virginia and Maryland. I don't know if you've seen this, GP. This particular story is from TOP. But an intestinal illness that can cause nausea and watery, sometimes explosive diarrhea that's been reported in several states has reached Virginia and Maryland. The illness, cyclosporiasis, is caused by Cyclospora, a food and waterborne parasite. Virginia has had 10 cases of the State Department of Health's July 7th media update. A Maryland case was diagnosed the same day at MedStar Urgent Care, blah, blah, blah. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, in a July 1st update on the summer's outbreak, said it received 145 reports of cyclosporiasis, however you say the stupid thing, in 17 states from May 1st when outbreaks began all the way through June 16th. 1,000 cases have been reported in Michigan. The point is, this thing's out there. So what I like to do is go, what do I do about it? How do I avoid it? You can't. It's just out there. So you got to get it treated if you get it. That's the story, and I hate this.
So that's my question. Yeah. If you get it, how long does it last and what happens?
Yeah, so for those who do have symptoms, and it's basically like if it sounds like it's bad, like you're having a bad time, right? You know those. If you do have symptoms, the parasite is treated with antibiotics. So it's fixable. You got to go get antibiotics
Okay,
for
so
it.
I did not have this.
I don't think you did.
Okay, there was a day last week where overnight, I think I was in the bathroom 23 times. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to get too graphic.
What
for
were you doing
guys,
in there?
But it wasn't just one end that this was all coming out of, if you know what I mean. Okay?
Just a steady diet of breaking balls.
But there was like the first 14 times it was just breaking balls.
Sure.
Then it was also like the upheaval.
Oh, right.
And it was basically a 14-hour span where for 39 trips to the bathroom, whatever happened. That was just what I was doing.
Yeah.
But I thought when
Mixing
I saw
in
this
cutters
story,
there,
I
number
was
3,
like,
yeah.
maybe it was this, whatever this is. I had it. But if it doesn't just go away on its own and you're not completely better a day later, then I don't think I had it.
So what's so frustrating is, again, when they tell you, hey, there's this illness, make sure you wash your hands, take care. This one's like, yeah, nothing we can do. The parasite is usually spread from infected produce or infected water. And the key to prevention, both at the producer and consumer levels, is practicing safe food handling. The biggest thing we need to do is prevent the contamination early in the food supply chain, and that will stop this outbreak. This guy with the last name Fisher said, who's, I think, from the CDC. So again, not the part that you and I do. At the very end when we're like, let me have this steak or let me have this piece of lettuce, and lettuce is dumb. We shouldn't have it anyway. But you know what I mean? It's somebody else's responsibility way at the beginning of the whole train, and there's nothing we can do about it. So if you feel terrible for an extended period of time, go to the doctor, get the antibiotics. It might be this dumb parasite that's going around, quote unquote.
I don't like the word parasite.
Not a fan.
That seems like you have an intruder that's not supposed to be there.
Yeah, and then when you see a microscopic version of it and how like disgusting it is, it's feeding off of you. Yeah, it sucks.
It's scary.
It's terrible. I hate it.
I don't want that.
I don't want it either.
I'm always worried about everything.
Yep.
All of the stuff that I hear and see that's scary, I assume I'm going to get it. That makes me something. I don't know what it is. But I just know.
We used to say worry wart, but there's now like a diagnosis.
I think like hypochondriac, there's some word for it.
Well, that's the one where you think you've got everything. Not that you're going to get everything.
I think I'm probably guilty of that too.
Uh-huh.
Now, it's not as I sit here, I don't think. It's like as soon as I feel something, like if I have a muscle twitch in my arm, I'm like, heart attack, here it comes.
There it is. Yep. Which arm was that? My left one?
Yeah. The other day, like I got up off the couch after watching a World Cup game or something, and my leg was a little bit asleep as I was walking up the steps. I'm like, everything's tingling. I'm like, if I go to urgent care right now, they might have to cut this thing off. You know, it's always like 0 to 100. Something is going to be terrible about this situation.
Like I ate like 3 pizzas from Pupatella. I'm like, oh no, it's a parasite. That's the only reason my stomach's upset.
Definitely a parasite. Beltway Blitz comes your way next. We're giving away tickets. Not tickets. Tickets to eat Paisanos is what we're doing.
Paisanos tickets.
Paisanos tickets, also known as a gift card.
Mm-hmm.
But these tickets, what they'll do is, it's a ticket. You take it up to the counter.
You get
hand
into
it
the
to them,
Paisanos, yeah.
And then instead of getting to like see a game or something, they go, here's some pizza. So it's tickets to Paisanos.
Yeah, it's a ticket.
Next.
No one will wear 44 in the burgundy gold ever again. It is being retired for John Riggins. He'll be honored on November 8th against the Rams. Josh Harris saying that there are certain players whose impact goes far beyond stats, championships, and accolades. They become woven into the identity of a franchise. John Riggins is one of those players. Wizards Summer League action tonight. A matchup of the top 2 picks in this year's draft, A.J. DeBonsa and Darren Peterson. Wizards and Jazz tonight at 9 o'clock. World Cup quarterfinals just getting underway. France and Morocco early on in that one. Scoreless still in the first couple of minutes. Also got an update on Christian Pulisic's injury that forced him to leave the Belgium game early. He suffered a bone bruise and a microfracture in his leg. And in baseball, the Nationals have the day off today after they took 2 of 3 from the Astros. They'll wrap up their first half of the season heading into the All-Star break with a 3-game series against the Yankees, which starts tomorrow night. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Congrats to caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning a gift card, also known as tickets, to Paisanos. $50 from football to football. One thing's for sure, Paisanos is the MVP of any watch party. Use promo code JP35, score 35% off orders of $40 or more. Plus, you get automatically entered in to win a fully catered Paisanos watch party for up to 20 people. The more you use the code JP35, the better your chances to win Paisanos, not just pizza, something for everyone. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the Wiz huge Summer League game tonight. A.J. DeBonsa makes his debut, and the Commanders, but let's start on the diamond. Kyle Williams covers the Nats for the Baltimore Banner, joins us now. Kyle, what a series against Houston for the Power Bats. A dozen runs in the first of the 3 games, and then 2 Nats joined the 20 home run club, Garcia and Abrams last night. This offense just keeps on chugging along, huh?
Yeah, it's I've ran out. I shouldn't say this as a writer, but I've ran out of words to describe this offense almost, just because they're never down. Like, there's no lead that you feel is insurmountable with them. I mean, just the way they're able to pour on runs, like you mentioned, the home run totals, and then even aside from Louis, James, CJ, Curtis could come up huge one day. There was a stretch where Nas was really contributing at the plate. This lineup just really seems to shape shift depending on what they need on a given day too. That's also was really impressive. It's not just, they're just out slugging teams. It's no, there's some games where they're stringing together hits and then boom, big 3-run bomb, where they're being patient like we saw a couple of weeks ago, drawing walks. And then they just, are able to string together hits. It's just really, a fun offense to watch.
Speaking of Dalen Lyle, it feels like business is picking up for him a little bit, spraying the ball around the yard some, and kind of all of a sudden here, a guy that, listen, it was probably impossible to live up to being player of the month at the end of the season last month, but everyone else was kind of going for a ride, and he wasn't really, but all of a sudden now it's kind of business is picking up. OPS over 800 here in July. It feels like he's swinging a better bat. What have you seen?
Yeah, Dalen, one thing to know about Dalen is he's probably his biggest critic. He talked last Friday, I believe, about how his teammates have to remind him that he's a good hitter. And, it's a silly thing, but it's important, though. He's really hard on himself and really believes that he should be producing more than he has to this point. I mean, the only stretch he really had that was, analogous to that stretch he had towards the end of last season was, I believe that 3-game stretch against Cincinnati where he just kind of took over. Yeah. But other than that, it hasn't really been that sustained success that, many probably envisioned. But starting in, you started to see something click, I think, in that game. Well, I think Blake said he noticed something in one of his at-bats in the Boston series. It's that's what Dalen looks like when he's, going. And then Dalen said he felt something switch in the, extra inning win against Baltimore when he had, I believe he had, the single that drove in the winning run. And it's those little things that you're starting to see him just be more on time at the plate, and you're starting to see some of that contact flow. I mean, obviously against, the Pirates, he had the 3-for-4 game on Friday. Then he followed up with, a multi-hit game the next day. It just seems like he's starting to feel that confidence back at the plate, which is everything for a hitter.
Speaking of confidence, Foster Griffin hasn't given up 2 runs in any of his last 7 starts. Why not talk extension with him?
That's a great question. I mean, one, he probably should have been an all-star, just when you look at the numbers and the consistency. And it also depends on what he's looking for in the extension. That's probably the toughest thing to, he doesn't have this long, lengthy track record to bet on. He's 30, this is his first real, taste of success in the big league. So it's just a matter of, what is his agent looking for in terms of a longer-term extension? What are the Nationals looking for in terms of a long-term extension? But, I mean, it's obvious on the mound just what he means to this team, but also just in the, clubhouse, a guy that, wants the ball. I mean, I believe he threw over 100 pitches, 3 consecutive outings. You don't see that anymore. And so a guy that's just willing to go out there and do whatever the team needs, wear it if he has to, which he hasn't had to do often, have those lengthy starts that really helps out the bullpen. He's just been a massive, massive addition to this team. And, he would be an arm that you would want for the foreseeable future, even as, their minor league arms matriculate to the majors, because he's just also a good leader. He's a guy, his preparation, he loves the process. I don't think I've ever been around a pitcher that loves the process as much as he does, whether it's diving into hitters, working with the catchers on game plans, taking care of his body, going to he just loves everything about it. And he's one of those guys that kind of sets the tone for the pitching staff.
Kyle, thank you as always, buddy. See you at the Yard tomorrow.
All right. Thank you. See you guys.
Well,
Thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure, my friend. Hit that wizard sounder, please. Our pal Josh Robbins, The Athletic, in Vegas. Vegas, baby, Vegas. Josh, no big deal. Just a Summer League debut tonight, huh?
No, it is a big deal because this is the marquee game of the whole Summer League. And it lasts 10 days. This is the game everyone really wants to see. The matchup between the number 1 overall pick and the number 2 overall pick. And we'll get into, I'm sure you'll ask a question that will allow me to get into, put this all into context. And there is context. It's important, but this is the biggest game of the Summer League, and it should be the biggest game of the Summer League.
And an opportunity, Josh, for us to finally, officially find out if the Wizards made the right pick at number 1 or not.
Your point, I think you're making a point there. And it's well taken. Look, Darren Peterson looked great in the 2 Summer League games he played out in Salt Lake City. 100%. I was impressed. There's very little that could come out of tonight that would settle that question. That question is going to be litigated and answered not only this rookie season, and certainly not tonight, but over a period of years, most likely 5 to 10 years. So, look, I can't wait to watch these guys play. And I'm an old man. I've covered 100 Summer League games in my life, and I want to see it. But in terms of big conclusions, I don't think we're going to see any tonight.
What should we expect? I mean, listen, you know what's going to happen, Josh. He misses a jump shot, talking about Dabonsa. It's going to be woe is me. He'll never amount to anything. This is Alex Sar's 0 for 15, Summer League debut over and over again. But what should we expect from Dabonsa when we get to finally see him tonight?
So I think at the minimum, his energy should be as high as anybody else on the floor. Now, maybe there are going to be times where he doesn't know exactly where to go or to know what his teammates are going to do. Now, that's natural, and sometimes that looks like someone is not putting 100% energy into a game. But his effort should be as good as anybody else on that court. And there are going to be people there who are playing for their careers on that court. Look, they talk a ton about defense, and that's not lip service. They want him to play good defense, but there should be some glimmers of this very impressive offensive game that he's bringing to the NBA. And, oh, by the way, he will be initiating the offense at least some of the time. So that will also be interesting to see. I think he'll do pretty well there, But if he has a few turnovers along the way, that's not indicative of a big problem.
What are the biggest questions? I don't mean he can answer tonight or in the summer league, but for Debonsa in the big picture, we had DA on earlier in the show. He talked about having some things he still needs answered about him defensively. Is that where the conversation starts?
Well, the conversation is going to start with exactly what you said earlier. Who was a better draft pick? Defensively, how good of a defender is he? Yes, that's a question about his game. But he has shown instances where he can be a lockdown defender. Like with USA Basketball, there were instances where he was a lockdown defender. Everyone knows he can score, but at what point will he get a very reliable three-point shot? Will he ever get a very reliable three-point shot? It's not broken, but is he going to one day approach 40%? I don't know. How well will he handle the ball, particularly in traffic? Whatever happens tonight isn't necessarily who he will wind up being. There's no way that he's going to get better. But can he handle the ball in traffic? That's one of his weaknesses right now, or at least that's what it has said to be one of his weaknesses.
The best path for his development this year, is it maybe, kind of to your point, Josh, putting him in some adverse spots where it is, okay, go handle it in traffic, and if you kick it off your knee, that's a data point we need to work on? Or is it, initiating the offense and playmaking a little bit more, just in terms of getting the best version of him to be hopefully the best player on this team over the next several years? What's the best path for his development, do you think, starting tonight?
And by the way, he's got to become the best player on this team in several years.
Agreed.
I agree with you. Probably the best path for him is there will be some experimentation with him. For example, everyone knows Trae Young is the point guard. He's the point guard. But there are going to be moments where he runs some offense, AJ, because that's an important developmental area for any young player, and for him included. So the Wizards are going to try to win as many games as they can this year. But along the way, they're going to try to experiment a little bit to help develop him and also to see who fits together. That's going to be one of the things that they're going to try to accomplish this year.
Josh, enjoy the game tonight, and I know you got a lot of work to do out there, but enjoy the basketball.
Enjoy,
Should
buddy.
be fun.
Hey, thanks for having me.
You got it. Josh Robbins of The Athletic on G&D covers the Wiz. Let's keep the blitz going. Liam Griffin on the Commanders, covers all the teams in town for the Times, but let's zero in on the football outfit. Liam, can we close the book on Brandon Ayuk to the Commanders as he trolled Jaden Daniels again yesterday?
I would love nothing more than to not have to talk about Brandon Ayuk. I'm sure you guys doing radio are on the same page, where it just seems like even if you're thinking, well, these two guys are friends, they're trolling each other, if you're Adam Peters, if you're Dan Quinn, you're going to see these things. You're going to be like, I don't want to have to deal with this kind of distraction. I've made moves at the wide receiver position. I'm confident enough. Why would I elect to bring in this guy who hasn't played in almost 2 years and who is constantly making questionable choices off the field? I just don't see how that works for them, and I think it would take a lot to change that at this point.
What is David Blau's offense going to be early on in the season versus maybe later on as guys get more comfortable?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. It'll be something that we're all really clued in on. At the end of OTAs and mandatory minicamp, they said that offense is probably about 80% installed. There's going to be a little bit more of that work in training camp, but it's kind of looking a lot like what we first anticipated. He's coming from a Ben Johnson kind of system. He had a lot of work with Kevin O'Connell as a player. And so we're expecting to see a lot of that under center work, a lot of marrying of the run and pass game, a lot of those kind of run plays that are mixed and married with the play action to try to work down the field. And so you're not going to see as many snaps out of the shotgun. I don't expect to see nearly as many designed runs for Jaden Daniels. And so I think his production as a runner is going to be coming from scrambles, and you're going to have a lot more emphasis on those running backs running between the tackles.
Commanders announced today they're retiring the number 44 of John Riggins, one of the greats of all time at the running back position and the team's all-time leading rusher. What'd you think of the news?
I feel like a lot of people had that story pre-written over the past few years. It is clear that this is a priority for Commanders owner Josh Harris, where for so long, so many of these, staples of the franchise had not just no relationship, but outwardly kind of adversarial connections with former owner Dan Snyder. And so as they've welcomed the new stadium plan, they're trying to get those guys back into the building as much as possible. So a couple of years ago, retiring Daryl Green's number, retiring Art Monk's number last year, John Riggins just kind of seemed like the obvious next step. And they did a beautiful tribute video to him talking about his time and really focusing in on his relationship with the fans and what he meant to this fan base as well, because he really can't overstate, he's the, number one rusher on the team's leaderboard, but he is pretty solely responsible for the most famous play in franchise history. And, spending time around the stadium, you still see a good amount of 44 jerseys around. So long overdue, very obvious, very well deserved.
Liam, assuming health, which you never can, it's the NFL, but assuming health, if Terry McLaurin leads the team in receptions, who's second?
I am, as I get that question and looking at the, post Ayuk future that never was, I'm really starting to expect a lot more out of Antonio Williams, who was their first offensive player drafted this last year, because he fits into this offense that we're expecting from David Blau in a really kind of logical way. He's an incredibly smooth route runner, and that's going to work out well in the way that some of these pass concepts develop. He's a good athlete. And unlike a lot of people who are kind of projecting him to be a kind of pure slot guy, I think he's going to get more work outside than a lot of people are expecting. And so if opposing defenses are coming in and being like, okay, job number one is to shut down Terry McLaurin, I think it's going to open up a lot of opportunities for Antonio Williams. And over the past few years, we have seen rookie receivers, even mid to late round draft picks, who are able to come in and make an immediate impact. And I'm really starting to see that for him.
Thank you for the time, Liam. We appreciate you.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Liam.
You got it. That is our Beltway Blitz on the teams you care the most about, jammed into one segment on Grant and Danny. We will get back into the retirement of the number 44 for John Riggins at 5 o'clock. I want to talk about who else could be worthy of that honor and who could be next, as it's basically been one player per year who might be the 2027 jersey retiree, if you will. But next, yesterday, Brandon Ayuk went back at Jaden Daniels. Still trolling? Still just fun? Still just the funniest guy in the league? We can't wait till he does his stand-up show at the DC Improv, right? G&D on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here, along with my friend Grant Paulson. We're here for Window Nation. Listen, I hate spending money. I hate it. I'm cheap. I'm frugal. But the thing I hate the most is spending money every single month. So I went with Window Nation years ago to upgrade the windows in my home. And we got new energy efficient windows. And here's what happened. Those monthly bills where I was spending too much money, they went down. The windows have almost paid for themselves. That was just a couple years ago. I will be making a profit. That's how I look at it. Go with Window Nation. They're awesome, and they got a great deal right now.
Yeah, here's the deal. Get right now, 50% off all window styles. We'll start with that. 50% off, half off all window styles. And then here's your zero. Zero down payment, no payments, zero payments, or interest for 2 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. I did it. Danny did it. People all over the country have been doing it since the pandemic. They are investing in their homes, and Window Nation's going to do it right the first time.
Schedule a fast, free consultation now at windownation.com or call them at 866-90Nation.
No one will wear number 44 in burgundy and gold ever again, as the team is going to be retiring number 44 for John Riggins. He'll be honored in the November 8th game against the Los Angeles Rams. Josh Harris saying that there are certain players whose impact goes far beyond statistics, championships, and accolades to become woven into the identity of a franchise. John Riggins is one of those players. NBA Summer League, Wizards getting underway against the Jazz tonight at 9 o'clock in a matchup of the top 2 picks in the NBA draft. A.J. DeBonsa going to take on Darren Peterson. World Cup, one game going on right now, France and Morocco. They're scoreless, headed into the first hydration break. Christian Pulisic, also an update on his injury that forced him to leave early against Belgium. He suffered a bone bruise and a microfracture of the tibia and fibula. Baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. Then they begin a 3-game series against the Yankees to wrap up their final series before the All-Star break. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Back live from the Navy Yard on Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. Hey, Mom! Mom! New Brandon Ayuk social media videos dropped.
The meatloaf.
The gift that keeps on giving, and or the most annoying thing in the history of the show.
The thing that keeps on stealing the joy.
Whichever you prefer. So this was yesterday. Brandon Ayuk. I don't even think I would bring it up anymore. I'm kind of past it if it's not directly involving Jaden Daniels. That's where I'm at mostly now. But I can't get past the fact that he is now trying to go at my quarterback, and Commanders fans with the quarterback as their avatar in their Twitter account are cool with it. They're like, it's fine. He's just being funny. They're just two best pals just having a good old time. Wrong. By the way, Jaden Daniels posted on social media, or I guess he didn't. He was involved in a post on social media today. It was De'Ami Brown posting all of the receivers and tight ends working out with Jaden Daniels in California. Brandon Ayuk not pictured, who's supposedly in Virginia.
He's in Virginia, according to us.
He's apparently in Virginia wearing Commanders gear. Well, all the people that actually work for the team, play for the team, run routes for the team, they're training with Jaden Daniels, who just stays above this. He's not engaging on social media.
Thank goodness.
He's not trying to go back and forth with you, Brandon Ayuk. He's a professional. He's a grown-up. He's an adult. He's all the things Ayuk does not seem to want to be. And today, while Brandon Ayuk is posting weird social media videos, Jaden Daniels is working out with receivers to get better, because that's what our quarterback in Washington, D.C. does. That's what this guy does. But anyway, from the department of, you don't understand, sit this one out, they're just boys trolling, this was Brandon Ayuk yesterday.
He said, I don't do that internet, bro. Hit my phone if you got to talk to me, bro. You got my number. And I called, he don't answer. Hit my phone, bro. It's important. It's the money on the line.
Okay, so many thoughts here. So that video starts, I think the very beginning got cut off, but he references 5. So that's Jaden Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying, Jaden Daniels, and he does this weird voice to make fun of how Jaden Daniels talks, which, okay, whatever. He basically says, Jaden Daniels is telling me I'm not going to do social media stuff. Translation, I'm not playing this stupid game with you. We're not going back and forth on Instagram. I'm not getting sucked into whatever nonsense world you're living in. We won't be exchanging barbs on X. I'm not jumping on IG and doing strange pictures and people wonder what they are and what's this emoji and what am I trying to say? I'm a big boy. I'm a grown-up. This is how we work in the real world. You want to talk to me? Call me. And if you're in Virginia and I'm in Virginia,
it's a local call.
Come see me. Although I guess I'm not allowed to come to your door because that's threatening or terrible, or you'd have to inform your wife that I'm there, or whatever that weird interaction was about John Lynch. But I digress. So Jaden Daniels is doing exactly what he should be doing. Brandon Ayuk is telling you, by the way. Now, I know a lot of people think this is all a big joke and this is all a skit. It's some SNL bit and it's a documentary and they'll have clips of me talking about it in a month on Netflix about how they got me. Oh, man. Brandon Ayuk and Jaden Daniels pulled one over on me. That's not what's happening. Jaden Daniels is practicing, getting ready for the season, and apparently told Brandon Ayuk, hey, man, keep me out of this. If you want to talk to me, call me. And now Brandon Ayuk's upset because he didn't answer his call. Forgive him for probably working. He might have been on the practice field with De'Ami Brown and Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, or not. You're insufferable. I don't want to talk to you either. I mean, I don't know.
You're the worst good friend ever, by the way. Aren't they supposed to be best friends?
At one point, Jaden Daniels said that we're like brothers.
You're making fun of my mom. You're making fun of how I talk. You're the worst good friend of all time.
And it's not an in-person joning session like we're out here in the bullpen.
Yeah.
The busting chops.
I got friends. I know how to Joan.
Sure.
I can Joan with the best of them. If me and Darius and Strobes are sitting around, I will say some funny things. I can Joan with buddies.
Yeah, huevos is get busted. That's the thing.
You know what would be weird? If Strober got on Instagram tonight and started talking about Janine Paulson. I'd be a little salty.
I'd be a little perturbed.
Hey, man, what the hell's that about? Then there was this other video from Brandon Ayuk, and this I thought was a really good one. Actually, before we even get there, play this one again. There are a couple other things we could still hit on here.
He said, I don't do that internet, bro. Hit my phone if you got to talk to me, bro. You got my number. And I called, he don't answer. Hit my phone, bro. It's important. It's the money on the line.
Okay. The making fun of him because he doesn't want to be online with you is like when a guy used to make fun of someone who did, like, you did your homework.
Would you turn in your assignment? Yeah.
Like, now he's in college, about to be an engineer, and you're still sitting at home with your parents, and like, I don't know what you're doing, but you did the assignment? Oh, loser. What do you mean? You've only, like the guy at the bar that's like, how many beers you had? You only had 2? He's making fun of him for going, hey, bro, I'm not really going to play the social media game, so call my phone if you want to talk. He's making fun of him for that. Okay, cool. Again, your guy, not my guy. You know who you are. Your guy. Wear that. So, my guy's the quarterback. I don't know who your guy is. Okay? Daniels?
Choose your fighter.
Yeah. I'm Team Daniels. You're Team Ayuk. Fine. Keep being Team Ayuk. Then you've got the line at the end. When he says money on the line, I've talked to 2 people today that are in football. I will just say that way, okay? Who think that he is referencing that he thinks he's going to make good money when he says that, and some of the things that he's been saying. I took that to just mean this is about me getting back in the league. This is about me making money this year. Not that he thinks he's going to make a lot of money, but that this is about money. Could be like veteran minimum is technically money. But there are multiple people who are in football who have suggested Brandon Ayuk thinks he's going to make real money, like get paid as if he's still a really good wide receiver. Did you hear that in that?
No.
Okay.
But again, I try. You're going to get annoyed. I don't do the dissection. I can't, and I won't. Like, I'm not going to do Zapruder film every time Clown Shoe says something stupid and nonsensical. That's how I treat it. I treat it as the buffoon said something buffoonish again. And so I don't really delve in and try to like interpret all the different things. But having said that, that's my normal caveat. I heard that as like, this is serious now. That's how I viewed it.
I took it more like that, where he's basically saying, hey, man, I'm trying to get a job here. You got to help me out. Not, wait, does Brandon Ayuk really think he's about to make $10 million when he's actually going to get the veteran minimum?
Like, is he going like, I'm trying to enhance my market value here. Like, I don't think that's.
All right, this was video number 2, and this was a dedication sent out to all the folks out there that think as soon as he gets signed, you don't have to worry about all these antics. You don't have to worry about him on social media. He knows he's going to have to fall in line and get off Instagram and just act like a pro. He'll do that, except he says he won't.
It'd be like BA and his social media antics. Well, I got to get paid somehow. Because the employer holding me captive without pay. At least social media paying. I'll tell y'all what. I get a job back in the NFL, man. I'm still going to be on my on social media.
If I didn't know any better, I would think he's actually trying not to play again. I don't know why. It's either because he likes playing victim or he likes being able to claim that his career was I don't know why. I don't have a good answer. He is doing things actively that are making it harder to employ him. I have been told that there was a time when the Commanders were probably of the belief that if he's available, he's definitely worth signing. We'll just sign him for not a lot of money. We'll bring him in. If it doesn't work out, we'll cut him. How could they possibly do that now? You're going at the QB publicly.
I don't know.
Even if it's a joke, which I don't think it is. But let's say it is a joke. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt because he's earned that for some reason. It's still getting written about on Pro Football Talk and talked about on ESPN. It's still a distraction. He is still even if it's in jest, he's a pain in the ass. What is the point of that? So, sorry, when you have one suitor that we know of potentially, one team that makes any sense, and you challenge that team's best player and face of the franchise and call them out while wearing the hat and trying to sell tickets for them, those are oxymoronic. They don't make any sense. They are in conflict to one another. But then he says, all the people that think I'm just going to stop on social media when I get with a team, I'm actually not. I'm going to keep doing this.
Yeah, the line that I just, it's also infuriating. I have to get paid somehow. So mysterious as to how one might get paid.
Wait, he's being held captive.
What? There's only one path. TikTok. There's only one way an NFL wide receiver could ever receive any compensation. Instagram live videos or whatever. I can't think of anything else. There's nothing else. There's no form that he could fill out directly. There's no direct action he could take to force 49ers' hand.
Imagine thinking you're being held captive.
Right.
When you haven't done the thing you need to do to be reinstated. He doesn't have to go to their facility, although I would have done that. If he would have showed up on day one of OTAs, they would have had to cut him. You realize that, right?
Oh, yeah.
If he would have just shown up in the building, which he would have been allowed to do, they can't keep him away. He's part of the organization. And he would have said, I'm holding a press conference at my locker. Or, hey, meet me out on the field, guys. I'm going to talk. And just been the loudest squeaky wheel in the history of OTAs and unloaded the magazine in the air on the antics of the organization and all the things they've done wrong and why their hands are dirty, they would have cut him by midnight. But he didn't do that. He keeps allowing this to drag out. And he has recently said things, other than just challenging his best friend, Jaden Daniels, publicly and being at odds with him seemingly now. He has also said, I'm not going to stop being loud and crazy on social media when I get with a team. Why would you say that? And he has said, I'm not going to do what I have to do to be reinstated, essentially. Why would you say that?
It's also bewildering. Again, these are not rational actions, and we are putting rationality, our own, on the irrational. So none of it makes any sense, and it's all blood boiling. But yeah, these are the actions of a tantruming child who's holding his breath, and all you have to do is not do that. Like, so, I can't stand it.
I have said throughout they should not sign him. This has never been something, though, where I've gone as far as to say, like, I'll be upset if they do or anything like that. It's business. It's football.
Because before all this, I was going, yeah, that's worth a low-cost flyer. Give it a shot. See if he's healthy.
He's a football player. Here is my new take on this. And this is now post him going at Jaden Daniels, making it personal with your quarterback. If they sign him, I will feel differently about this front office.
Yeah.
If they sign him, I will feel differently about this regime. I'm not going to be out. I'm not going to be done. I'm not going to be hyperbolic or anything where, I'm on to the next or anything. But the trust, the confidence, the respect, frankly, the reverence that I have for the resume of Adam Peters and my appreciation for the front office. And Peters is a dude that I really, really like personally. He's come on the show a few times and hopefully will come on the show more. And he's done, I think, by and large, a very good job as an executive. They've been in an NFC title game in one of his 2 seasons here. If you sign Brandon Ayuk after all of this, I will think differently about this front office. Period. How could I not?
Yeah, that's where I was at.
He has showed you his ass so many times.
Right. It's a daily content.
He is just putting up stop signs one after another, and you're just driving through them going, what could go wrong? What could go wrong? Are you kidding me?
His big purchase has been a red flag he waves around every day.
There's no chance Dan Quinn wants Brandon Ayuk in that building.
I've already, and again, I will take all this back if it turns out they're not interested at all. and they just don't care about telling people they're not interested. I'll be confused as to why they didn't have any interest in telling people. But if they don't end up signing him, I'll take it all back. I already think less of them for allowing any of this to happen. Like, the way to end this is that leak to Adam Schefter, right? He'll carry your water for you. He'll read that text verbatim, okay? Washington, it turns out, didn't actually have interest in Ayuk, and they weren't sure where that was coming from. They will not be signing him. They like their receiver group, even though they're wrong. They like their receiver group. Back to you guys in studio. You give me that, spin kicks. I'll take it all back. I already have my opinion going down every single day. Because if they're entertaining this at all over there, I question all of it. Because all the rhetoric means nothing. All the brotherhood means nothing. All the we got to do it this way means nothing. This is entertaining the most buffoonish possible for someone that was good 3 years ago. What are we doing? I mean, the one of the best receivers in the league was Amari Cooper that year. Where does he play right now? Do you know? Anecdote off the top of your head? If you're listening to this, it's a lifetime ago in the NFL. I can't believe anyone's entertaining it, especially executives who are trying to build something smart. If that's the plan, your plan stinks.
What's at stake if they sign him in terms of how you feel about everything in the big picture? Would you feel less confident about the operation if they go get him? Or would you be understanding enough because they need a weapon and you're willing to put up with a whole lot if the juice might be worth the squeeze? G&D on the Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back. We're taking you all the way up to 6:30. The Nats are off tonight. Coming up in about an hour and 15, we'll talk to Ben Standig, who's out in Vegas for Summer League action tonight. AJ DeBonsa makes his Wizards and Pro debut, and just how the NBA would have wanted it drawn up. His first game comes against Darren Peterson and the Utah Jazz.
Awesome.
1 versus 2, primetime event tonight.
Not your average Summer League game for the Wizards.
No.
Right?
National TV. I think there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on the Wiz tonight in town. Let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067. Brandon Ayuk yesterday went back at Jaden Daniels again in another video. Says that Daniels has told him he's not going to be engaging him on social media, wants him to call him instead so they can talk. And then apparently when he's called Jaden Daniels, Daniels has not answered. Video today of Daniels sweating out on the practice field with a ton of receivers and tight ends. Looks like just about everybody on the roster who catches passes. I saw Sinnott and John Bates, Chigakonkwo, among others, were out there working out. McLaurin, De'Ami Brown, mainstays in the receiver room. So Daniels is grinding. He's working, and he's not playing the game. And Ayuk is seemingly growing frustrated. My point is, I'm at a juncture now where if they do bring in Brandon Ayuk, I'll actually be disappointed in their decision-making and will trust the operation less. I wonder if people would agree with that. Ernest in West Virginia, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, Grant and Danny? Thanks for taking my call. Hey, look, give me. I hope you give me just a little time. Don't try not to cut me off because this is important, I think, because I think that Brandon Ayuk actually has a beginning of some type of mental illness. Because I say that is because I dealt with 2 people in my life, something similar, and this is something similar because he has gotten to the point of involving Jaden Daniels. I mean, it's as if he's maybe turning on him or whatever, and that people who have mental illness like that in the beginning will begin to turn on even their friends, their family, because I've had it happen to me twice.
I believe that.
I believe that. I'm sorry to hear that. And I've had people in my life as well. And I'm not comfortable making based on 20-second videos for someone, I don't know. That if there's mental health involved, by all means, I hope it gets fixed or checked or appropriate care happens. But it certainly doesn't sound like a rational person, but then taking that to the next level, saying you're making a diagnosis because you had something bad happen in your life, I'm not comfortable doing that.
So 2 other things I would say. One is, to your point on this pattern, and that's what it is, it's a pattern. He had great relationships at some point in San Francisco with the 49ers. He doesn't now. General manager, head coach, otherwise. His agent and him were very close. They now don't speak. The NFL Players Association and him don't seem to have a relationship at this point. His former personal instructor at wide receiver, TJ Houshmandzadeh, is one of his biggest public detractors, outspoken people about teams passing on him essentially right now. So it does seem like there is absolutely a pattern here where a lot of the people that are close to him get alienated one way or the other and end up at odds with him. So there's something to what you're talking about in that way, possibly. Jaden Daniels, we knew, was one of his very good friends, and now he's going after him, it would appear, publicly. I respect your opinion, and I will say this. I take mental health very seriously. I say this on the show all the time. I never pass up an opportunity to acknowledge. Now, I deal with anxiety. I haven't in a long time. I guess I still will use it in the present tense because I take anxiety medication. I take a pill every morning. But I, at one point in time, had terrible anxiety and needed to get medicated for it. And my life's better because I'm on that medication. And I have people in my personal life who have dealt with depression and all kinds of things. And it's one of those things you don't really understand. You can't really acknowledge correctly unless you've directly been involved with it. I believe that. And if there is something going on here, then yes, I have empathy for that. That's terrible. But one of the mistakes we make, I think, is trying to play doctor from afar whenever someone's acting out. Not every person that does something wrong or acts a fool or wants to be outspoken or brash or get attention on social media has mental health issues. It seems like if a sports player, and especially a football player, does that, we just assume everyone yells CTE or brain stuff or whatever, and I think that's dangerous. I think
too.
that's reckless. I don't think it's fair.
And it might be, but my point is, not to kind of echo what you're saying, it also might not be.
Right.
And me sitting here behind the microphone, I am not trained to make that diagnosis based on very tiny slivers of what we see publicly.
Yeah, I'm not going to play doctor in that regard. All we can kind of react to is what's happening. And when it comes up, we can have a thorough conversation on the possibilities that you're referencing. Let's go to Ronald in Fairfax. What's up, Ronald?
How are we doing, guys?
Good, buddy.
I think it's an absolute mistake if they bring this guy in. And to be honest, kind of on the back heels of your guys' call, I think we as a society should stop giving him this platform and attention so he goes and gets the help that, he might need and all that. But with guys like Debo and Tyreek Hill, and there's a lot of other guys they can bring in towards the end of I guess when they get closer to the preseason, that I think fit the bill a lot better than this guy, where he clearly has got to go get something, checked on before he plays football again.
Appreciate you. So I think it is still very relevant and notable enough for us to talk about. Now, I'm getting closer to a point when it's not Daniels related. I don't think we need to comment on every video he does at this point. A few weeks ago when he was just walking into a closet and pouring money on the ground and then stepping on it and leaving or whatever, and we're doing play-by-play of that. I'm kind of tired and past all that, but you have a wide receiver wearing Commanders gear, pushing Commanders tickets for this fall, that the team has made no attempt to tell to stand down.
To dissuade, yeah.
The team has made no attempt to say they don't want, who is saying they're going to sign me as soon as I'm available. That's what he's saying. He is saying, as soon as I become available, they're going to come get me. And, oh, by the way, he's involving the quarterback. He's talking trash about the quarterback. So I would say it's very relevant as a DC sports show that focuses pretty heavily on the Commanders, that this guy that they very well could sign any week now, as soon as he becomes available, is doing all of these things. If we were Bengals fans, if we were on in Cincinnati or Columbus, or if we were on even in I don't know, if we were in San Francisco, we wouldn't need to talk about it nearly as much. If we were in Denver or L.A., but there's one team that is directly affected by everything that he's doing. He's wearing Commanders gear. He's showing Commanders stuff in every one of these videos, while now talking about the face of the franchise.
Yeah, there's no way around that. Again, we covered the Le'Veon Bell story a couple years ago when he was at odds with his team, in the sense that we talked about it a couple times. And isn't this interesting? This is different. He's not talking about the Cardinals or the Seahawks or the Vikings. He's talking about us. The connection is Jaden Daniels, their teammates. At one point, both Peters and Daniels addressed Ayuk directly. Now, Peters couldn't do that much talking about it, but he said, I believe in second chances, and was, again, didn't do anything to kind of shut the door. Daniels spoke about him as that, hey, it's not my department, but that's my brother. So there's a lot here. And then, as you mentioned, he's now referencing Daniels directly, talking about the interactions and a million things kind of in between. He's making it so that we've got to do it. And if you want to say, hey, you guys are giving him what he wants, to a degree, I suppose, but it's also the obligation. And I've been sick of it. Hopefully that's come through in some of my statements. I can't stand it. I think it's so awful. I will also say this. We got pretty sick of doing the Terry McLaurin contract story, update, non-update, Eastern Motors, where your job's your credit, impromptu press conference, a million things in between. Part of the gig, man. It's matters of football. So you put your personal irritation aside, and you got to have the debate and the banter.
If you want to hop in, 800-636-1067. Also, John Riggins, 44, being retired. I want to get back into what this means now for the group of 7 jersey numbers retired for Washington, and who could be next. This is The Fan.
No one will wear number 44 in the burgundy and gold ever again. The Commanders are going to be retiring number 44 for John Riggins. The team will honor him on November 8th against the Los Angeles Rams. World Cup quarterfinals are underway. France and Morocco at halftime scoreless. France has had 3 shots on goal, Morocco with none, but France's best opportunity came with a penalty kick in the 28th minute. Kylian Mbappe stepped into the spot, but he was saved by Morocco goalkeeper Yassine Bono. So we're scoreless at halftime of the first match of the quarterfinals. Also, we got an update on Christian Pulisic's injury that forced him to leave the Belgium match early. He suffered a bone bruise and a microfracture of his tibia and fibula. In the NBA, Summer League action gets underway tonight for the top 2 picks in the NBA draft. A.J. Debonsa of the Wizards, Darren Peterson of the Jazz. That'll tip off tonight at 9 o'clock. Baseball, the Nationals have the night off tonight. Then they'll begin a 3-game series against the Yankees, their final series before the All-Star break getting underway tomorrow. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
A.J. Debonsa and the Wizards are in action tonight in Vegas. Summer League activity. By the way, 109 degrees out in Vegas. I was texting with a couple of the folks that are out there today. We were talking to David Aldridge earlier on the show, and he said as much. You know, they're always a nice little follow-up if it's a dry heat.
Yeah, you have to say it by law.
The hottest I've ever been, I think, was you and I were out in Vegas. I don't remember what.
Stanley Cup, dude.
Was it the Cup?
Yeah.
Maybe it would have been.
Where we're just doing the indoor walkways. We're walking through the underground bellies of casinos to get closer to the stadium.
Okay. Yeah, maybe that was it. I was thinking when I went out there, even without you now this time, for that Mayweather fight.
Gotcha.
Oh, my God. It was so hot.
Yeah.
And you're walking along the street, you know how you occasionally get to go up the steps and take the overpasses, but it's basically like a big sidewalk next to just black pavement, and the sun is beating down on you.
There's nowhere to go.
That is a different kind of heat.
Yeah.
The idea of dry heat can miss me.
Well, you don't sweat as much because it's not as humid, right? So you think, oh, I'm fine. And then you realize you're exhausted and dehydrated because it saps the water from you. We were there for Memorial Day, as you know, and it was 103 in the sun for a couple of these days, not 109, and you'd be ootin' a boot, and you'd go, this is different. I don't know if the sun's closer. Mathematically, probably not. It's probably negligible, but it feels like it. It feels like the sun is beating down on you when you're there.
Dad, can you play a little game show theme for me? I'd like to play a guessing game with Danny. Danny Anthony Davis apparently just sold his L.A. home, moving to D.C., I would hope.
Okay.
To play for the Wizards, maybe?
That's neat.
If he wants to do that.
All right.
If he's willing to.
Yeah.
For this basketball season. How much did he sell his L.A. home for?
That's a great question.
How much did Anthony Davis sell his home in Los Angeles?
So real estate prices are reasonable, especially there. This is the number jumped into my head. I'm just going to go with it. $26 million. That's what jumped into my mind.
That's a high number.
It is a high number. That's what jumped into my mind. I have no reason to think that, but that's what I thought.
Actually, way closer than I would have thought. Washington Wizards Anthony Davis sells LA home for $32 million.
Hey, not bad, right?
It's a good investment for Anthony Davis. $32 million. This house looks.
Was it nice?
Silly, by the way. It's shaped like the White House. It's just like a big, long, rectangular house, basically, and it kind of. There's almost like a...
is it more compound than it is house?
Feels like it.
Yeah.
The backyard, though, has an incredible pool. And it kind of looks like the reflecting pool. It's like a big, long... I don't know if...
any algae?
Algae or...
We does a lot of rehab in that pool.
Maybe they're going to spend a bunch of money to get the algae out, and the next thing you know, the bottom's going to be floating all over the place, and they'll be trying to hunt down the person that took a car key to it or something. But, I mean, this is beautiful. I don't know if it's $32 million beautiful, because I don't know if anything's that.
Right.
This is kind of nice.
Listen, it's very nice.
How much would you want to swim in his pool?
I'd like to swim in that pool.
That would be so. You take your kids over there.
Yeah.
Nice summer evening.
Hey, Anthony, can we come by? Yeah, that's not bad. That's a nice little compound.
Would you buy that house? You got $32 million laying around.
No.
Why not?
Because I need more than that. In other words, if I've got...
You need more house than
that.
No.
Like, if I've got $32 million, I'm not spending it all on that house. Like, do I have hundreds of millions?
Yeah.
Then
you
maybe.
have billions. You just need an LA spot. You just need somewhere to throw a party.
I'm probably not doing that even still. We'll do a little better. We'll do a little better. It's like when George Costanza drove John Voight's car. Like, I don't care that it's Anthony Davis's house. You know what I mean? Like, he's not going to be there when I'm there.
That doesn't up the value for me at all. I'm just saying you don't have a place in LA yet. You need a spot.
Yeah.
There's a pool there, and it looks like a good place to throw a party.
I got to see the location, how conveniently located it is to the stuff I want to do, which isn't much because LA stinks.
Let's go to James, who's in Largo on the Fan. James, before we get to John Riggins, 44, being retired, we are putting a bow on our Brandon Ayuk conversation. He went back at Jaden Daniels again. Daniels apparently is telling him he's not going to go back and forth on social. Said, let's talk on the phone. What do you make of this?
I mean, of course, I agree with you guys that I don't want anything to do with Brandon Ayuk, but I wouldn't go so far as to be like, I wouldn't trust Adam Peters and the coaching and the GM staff and all that if they brought him in, because remember, they're in the business of production on the field, and if you're getting 2023 Brandon Ayuk, you're getting 1,400 receiving yards to go with Terry McLaurin and all those weapons. So to me, the risk is if he acts a fool, you cut him. There's still really no real big risk to bring him in. If he acts a fool, you get rid of him. All the things he's doing right now is noise, and it's annoying as all hell. But the reality of it is,
well put. Noise and annoying is all hell. Let me ask you this though:
they're not even giving Adam Peters a chance to even bring him in, because he hasn't even, all the things he's doing, he hasn't done the one thing, and that's make himself available. By the time August rolls around, he hasn't done the things that he needs to do to make himself even available to the team to sign him. So at this point, I think it's, that we're so far away from even bringing him in, it's crazy.
Yeah, well, this is the difference, though, is it could escalate pretty fast. If he gets reinstated in a week, and then if the Niners cut him a day or two after that,
like he gets the PDF from the NFL and fills it out and sends it back.
He could. I mean, he's volatile. He went from screaming about Jaden Daniels to posting a clip of him like wearing Jaden stuff and being like, "Let's play together, man." He could have already put in the paperwork a day after saying he's never going to put in the paperwork, and we could be 72 hours away from finding out he's reinstated, and then 5 days away from him getting cut, and now next week he's signed by the Commanders. So, yeah, it's a long ways away, and it's not. It depends on what he decides to do and whether or not he actually does what he has to. The notion that there's very little downside here, do you agree with that?
No.
Because people keep bringing this up.
And I understand the point if you sign him for a minute on the surface. You sign him for a very low veteran minimum or incentive-laden deal, you can cut him, you don't move on. That's nothing, right? The layers of this relationship make it so that it's not a nothing burger.
So first things first, it better be the veteran minimum if you were to sign him. Now, I have my questions about whether that's actually what Brandon Ayuk would think he's signing for when he's talking about money in this recent video. He's like, Jaden, you're costing me money, hit me up. I wonder if he actually thinks he might get paid decently. Now, you would say that's delusional, that's ridiculous. And I would. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Exactly. But it should be the minimum. Maybe that's not what he's thinking he's going to get. But regardless, from a football standpoint, yes, I agree. Little downside. Because let's play it out. He shows up. He doesn't have a very good camp. Either he's not completely healthy or he's a little bit of a out of shape, like roster bubble guy, and you're just like, this isn't worth it. You could cut him. Or he doesn't fall in line. He's still posting weird things on social media. He is chirping Jaden Daniels again with comments when he's getting interviewed or whatever, and you're going, this is absolutely ridiculous. You had an opportunity. You haven't in any way done any of the things we told you when we sat down with you that you had to do. You're gone, and it's August 20th, and he's been signed and cut in training camp. Somebody could say, well, that's no harm, no foul. My question is, doesn't it do damage in some way in the locker room if you see how unserious this person was, how he went against everything that you're asked to be and told that you need to be as a team guy in this culture, and then they still tried to bring him in here? To me, like to justify because he can catch balls, because he might be able to go for 1250, because maybe we can catch lightning in a bottle, we're willing to play this game with this player. I think there is a downside to that. Culturally, locker room-wise, with players, it's an intangible thing. It's not a direct football thing, but I think that matters, the perception of how your own guys see you and what you're willing to tolerate. And there's young guys watching. Okay, so what matters? What do you care about? Oh, by the way, last year you put our captain
exactly where I was going.
Who is Mr. Team, who's done everything right every step of the way. You dragged him over the coals and put him through the ringer to get a contract. This guy's just going to do all of this and still get a chance here? What are we doing?
Well, it reminds me, my first 7 years on this planet, my family lived in Pimmit Hills, right? And my next-door neighbor named Robbie. Robbie's a really nice guy. He was my best buddy at that point. We were proximity, same age. Once, he really liked this squirrel that he would feed every now and again. His parents didn't know he was doing it. And he eventually invited the squirrel inside. And you wouldn't believe what happened next. The squirrel, which didn't belong inside, caused chaos. The squirrel doesn't belong inside the house. You're inviting chaos to you. Imagine the little ass boy in the next video isn't the 49ers anymore. It's you. Once you've cut him or once you moved on from him, this no downside player is now out there doing videos about you and your guys. And you'll probably be fine. The games will take place. But you become the object of his latest avatar, his latest hatred.
Peters is the, I'm using quotes here, white man on my porch.
Right.
Not John Lynch.
Right. Or God forbid Lance Newmark paid him a visit and said, hey, let's go to lunch, buddy. And it's like, he tells his wife, you better circle around the block 10 times because Lance Newmark is here. You know, whatever. You're inviting the squirrel into your house, Robbie. I hope Robbie's well, by the way. I haven't talked to him in a long time. I haven't thought about him in a while. Don't do that. Keep the squirrel outside. No.
Warren in Bryan's Road. What's going on? How are you?
Hey, man. First of all, thank you for taking my call. Hey, big kudos to you all, man. Respect the world out of what you all do at 1067.
Appreciate you, buddy.
And everything. I must say I listen to you all every day. 1067. I like all of the shows on 1067. Okay, but Brandon Aiyuk, whatever. The guy,
Country,
the guy's demented. The guy's demented. He showed us his stripes the first year Jaden was in the league. All right, used them, brought his name in the stuff he didn't have any business doing, and then re-signed with the people. I mean, the dude don't know what he wants. Okay, and then now he has this other chance and what have you, and he's acting crazy now. The guy already showed his stripes. He told us who he was. We need to believe him. We need to run as far away from him as fast as we can. If we treasure Jaden Daniels, and I'm sure we all agree, he's the crown jewel in our crown. If we treasure him as such, all right, we will not sign this guy. We need to move fast away from this guy as possible.
The audience didn't like. Yeah, the audience did like it.
I saw Dallas for like 17 seconds trying to get
He was
to the clip.
frantically finding it.
Whenever you're ready. This is a long time for us to not
We're
say
just
anything.
clapping.
Yeah. I knew you were working on it, though. I was just going to buy you some time there. Very elegant. Well played, sir. Good phone call. Yeah, that I think is probably where I'm going to settle on. That's where I'm going to set up my camp moving forward, is do the right thing by Jaden Daniels. This person is bringing drama and distraction already before he's here to this quarterback. Say no to this. If you like Jaden Daniels, guy with Jaden Daniels in your avatar who wants Brandon Aiyuk, say no to this loser on social media. Say no to this. Say yes to Jaden Daniels. Distraction-free, professional, adult. Allow him to continue to be these things with less distraction. That's where I'm going to set up camp, I think.
Such a simple test. This is such an easy one.
Brian Mitchell had an unbelievable line today. I saw this on the 1067 The Fan Instagram feed. Somebody put this out. He dropped a bar that I loved. He said something to the effect of, and I'm not quoting it, but it was, Brandon Aiyuk is a McDonald's friend that you can't bring to Ruth's Chris, or something like that. I think that's hilarious. Like, we all have that really inappropriate friend who in certain settings is just going to be awkward. And it's like, if I'm hanging out with my my boss or my colleagues or someone who I do a lot of business with, I'm probably not bringing that friend. I remember one time I had tickets to a game. It's one of my best buddies that I'm thinking of right now. This guy curses all the time. Every time we go to a game, he's going to drink too much. Like, it's going to be a little bit, I'm going to end up DDing. I'm getting him home. Like, that kind of deal.
Yeah, it's like, here we go. Buckle up.
But I was already going with a couple people who, like, help sponsor things that we do and whatever else, and I had one more ticket. My buddy, like, hit me up, and he's like, hey, man, you thinking about going to the game tonight? And I felt awful, but I was like,
what are you doing?
Probably not. I don't know, man.
I'm not even thinking about it.
I might go, but I might do it for work or whatever. That guy is my McDonald's friend, who I couldn't bring to Ruth's Chris that night.
Yep.
And if you're Jaden Daniels, I'm not saying you can't be friends with Brandon Ayuk. Like, make new friends, but keep the old.
But keep the old.
One is silver and the other's gold.
It's gold.
I'm
Burgundy
just
and
saying,
gold.
this dude isn't good for business right now. So let's just, and I don't even have to say anything because it seems like Jaden's already doing it.
Everybody's thinking of their McDonald's friend right now.
Everyone has a McDonald's
Mine
friend.
jumped to mind immediately.
I know my McDonald's friend's name. I have another buddy who is hilarious and one of my favorite hangs in the world, but he's fairly inappropriate. I don't even know that he's a McDonald's friend, but he's an inappropriate friend.
Sure.
I would probably tread lightly on the number of things I would bring him to that are important.
Right.
He's going to be loud. He's going to curse. He's going to say things that he shouldn't say. That's an inappropriate person. I don't know if that's quite the same, but everyone has McDonald's friends. Ruth Chris.
Well, a college teammate. Like, one of the best teammates I've ever had. An unbelievable dude.
Tony DePapalopoulos?
No.
The guy who is unpopular on CBS?
No.
Okay.
And I made the mistake once of bringing him around. He was in town, and we hung out. My high school buddies were like, this will be fine. I'm friends with everybody. And I went, okay, I learned. I had to apologize to everyone. This will never happen again. I will keep these worlds separate.
He didn't fit in with the St. Albans crew?
He didn't fit in with anity, including the bar we were at where he got ejected from.
Oh, boy.
That you can't come back here.
Yeah.
Ever. There's a picture. It's on the wall of the no list.
They'll know when you show up.
Yeah, that's right.
Not to let
an alert goes out.
I just thought that was a great line by B. Mitch. I told him I might steal that. Like, I have to lay low for a few weeks without using it. I'll give you credit when I do use it.
We went almost, 7 hours?
Well, I gave him credit.
Oh, that's true. You credited
4 months from now when I'm using it, he's not getting credit. I'm just stealing it.
Gotcha.
But I think it's okay because I told him I'm going to steal it. I texted him and let him know.
Yeah, it's like when you say, I'm windmilling my arms. I'm doing this. If it hits you, it's your fault.
Right.
Right? You told it.
G&D on the fan. Speaking of Redskins legends, Brian Mitchell's one of them. John Riggins, number 44, being retired. Number 7 on the list of retired uniform numbers for Washington. That's next.
This update is built by PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. No one will wear number 44 ever again for the Burgundy and Gold, as the team is set to retire John Riggins' number. He's going to be honored November 8th against the L.A. Rams. World Cup, one game already in action for the quarterfinals, France and Morocco. France leads 1-0, 63 minutes in. Kylian Mbappe scored his 8th goal of the World Cup in the 60th minute. He ties Messi for the lead for the Golden Boot. He had a chance in the 28th minute on a penalty kick, but it was saved by Moroccan goalkeeper Yassine Bono. But France leads 1-0 in the 63rd minute. France and Morocco first quarterfinal matchup tonight. Wizards Summer League gets underway. They'll take on the Jazz in a matchup of the top two picks of this year's NBA draft, A.J. DeBonsa versus Darren Peterson tonight at 9 o'clock. This month, score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
For the 7th time in franchise history, the Washington football outfit's going to retire a jersey number. The Commanders retiring the number 44 of John Riggins, one of the greatest Redskins of all time. He joins Sonny Jurgensen, Sean Taylor, and Darrell Green, who have been honored over the last 3 years, respectively, having their jerseys retired, as well as Sammy Baugh, Art Monk, and Bobby Mitchell. Those are the 7 players ever, Danny. Number 9, Sonny Jurgensen. The 21 of Sean Taylor, nobody will ever wear again. 28 of Darrell Green. The 33 of Sammy Baugh. Riggins is 44. An announcement was made today. Bobby Mitchell, 49, and 81, Art Monk. Riggins, the face of the franchise, best era of the franchise, iconic 43-yard run on 4th and 1 back on January 30th, 1983, with just over 10 minutes to play against Miami, won Washington a Super Bowl in which he was named MVP and ran for 166 yards, capping the greatest postseason run, literally and figuratively, ever. 610 yards and 8 touchdowns in 4 games as he carried the Redskins to their first title.
Insane, those numbers. Again, it was telegraphed. They knew what Washington was going to do. It didn't matter. Coming downhill. Here comes 44. Here comes the diesel, right? And it was... it's a different time. It's a throwback. And that's kind of what gets me to thinking about some of the other guys that could be next, which we'll talk about here in a second. But really, really hard to look at some of the numbers. You look at the yards per carry at like sub 4 in a lot of those years. And it's everything about offense then was different. Gibbs was an innovator, of course, coming from that Eric Coryell system and invented that H-back role to basically deal with Lawrence Taylor as kind of he evolved things. But the way that they would power run, and set up some of those deep shots, those deep passes, it's different than that kind of West Coast, which everybody sort of adopted to a degree with the Shanahan tree and things like that, ultimately coming from Bill Walsh. But offense is different now than it was then. So you look at some of those numbers, and they don't look as impressive or as good, but you had to have been there. There's no other way kind of around that. Again, I was still so young, I didn't see it in real time. I saw kind of the tail end of that era, but man, oh man, he was so special and so good, and those big moments will live forever.
So as I've gotten older, one of the things I've tried to do is find ways to quantify excellence era by era and juxtaposing guys from the past to the current days. And I think one of the better things you can do is compare guys to the norm, to the mean players, to the average of their time. And I think you look for areas where guys would lead the league or when they did more than everybody else. And Riggins routinely ran for more touchdowns than everybody else. He's 8th all time on the touchdown list. He was such a threat in the red zone. He couldn't be denied down around the goal line. He would drag guys into the paint across the chalk because he was just bigger and stronger. And his speed and breakaway ability led to a lot of home runs that were touchdowns as well. But 7,472 rushing yards, number 1 ever for Washington, 40 years of holding that record now. And it's going to be really hard for somebody to beat that. I don't want to necessarily set in pen that will never be broken in my lifetime, but you think about about what that would take.
Yep.
Running backs now have a very short shelf life. You're talking about typically 5 to 7 years if you're great, where you can be at the top of your game, because that means you get a second contract, which isn't even guaranteed anymore. But if you drafted a guy in the top 10, let's say, like, we talked a lot about Jeremiah Love. Let's just say he's awesome. Jeremiah Love would have to have 6 1,200-yard seasons or so to be within striking distance of John Riggins. 6 of them. If he averages in his first 2 years about 1,000, you're still talking about needing an average of basically like 1,000 yards over another 7 seasons just to get where he needs to go. So, I don't know, man. I think there's a chance you and I are old and in rocking chairs telling people stories about our day, and John Riggins is still the all-time leading rusher for
There's
Washington.
a great chance, because I won't say never, because there are freaks. There are Adrian Petersons. There are, Derrick Henrys. They do come along.
If
with
you
that.
draft a guy at 9 who's the greatest running back of all time, 14 years in the league and 9 really good years later, he'll have done it.
Yeah, that defies the age curve, right? Because, again, the best years of his career, numbers-wise, were in his mid-30s, which that's not going to happen very often. Again, you get the occasional freak. But the year that he went for 1,347, and I say this number again, 24 touchdowns, a number that stood for a long time. Here are the guys ahead of him that year. Maybe the greatest running back ever, Walter Payton. Eric Dickerson, who was in the middle of a oh my God, what is this? A track star that was faster than everybody.
He was a 2,000
for the
yard
Rams.
Season
Went
guy.
for 2,100 yards the following year, but 1,800 yards. Kurt Warner, not that Kurt Warner, the Kurt Warner that you sleep on for the Seattle Seahawks at almost 1,500 yards. But this was among the league leaders for the Super Bowl champs. This wasn't gimmick. This wasn't, hey, we're 8-8 and that's fun. Look at what we can do. We're spreading you out. Check us out. These were the Super Bowl champions. Or a team that actually would end up that year finishing second. But he was just so unbelievably good. He was great for that time.
Who should be next? They've retired 7 jersey numbers. Who should be next? The names I threw out there that I think are easy to start the conversation with are Charlie Taylor. Who's
That's
a
my
Hall
first
of Famer.
one, 42, yeah.
Charlie Taylor's number is not used. It's not what I would call in circulation, but it's not retired. And he is considered to have been one of the great receivers to play at the time that he played.
Still second to Art Monk in team history in receptions, receiving yards, etc. from a different time and different era.
That's what you have to understand when you talk about him, because more so than in a lot of sports, to your point, football has had, its eras are crazy different. And when he played, the forward pass was not much of a thing, and he's a wide receiver. So there was a year where he caught 72 balls for 1,100 yards, and that looks like a really good year for Jamison Crowder or something now.
Yeah, he had years with almost 200 rushing attempts. He was a flanker, whatever you call it then. I mean, it's a different time.
He was considered a first-team All-Pro in his career year in 1967, the best in the league at what he did. The year before that, Black Ink led the league in catches, the first of a couple times. He would do that. And 649 career catches. Played here also, the longevity of being really good. I mean, he was awesome from his rookie year in 1964 through his final year in 1975. And then he missed 76 with a knee injury and came back and played sparingly, but very minimally in 1977 for a 13th season. So it was 11 straight seasons, then a year off, and then another year for him where he put up all-time accumulation, like counting stats that rival anything in organizational history. Made 8 Pro Bowls, was an All-Pro, and made the Hall of Fame. So that would make a lot of sense to me, because you couldn't wear Riggins, you couldn't wear Sonny, and they end up getting their number retired, which is kind of how they're doing this. But the thing is, you could say the same thing about Joe Theismann, because they haven't given out 7 other than to Dwayne Haskins, and he had personally gone to Theismann and asked to wear his number. They didn't want to give it out, but that's what happened. Theismann is a former Super Bowl MVP and league MVP, I guess I should say. Was a first-team All-Pro, finished in the top 5 in MVP voting multiple times. Walter Payton Man of the Year. He's another one that I would say has to be in the conversation, because he's the other of the guys right now where you cannot wear his number.
Yeah.
It's about as close to having your jersey retired without it being done as possible.
And he would certainly be a legit candidate. If anything, throughout over the course of his history, he's become underrated somehow. Again, I think people forget how good he was. I think obviously because his career was cut short due to that injury, but he was a prolific player, such an incredible athlete, right? As he was, battling it out and a backup for the first handful of years that he was here. He emerged, took the job, and I think would have won a couple Super Bowls had he been able to stay healthy and be the starter there. But he was prolific. As you said, the MVP of the league. When's the last time someone was that close to that here in Washington?
I also think that it's not just about football when you retire a jersey, too, sometimes. It can mean this was a great player who meant a lot to the organization for a long time, and Theismann, in a way that many others have not been able to do, has been a huge influence on the organization, has been around, has helped guys, has been an ambassador through all the ownership groups, Snyder, Kent Cook, now the new one. He's at more practices. He's been involved in more broadcasts on the radio or TV or what have you than anybody else in terms of the preseason games and whatnot over the years. So I think Joe Theismann makes a lot of sense to me at 76 years old. Charlie Taylor, I think, would be very deserving as well. I got a text from David Elfin. Remember the longtime writer for the Times? Yeah. Good buddy of ours. Elfin said, when I asked earlier who should be next, he said Larry Brown.
That's a great one.
1972 league MVP, which I did not have that in the office pool. He says, driving force of the first Super Bowl team. He is 78, battling Parkinson's, really wants this. Says the Hall of Fame, there's been an election that they're waiting on for an extended period of time. But if there are guys, I think it would mean a lot too. And that's an interesting one. Number 43 was his number. He's the oldest living kind of superstar former Redskin. And I know David and others have been trying to get him into the Hall of Fame. He's very deserving of that distinction and
a lot of black ink on that page. Again, led the league in scrimmage yards 1 year, led the league in rushing 1 year, led the league in total touchdowns in a different year. Those are all over different seasons. A really impactful player. Again, when the game was different, this is like
2-time first team All-Pro.
Yeah, this is it's like kind of hard to quantify, but it's like you got the fullback that needs a certain number of carries, and then the tailback, and then the flanker back, and then it's a different time, and he was spectacular. The first 5 years of his career, he's as good as anybody in the sport at that point. That's a very deserving one.
So those are three options if you want to pick one of those. Larry Brown, Charlie Taylor, Joe Theismann, or maybe there's another name you'd like to suggest. But the question is, the ownership group has essentially been retiring one uniform number per year. John Riggins gets his time in the sunlight this year. Who should it be next year at this time that we're celebrating? 800-636-1067, G&D on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Selling your home doesn't have to mean weeks of stress and sleepless nights. Just ask Melissa. She wanted to sell her home in Northern Virginia, but she was dreading the entire process. So she called, thankfully, my friends and realtors, Debbie, Sarah, and the Reynolds of Power Home team with Keller Williams. Like a lot of sellers, Melissa worried her home would sit on the market like some of her neighbors. But Debbie and Sarah have a proven system. They market your home across more than 1,200 marketing channels to build buyer demand before it even hits the market. The result, Melissa's home sold in just 6 days for $10,000 over the asking price. She said the entire experience was smooth, seamless, and worry-free. If you're thinking about selling, don't just hope for the best, get the best. Reynolds of Power Home team sells homes twice as fast as the average agent and net sellers more than $30,000 over the average sale. Don't do the average sale. Do the Reynolds of Power Home team sale. Sell with certainty. Your home sold guaranteed. Call Debbie, Sarah, and the Reynolds of Power Home team today at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.